The spirited younger sister and the aloof, commanding elder sister, though possessing strikingly similar features, exude entirely different auras. Thus, on the very first day of descending the mountain, Li Mubai, in a moment of serendipity, mistakenly identifies his younger sister as his elder sister. Faced with the elder sister's abrupt decision to annul their engagement, Li Mubai, seeking to placate his master, hastily marries his sister-in-law instead. Observing her younger sister's burgeoning success with Li Mubai's assistance, the elder sister begins to harbor regrets. Consequently, on that fateful day, she dons attire and embellishments mirroring those of her sister. Chapter 1. I am no longer pure. In Baiyun City, within the confines of a hotel room, Li Mubai reluctantly extracts the last remnants of his funds, just over 500 yuan, and tosses them before the bewildered woman. Though I was somewhat inexperienced last night, I am well versed in the rules of the underworld. Glaring at the pile of cash, the woman reveals her adorable little fangs in indignation. You scoundrel! What do you take me for? To dismiss her with a mere 300 yuan? How utterly demeaning. Spitting in frustration, she seethes at the absurdity of the situation. She had not ventured out for such purposes, yet here she was. Li Mubai's gaze falls upon the crimson stain on the sheets, and with gritted teeth, he hands over the last 2 bills. My dear, I must emphasize that I was compelled into this situation. This is all I possess. How generous of you, she retorts, her fury escalating. What sort of exquisite individual had she found herself entangled with last night? Raking her fingers through her already disheveled hair, she recalls how, during a business meeting, she had been drugged. Blinded by desire, she had thought of no one but the man who had wronged her. After fleeing, she had randomly entered a hotel room, only to be mistaken for a woman of ill repute by this man. With a huff, she retrieves a substantial stack of cash from her bag, slamming it down before Li Mubai. Last night, nothing transpired between us. You have never seen me mind your own business. Li Mubai's eyes widen at the hefty sum before him, certainly several tens of thousands. Having followed his master through storms and tempests, he had never received more than 4 digits for his efforts. Struggling to suppress his impulse to gulp, he takes a deep breath and holds the money, stating, I must clarify, I am not motivated by money. I simply found you somewhat appealing. This time, I shall overlook the matter, but do take heed for the future. As he speaks, he discreetly slides the money beneath his pillow. Observing his fluid motions, the woman's lips twitch in disbelief. What are you implying? You think there will be a next time? You wishful thinker! Quickly dressing, she strides out of the room. Once she has departed, Li Mubai retrieves the money and counts I-tone bill, 2 bills, 3, 200 bills, a total of 20,000 yuan. His excitement wells up, and he finds himself misty-eyed. Who would have imagined that Li Mubai would one day possess such wealth? Turning to his tattered canvas bag, he produces a yellowed marriage certificate. His master had sent him down the mountain with the intention of marrying him off. In truth, he had never even met his betrothed. The arrangement was made during his childhood. His master had insisted that he was destined to marry this woman, claiming it was a matter of fate. It was said that she belonged to a prestigious family in Baiyun City, affluent beyond measure. If he could wed her, he would be entering a life of luxury, free from the worries of sustenance for generations to come. With a heart full of hope, Li Mubai tidies himself up and descends to hail a taxi to the Jian residence. As he gazes upon the sprawling estate, measuring thousands of square meters, his excitement surges once more. This, indeed, would be his future abode. What business do you have here? A sharp voice interrupts him from behind. Li Mubai turns to see a woman in a striking red gown, exuding an icy demeanor that is nothing short of captivating. But wait, this was the very woman from last night. Accompanying her is a dashing young man clad in a white suit, who regards Li Mubai with disdain. Ignoring the man entirely, Li Mubai addresses the woman, astonished. Is it truly you? This is your home. The young man looks at Jian Sinwei, bewildered. Sinwei, do you know him? Jian Sinwei furrows her brow coldly. How could I possibly know such a person? Li Mubai's mind races, recalling the 2,000 yuan she had so generously bestowed upon him and her parting words. She clearly wished to keep their encounter a secret, given that they were not yet wed. With a playful grin, he responds, I see, I understand everything. Jian Sinwei's expression grows even colder. His demeanor suggests there is something clandestine between them. Who exactly are you? She demands. Li Mubai, with an air of confidence, reveals the marriage certificate. I am your future husband. Her expression freezes for a moment as she gazes at her name inscribed upon the document. Suddenly, a memory surfaces. Her grandfather had indeed arranged a marriage for her during her childhood and had even written a certificate. But is it truly him? A mere laborer who has appeared from nowhere? Jian Xinwei's countenance darkens significantly. Who is this beggar who dares speak such nonsense? Take your worthless trinket and leave my sight. The man in the suit interjects with a chilling reprimand, unwilling to believe a word of Li Mubai's claims. Although the Jian family is not among the 4 great families of Baiyin City, they are nonetheless a prominent lineage. Jian Xinwei now oversees the Jian Corporation, a celebrated figure within the city. How could she possibly have any ties to this common laborer? I am conversing with my wife. It is none of your concern, you impotent man. Li Mubai, ever respectful, has always believed in treating others with courtesy, yet he can see that this young man is attempting to usurp his fiancée. After all, he had shared intimate moments with her, and she is destined to be his meal ticket for the years to come. The young man, Chun Junyan, feels his anger rising, his composure faltering. How dare this beggar address Jian Xinwei as his wife? Repeat that, you beggar. Chun Junyan's fury boils over, and he approaches Li Mubai with an air of confrontation. However, as he catches sight of Jian Xinwei's silence, his steps falter, disbelief washing over him. Xinwei could be. Yes, he's indeed my fiancé. She declares coldly, this proclamation. Chun Junyan is consumed by rage, trembling at the thought of being outmaneuvered by a beggar who has stolen his chance at love. Jian Xinwei, her expression as frigid as ever, looks at Li Mubai. However, I am rescinding this engagement. Chapter 2. Future Group. Annulment? Li Mubai remains silent for a moment, then sighs. I admit, accepting your money was indeed my fault, but I assure you, you will have my services free of charge for life. After all, it was their first encounter. Receiving payment for such an experience felt rather unseemly. Jian Xinwei stares at him in shock, her face suddenly contorting with rage. What nonsense are you spewing? Consumed by fury, Jian Xinwei trembles, but her refined upbringing prevents her from unleashing a torrent of curses. With gritted teeth, she coldly declared, the matter of the annulment is my fault, Jian Xinwei. Whatever compensation you desire, feel free to mention it. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. However, I hope you will refrain from speaking so indiscriminately. I do not know you at all, and there can be no future between us, let alone familiarity. She believed that Li Mubai was merely reluctant to accept the annulment. Li Mubai, caught in a state of helplessness, bore a hint of shyness. You, stop your nonsense. Leave my house at once. Jian Xinwei shouted angrily. She had always maintained her integrity, never engaging in any intimate exchanges with men. Was this repugnant fellow intent on tarnishing her reputation? Xinwei, do not waste your time with this beggar. You still need to prepare for tonight's investment banquet with Future Group. I have already made arrangements with the manager. There the prospects for investment in the Jian family are promising. As for this beggar, leave him to me, Chun Junyan said gently to Jian Xinwei. His gaze then turned icy, fixating on Li Mubai. Seeing Jian Xinwei's demeanor, it was evident that she had been wronged by this individual. How audacious! He was seething with anger as he listened from the sidelines. Jian Xinwei nodded, her expression slightly uneasy. Although she was not particularly fond of Chun Junyan, the Jian family, despite appearing grand, was precariously positioned. Without the investment from Future Group, even with the support of the Chun family, the Jian family would inevitably be subsumed by other clans. The name Future Group felt somewhat familiar. Li Mubai's expression shifted to one of contemplation. He recalled that it was a small group led by his master, the Prince of Wealth in the country. Scratching his head, he remarked, if you want the investment from Future Group, just let me know. I can make a call. As soon as the words left his mouth, silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. Ha ha! Chun Junyan erupted into uncontrollable laughter. His laughter was so fervent that he struggled to catch his breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at Li Mubai. Just you? You think you can make a call to Future Group? What immense capability you possess. After a considerable period of laughter, Chun Junyan finally regained his composure. Gasping for air, he said, beggar, Do you even know what Future Group is? They are a colossal entity ranked among the top 10 in the nation, with assets in the hundreds of billions. And you think you can make a call? Someone of your caliber wouldn't even be allowed within 10 meters of the Future Group building. Now get lost. You are just an eyesore. A strong look of disdain surfaced on Jian Xinwei's face. She truly wondered what kind of bizarre arrangement her grandfather had made back then. It was one thing to lack capability, but to boast so shamelessly was another. The absurdity was that he had the audacity to boast about Future Group. Listening to him made her feel embarrassed. I do not require your assistance. Just keep your mouth in check. Jian Xinwei retorted with immense disgust. Beggar, do you even know where the entrance to Future Group is? If you can secure an investment from them, I will kneel and lick your feet. Qin Zhenyan mocked with a derisive laugh. Li Mubai glanced at him, his face filled with disdain. Oh, so you actually enjoy licking men's feet? What a peculiar fetish, and yet you aspire to pursue my wife. Qin Zhenyan's smile instantly faltered, transforming into a dark scowl. Beggar, we have no time for your antics. If you do not wish to meet a grim fate, then leave, or I won't hesitate to dirty my hands. Jian Xinwei's expression shifted. She was well aware of Qin Zhenyan's ruthlessness. Although she found Li Mubai exceedingly annoying, his background was still somewhat connected to her grandfather, and she did not wish for any harm to befall him. She immediately admonished, if you possess such capability, prove it. Now leave my house at once. Li Mubai sighed inwardly. Considering what had transpired last night, it was understandable for her to feel upset, especially as it was her first experience. As a woman, her emotions were justified. However, regardless of whether she was the one who would assist him in overcoming his tribulations, or what happened last night, he could not stand idly by. Turning, he waved his hand, wait for me. After departing from the Jian residence, Li Mubai made his way to the Future Group building. Miss, could you please summon your chairman? Just inform him that his boss has some matters to discuss, he said to the receptionist at the front desk. When he descended the mountain, his master had entrusted all his power to him, including the Prince of Wealth's domain. Thus, it was not unreasonable for him to claim he was the chairman's boss at Future Group. The receptionist paused, seemingly regarding him as if he were insane. With a hint of disdain, she chuckled, Sir, our chairman is quite busy. Since you claim to be the chairman's boss, why not contact him directly? Li Mubai scratched his head, feigning distress. His position is too low. I do not have his contact information. Although he controlled the Prince of Wealth's domain, he only interfaced with the 4 palace masters. The chairman of Future Group was not of a high enough status to be in direct contact with him. The receptionist nearly burst into laughter. The chairman's position too low? This impoverished man was boasting without any preparation. With a cold laugh, she said, the chairman is currently upstairs. You could go find him yourself, but we have quite a few security personnel around. The receptionist was merely teasing Li Mubai. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Li Mubai nodded. Very well, I shall go find him myself. With that, he swiftly ascended the stairs. The receptionist was left dumbfounded. He was absolutely deranged. This was Future Group. Even members of the 4 major families would not dare to enter casually. Only a madman would have such audacity. She hurriedly called out, someone quickly, capture that madman. Madman? Where did this madman come from? But there were enough people around, so it seemed unnecessary to intervene. Shaking her head, she quickened her pace. And so, a group of security personnel frantically pursued, yet they could not keep up with Li Mubai's pace. Li Mubai arrived on the upper floor, pushing open each office door in search. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation from within one office. Manager Go, the invitation that young Master Chen wished to send to Miss Jian has already been delivered. Do you think we need to include the Jian family in this investment list? A voice followed, dripping with disdain. What is the Jian family in the grand scheme of things? Young Master Chen merely wants to use that invitation to seduce a woman. To secure an investment from Future Group for the Jian family, the price would be considerable. Young Master Chen would never pay such a price for that woman. Chapter 3. Investment in the Jian family. With a loud bang, Li Mubai barged into the office. Before him sat a middle-aged man at the desk, while a young man stood reporting. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Li Mubai in fury. Who are you to barge in here so rudely? Get out! Li Mubai, expressionless, took a seat on the sofa before him. So, you are colluding with Qin Zhenyan to deceive. He loathed deceit, particularly when it pertained to his future wife. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. "Who are you?" Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed. The receptionist and a group of security personnel rushed in. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the receptionist's face turned pale. "I apologize, Manager Go. This madman just barged in unexpectedly." "Madman?" The middle-aged man, puzzled, followed the receptionist's gaze to Li Mubai. "This madman claims to be here for the chairman. He says he's the chairman's boss and took the liberty of coming up while we were not paying attention." The receptionist placed all the blame squarely on Li Mubai. Manager Go stared blankly at Li Mubai for 2 seconds. With a contemptuous snort, he scoffed. "If he were the chairman's boss, then I would be the king of heaven. It seems your future group is plagued with significant issues. Never mind, I shall not pursue this matter further. Let your boss come to meet me instead," sighed Li Mubai with resignation. He retrieved his old mobile phone and searched for the number of the Eastern Region Director of the Kaishan Temple. The onlookers regarded the device he produced with expressions of bewilderment. Going scoffed and shook her head. "You think you can summon our boss? Such audacity. Why are you just standing there? Get to it." The nearby security personnel immediately surged forward, encircling Li Mubai. However, as they lunged at him, he remained perfectly still. They all missed their mark, entangling themselves instead, crashing to the ground in a comical heap. Witnessing this ridiculous scene, Go Ying's face turned shade of green with anger. "Useless. A bunch of good for nothings. What use are you?" Meanwhile, Li Mubai stood there, calmly dialing the phone. As soon as the call connected, a voice filled with reverence greeted him from the other end. "Young master." Li Mubai replied. "Lao Lu. I'm at the Future Group headquarters and wish to meet their chairman." Lao Lu, known formally as Louis Dao, is a globally renowned financial magnate and the Eastern Region Director of the Kaishan Temple, holding an influential position worldwide. Numerous countries have offered exorbitant incentives to entice him away. The mention of the Future Group caused Lao Lu to ponder momentarily, for as the Eastern Region Director, even the top 10 companies in Huagua hardly captured his interest. Had the Future Group offended the young master? With this thought, Lao Liu's demeanor shifted to one of fury. "Yes, young master. Please hold on, I will summon the chairman of the Future Group to meet you immediately." Li Mubai, puzzled by the abrupt disconnection on the other end, shook his head and dismissed the thought. "You there? I don't care who you called. To dare act out in my Future Group will cost you dearly today, and you'll be spending time in jail." Go Ying, feeling humiliated by Li Mubai's nonchalance, scolded him sharply and clapped her hands. Instantly, a throng of security guards rushed in from all directions, surrounding Li Mubai tightly. Li Mubai chuckled. "You certainly have a way with words. The one initiating violence here is you, yet you wish to send me to jail?" Go Ying sneered. "This is my territory, my word is law. What can a penniless wretch like you do?" With a signal, the crowd of security guards advanced toward Li Mubai. "Stop! Everyone, stand down." At the sound of the voice, the crowd turned to see Kai Tianming, the chairman of the Future Group, hurrying over, his beer belly bobbing. "Chairman, what brings you here?" Go Ying rushed to greet him. Kai Tianming's eyes widened in horror as he spotted Li Mubai ensnared in the crowd. A wave of cold sweat washed over him, soaking his shirt. It was him, the young master. Moments ago, Louis Dao had called him, questioning what he had done to the young master. His mind raced with questions. How could he dare offend the young master? Realizing he was downstairs, he hurried to investigate, only to stumble upon this chaotic scene. A group of security guards had the audacity to assault the young master. This was tantamount to courting disaster. Who is responsible for this? Who did this? Kai Tianming's voice trembled with anger, nearly choking on his fury. With a resounding slap, he struck Go Ying across the face. "You are done here." Go Ying stood there, stunned, clutching her face. "Everyone disperse. What are you all doing here?" Under Kai Tianming's command, the security guards hastily retreated. Then, with a determined stride, Kai Tianming approached Li Mubai, bowing respectfully. "Young master, I beg your pardon for my tardiness." "Young master?" Go Ying gaped at this scene, astonished that the chairman addressed this man as young master. "I have a matter to discuss. Are you busy?" Li Mubai inquired, largely indifferent to the troubles of the Future Group. Kai Tianming shook his head vigorously. "Not busy at all. I am at your service, young master." "Please refrain from calling me young master. It feels rather odd," Li Mubai remarked, slightly uncomfortable with the title. Kai Tianming quickly replied, "Then I shall refer to you as Li Xiao from now on." Li Mubai nodded. "I hear you have an investment banquet tomorrow. I would like to propose an investment in the Jian family. What do you think?" The Jian family? Kai Tianming's mind raced as he processed the request. He had a general understanding of the Jian family, which had not been within their investment considerations. However, since it was the young master making the request, without hesitation, he affirmed, "No problem at all, it is a trivial matter, and I will ensure it is done." Chapter 4: The investment banquet commences. Will the young master honor us with his presence tonight? Kai Tianming inquired cautiously. Li Mubai observed the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. After all, it was a matter of courtesy to acknowledge the efforts of others. Thus, he replied, "Very well, I shall attend." Kai Tianming beamed with delight. "Excellent. I will promptly revise the investment plan. Please take a seat, young master. We shall proceed together shortly." With a nod of agreement, Li Mubai watched as Kai Tianming respectfully bowed and exited the room. Upon leaving the office, Kai Tianming swiftly drafted a new investment proposal. He approached his secretary and handed over the document. "This investment plan requires a complete overhaul. Please review the investment list." The secretary, taken aback, responded, "Chairman, are you intending to invest in the Jin family? They lack any potential for investment." Kai Tianming chuckled knowingly. The perception of investment potential is not always dictated by the market. The young master's word is all that is needed. What more do we require? If he wished to elevate the Jin family, then elevate they would. The secretary pondered this statement, but remained perplexed. Then how much shall we invest? Kai Tianming held up 2 fingers. "Let us begin with 2 billion. 2 billion. The secretary gasped in astonishment. Collaborating with their future group was no small feat. Wealth and resources were in abundance. Countless individuals sought partnerships, yet few found a pathway. The chairman was indeed investing 2 billion into the Jian family. This was a monumental leap for them. After refining the investment proposal, he promptly dialed Jian Sinwei. It was apparent that the chairman would not invest in the Jian family without reason. A timely gesture of goodwill was in order. Meanwhile, Jian Sinwei was preparing her evening gown when her phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she was taken aback. It was from the future group. She quickly answered. "Hello, this is Jian Sinwei. Ms. Jian, your qualifications have passed our internal review. The future group will be investing 2 billion in the Jian family." The voice on the other end conveyed with utmost respect. Jian Sinwei froze for a moment, then exclaimed, "You are investing in my family? 2 billion. Thank you, I understand." Slowly, she placed the phone down, turning to Chen Junyan with excitement. "Chen, thank you for your assistance with this matter." Chen Junyan, who had been listening, was bewildered. The future group was investing in the Jian family? He was aware that the Jian family held no investment value, unless a considerable price was paid. Guiying would not offer her help. This was something he would never do, as his intent was to win over Jian Sinwei, potentially taking action when the Jian family was at its weakest. But how had the future group chosen to invest in them? Was there something of value they saw in the Jian family? Regardless of the truth, Chen Junyan gazed at Jian Sinwei, whose flushed cheeks radiated excitement, and declared earnestly, "For you, it is the least I can do." He resolved to secure this opportunity, leaving the repercussions for later. That evening, at the 5-star Starry Hotel in Baiyun City, Li Mubai, under Kai Tianming's arrangements, had already entered the banquet hall. "What are you doing here?" A clear, cold voice suddenly sounded beside him. Li Mubai turned to see his wife. "Ah, you've arrived. I was merely waiting for you," he smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. The woman's expression shifted, cautiously scanning the surroundings. With a frustrated whisper, she tugged at his collar. "You scoundrel. Do you dare act recklessly? Do you believe I would not retaliate?" "I am not acting recklessly. I am here to ensure the future group invests in you," Li Mubai replied innocently. The woman rolled her eyes in irritation and released him. "Who do you think you are to secure investment from the future group?" She had hoped for such an opportunity, since leaving the Jian family to start her own venture. She had worked tirelessly to attend this banquet, hoping to meet influential individuals to lay a foundation for her company. How could she dare to dream that the future group would invest in her? "How dare you follow me here, you beggar?" At that moment, without needing to look, Li Mubai recognized the familiar presence of Chen Junyan and Jian Sinwei. Upon seeing Jian Sinwei, he was momentarily stunned. "Xianya, what brings you here?" Jian Sinwei inquired, her expression shifting. "Unlike you, I have my own means of entering this event. What concern is it of yours?" Jian Xianya retorted defensively, crossing her arms. "You desire the inheritance left by grandfather, do you not? Look at you all, squabbling for power after his passing, tearing the company apart. It may appear impressive, but it is already rotten inside. If you want what is mine, come and take it." Jian Xianya shouted angrily. Li Mubai observed the sisters quarrel, suddenly realizing they were twins. It made sense now why there was such a stark contrast in their attire and demeanor. Jian Sinwei's face radiated confidence, while Jian Xianya appeared shocked and distressed. How could the future group invest 2 billion in the Jian family? Li Mubai mused, stroking his chin. It seems the investment must be retracted. Chapter 5: The investment changes. Seeking Kai Tianming to invest in the Jian family stemmed more from guilt than anything else. However, now that the truth was revealed, a change was warranted. There was no reason for his true love to suffer. Moreover, The elder's marriage contract stated that he was to wed the granddaughter of the Jian family, without specifying which one. Huh. Qin Zhenyan laughed. So you're suggesting it was you who prompted the future group to invest in the Jian family? It was obvious that this beggar could not have orchestrated such a feat. Li Mubai naturally responded, I was mistaken. I directed the investment to the wrong person. Qin Zhenyan laughed heartily. You? Jian Xinwei shot Li Mubai a disdainful glance, then turned to Jian Xinya. You are still a member of the Jian family. Keep your distance from such individuals. Jian Xinya, undeterred, grabbed Li Mubai's hand. Don't use the Jian family to intimidate me. I like him, and we've been together. She declared, pulling Li Mubai along. Let us go. Jian Xinya. Jian Xinwei admonished coldly. Yet Jian Xinya acted as though she had not heard. Qin Zhenyan comforted Jian Xinwei. Do not worry, Xinwei. Xinya is merely immature. Leave this matter to me. He glared at Li Mubai's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with menace. Li Mubai's marriage contract was a thorn in his side, especially now that he had taken both twin sisters away. As Jian Xinya led Li Mubai to his seat, the spotlight illuminated the stage. A well-dressed middle-aged man held a list, and the hall fell silent. Today, prior to the commencement of the banquet, we shall announce the selected investments. 10th, Datong Group. Investment, 10 million. 9th, Shuanglong Group. Investment, 35 million. 8th, Dalian Shipping Group. Investment, 50 million. Next, we have a special investment personally ordered by our chairman, totaling a staggering 2 billion. That is the GN Group. At this proclamation, gasps echoed throughout the room. Receiving a 2 billion investment from the Future Group was an immense honor, a significant advantage. The spotlight also shone on Jian Xinwei and Qin Zhenyan. Although Jian Xinwei was already aware in advance, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. Rising to her feet, she was about to express her gratitude when an incongruous voice interrupted. I do not agree to invest in the Jian family. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the disruption. Jian Xinwei's expression turned icy. Qin Zhenyan immediately retorted. You beggar, who are you to express your approval or disapproval? Meanwhile, Jian Xinya, sitting beside him, was bewildered. What on earth was this fool doing? She had thought that his earlier proclamation about canceling the investment in the Jian family was merely an attempt to show off, yet he audaciously uttered it in this setting. Jian Xinya hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, signaling Li Mubai to cease his comments. The middle-aged man on stage wore an expression of displeasure and commanded, silence. This is a banquet for investment in my Future Group, not a marketplace. Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity. Li Mubai innocently replied. I was the one who initially urged Kai Tianming to invest in the Jian family, and now I wish to withdraw. Is that not permissible? A wave of laughter erupted throughout the hall. Qin Zhenyan doubled over in laughter. It's you, beggar. As if fabricating nonsense in front of us wasn't enough. You dare to do so here. Jian Xinwei's face remained expressionless, regarding him as one would a jester. After all, Li Mubai was no longer connected to her in any way. She would not step forward to defend him. He had brought this upon himself. Sitting beside him, Jian Xinya felt mortified, wishing to weep. She regretted pulling Li Mubai away. This fellow seemed to lack common sense. Boasting was one thing, but to do so in front of Future Group was utterly reckless. The middle-aged man on stage could not muster a smile. This young man was toying with fire, jeopardizing the reputation of Future Group. Just as he was about to speak, an urgent voice came from backstage. The chairman has issued an order. Cancel the investment in the Jian family. At this announcement, the room fell silent. All gazes shifted once again toward Jian Xinwei and Qin Zhenyan. Both were momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Jian Xinwei regained her composure and exclaimed, Impossible. Is someone causing trouble backstage? I personally received the investment call from your esteemed company. The middle-aged man stood awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. The notion of backstage interference seemed implausible. Who would dare? Just as he was at a loss, a figure rushed in from backstage, Kai Tianming, drenched in sweat. Moments ago, he had been instructing everyone backstage to be cautious of their actions to avoid inciting Li Mubai's displeasure. Upon hearing Li Mubai's voice, he hurried to announce the cancellation. Now, I declare the cancellation of the investment in the Jian family and all collaborations. Kai Tianming's gaze locked onto Jian Xinwei, leaving her no glimmer of hope. Her complexion paled, and she slumped to the ground, muttering, Impossible. Chairman Kai, when Xinwei received the investment call from Future Group, I was right beside her. Why has the investment been revoked? Is Future Group not trustworthy? Qin Zhenyan, in his panic, spoke thoughtlessly. He had publicly humiliated Jian Xinwei to such an extent. She had believed he was the one who secured the investment for her. How would he explain this to her later? Kai Tianming's eyes hardened as he turned to Qin Zhenyan. From this moment forth, Future Group will also cease all cooperation with the Qin family. Let this be remembered. Qin Zhenyan was left dumbfounded. This meant that everyone present would be aware that Future Group would no longer engage with the Qin family. Should anyone dare to collaborate with them, they would face dire consequences. Chairman Kai, I apologize. It was my mistake. Please forgive me, just this once. Qin Zhenyan hastily pleaded. Kai Tianming, however, waved his hand dismissively. Security, escort him out. Kai Tianming's demeanor was resolute. The security personnel promptly approached and forcibly escorted Qin Zhenyan away. His face paled, and he shouted, Chairman Kai, allow me to explain. We can discuss this amicably. Kai Tianming did not spare him a glance. He had heard that Chun had the audacity to mock the young master upon entering. That was tantamount to courting death. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Kai Tianming smiled towards Li Mubai, awaiting the young master's further instructions. This time, Li Mubai refrained from taking matters into his own hands and turned to the dazed Jianxinya. Dear, would you like to invest? Jianxinya gazed at Li Mubai in disbelief, nodding foolishly. Li Mubai immediately pointed at Jianxinya and declared, let the investment in the Jian family be transferred to her. His bold and unabashed attitude caused another uproar in the hall. Jianxinya felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the floor. She regretted not pretending not to know this insufferable brat. Kai Tianming glanced at the identical sisters and instantly conjured a melodramatic narrative in his mind. Comprehending the unfolding rivalry for affection. Twins vying for attention? He understood. With a reassuring expression, he conveyed to Li Mubai that he would ensure matters were arranged satisfactorily. Leaving Li Mubai utterly perplexed, Li Mubai scratched the back of his head in confusion, realizing that Future Group indeed had significant issues. Yet, what did that concern him? It was merely a small group. Hadn't someone mentioned it was among the top 10 in the country? Surely, it wouldn't incur losses? He decided to let Chairman Kai manage it. Little did Kai Tianming know, he had narrowly avoided becoming disposable. At that moment, he stood beside the middle-aged man on stage. Briefing him, can you truly secure investment from Future Group for me? You're not deceiving me, are you? Li Mubai regarded her doubtfully. You are my wife. I would never deceive you. Jianxinya noticed he had evaded the crucial question, her gaze dimming. She assumed it was merely a stroke of luck on his part. It must have been something her sister and Chan had done to anger Chairman Kai, leading to the revocation of the investment and termination of cooperation. She muttered to herself, casting a worried glance at Jian Sinwei, who remained motionless on the ground. Although she wanted to assist her, the previous haughty remarks echoed in her mind. Jianxinya hesitated, torn between sympathy and resentment, and ultimately turned away, refusing to look back. She understood that if she softened her heart, her sister would seize the opportunity to take everything from her. The Jian family's domineering nature was deeply ingrained. She would not be fooled again. Just as Jianxinya resolved to distance herself, someone approached her. Are you Jianxinya, General Manager Jian? Jianxinya looked up in surprise. Yes, I am Jianxinya. Hello, Chairman Kai. This could very well be one of the future young master's wives. She could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, the staff assisted the now downtrodden Jian Sinwei, guiding her to a sofa in the rest area. But who could predict whether the young master would feel pity and concern for her sister? He did not wish to be entangled in their sibling rivalry. Kai Tianming's astuteness evidently earned him Li Mubai's favor. Li Mubai's thoughts were quite simple. Even if he had mistaken one sister for the other, they were twins. If one was his wife, the other would also become a relative. As for how to interact with this relative, he would defer to his wife. Remembering the events of the previous night, Li Mubai felt somewhat shy. He leaned closer to Jianxinya, proposing, you gave me 20,000 this morning. I'll compensate you with 2 billion tonight. How does that sound? Jianxinya was taken aback that Li Mubai would speak so audaciously in front of the chairman of Future Group. My heavens! Did he not grasp social etiquette? How could his emotional intelligence be so low? Was he not blatantly offending someone? Do not speak of the investment amount. The uncertainty looms over whether anyone will even consider investing in her modest little company. Jianxinya, after much effort, finally obtained an invitation, granting her the privilege to attend the most prestigious investment banquet in Bayan City. Yet, she scarcely dared to dream that the Future Group would consider investing in her. Now, like a grand opportunity descending from the heavens, it seemed poised to strike her. Would this fool's meddling shatter her beautiful dream? Jianxinya felt tears welling, already envisioning Chairman Kai's stern expression as he summoned security to escort her out. However, contrary to her expectations, that scene did not unfold. Chairman Kai not only maintained a friendly demeanor but appeared even more jovial. Indeed, the question posed by young Master Li is one I have been eager to ask. General Manager Jian, do you believe a 20 billion investment would suffice? If not, we can accommodate you. Absolutely. Jianxinya, filled with excitement, grasped Kai Tianming's hand, eagerly interrupting his subsequent words. What a fortune! This investment far exceeded all her tangible and intangible assets combined. The last thing she wanted was for Chairman Kai to follow up with a regretful, unfortunately, we shall have to collaborate another time. Heaven only knows when that opportunity might arise. Jianxinya's exhilaration and enthusiasm were lost on Kai Tianming, who was nervously glancing at Li Mubai. Noticing that his gaze had indeed settled on their clasped hands, Kai Tianming quickly extricated himself, stepping back to restore their social distance. Jianxinya, realizing her loss of composure, felt her stunning visage flush slightly. Fortunately, Kai Tianming adeptly redirected the conversation back to investments, alleviating the awkwardness in the atmosphere. The two engaged in lively conversation, raising their glasses in celebration, until Kai Tianming was interrupted by a phone call. Before he departed, he courteously informed Li Mubai, young Master Li, I must attend to some matters. Please excuse me. Li Mubai waved him off. I understand. Feel free to attend to your business. Jianxinya nearly experienced a heart palpitation at Li Mubai's brusque demeanor, yet she discerned that Kai Tianming seemed to treat him with unusual respect. Li Mubai, unfazed, allowed her to observe, though his ears had imperceptibly turned red. To Jianxinya, Li Mubai appeared rather ordinary. He had decent features and a respectable height, enough to command presence. However, the sun-kissed bronze of his skin bore no semblance to that of a refined gentleman. Who exactly are you? Li Mubai rummaged through his canvas bag, producing a yellowed marriage certificate. I am your future husband. You still doubt me? Here is the proof. Jian Xinya curiously accepted the document, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she read its contents. What? How could you possibly have a marriage contract with me? My family has never mentioned this. Suddenly contemplating another possibility, Jian Xinya's expression darkened as she glanced in Jian Xini's direction, her delicate features paling. Chapter 7, 20 billion in betrothal gifts? Jian Xini seemed oblivious to the external world, resembling a beautiful doll. The marriage certificate did not specify which sister Li Mubai must wed, thus she had not technically stolen her sister's betrothed, right? Realizing this, Jian Xinya felt a resurgence of vitality. She returned the marriage certificate to Li Mubai and, under his eager gaze, shyly nodded. Very well, regardless. I assure you I will not default on this. Li Mubai was satisfied. The task assigned by his elder had finally been accomplished. Their cheerful exchange caught Jian Xini's attention, her expression growing colder. It was all because of them. They had disrupted her plans, jeopardizing her investment. The thought of the group's current plight, mired in internal power struggles that could easily bring her down, weighed heavily on her. Externally, wolves circled, waiting for her to falter so they could pounce and tear away a piece of her flesh. To make matters worse, her sister's recklessness threatened to siphon off the Jian family's assets, leaving her isolated and vulnerable. It was all their fault. Filled with resentment, Jian Xini rose, intent on reprimanding her sister and warning that impoverished young man to abandon his foolish dreams. However, as she approached, she heard Jian Xinya inquire. How did you get Chairman Kai to listen to you so intently? Ah, I see. He owes your family a favor, doesn't he? You clever boy. Having such an advantageous elder to rely on. Rest assured, if you leverage your connections to secure 20 billion for me, that would be my betrothal gift, correct? I will not default on it. Don't look at me like that. She stumbled back, her eyes wide with shock, disbelief, and regret. So that was it. This investment was truly his doing, his betrothal gift. Recalling her grandfather's words when he had held her hand and imparted his wisdom, Jian Xini bit her lip. That should have been her betrothal gift. With that sum, and the support of Future Group, the Jian family could not only regain their footing, but soar to new heights. Jian Xini stared blankly at Li Mubai in the distance, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. At that moment, the announcer proclaimed, to clarify, the recipient of our chairman's 20 billion investment is Yi Company. A stir erupted. Yi Company? Who has ever heard of such a company? No recollection. Isn't that the small company that the Jian family patriarch built from scratch? With that mention, memories surfaced of the company supposedly linked to Miss Jian Air. A workshop of that size could be purchased for 20 billion multiple times over. Could Chairman Kai have taken a liking to Miss Jian Air? The gossip ignited curiosity, and many flocked around Jian Xinya, ostensibly offering compliments, yet subtly probing into her relationship with Chairman Kai. Jian Xinya felt somewhat overwhelmed. Her intention had merely been to network. Now, having gained notoriety due to the investment, even if some comments were unflattering, she hoped to cast a wide net and perhaps catch some worthwhile collaborations. She busily engaged with the crowd, while Li Mubai found himself increasingly distanced. He had come to the banquet without the intention of changing his attire and was unsurprisingly met with disdain. Were it not for his self-imposed dignity, he would have likely faced verbal abuse and been cast out. Who let a laborer into such a prestigious banquet? Some nearby had taken Jian Xinya's assumptions as fact, embellishing the story to curry favor with the influential. Word spread quickly, and by the time the banquet was only halfway through, the elite had learned of the 20 billion's sudden shift in ownership. They observed Kai Tianming's secretary, Amy, flitting about like a waitress, fetching drinks for the laborer and carrying trays, their envy palpable. To secure a 20 billion betrothal gift from Chairman Kai must be an immense favor. If only they could receive such a boon. Almost everyone deemed Li Mubai a fool for squandering such an opportunity. To exhaust a 20 billion favor was nothing short of short-sighted. Others began to entertain the notion of having that laborer marry into their family, securing the 20 billion without the need for traditional alliances. After all, once married, as long as their daughter refused to share a bed with him, there would be no harm done. This way, their daughter could still seek another marriage alliance later, a deal too good to pass up. Such schemes were not limited to one family. Thus, Li Mubai transformed from a pariah to a sought-after figure, surrounded by a throng of eager, green-eyed suitors, dragging their daughters and granddaughters into his orbit. Li Mubai was bewildered, the sensation of being eyed like a prized piece of meat sending chills down his spine. Young man, what is your name? Oh, Li Mubai. What a splendid name. Jiachi, I see you're bored by my side. Why don't you go mingle? It's better for you young ones to engage with each other. Rong, you should join us and make some new friends to avoid feeling bored. Aside from those accompanied by their parents, there were also individuals who boldly introduced themselves. Li Mubai found himself bewildered, surrounded by a flock of charming young ladies. A fragrant breeze tickling his nose. He could clearly see the disdain in the eyes of these beautiful women. Why did they approach him if they found him unappealing? Fighting the urge to sneeze, he yearned to escape this realm of softness and seek out his wife. Yet, he felt utterly out of place amidst these delicate girls. He mused to himself, Such lovely ladies would surely cry for a long time if struck. No, no. His master had instructed him to refrain from violence after descending the mountain. One must win hearts through virtue. Pardon me, may I pass? Clearly, these women had little interest in him. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, they began to compete with one another, vying for his 20 billion in betrothal gifts. Noticing their indifference, Li Mubai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With a light sway, he vanished from their sight. Surely, this would not be deemed impolite. Chapter 8. Andy, do you need something from me? Just as the group of charming ladies realized their prize had vanished, Li Mubai was intercepted once more. Growing somewhat impatient, he lifted his gaze, only to be taken aback. Staring at a face strikingly similar to his wife's, he felt a moment of disorientation. How uncanny. These two were indeed twins, resembling each other to an astonishing degree. Remembering his fragrant wife, he felt relieved to know she was not cohabiting with her sister. If they were under the same roof, he could scarcely guarantee his ability to distinguish between them. Twins were truly a marvel, considering that this woman was, after all, his wife's sister. Li Mubai resolved to be courteous. He stood tall and smiled, addressing her. Annie, do you need something from me? Jian Xinwei covered her heart, nearly swept away by the term Annie. The thought of her fiancé being usurped by her sister transformed her from fiancé to aunt. Jian Xinwei seethed with barely contained frustration. Her expression cold, she stated, though I am reluctant to admit it, your betrothed is indeed me. Li Mubai was taken aback, furrowing his brow. But your name does not appear on the marriage certificate. Jian Xinwei firmly interjected, it was my grandfather's decision. He explicitly told me that I was engaged to you. Sensing Li Mubai's lingering doubt, she clenched her teeth. You may summon Jian Xinya to confront this matter directly. She is unaware of our engagement. I am your fiancé. Li Mubai scratched his head in confusion. Oh, is that so? When Jian Xinwei caught sight of Amy, a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes. For the sake of the Jian family, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to secure this lifeline. Li Mubai casually gestured towards the encircled Jian Xinya. Please bring her over. After a moment's thought, he added, be courteous. Amy, treated like a servant, bore no resentment. With a pleasant demeanor, she handed Li Mubai a plate before turning to fulfill his request. Jian Xinwei frowned, vexed by Li Mubai's lack of social grace. Did he not understand the delicate nature of dealing with the secretary of Chairman Kai? Such treatment could lead to complications regarding the 20 billion that remained unfulfilled, offering ample room for manipulation. Enraged, Jian Xinwei exclaimed, how can you treat Chairman Kai's secretary with such disrespect? Do you realize that even Master Chen's father must be polite and cautious in her presence? The Chen family is one of the 4 prominent families in Baiyan City. If they act so respectfully, what makes you think you have the right to treat Amy as a mere servant? It is utterly disgraceful. Li Mubai was perplexed. If he were to take this seriously, Amy serving him was hardly inappropriate. He was merely showing respect to Kai Tianming. Accepting Kai Tianming's flattery could also help preserve his position as chairman. In any case, it was Kai Tianming and Amy who benefited most. How was he being rude? Li Mubai found the situation bewildering, unsure of how to respond. His master had advised him to treat his future wife and her family with respect, avoiding a brutish demeanor. His master had lamented that times had changed, the era of gangs had passed. You must not resort to violence at the slightest provocation, lest you scare your wife away, leaving you to lament. Surely, arguing was not advisable either. What if the Jian family were truly frightened, and his wife fled? Contemplating this, Li Mubai's mouth, which had begun to open, silently closed once more. Seeing that Jian Xinwei seemed unwilling to relent, he could only acquiesce, nodding. Oh. Jian Xinwei regarded him with dissatisfaction. His attire for the banquet was utterly disgraceful, and his halting speech failed to convey confidence. How could such a man be her fiancé? What was her grandfather thinking? Despite her internal turmoil, for the sake of the Jian family and that 20 billion investment, Jian Xinwei resolved to endure this humiliation, gritting her teeth. Jian Xinya, with Amy's intervention, swiftly extricated herself from the crowd. Her expression was far from pleasant. Turning her back to the lofty second-generation elites, the forced smile faded. If not for her desire to cast a wide net, she would have nearly cursed them out. What a wretched group. Each word more offensive than the last. Jian Xinya flashed a charming smile, her playful demeanor catching Li Mubai's attention, bringing clarity to his bewildered mind. Upon noticing Jian Xinwei and Li Mubai standing together, her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she stepped forward to grasp his arm. What are you doing here? Jian Xinwei glared at their intertwined arms, her gaze growing frigid. Release him. That is your future brother-in-law. Not at all. Sister, you aren't coveting my betrothal gifts, are you? I already told you, we spent the night together. He is my man. Jian Xinwei's anger flared. Be quiet. How can you utter such shameless words? Grandfather told me this marriage was arranged for me. Before him, before me. And in front of grandfather's spirit, you must tell me. Did you know about this engagement beforehand? Did grandfather ever approach you regarding this matter? Jian Xinya's face paled. Her eyes filled with panic as she tightened her grip on Li Mubai's arm, as though seeking strength from his solid presence. Without her saying a word, her demeanor made the situation abundantly clear. Jian Xinwei, adopting the stance of a victor, cast a glance at Li Mubai. The matter was now clear. He was her fiancé and ought to understand the importance of avoiding suspicion. Jian Xinya's grip around Li Mubai weakened, her hands gradually slipping away. Li Mubai glanced between the sisters, coming to a realization. He embraced Jian Xinya tightly, cradling her in his arms, soothingly whispering, "Do not be afraid, my wife. We have already shared a marital bond. Even if your grandfather wishes for your sister to marry me, you are the one I have chosen." Jian Xinya's tears transformed into laughter, suddenly realizing that this insufferable man possessed a certain charm. A hint of pride filled her as she glanced at her trembling sister, only to be reminded of their late grandfather, a pang of guilt washing over her. Even if her actions last night were unintentional, she had nonetheless taken her sister's fiancé. Jian Xinya abruptly felt the urge to leave this place. "Let us go, I am tired." Li Mubai readily agreed, having long wished to escape this tedious gathering. "Very well. Let us depart." Jian Xinwei obstructed the path of the two individuals, declaring, "You shall not pass." Chapter 9. The pursuit of the event and the flight of shoes. Li Mubai furrowed his brows, gazing at the domineering woman before him. "What do you intend to do?" Jian Xinwei was momentarily taken aback by his words. Before the banquet, she had never anticipated that she would have to compete with her sister for a man, especially one who, apart from the 20 billion investment from Future Group, had little else to offer, just a destitute youth. Such a situation, if it were not happening to her, she would have never believed it possible. Yet, for the sake of the Jian family, Jian Xinwei closed her eyes and reaffirmed her resolve. Li Mubai, once again dumbfounded, pondered the situation. While the rationale was clear, he turned his gaze toward Jian Xinya. Jian Xinya was well aware of her sister's intentions. After all, they were identical twins, connected by an unspoken bond. Even if she refused to admit it, her sister was indeed superior to her. Their grandfather had placed great trust in her sister's capabilities, entrusting her with the management of the Jian family. If she relinquished her hold and allowed this insufferable youth to depart with her sister, what if he were to be captivated by her? Would she not find herself bereft of both affection and wealth, having given herself to him? What recourse would she have if he chose not to take responsibility? Caught in a surge of emotion, Jian Xinya blurted out, "It is indeed appropriate for the daughter of the Jian family to reside in the ancestral home until her marriage." This was something she had long yearned for. Though she had never expected to achieve her desire in such an absurd manner, the sisters glared at each other, neither willing to concede an inch. From a distance, Kai Tianming observed the unfolding scene with a sense of astonishment. Indeed, it was a dramatic rivalry between two women over one man. Thankfully, he had refrained from taking drastic measures earlier by casting the eldest daughter of the Jian family aside. Otherwise, he might have found himself expelled from Future Group. What a close call. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he summoned his secretary, intending to relay a few instructions. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hesitated. Perhaps the young master had other plans, deliberately dangling the prospect of investment before these two sisters? It would be best not to complicate matters. After all, good intentions could lead to unfortunate outcomes. With Kai Tianming purposefully avoiding interference and quietly facilitating their departure, Li Mubai found himself unencumbered as he exited the investment banquet. Upon reaching the parking lot, the two women prepared to contend once more for his attention, vying to have him enter their respective vehicles. Suddenly, a group of bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged, encircling them. Li Mubai regarded these absurd figures wearing sunglasses at night with a frown. It was not until an irksome voice pierced the air that his attention was captured. "You, a pitiful pauper, are fortunate indeed, embracing two women as if I were invisible." As he turned to look, the crowd parted, revealing the insufferable Chen Junyan, who approached with an air of ostentatious authority, reminiscent of a grand entrance. Li Mubai, accustomed to the dramatics of high-profile individuals, found himself reminded of the absurdity of it all. The memory of his master's reprimand lingered in his mind, forbidding him from exposing his true capabilities in front of his wife. Was this not an unreasonable predicament? Who could resist striking when presented with such an opportunity? The entertainment options on the mountain were limited to mere sustenance and rest, with the occasional descent to complete tasks, all lacking novelty. Li Mubai suppressed his instincts, tensing his entire body to prevent any impulsive actions. "I advise you to leave quickly, wearing those blindfolds. My wife is timid and fears blood." Initially, Jian Xinya felt a surge of anxiety, but upon hearing Li Mubai's words, she could not help but chuckle. She had not anticipated that he would maintain a sense of humor even in such dire circumstances. Was he truly formidable? Conversely, Jian Xinwei was far from her sister's naive disposition. She found his levity inappropriate and frowned disapprovingly at Li Mubai, deeming him lacking in emotional intelligence and communication skills. Taking a deep breath, Jian Xinwei directed her gaze toward Chen Junyan. "What do you mean by this, Mr. Chen?" "What do you mean?" Chen Junyan replied. "You cannot possibly be unaware of my intentions toward you, Wei Wei." With the revelation of his feelings, Chen Junyan had lost all patience to engage with Jian Xinwei further. Having been prematurely excused from the banquet, he was unaware of the subsequent developments. As he attempted to reach out to various wealthy individuals present at the event, none had answered his calls, leaving him humiliated. The thought that his family would soon discover the events of the evening, and that the Chun family would be ousted from the ranks of the four great families, ignited a furious determination within him to deal with the two sisters before the situation escalated. Had it not been for Jian Xinwei's intervention, he would never have risked offending Kai Dong. As for Li Mubai, this insolent youth believed he could intercept him with nothing but a scrap of paper? How laughable. If he did not eliminate him, it would be a disgrace that he could never recover from. With a darkened expression, Qin Zhenyan raised his hand. Seize them. Take the women to my villa, and dispose of that peasant laborer beneath the overpass. His laughter echoed maniacally. Yet he failed to notice the murderous intent that had already ignited in Li Mubai's eyes. Had such insolence been directed at him in the past, the consequences would have been dire indeed. This young man, emerging from humble beginnings, had clearly never encountered true adversity and lacked any semblance of originality in his threats. Li Mubai recalled the sights he had witnessed during his time with his master at the Temple of the Killing God, where the horrors of human suffering unfolded in myriad forms, a true spectacle. As the black-suited figures surged forward at Qin Zhenyan's command, Li Mubai prepared to incapacitate the Jian sisters before confronting them. Just then, a voice of authority rang out. Stop. What are you doing? It was Cai Tianming. Initially intending to have Amy finalize the preliminary investment proposal, he had been caught off guard when she rushed out, sensing trouble, seeking refuge in a corner. She managed to contact him via video call, providing him with a live feed of the scene. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Cai Tianming immediately summoned security personnel and his bodyguards, sprinting towards the scene with the urgency of a marathon runner. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. This frantic dash nearly cost him his life. Cai Tianming felt that since the arrival of this young master in Baiyun City, he had lost weight around his midsection. Chapter 10. Never hamper the young master. Upon seeing Cai Tianming's arrival, Li Mubai discreetly exhaled in relief. Had he been compelled to act in front of his wife, he worried he might inadvertently harm someone. More importantly, what if they changed their minds after regaining consciousness? He recalled how the young lady had initially tried to silence him with money, clearly unwilling to acknowledge their relationship, coercing him without a thought of responsibility. His aunt had also been quick to suggest nullifying their engagement upon their first meeting. Having just completed his master's task, Li Mubai was intent on avoiding further complications. At that moment, Cai Tianming's entrance proved to be perfectly timed. As Cai Tianming checked on Li Mubai, he discerned the satisfied smile upon his face, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him, as though he could conquer a marathon without difficulty. If he served the young master well, how could he not expect to rise in stature in the future? Cai Tianming immediately bellowed with righteous indignation. Chun, you have gone too far. It seems your family has no sense of self-preservation, repeatedly disrupting my affairs. Upon hearing Cai Tianming's words, Qin Zhenyan felt his legs weaken, his earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. His face paled, and he stammered, Kai Dong, you misunderstand. Cai Tianming maintained a stoic demeanor, regulating his breath as he faced Qin Zhenyan, showing no trace of mercy. What misunderstanding? He questioned sharply. You disrupted the banquet, and now you dare to lie in wait in the parking lot, abducting an important guest of mine. Qin Zhenyan appeared momentarily bewildered. An important guest? How could that be? His gaze flicked suspiciously over the faces of the Jian sisters, entirely disregarding Li Mubai, his expression growing more profound with meaning. It was clear to him that such a stunning pair of sisters was a rarity, especially as they were renowned businesswomen in Baiyun City. Their ambition and eagerness to compete in the commercial arena ignited within him a desire for conquest. He would not be surprised if others felt the same. This was simply a case of heroes sharing a common vision. Qin Zhenyan's expression quickly morphed into one of servile eagerness. So, Mr. Kai, you too appreciate such elegance? Why did you not mention it sooner? Since you have broached the subject, naturally the first taste should be yours. Though reluctant, he realized that if he could ally himself with Cai Tianming through these sisters, the Qin family might soar above the other three families. With a sly grin, he gestured for Cai Tianming to proceed, while casting a malevolent glance at Li Mubai. As for this pauper, I have personal matters to settle, so I shall not intrude on your enjoyment, Mr. Kai. Qin Zhenyan's demeanor shifted dramatically as he turned to Li Mubai, barking, take him away. Li Mubai remained motionless, his expression one of bemusement, as if he were the one about to be dragged away. This infuriated Qin Zhenyan, who could not comprehend why the two women from the Jian family were so unresponsive. They could easily dismiss this beggar's intrusion but seemed entranced instead. Furious, Qin Zhenyan's ire paled in comparison to Cai Tianming's fury. Heaven knows. The audacity of Qin Zhenyan's words nearly sent him into a panic when the young master cast a casual glance his way. In his heart, no one could be more important than the young master. The most significant guest he had ever encountered was this revered young man. Cai Tianming quickly grasped that Qin Zhenyan was desperate, aware that the Qin family could no longer thrive in Baiyun City. He sought to drag Cai down with him into oblivion. Fearing the repercussions of being sullied by this rogue, Cai Tianming refused to grant Qin Zhenyan any further opportunity for dialogue, waving his hand decisively. Charge. A throng of individuals surged forward, wielding electric clubs. Chaos erupted. And Cai Tianming noted the young master shielding the sisters. He refrained from intervening. After all, this was a prime opportunity for the young master to display his gallantry. He had risen to his current status not by being unperceptive. When the young master required assistance, he would not merely step aside but would ensure he did not hinder him. The Jian sisters were momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation. Initially, Qin Zhenyan's words had misled them, but upon looking at Cai Tianming, they realized he had not spared them a single glance. Instead, as he heard Qin Zhenyan's ludicrous proclamations, he appeared increasingly anxious, glancing at Li Mubai several times. In that instant, The sisters recalled the matter of the 20 billion owed as a favor. It was then that they experienced a telepathic connection, concluding that Mr. Kai must have come to their aid after viewing the parking lot surveillance to rescue Li Mubai. In contrast to Qin Junyin's vindictive nature, Mr. Kai seemed a benevolent savior. Curiosity piqued regarding the debt Mr. Kai owed Li Mubai's elder. They wondered what could compel him to go to such lengths on his behalf. The chaotic scuffle concluded swiftly, with Qin Junyin subdued on the ground by 2 bodyguards. His current disheveled state was far more pitiable than that of Li Mubai, who, although dressed in tattered yet clean attire, appeared more dignified. His once pristine white suit was now muddied from rolling on the ground, adorned with various shoe prints. His face, once presentable, was now swollen and distorted, bearing little resemblance to its former self. Kai Tianming observed with satisfaction, pleased with the outcome of his subordinate's handiwork. What was Qin Junyin but a fading peacock? Unworthy of displaying his plumage before the young master's women? With the visage of a swine serving as a backdrop, the young master's healthy complexion became all the more striking. Truly, beautiful flowers require green leaves to accentuate their beauty. Kai Tianming felt a surge of pride, discreetly casting a glance at Li Mubai in hopes of receiving acknowledgement. Li Mubai, however, felt a chill at the older man's gaze and turned away, feigning ignorance. Unfazed, Kai Tianming sought to ensure the young master continued to bask in the attention of the sisters. He delivered a righteous reprimand to Qin Junyin before dismissing the onlookers. Jian Xinwei and Jian Xinya exchanged glances, both feeling an inexplicable complexity. Jian Xinya was the first to embrace Li Mubai's arm, pressing her softness against him. Blushing as she said, "What are you staring at?" Jian Xinwei lagged behind, unable to lower herself to the level of her sister, who seemed so content to dote on this unsatisfactory son-in-law. The sight of the 2 sisters in embrace was indeed discomforting. Thus, she adopted a stern expression, assuming the authority of the family head, chastising, "What kind of behavior is this? Jian Xinya, where is your upbringing?" Jian Xinya flashed a defiant grin at her sister. "What is wrong with me being affectionate with my man? Sister, if you remain so rigid, you'll never find a husband." Jian Xinwei's expression cooled, and she stepped forward to separate them. "Jian Xinya, while I have no qualms about you competing for anything else, if you still consider yourself a member of the Jian family, you ought not to meddle in the engagement set by grandfather." Jian Xinya's complexion turned pale, her eyes suddenly reddening as she released Li Mubai and fled. Li Mubai sighed, unable to call her back. He glanced at Jian Xinwei, finding her behavior perplexing. Contrary to her wishes, he did not pursue Jian Xinya. Jian Xinya glared at Li Mubai as he entered the passenger seat. "What do you want?" she snapped. "Brother-in-law?" The term struck Li Mubai oddly, prompting him to retort. "Are you planning to call me that in bed too?" Jian Xinya's face flushed crimson. "Get lost. Last night was an accident. Who would want to be with you?" "You rogue." Li Mubai was taken aback by her harshness. "Weren't you the one who kept bringing up last night? We did sleep together. And you just happened to be my fiancée." Jian Xinya interrupted him. "Shut up. Who is your fiancée? Did you not hear my sister? She is the one grandfather chose for you." Li Mubai stubbornly countered, "But I slept with you." At that moment, Jian Xinwei's car horn blared, urging them to hurry. Clearly, she wanted to prevent any further intimacy between the two. Upon returning to the expansive estate spanning thousands of square meters, Li Mubai's mood had shifted considerably. The thought of sharing this grand residence with 2 identical women made him anxious. How would he explain himself later? Would claiming he couldn't tell them apart be dismissed as an excuse? But truly, he struggled to distinguish between them, even with their differing personalities. When they sat together on the sofa, their expressions blank and silence enveloping them, they appeared as if sculpted from the same mold. If they donned identical outfits, he would be utterly incapable of discerning who was the elder and who was the younger. In truth, even their voices were nearly indistinguishable. The elder spoke with a deliberate coldness, lowering her tone to project an air of distance, while the younger exuded vivacity and charm, her pitch rising slightly as she spoke. Especially when she shows her little tiger teeth, she is particularly adorable. Compared to her elder sister's tendency to lecture, he finds himself more fond of the younger sister. However, therein lies the dilemma. Despite having a mouth that is as cold as ice, he finds himself compelled to reject his elder sister's marriage proposal. Suddenly, he becomes stubborn, vying for the younger sister's affections. Li Mubai feels as if he has become a mere plaything for the 2 sisters, especially as the younger one clings tightly to his arm, declaring him to be her man. This ignites a sudden possessiveness in the elder sister, who refuses to back down from the engagement. To make matters more complicated, the patriarch of the Jian family seems to have his own peculiar thoughts, merely informing the elder sister about the engagement and insisting on her stubbornness. Li Mubai glances between the 2 sisters and finds himself in a quandary. Following his heart, he should marry the younger sister. After all, they have already shared the bonds of marriage, and he is not an irresponsible man. Yet, marrying a daughter of the Jian family is a matter that his master and the patriarch have arranged. This concerns his critical path to transcendence, and he cannot act thoughtlessly. The consequences of a hasty decision could be dire. Should he consult his master? The 3 of them cannot remain in this stalemate indefinitely. Li Mubai rummages through his tattered canvas bag, retrieves his old mobile phone, and dials his master's number. As the ringing approaches its automatic cutoff, a languid voice finally answers. "Hello? Master. Li Mubai exclaims, as if he has found a lifeline. However, his enthusiastic greeting catches the elder man off guard. Damn it, you little rascal. I'm in excellent health, eating well, and living just fine. Why are you sounding so melodramatic? Have you disturbed the dragon's veins or blown up the nuclear waste island? You haven't been so unfortunate as to lose the things I gave you, have you? Li Mubai's expression darkens. Old man, can't you think of me in a better light? The elder man chuckles on the other end. Well, that's normal, isn't it? Then I'm relieved. Don't call me unless it's important. Do you not know phone bills are expensive? If you save that money, I could watch my goddess for a few more minutes. Hearing this, Li Mubai realizes his master is likely preoccupied watching a beautiful live stream, dismissing his apprentice. He quickly shifts to the matter at hand. Master, do you recall why you sent me down the mountain? The elder man's finger hesitates above the hang-up button, his voice tinged with doubt. You haven't failed to find someone, have you? Li Mubai responds candidly, I found her. But you didn't mention that the Jian family has twin daughters. The elder man seems taken aback, but soon bursts into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha. Oh, you lucky boy. A yellow-skinned girl, enjoying the fortune of both. Not bad at all, Li Mubai retorts. The crime of bigamy in the Dragon Kingdom is not taken lightly, old man. Could you not be more reliable? You only told me to marry the granddaughter of the Jian family, and now I find out there are twins. With the elder sister claiming her grandfather arranged for her to be with me. But the younger sister and I, well, you tell me what to do. The elder man chuckles. Isn't this great? Since the elder sister claims her grandfather set her fate with you, just give her a title. Li Mubai presses. And what about the younger sister? I must take responsibility, right? The elder man continues cheerfully. The younger sister is easy. You've already shared a bed, proving your bond. One can have the title without substance, while you live with the younger sister. Isn't that perfect? After you've transcended, you can make it up to her. Li Mubai wishes to counter this, but finds it somewhat reasonable, yet something feels amiss. Frustrated, he tosses the phone back into the canvas bag, cursing inwardly. Damn it. After all this, the old man doesn't even know which one is my true match. Just to be safe, I'll need to prepare for both outcomes. He glances at the two pairs of identical, bright eyes fixed on him. Even if he dares to speak, the sisters may not heed him. One for a name, the other for true love? How absurd. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot. Chapter 12. Let us establish 3 principles. Li Mubai, distressed, contemplates how to address the two sisters. Meanwhile, the sisters grow restless. Observing Li Mubai's furrowed brow after the call, Jian Xinya, lacking her sister's patience, speaks first. So, what did your master say? Li Mubai scratches his head, recalling his master's advice about not lying to a wife, lest the relationship soured and she eventually leaves. Thus, he responds truthfully, Master said he is unsure. Regardless, he only sent me down to marry as a formality. If it were up to me, I would simply marry you. He gestures to Jian Xinya. He elaborates, after all, you are already my wife. Marrying you would be entirely justified. Jian Xinwei, feeling slighted, interjects coldly. But according to our elders, you should marry me. Li Mubai nods in acknowledgement, refraining from arguing. Jian Xinya bites her lip, remaining silent. Li Mubai continues. According to the elders' arrangement, I indeed should marry the elder sister. The mention of the elder sister stirs Jian Xinwei's ire, mingled with an unspoken sense of taboo. Jian Xinwei clenches her fists, asserting, since you were sent by your master to fulfill the engagement, you must adhere to the agreement. Her eyes glimmer with the hope of securing an investment as she gazes intently at Li Mubai. He raises a finger, first, after marriage. I will not fulfill any marital duties. We shall sleep separately. Jian Xinwei readily agrees, nodding without hesitation. It suits her perfectly. She has no desire to engage intimately with a man she does not love. Li Mubai raises 2 fingers. Second, my affections lie with Jian Xinya, and you shall not interfere with our relationship. Jian Xinwei's expression darkens, her teeth gritting. What do you mean by that? Li Mubai looks at her calmly. Isn't it obvious? I have someone I like, and naturally, I wish to be with her. Not giving her a title is already a considerable injustice. Jian Xinwei struggles to maintain her composure. Jian Xinya, equally incredulous, asks, what do you mean? You actually want us both? You're no better than the Qin family. Fuming. Jian Xinya stands to leave, but Li Mubai pulls her back into an embrace. Let go of me. If you marry my sister, I will never speak to you again. She protests. Li Mubai, exasperated, reassures her, silly girl, didn't you hear what I said? My body is with her, but my heart is with you. When my master permits a divorce, we will register our marriage, all right? Jian Xinya is almost laughing in exasperation. All right? What a joke. You're a glutton who feasts at one table while eyeing another. What do you take me for? I'll fight you. In a fit of anger. Jian Xinya lunges at Li Mubai, delivering playful punches that barely sting, akin to tickling. Li Mubai, amused, holds her close, taking advantage of the moment to enjoy her presence. Captivated by her flushed face and the fragrant scent wafting from her, he recalls the alluring scene from the previous night when Jian Xinya had pounced on him. As a young man just awakening to such pleasures, he finds himself stirred by the memory. Suddenly, Jian Xinya, caught up in their playful tussle, freezes, her wide, glistening eyes locked onto his. Realizing her elder sister is watching, Jian Xinya finds herself at a loss. Unable to decide whether to remain in Li Mubai's embrace or to pull away, Jian Xinwei observes their playful banter with a heavy heart, feeling an undeniable discomfort. In the interest of the Jian family, it is merely a marriage of convenience, and she is not entirely averse to it. Jian Xinwei coldly interrupted the playful banter between them, inquiring about the number 3. Li Mubai's attention shifted, and Jian Xinya seized the opportunity to stuff a nearby cushion into his embrace before swiftly darting out, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. That glance left Li Mubai feeling both exhilarated and uneasy, compelling him to internally chastise, "Little enchantress, you have ensnared me once more." In the presence of Jian Xinwei, Li Mubai felt an unusual thrill. Thankfully, he remained focused on the matter at hand. He raised 3 fingers. "Regarding this 3, I can protect you and fulfill any of your requests beyond the obligations of marriage, but you must not bully your sister. What she possesses, given to her by your grandfather, rightfully belongs to her. The entire Jian family is yours now. Why covet the trivial things your sister holds?" Li Mubai believed the sisters had reached an understanding, nodding with satisfaction. However, Jian Xinyo was not in agreement. "Why should I? That is my compensation, my dowry. Why should I relinquish it?" At that moment, Li Mubai comprehended Jian Xinwei's insistence on the title. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "I see now why you are reluctant to annul the engagement. Is it truly for the sake of the compensation I promised to Xiaoya?" Jian Xinwei did not deny it. "I am the one marrying you. Thus, the dowry should naturally be mine. Is there any issue with that?" Jian Xinyo was on the verge of tears, standing abruptly. "There is. Of course there is. My compensation is mine, if he is to marry you. Let him prepare a separate dowry for you. I absolutely refuse." With that, Jian Xinyo fled in tears. Li Mubai attempted to rise to chase after her, but Jian Xinwei restrained him. Without sparing him another glance, she departed, her graceful figure leaving behind an air of unyielding pride. Left alone in the living room, Li Mubai stood there in disbelief, hands on his hips, gazing up at the empty staircase, lingering traces of fragrance igniting his imagination. After a considerable time, he realized he was still unaware of which room he would occupy that night. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, "What a mess this all is." The following morning, as Jian Xinwei descended at 6 for her morning exercise, she was surprised to find Li Mubai asleep on the sofa. She had expected him to retreat to Jian Xinya's room after her departure. To her astonishment, he seemed to be adhering to the rules, displaying a genuine regard for Xinya. Yet, the thought of him being her grandfather's chosen fiancé stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her. Not wishing to dwell on Li Mubai any longer, Jian Xinwei, clad in form-fitting yoga attire that accentuated her figure, descended the stairs. Her delicate footsteps startled Li Mubai awake, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself captivated by the sight of her bending down to change her shoes. Such a provocative display in the early hours caused Li Mubai to freeze on the sofa, his mind warring with itself. Was she the sister or the younger sibling? Upon sensing the heated gaze behind her, akin to a predator stalking its prey, Li Mubai quickly dispelled his confusion. "Ah, so it is the elder sister. Then there is no cause for concern." He promptly closed his eyes, feigning sleep once more. Jian Xinwei furrowed her brow, a new layer of displeasure settling within her. Indeed, the world was filled with duplicitous individuals. Just yesterday, he had spoken of their superficial marriage, and after a single night, he was already regarding her with such lewd intent. Jian Xinwei regretted her impulsiveness that led to this unfortunate choice. Yet, considering he was her grandfather's appointed fiancé, and the potential investment he could bring to save the Jian family, she felt compelled to endure his presence. Resolving herself, Jian Xinwei's inner turmoil was swiftly replaced by a sense of resignation. Once the crisis had passed, everything would return to normal, and she would finally be free. Encouraging herself, she failed to notice the growing heaviness in her chest. Assuming it was merely frustration caused by Li Mubai, she exited the house. She had a habit of morning exercise, a routine shared with Jian Xinya. In their youth, they had been inseparable, but as time passed, Xinya had developed a competitive streak, often challenging her. Their morning runs had transformed into a race, each vying for superiority. Following their grandfather's passing, Xinya had departed with a portion of their inheritance after a fierce argument, leaving Jian Xinwei alone in the old residence. Lost in her thoughts, Jian Xinwei overlooked the increasingly oppressive sensation in her chest. After completing 2 laps, she suddenly found it difficult to breathe. An intense pain surged within her chest, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Jian Xinya, having finally descended after a restless night, spotted Li Mubai on the sofa and felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet she quickly reminded herself that he was now her sister's fiancé, and she had no reason to concern herself with arranging accommodations for him. She refused to be the one to chase after someone unattainable. When Li Mubai awoke to the sound of her voice, he was taken aback by her fierce expression. Confused and slightly guilty, he feared that his unintentional gaze upon his sister had been discovered. As he opened his mouth to explain, he saw Jian Xinya had already flitted like a lark to the door, slipping on her shoes and darting outside. Ruffling his tousled hair, Li Mubai sprang to his feet. He felt a rush of energy as he smoothed out his wrinkled clothes, no longer appearing disheveled, although he too had a routine of morning exercise. The previous night's unexpected events had distracted him from it. Just as he stepped toward the front yard, intending to avoid the confines of the small courtyard, he heard Jian Xinya's panicked cries. The urgency in her voice was unmistakable and without a second thought. He abandoned his morning routine and rushed toward the source of her distress. His speed was remarkable, a mere blur as he dashed through the estate. Upon reaching Jian Xinya, he found Jian Xinwei lying silently in her arms, her complexion pale and lips tinged with blue. Alarmed, he grasped Jian Xinwei's wrist, and upon seeing him, Jian Xinya clutched his arm desperately. You arrived just in time. Quickly, help me lift my sister. We must take her to the hospital. Releasing Jian Xinwei's wrist, Li Mubai shook his head. It's too late. Jian Xinya froze, her mind racing before she erupted. What do you mean it's too late? She cannot be in danger. With a resigned glance, he replied, her breathing has ceased. If we do not act now, by the time we reach the hospital, it will only be to lay her to rest. Panicking, Jian Xinya laid Jian Xinwei flat on the ground, preparing to perform CPR. Li Mubai intervened once more. Jian Xinya cried out in desperation, what do you intend to do? We must save her. Li Mubai sighed, you don't know how to do it. So don't make things worse. Jian Xinya instinctively retorted, do you know how? It's just artificial respiration, isn't it? Why can't I do it? Li Mubai fell silent. If this continued, they might truly be burying her aunt. He rummaged through his tattered canvas bag and produced a small cloth pouch. Upon opening it, a row of intricately arranged golden needles gleamed within. Jian Xinya was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, yet she feared that any further delay would jeopardize her sister's life. However, Li Mubai merely extracted one golden needle and swiftly pierced it. Jian Xinya was still awaiting further instructions when Li Mubai had already tucked the needle pouch away. Lifting Jian Xinwei and heading towards the villa. Mechanically, Jian Xinya rose and followed him. It was only when they approached the villa door that she reacted, urgently asking, is one needle all it takes? Can you really perform medical procedures? Is my sister going to be all right? Li Mubai laid Jian Xinwei on the sofa where he had spent the night and shook his head. It's not that simple. What? Jian Xinya was incredulous. Observing her sister's complexion. Although it had improved from its earlier pallor, it still bore a shade of white. Li Mubai pointed at Jian Xinwei's yoga attire. This outfit is too tight. It hinders blood circulation. Change her into something else, but be careful not to dislodge my needle. Jian Xinya complied, rushing to Jian Xinwei's room to fetch her nightgown. Will this do? She inquired, holding up the slip dress. Li Mubai glanced at it and nodded. That will suffice. As Jian Xinya was about to remove her sister's clothing, she noticed Li Mubai still standing there, staring blankly. What are you looking at? Turn around. Li Mubai replied. Somewhat exasperated, a healer sees no gender. Besides, you two look identical. I've seen you before, so what's the big deal? If you dare take advantage of her vulnerability, I want to let this go. Jian Xinya exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Li Mubai raised his hands in surrender and turned away. I can't deal with you. Can we proceed now? Jian Xinya bent down, hurriedly changing her sister's clothes. In her confusion, she wondered where the household staff had gone. Where was the butler? The nanny? The gardener and bodyguards? Why was she alone? Lost in thought, Jian Xinya managed to remove Jian Xinwei's clothes and dress her in the nightgown. You can turn around now. No sooner had she spoken than Li Mubai had already turned back. His seemingly hasty action earned him another glare from Jian Xinya. Li Mubai refrained from explaining. He had heard the movement and knew she had finished changing, wishing to avoid wasting time. Once Jian Xinya stepped aside, Li Mubai retrieved the needle pouch again, removed the previously inserted golden needle, and reinserted it. Jian Xinya then realized that the tightness of her sister's previous attire had hindered the treatment, and she had misjudged his intentions. With little else she could do, she observed from the sidelines as Li Mubai quickly completed the procedure, again checking Jian Xinwei's pulse. Jian Xinya scrutinized Li Mubai's expression. Seeing his brow relax, she noted her sister's complexion returning to a healthy hue, her lips regaining color. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Her sister seemed to be out of danger. Indeed, after releasing Jian Xinwei's wrist, Li Mubai stored the golden needles, lightly tapping her torso. Jian Xinwei stirred, awakening with a soft moan. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Li Mubai's enlarged face, feeling a sudden coolness. She realized the constriction of her yoga attire was gone. Startled, she assumed Li Mubai had taken advantage of her unconsciousness and attempted to assault her. Smack! In a reflexive motion, Jian Xinwei slapped him. Li Mubai, disliking being struck, straightened and turned his face away. The slap landed squarely on his firm abdomen, the sound echoing sharply. Though he had received harsher blows before, the gentle palm resting upon his muscles made Jian Xinwei wince in pain, her hand tingling from the unexpected hardness. How could someone's stomach be so solid? Was it made of iron? She quickly withdrew her hand, her mind racing with thoughts of how even laborers these days had such remarkable physiques. Jian Xinya, however, was incensed. Sister, what are you doing? He just saved your life, and you repay him with violence upon waking? Jian Xinya's hand instinctively covered the spot where Jian Xinwei had struck. She gently massaged it while concern laced her words. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Li Mubai mused. Is it supposed to hurt or not? To be honest, the pressure feels rather nice. He struggled to voice that he was fine. Li Mubai remained silent, prompting Jian Xinya to assume he was intimidated by her sister's fierceness. She shot a reproachful glance at Jian Xinwei. Do you realize you just stopped breathing? If not for him, the ambulance wouldn't have arrived in time. What is wrong with you? How can you faint so easily? You scared everyone. Without waiting for Jian Xinwei's response, Jian Xinya made a decision. You're not going to work today. When the ambulance arrives, you'll go to the hospital for a full checkup, just as she declared. The domineering nature of the Jian family shone through. She was no different. It was an unchangeable trait ingrained in her lineage. Jian Xinwei, receiving her sister's reprimand, felt no anger rising within her. She gazed at Jian Xinya, who was consumed with concern, and for the first time in a long while, warmth and closeness filled her heart. Since their grandfather's passing, reality had hollowed her out. Though they were blood relatives, they had allied with outsiders to ostracize and suppress her, seeking to usurp her power. They could not take everything from her. So they aimed to seize as much as they could, heedless of whether the family business would collapse. The once grand estate appeared to be the same, yet it felt desolate. She could barely afford to pay the guards and staff, having to dismiss them in batches while providing ample time for them to find new jobs. Now, aside from Uncle Fu, she was the only one left in the vast mansion. Her sister's chattering voice felt like rain after a long drought, nourishing her parched heart. At that moment, she looked at Li Mubai, realizing he had been treating her with the needle all along and that she had misjudged him. Jian Xinwei's perception of him softened. Yet, just as this thought blossomed, it was shattered by Li Mubai's remark. You are burdened by worries, overworked to the point of illness, with coldness in your body leading to irregularities in your menstrual cycle, yet you refuse to seek treatment. Are you afraid of dying suddenly and meeting your grandfather? Li Mubai, accustomed to his sharp tongue when diagnosing, had a habit of being blunt. Those who sought his counsel often dreaded his lack of soothing platitudes, as if he believed that without a few biting remarks, they would soon be on the brink of death. Over time, he had adopted this tone for situations that were less severe. However, his usual approach backfired with this particular woman. Instead of the customary tears of gratitude, he faced a slap. Once again, he dodged, this time escaping a painful hit to his face, though it landed harmlessly on his chest. Even if he wished to deny it, he recognized this as an unwelcome advance. Realizing this, he felt his cheeks flush, stepping back defensively while shielding his chest. You should heed your master's advice. Young men must protect themselves. Initially skeptical, he now found himself confronted by both her sister's boldness and her own unexpected aggression. I have made it clear that I will not fulfill my marital obligations. You should not push your luck. Jian Xinwei, who has taken advantage of you? Li Mubai, with a gaze full of accusation, responded, Are you still denying it? Touching my abs was not enough. You went ahead and touched me in other places as well. After his accusations, Li Mubai looked at Jian Xinya with a face full of grievance. You're still laughing? How can you let someone take advantage of your future husband? Jian Xinya was delighted, but upon being questioned, she felt a bit guilty and touched her nose. Well, it wasn't intentional. Besides, you didn't suffer any loss. So why dwell on it? Jian Xinya recalled that night, and the hazy memory of an exquisite male figure. Her face instantly flushed. She shook her head, trying to dispel the indecent thoughts swirling in her mind, just as she was about to say something else. The sound of an ambulance siren rang out from outside. Jian Xinya quickly closed her mouth and cleverly changed the subject. The ambulance is here. We should hurry and take my sister to the hospital. Chapter 15. The hospital incident. This one statement saved 3 people from an awkward situation. Jian Xinwei maintained a poker face, though the tips of her ears had turned slightly red. Li Mubai's accusations had left her somewhat speechless, and she was unsure how to retort. She was not adept at verbal disputes, and certainly could not match her sister in that regard. Li Mubai's words made her forget why she had acted in the first place, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Jian Xinwei never imagined that the sound of an ambulance could one day be so melodious. With Jian Xinya providing her an escape, she seized the opportunity. Li Mubai felt somewhat displeased. He had been touched by another woman, yet his future wife showed no signs of jealousy, instead laughing like a blooming flower. However, she truly looked beautiful when she smiled. Li Mubai pondered how a grown man like himself could quibble over such matters with his wife. Moreover, the one who had touched him was his sister-in-law, which made it inappropriate for him to retaliate. Watching the 2 sisters rush towards the ambulance, Li Mubai sighed helplessly. Oh, it's difficult to resolve family matters. What else can be done? Let it be. Li Mubai resigned himself to the situation, looking utterly at a loss with the 2 of them, and followed them onto the ambulance. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jian Xinya stayed close to Jian Xinwei as she underwent examinations. All the tasks of running errands and handling payments fell upon Li Mubai. In her moment of anxiety, Jian Xinya forgot that Li Mubai only had 500 yuan to his name, oh no, plus the 20,000 yuan red envelope she had given him. This amount was hardly sufficient for her sister's complete examination, let alone the advance payment for the hospital room. It wasn't until Jian Xinwei was settled in her hospital gown, leaning against the bed, that she remembered this detail. Jian Xinya smacked her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to give Li Mubai the card. Jian Xinwei looked at her in confusion. The card? Are you planning to support him? Jian Xinya rolled her eyes. Sister, what are you thinking? Your hospital fees are not waived. I was so focused on you that I forgot to hand the card to him. He came to see you with only 500 yuan. What can that cover? Hearing this, Jian Xinwei's expression stiffened. She too had forgotten that Li Mubai was tied to 20 billion, momentarily overlooking the fact that he was, in essence, a poor boy. How could Jian Xinwei let her sister pay for her medical bills? You go deliver it to him. Jian Xinya did not hesitate to comply. She lacked the confidence to compete with her sister in terms of wealth. At the payment counter, Li Mubai found himself stuck, unable to pay. However, it was not because he lacked funds, as the sisters assumed, but rather because someone was blocking the payment window, embroiled in a dispute for reasons unknown. Li Mubai overheard snippets of conversation. It seemed the hospital was taking advantage of patients, retaining them for hospitalization without being able to treat them, leading the family members to demand a refund. This was quite an unusual situation. Li Mubai had witnessed many cases of hospitals refusing admission due to bed shortages. But this was the first time he had seen a scenario where patients were retained without treatment, essentially handing them a reason to complain. Were they afraid of not having enough medical disputes? Or did they think any publicity, even negative, was good for the hospital's reputation? Nowadays, there were too many reverse tactics, and scammers had countless tricks up their sleeves. Li Mubai, unaware of the full story, had no intention of getting involved. He simply wanted the farce to end quickly. He was still waiting to make the payment. This incident should not have involved Li Mubai at all. After all, he was merely an observer and had not engaged in the conversation. However, it was rather unfortunate that the middle-aged man embroiled in the dispute became overly agitated and ended up clashing with the security personnel. In the ensuing chaos, he inadvertently knocked into an elderly gentleman passing by Li Mubai's left side. The elderly man lost his balance and fell against Li Mubai. Instinctively, Li Mubai reached out to steady him, only to find himself accused. The elderly man fell unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged man panicked and glared fiercely at Li Mubai. When the elderly man's family members arrived, they saw the imposing figure of Li Mubai, flanked by bodyguards, and immediately took action. They pointed at Li Mubai and shouted loudly, "It's him. Don't let him escape." The elderly man, as family and the bodyguards, not understanding the situation, instinctively tried to grab Li Mubai to prevent the perpetrator from fleeing. The middle-aged man seized the opportunity to slip into the crowd, attempting to make a quick getaway. However, his plan was thwarted when he suddenly tripped over thin air, falling to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his calf and screamed in agony while clutching his leg, trying to see what had caused him to stumble. Yet, there was nothing there. A chilling sensation crept up his spine. This was a hospital. After all, they say hospitals are not clean. Was he scaring himself to the point of developing a psychological shadow? The middle-aged man howled in terror, his behavior resembling that of someone having a fit, startling the crowd around him. The onlookers scattered, keeping a distance of at least 3 to 4 meters from the middle-aged man, casting suspicious glances his way. They were afraid he might be mentally unstable and could lash out at any moment. Some had already witnessed the middle-aged man pushing the elderly man. However, some chose not to intervene, knowing there were cameras, while others intended to assist the young man who had been wronged. But the scene had already descended into chaos before they could say a word. When Jian Xinya descended with the cart, she was met with the sight of utter disarray in the first-floor lobby. Searching for Li Mubai, she spotted him standing at the center of the commotion. 2 bodyguards in black surrounded him like hawks, seemingly ready to pounce on him at any moment. What was happening? Had the Chen family tracked him down to the hospital? Jian Xinya was startled by her own conjecture and turned to dash upstairs. She feared that Chen Xiao might be using a diversion to target her ailing sister. Upon reaching the ward, she found her sister sitting there perfectly fine, which eased her anxiety. Yet, she was still inclined to turn and run outside. Jian Xinwei, puzzled, wondered what was going on. But as she opened her mouth, her habitual reprimand escaped. "What's the matter with you? Why are you so flustered?" Jian Xinya halted, deciding to pull Jian Xinwei along, thus alleviating her fears of a diversion. "Sister, something has happened." Upon hearing this, Jian Xinwei was taken aback. Before she could inquire further, she instinctively followed Jian Xinya into the elevator. The elevator was mostly empty, and Jian Xinya lowered her voice to whisper in Jian Xinwei's ear. Upon hearing her sister's speculations, Jian Xinwei furrowed her brow even tighter, yet she remained more composed than Jian Xinya. "Let us not panic. We still don't know the full situation. Let us go down and see." Jian Xinya nodded, her heart still racing with anxiety. When they reached the ground floor, the crowd had dispersed somewhat, the tension not as palpable as before. However, the standoff remained. Besides Li Mubai, 3 groups were still confronting each other. Jian Xinwei discreetly led her sister closer, overhearing enough murmurs to grasp the situation's context. She learned that Li Mubai was being detained here due to the elderly man who had been rushed for emergency treatment. An expression of displeasure crossed Jian Xinwei's face. It was merely a matter of him going downstairs to settle a payment. Such trivial matters are poorly managed, leading to monumental troubles. Truly unreliable. Chapter 16. Is Jian Xinwei in a relationship? Li Mubai felt a prod from behind him. "What brings you here? Were you anxious for my arrival?" He had listened intently. Yet he remained unclear about the situation. Did you collide with the elderly gentleman? Or were they attempting to extort? Jian Xinya's voice was not loud, but the family of the elderly man stood nearby, thus her words were clearly heard. "How can you speak so carelessly? The one in critical condition is not your grandfather." It's easy to stand there and criticize, isn't it? The mention of grandfather detonated like explosives, shattering the composure of the Jian sisters. Jian Xinya merely shot a furious glare at the accuser. "Are you insane? Have you ascertained the facts? Do not hurl baseless accusations at me. Don't make me lose face here." Li Mubai, perplexed, cast a glance at Jian Xinwei. Upon hearing her retort, The elderly man's family felt emboldened. Did you hear that? If one is in the wrong, they should apologize and compensate. Do you dare assert that you did not hit my grandfather? He is still fighting for his life. After listening for some time, Li Mubai grew weary of the relentless accusations. I have already stated that it was that troublesome medic who clashed with the security guard, causing the old man to fall. I merely assisted him. Li Mubai scrutinized the young man before him. You appear well-groomed, yet here you are, seeking to extort compensation for medical expenses. Do you not find this morally repugnant? The young man turned crimson with shame. You slanderous fiend. Everyone witnessed it, clearly. It was you who struck my grandfather, causing his blood loss and unconsciousness. If my grandfather were to suffer any further, this matter would not conclude lightly. The most amusing aspect of the situation was the presence of two distinct factions. The middle-aged man causing the ruckus shouted that the hospital was corrupt, wailing and demanding to leave. Meanwhile, the hospital's security barred his exit, stating that they had already contacted the authorities and that all necessary procedures must be followed to demonstrate the hospital's non-involvement in the altercation. The elderly man's family insisted. I will not listen to your explanations. I am only concerned with my own beliefs. On one side, Li Mubai was prevented from leaving, while on the other, the middle-aged man was restrained, and it appeared a bodyguard had been dispatched to find the hospital director. The scene was chaotic, with numerous onlookers recording the debacle on their phones, sharing it as gossip on social media. Others attempted to clarify Li Mubai's position, but after only a few words, they nearly fell victim to the elderly man's family's attempts at extortion. Well-meaning individuals were left with no choice but to await official assistance, willing to act as witnesses, believing they had done their duty. As for the surveillance footage, the director had yet to arrive, and the hospital staff refused to review the recordings. While the elderly man's family did not insist on it, merely obstructing others from leaving, Jian Xinya finally understood the complexities of the situation, feeling her worldview had been upended. Such individuals truly existed? It was utterly bewildering. Li Mubai shrugged, expressing his sense of injustice. Jian Xinwei frowned. Were it not for your meddling, how could you have been falsely accused? Li Mubai replied. Indeed, had I not intervened this morning to assist a heartless individual, I would not find myself entangled in this predicament. Jian Xinwei was momentarily speechless, noticing her sister's stifling laughter, which only fueled her irritation. Yet, Li Mubai's assertion held merit. Had it not been for the unexpected fainting incident, he would not have been present here. Jian Xinwei retrieved her phone and called a friend employed at the hospital. Soon, a refined and cultured young doctor approached. Xinwei, what has transpired? Jian Xinwei briefly recounted the events. Yuan Gu, could you assist in obtaining the surveillance footage? The doctor, with affectionate eyes, kept his gaze fixed on Jian Xinwei. Upon hearing her request, he smiled warmly. Of course, it is a trivial matter. Please wait a moment. Jian Xinwei nodded with modesty. Thank you for your help. Yuan Gu affectionately patted her shoulder, reassuring her. It will be resolved swiftly. Do not worry. As Jian Xinwei watched Yuan Gu walk away, her smile faded. Now that assistance was on the way to extract the footage, the issue would soon be resolved. I do not wish for such incidents to recur. Let us depart, she urged Li Mubai with an air of impatience. However, Jian Xinya furrowed her brow, gazing intently in the direction Yuan Gu had departed. If she had not misjudged, Yuan Gu had treated Li Mubai as though he were invisible just moments ago. Did Yuan Gu once pursue you? Jian Xinwei was caught off guard by Jian Xinya's sudden inquiry. She replied coldly, what nonsense are you spouting? Let us go. Jian Xinya pouted and muttered under her breath. Clearly, that is the case. Do you think I am blind? The way Yuan Gu looked at you suggested he would whisk you away at a moment's notice. Jian Xinya. Jian Xinwei glared at her younger sister with annoyance. Li Mubai seemed to grasp the underlying implications, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Jian Xinwei. Oh, so there is a romantic interest? No wonder you were so adamant about breaking off the engagement upon our first meeting. Jian Xinwei's expression stiffened, a flicker of something passing across her eyes, yet she retorted. No, we are merely friends from university. Li Mubai, disinterested, waved his hand dismissively. No need to explain. We live our own lives. Whom you choose to like is your prerogative. I shall not interfere. Jian Xinwei's demeanor grew colder, and she chose not to utter another word. As the trio prepared to leave, the elderly man's family once again obstructed their path. Li Mubai gazed at him, perplexed. Aren't you coming to view the surveillance footage? Or do you simply wish to pursue monetary compensation without knowing how your grandfather was injured? The young man froze, about to respond when suddenly, another individual rushed in, causing a stir. Xiaoyu, where is grandfather? What has occurred? Goodness, this situation seemed endless. Li Mubai frowned and turned to look, only to be captivated by the sight before him. Ah, one could truly appreciate the beauty found in a grand city. The young lady before him was in her early 20s, clad in simple white jeans and sneakers. Her hair pulled back in a high ponytail. She epitomized the pure and radiant essence of a school belle. Li Mubai stole a few more glances, only to have an ear twisted painfully. Ouch. He turned to find Jian Xinya grinning mischievously. Is she really that stunning? Can one pluck out their eyes? Li Mubai, recovering his ear, thought to himself how unfortunate it was that beauty often lacked longevity. Before he could finish his thought, a fist came hurtling towards him. Say that again. Chapter 17. The truth revealed. Li Mubai remained unmoving, the punch veering past his ear. The young man who had thrown the punch lost his footing and nearly fell into Li Mubai. Li Mubai raised his hands in surrender, stepping aside as the young man crashed to the ground. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, finding the scene quite satisfying. Even Jian Xinya couldn't help but join in the laughter. Such foolishness. But this family must have inherited the art of extorting. Li Mubai, following his future wife's guidance, took a few steps back, avoiding the still-prone young man. The school bell was startled and hurried to assist him. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Why act so impulsively? Gu Siyu's face was a mix of anger and embarrassment as he glared at Li Mubai after rising. Sister, why aren't you furious with him? The school bell smiled brightly. You seem quite concerned about others. Let them say what they wish. It is their prerogative. Besides, he hasn't said anything incorrect. Gu Siyu's gaze became frantic, and his voice rose in urgency. Sister, please don't scare me. Gu Siyu lowered his head, unable to meet his sister's gaze. The school beauty immediately understood. Her brother had likely caused another ruckus. Sighing, she approached Li Mubai. I apologize, my name is Gu Siki. Could you please clarify the situation? If it truly has nothing to do with you, I will apologize on behalf of my brother. Li Mubai glanced at Gu Siki, finding her rather pleasing to the eye. As for the details, you can accompany us to review the surveillance footage. And regarding you, it seems your family has a hereditary illness? Your condition is quite similar to your grandfather's. He managed to live for decades, yet you have deteriorated to such an extent at such a young age. It would be a pity if left untreated. Gu Siki's expression stiffened. If I understood correctly, are you implying that you can treat this illness? Li Mubai nodded. It's not difficult. The right medicine will alleviate the condition. This medicine. Gu Siki harbored doubts about her family's hereditary disease being treatable by someone her age. Yet he mentioned medication. She believed he knew of a special remedy, her eyes glimmering with hope. What about the medicine? Li Mubai candidly responded. It's quite expensive. Gu Siki thought to herself that if not for Li Mubai's serious demeanor, she might have suspected he was jesting. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled. As long as it truly alleviates the symptoms, no. If it can provide relief for my grandfather's current condition, I would be willing to pay any amount. Li Mubai, dissatisfied with his remedy being undervalued, asserted, I have stated, the right medicine will indeed cure the illness. Gu Siki felt a bit awkward and was about to say something when she was interrupted by Jian Xinya. Jian Xinya grasped Li Mubai's arm and, with a shy smile towards Gu Siki, said, I'm sorry, but I need to speak with him. Once they were a distance away, Jian Xinya lowered her voice. Her teeth clenched. You need to be honest with me. Have you studied medicine? Li Mubai nodded. What of it? Jian Xinya further inquired. Did you learn from that master on the mountain? Li Mubai nodded again. Yes. The image Jian Xinya conjured was of an unlicensed country doctor from a remote mountain village. She shook her head. How old are you? Even if you had studied with your master since you were in the womb, how long has it been? The Gu family in Jiansheng is far wealthier than us. And they've likely consulted countless renowned doctors. How can you boldly claim that you can cure it? If you fail, do you believe the Gu family will let you off easily? Are you foolish? Jian Xinya had never encountered such a naive person. One who dared to make promises without even a thorough diagnosis. Li Mubai looked innocently perplexed, but their hereditary condition is not particularly difficult to treat. I have the prescription ready. He did not comprehend why something so simple was being viewed as so complex. It was merely a matter of administering a couple of injections and some medication. Such ailments had been the exam questions posed to him by his master since he was 7. Jian Xinya, seeing his innocent grievance, felt exasperated. In both healing and in life, one should not speak too definitively. Leaving others with leverage could lead to a multitude of troubles. At that moment, Jian Xinya finally believed Li Mubai had indeed come from the mountains. Only in such remote, simple places could such a naive person flourish. It was no wonder that night when she knocked on his door, he opened it without inquiring who was there. Jian Xinya genuinely worried. If one day she lost her guard, this F might be sold off, perhaps even counting money for someone else. She recalled the investment banquet when this boy, without batting an eye, committed 20 billion to her, asking if it was sufficient. The label of a simple, foolish boy was firmly affixed to Li Mubai's forehead. Shining brightly, Li Mubai gazed at her with eyes as pure and innocent as a child, evoking in Jian Xinya a late-blooming sense of guilt for potentially leading astray a budding talent. To mask that guilt, she feigned a fierce demeanor and raised her hand in mock threat. Do you understand? Speak. Seeing his wife's annoyance, Li Mubai quickly nodded. Oh, understood. Jian Xinya's expression softened. That's more like it. Let us go to the surveillance room. With the assistance of Qi Yuenga, they swiftly accessed the relevant surveillance footage. The evidence revealed that Li Mubai was indeed quite wronged. He had simply been standing in line, while a commotion ahead spilled over to an innocent elderly man passing by. The old man fell onto Li Mubai, who, unable to evade, helped him up. The next moment, the old man coughed up blood and collapsed into Li Mubai's arms. Shortly after, Gu Siyu arrived, summoning a host of doctors and nurses to assist the elderly man, preventing Li Mubai from leaving. The situation was crystal clear. Gu Siki glanced at her brother, who dared not meet her eyes, and resignedly patted his head. Gu Siyu weakly called out, Sister. I didn't mean to let any suspicious person escape. Gu Siki smiled gently to reassure him. I understand. You just don't want the perpetrator of grandfather's injury to get away, but your mindset is all wrong. Gu Siyu clenched his fists, muttering dismissively, "At worst, I'll apologize. He is just a migrant worker. You're overreacting." Gu Siki's smile faded, her tone firming up. "Little you. Grandfather has repeatedly said one should not judge others by their appearance. Have you ever seen a migrant worker who can identify the Gu family's hereditary disease at a glance?" Gu Siyu was left speechless. "Go apologize." Gu Siki did not give her brother a chance to argue. Chapter 18. Is it foolish pride when one lacks skills? Gu Siyu was reluctant but accustomed to his sister's authority, trudging forward to Li Mubai. Sorry. The Gu family will compensate you adequately later." Li Mubai fixed his gaze on Gu Siyu, making him uncomfortable. Frustrated, he snapped. "What are you staring at? Didn't I apologize? Hey, don't get too carried away." At that moment, the authorities arrived belatedly, police cars parking outside the hospital, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Gu Siki's attention diverted as she, along with her bodyguards, went to address the matter of the middle-aged man's injury. Not having walked far, she heard her brother shout again. Before Li Mubai could speak, the returning school beauty raised her hand and smacked the back of Gu Siyu's head. Gu Siyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sister? What are you doing?" Gu Siki ignored him, turning to Li Mubai with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, my brother has been spoiled by our family. May I have your contact information? Once grandfather's condition stabilizes, I would like to treat you to a meal." Li Mubai shrugged. "I don't have a phone." Gu Siki assumed he was politely declining and grew anxious. "How will I contact you regarding the treatment?" Li Mubai looked at Jian Xinya. "Wife." Jian Xinya shot him a glare. "What are you calling her that for?" Jian Xinya knew Li Mubai had an old mobile phone. But seeing he had no intention of acquiring the Gu family's young princess's contact information, her slight jealousy dissipated. Jian Xinya stepped forward and provided her contact details to Gu Siki. Gu Siki pleasantly chatted with her for a few moments, unexpectedly discovering they shared an interest in jade. Yuyaj Company specialized in jade-related industries, from raw materials to exquisite finished crafts. Gu Siki was pleasantly surprised upon learning this. In just a few exchanges, they became friends, agreeing to go together to select jade jewelry when time allowed. Jian Sini stood aside, realizing she couldn't quite integrate into such an atmosphere. She could become friends with a stranger after just a few words, but without substantial benefit. She typically wouldn't waste her energy. Clearly, she was of the no rabbit, no hunting type. Even though she knew the Gu family of Jiangcheng, the Jian family had little to gain from associating with them. So she naturally felt no inclination to forge connections. To her surprise, Gu's family was unexpectedly fond of jade, which turned out to make them potential clients for her sister's company. Only then did Jian Xinwei regain their attention. After being delayed by trivial matters for so long, her medical reports had finally been released. The doctor perused the extensive stack of reports, a warm smile gracing his face. President Jian's health was remarkably good, however. Her recent irregularities in diet and rest had led to episodes of hypoglycemia and fainting. Yet, upon hearing that her menstrual cycle had become erratic, it was strange that all the test results were normal. It was essential for President Jian to restore her regular schedule and monitor her condition, should it remain abnormal. A follow-up examination would be warranted. The doctor then recited a myriad of precautions. Once he departed, Jian Xinwei cast a scornful glance at Li Mubai, though she remained silent. Her expression spoke volumes. Jian Xinya was far less subtle. She eyed Li Mubai suspiciously, questioning, "Didn't you say my sister was suffering from a heart attack? And something about her having a cold uterus? Yet she appears quite healthy, doesn't she? Surely, you must have misinterpreted something." Neither sister believed him, thinking he was merely trying to save face. She had spent the previous night immersed in work on a new project, managing only a little over an hour of sleep, which indeed affected her rest. Li Mubai's assertion regarding her menstrual irregularity was accurate, but everything else was not readily apparent. She trusted the medical reports. What heart attack? Perhaps he was just trying to intimidate her, hoping to create a sense of indebtedness for a supposed rescue. Jian Xinwei scoffed internally, closing her eyes to rest. Jian Xinya, however, was not as contemplative, merely thinking that this fellow was inept yet insisted on projecting an air of superiority. Now that he had stumbled, he would probably claim credit for her recovery. It was amusing to think that men always cared about their pride, so she decided not to press the matter further. Nevertheless, she would keep a close watch on him. If he behaved foolishly among their family, it could lead to chaos. Li Mubai remained oblivious to the labels of incompetence and vanity that had been cast upon him. In the suite's small living room, Jian Xinya engaged in conversation with Li Mubai. With a 20 billion investment at stake, what should I choose? Li Mubai had little knowledge of Jian Xinya's company and was unfamiliar with small enterprises like Future Group. His demeanor led Jian Xinya to conclude that he was a naive country boy, utterly clueless. Did he even attend school? This thought prompted Jian Xinya to cautiously inquire, "At what age did you start apprenticing under your master?" Upon realizing the implications of her question, she mentally scolded herself, fearing that this man might indeed be a simpleton. Yet, she held on to a glimmer of hope and probed further. "Did your master send you to school?" Li Mubai reflected that he had always educated himself, typically advancing a grade within a month at school. His master had never enrolled him in any educational institution. Thus, he shook his head. "Just as I suspected. A true simpleton." Jian Xinya observed the clarity in Li Mubai's eyes and trembled slightly as she asked, "How old are you?" Li Mubai, thinking his future wife was finally showing interest in him, cheerfully replied, "I'm 22, just at the legal marriage age. My master hastily pushed me out into the world to fulfill my obligations to the Jian family." Jian Xinya clutched her heart, guilt washing over her once more. My heavens. Only 22. Yet both my sister and I are 25. She felt as though she had unwittingly targeted a budding flower of the nation. Jian Xinya wished she could slap herself. She envisioned a scene where a simple mountain boy, barely of legal age for marriage, was handed a few hundred yuan by his aging master, urging him to descend the mountain. In reality, it was a poignant moment where the master, knowing his days were numbered, entrusted his apprentice to a dear friend. She imagined her grandfather, who had lived in the mountains during the same era. And it became clear to her, considering the poverty of the mountains and the appearance of Li Mubai, coupled with his outdated phone, Jian Xinya believed she had uncovered a profound truth. In that moment, her gaze towards Li Mubai was filled with compassion and affection. Li Mubai was perplexed, wondering why this conversation had taken a turn. Chapter 19. The elder sister holds the golden brick. Jian Xinya hesitated. Do you know how old my sister and I are? Li Mubai honestly shook his head, initially not thinking much of it. However, since his future wife had asked, perhaps she found him too young? He cautiously probed. You're not both 28, are you? If these sisters were nearing 30, it would be entirely normal for them to find him juvenile. Li Mubai began contemplating how to persuade his future wife that youth had its advantages. For instance, he possessed abundant energy, which would serve him well when dealing with his wife's potential vigor at 30 and beyond. Also, given his medical skills, she would never have to worry about illness. He scratched the back of his head, momentarily overlooking his martial prowess. According to his master, revealing such abilities to a wife might not be wise. His master had advised that a wife should be cherished. Women were often timid and needed to be pampered, while Li Mubai was lost in thought. Jian Xinya was infuriated by his guess of 28. You're only 28. Your entire family is 28. How dare you imply I'm old? I'm 25. In my prime. She unleashed a verbal barrage akin to a machine gun upon Li Mubai. However, he felt relieved, realizing that was not her intent. Of course not. This age is just perfect. Jian Xinya's expression softened slightly, and she haughtily retorted, I cannot believe you would think I was 28. That is unforgivable. Li Mubai awkwardly smiled. I genuinely thought you were just in your early 20s. The legal marriage age for women is 20, right? If you weren't of age. My master wouldn't have sent me down the mountain. Jian Xinya pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. That is more like it. Li Mubai added. Isn't it peculiar that you asked? I thought I had misjudged your age and guessed higher. Jian Xinya's irritation dissipated completely. Li Mubai continued. 25 is a splendid age. My master always said that an elder sister brings prosperity. My dear, how do you manage to be so remarkable? You're 3 years my senior, which surely brings me good fortune. Jian Xinya could no longer contain herself, her lips curling into a playful pout. You're insufferable. What nonsense. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted back to her sister's joyful smile in the hospital room, and she felt a surge of jealousy. Moreover, it was her sister who would marry him. If anyone were to prosper, it would be her sister. Did he not know they were twins? His words were merely flattery. Jian Xinya spiraled into despair, feeling a sense of injustice. She had encountered him first. She had shared her bed with him. How could he not belong solely to her? In a moment of confusion, she found herself resenting their grandfather. Why was it that, despite being twins, their grandfather favored her sister? The Jian family's legacy was to go to her sister, and even the fiancé from their childhood betrothal was to go to her sister? Li Mubai was bewildered, unsure how a pleasant conversation had turned sour. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from a soap opera his master had watched, where when the female lead was upset, the male lead would embrace her and kiss her passionately. As the kiss deepened, the female lead would become a puddle of affection. Forgetting why she was upset in the first place, Li Mubai's eyes lit up as he gazed at Jian Xinya's soft, jelly-like lips, recalling how she had used that very mouth to leave him breathless the night they first met. At that moment, he believed he was dreaming. Such a stunning beauty. How could it be that a grand opportunity fell from the heavens? Who could possibly believe it was real? Li Mubai instinctively swallowed hard, feeling parched and yearning to savor that sweet flavor once more. Jian Xinya had yet to notice the impending danger. Her little mouth was still chattering away, eager to continue her monologue. In the next instant, a large hand reached out, and Jian Xinya felt a warmth on her lips, her eyes widening in surprise. She wished to express her indignation through her gaze, but Li Mubai, overwhelmed with anxiety, had already closed his eyes. After the kiss, both were left breathless. Li Mubai was flustered, his breaths erratic, while Jian Xinya felt constrained. If not for the fear of embarrassment, she would have longed to inhale deeply to alleviate her discomfort. Good heavens, how had matters escalated to this point? As she melted into a puddle in his embrace, resembling a docile kitten, Li Mubai mused, soap operas do not deceive me. Having grown closer to his wife for the second time, he had seemingly grasped the art of pleasing her without formal training, surely a mark of exceptional talent? His master's warning echoed in his ears, disciple, once you marry, do not allow her to remain lonely in her chamber. You must understand, if you cannot satisfy her, someone else will seize the opportunity. If such a day were to come, he would be relegated to cooking in the northern military camp, wearing a green hat, and watching others enjoy their pleasures. Li Mubai jolted, his eyes wide with shock. Glancing at his adorable wife nestled against him, he felt hesitant yet compelled to speak. My dear, if you desire that sort of thing, I am at your service. If you prefer a more forceful approach, as that night, I have no objections. I shall leave the door unlocked at night. Having spoken those words, Li Mubai summoned great resolve. He anticipated that his wife would blush and nestle closer to him, playfully responding. However, to his astonishment, she reacted with anger, delivering playful punches to his chest. The flurry of soft punches was surprisingly forceful. Without his protective aura, he might have sustained internal injuries. Li Mubai was astonished. My dear, have you trained? Jian Xinya was exasperated. You lecher. I told you that night was an accident. I warned you against your reckless words. Do you dare to continue? Li Mubai attempted to grasp her hand. Hey, stop hitting. Jian Xinya glared at him. Do you wish to retaliate? Li Mubai shook his head. No, I didn't mean it. Do not wrongfully accuse me. After denying her accusations thrice, he simply released her hand. If your hands do not ache, I shall let you hit as much as you desire. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Jian Xinya finally realized her delicate fists were now sore and numb. Unable to resist, she landed another punch. Ouch. So hard. Were you born from a rock? Chapter 20. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Li Mubai found himself in a dilemma. Whether to allow her to hit or to stop her was equally troubling. He patted his chest, producing a resounding thud that clearly overshadowed Jian Xinya's playful blows. Startled by the noise, she hurriedly grasped his hand. What are you doing? If you truly injure yourself, it will be up to me to pay for your medical expenses. With her pride rekindled, Jian Xinya resumed her haughty demeanor, and Li Mubai felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he had successfully placated her? Just as the atmosphere grew tender, a polite knock echoed from outside. Li Mubai rose to answer the door, greeted by a familiar face. Who were you looking for? He recalled this individual as Jian Xinya's suitor. Ji Yuinga, now dressed in casual attire instead of a white coat, held a fruit basket. Upon seeing Li Mubai, he nodded distantly. I came to see Cindy. Li Mubai stepped aside, but Jian Xinya intercepted him, blocking the entrance. My sister is asleep. It is an unfortunate time for Dr. Ji to visit. Ji Yuinga's eyes brightened upon seeing Jian Xinya, but a flicker of disdain subtly crossed his features as he heard her words. Oh, is that so? Then I shall not intrude. I will extend my greetings when she awakens. He made no further attempts to enter, instead offering the fruit basket. Just then, the door to the inner room opened, and Jian Xinya's cool voice emerged. Xinya, who is here? Ji Yuinga swiftly replied. Cindy, it's me. Jian Xinyi approached, a smile gracing her lips. Yuangu, what brings you here? Have you finished your shift? As they conversed, they naturally bypassed the two at the entrance, moving toward the inner room. Li Mubai observed Ji Yuinga's subtle expressions, initially uninterested. However, he noticed that his wife, whom he had just managed to cheer up, was now sullen again. Li Mubai sat beside her, gently nudging her shoulder. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable seeing your sister as suitor? He wore an innocent expression, bewildered at how he had unknowingly stepped on a landmine. I'm not. Jian Xinya retorted, her disbelief evident. Li Mubai sighed in resignation. I asked because I noticed you seemed upset. What does it matter to me whom your sister is involved with? As long as you're not placing a green hat upon me. You scoundrel. Jian Xinya was exasperated. Li Mubai assumed he would learn nothing more. However, unexpectedly, Jian Xinya, in her frustration, began to confide. That guy is not a good person. Li Mubai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ji Yuinga, unable to win over Jian Xinyi, had turned his attention to Jian Xinya. Jian Xinya had initially agreed to consider him but was dismayed to find him courting her sister shortly after. Fuming, Jian Xinya sought to confront Ji Yuinga privately. To her surprise, he expressed regret, saying, Xinya, I apologize. I truly liked your sister. I thought I was merely infatuated with her face when I approached you. But I was mistaken. When you said you would consider it, I realized my feelings for you both were different. Had that been the extent of the matter, Jian Xinya might not have been overly concerned or even disliked Ji Yuinga. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief. She did not harbor feelings for Ji Yuinga, but his attentive nature left her unsure how to refuse without hurting him. She thought this arrangement was suitable and promised Ji Yuinga not to inform her sister. Little did she know, in the days that followed, Ji Yuinga would reach out to her every time he encountered setbacks with Jian Xinyi. Initially, Jian Xinya was oblivious and would foolishly console him. However, when he drunkenly called out for her sister and lunged at her, the truth struck her like a bolt of lightning. This scoundrel was merely using her as a stand-in for her sister, but she never revealed that she felt like a mere substitute. She believed her sister would find Ji Yuinga's dual pursuit of both her and her sister distasteful and would sever ties with him. To her astonishment, her sister acted oblivious, neither accepting nor rejecting Ji Yuinga's advances, treating him much like Chen Xiao, leaving Jian Xinya utterly perplexed. At that time, Jian Xinya did not think much of it. Yet, after their grandfather's incident, similar unsavory characters like Ji Yuinga and Chen Xiao began to proliferate around her sister. Jian Xinya felt a growing rift between herself and her sister. It seemed her sister reveled in the attention of suitors, nonchalantly accumulating a horde of backup options. She could not abide this, nor could she tolerate her sister's domineering attempts to seize everything their grandfather had left her. It had been a long time since Jian Xinya had seen Ji Yuinga. She had not expected to encounter him again during a visit to the hospital, only to find him entangled with her sister once more. Jian Xinya felt a mix of frustration and irritation, separated from the two parties by merely a door. She was mindful to lower her voice. Li Mubai listened intently, nodding in affirmation. It seems my judgment was indeed astute. I recognized your worth at first glance. Jian Xinya bared her small canine teeth playfully. If you truly admire me, why not marry me directly? Why must you remain entangled with my sister? Li Mubai felt a twinge of guilt. This is not entirely my fault, you know? Your grandfather arranged this engagement, and your sister is adamant. What can I do? He contemplated the matter, but could the trials of ascension truly bend to his desires? With a sigh, he realized he could not disclose the nature of his trials to an ordinary person. It was a grave taboo. Li Mubai wore an expression of helplessness, appearing utterly pitiable. Jian Xinya's heart softened momentarily, understanding that he too was trapped. She wished to release him, yet this foolish boy was resolutely attached to her, persistently pursuing her affections. The 20 billion he had given her still felt warm in her hands. Jian Xinya genuinely struggled with the notion of pushing him away against her conscience. Could she truly bear witness to him marrying her sister, only to wait for a divorce before claiming him for herself? What kind of situation was this? Her mind was a tumult of confusion, and suddenly she stood up and walked outside. I need some fresh air, don't follow me. Li Mubai froze, feeling a headache coming on. The complexities of a woman's heart truly resembled searching for a needle in a haystack. He wondered what had caused his wife's distress. At that moment, he yearned for his master's wisdom. His master once stated that making a wife happy was the most challenging task in the world, akin to a high-level mission. In the past, Li Mubai had dismissed such advice. But now Chapter 21, the overly dramatic Qin family dynamics. Li Mubai gazed at the desolate doorway, exhaling a sigh. What could he do? A devoted husband must cherish his wife. Since he had committed himself, he would continue to do so, even if it meant kneeling in adoration. He stepped outside, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance, and he followed at a leisurely pace. Since his wife had denied him the opportunity to be close, he would keep his distance. He could not allow such a beautiful wife to wander alone without his watchful eye. Sure enough, it was too long before Li Mubai's expression darkened. How could this be? Several groups of individuals were already seeking his wife's contact information. If he weren't concerned about startling her, he would have dashed over to teach those scoundrels a lesson. Fortunately, his wife maintained her composure and did not engage in any frivolous flirtations. His mood lightened slightly, and he continued to follow from afar. As he walked, he suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from a nearby hospital room. It sounded like Qin Junyan, accompanied by a somewhat unfamiliar voice, likely belonging to his father. Given the unmistakable tone of entitlement, Li Mubai paused, leaning in to listen for a moment, and it became clear. Indeed, recognizing familiar voices and hearing his name mentioned, Li Mubai decided to remain where he was. Inside the hospital room, Qin Junyan bore the appearance of a swollen visage, one leg elevated and wrapped like a mummy, lamenting to his father. Dad, this isn't my fault. That impoverished fellow, Li Mubai, targeted me. Dad, check the surveillance. See how that laborer looks. Who would believe such a destitute boy could have any connection with Chairman Kai of the Future Group? It's excruciating. Dad. It's all that wretched pauper's devious scheming. He even dared to demand I kiss his feet. So arrogant. You didn't see how he was flaunting himself with the Jian sisters. It's unbearable. Oh Dad, save me. If Grandpa finds out, he'll surely beat me to a pulp. Qin Junyan was either in pain or had sustained a concussion. His words were jumbled, and with his pig-like face, squinting eyes, and sausage lips, if he weren't his biological son, Qin's father might have found it amusing. Qin's father, still able to chuckle at his son's predicament, was primarily concerned with his illegitimate son. Only the elder knew of this affair, while Qin Junyan remained blissfully unaware. Qin Junyan was merely a pawn placed by his father to pave the way for his favored younger son. The elder had reviewed the records and acknowledged the exceptional qualities of this long-lost grandson, being quite pleased with the results of his assessment. The Qin family was one of the 4 prominent families in Baiyun City, with numerous clan members and abundant conflicts. While one could dodge overt attacks, subtle betrayals were much harder to guard against. If, during such a crucial time, his younger son were to tread the open path, he would likely face exclusion and be quietly undermined. Even if other clan members refrained from action, with his elder son's foolish and malicious nature, he would become a weapon in the hands of others, resulting in a double-edged disaster. This was not something Qin's father wished to witness. Upon hearing of his elder son's trouble, Qin's father was not filled with rage and anxiety, but rather with delight. This foolish boy had finally dug his own grave. It was splendid. However, when Qin's father learned of the magnitude of his son's blunder, he broke into a cold sweat. He had anticipated his elder son creating mischief, but did not expect that it would nearly jeopardize the entire Qin family. Such a significant matter could not possibly escape the elder's watchful eyes. Without hesitation, upon receiving the news, he rushed to the elder to offer his apologies. Of course, the immediate priority was to protect the Qin family, whether through apologies to Chairman Kai or offering reparations. The Qin family could not afford to decline and be crushed by the Future Group. Qin's father was in a state of panic, but the elder remained calm, producing an old-fashioned phone that Qin's father had never seen before to send a message. The elder's demeanor relaxed. The matter is resolved. Do not worry. The Chen family could not be easily shaken by mere words. The elder's words instilled a sense of confidence in Chen's father. He looked at his ineffectual elder son, whose expression was comically desperate as he sought help. Chen's father, weary of hearing his son's complaints, finally replied with a hint of condescension, "Do not worry. Everything has been taken care of." Chen Junyan was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. "Really?" Chen's father nodded. "By the time you clarify the situation and seek assistance from the family, it will be too late." Chen Junyan was both surprised and delighted, his squinting eyes gleaming with poisonous intent. "Dad, we absolutely cannot let that laborer go unpunished. He has harmed me to this extent and seeks to undermine the very foundation of the Chen family. If it weren't for him, how could Chairman Kai possibly target us? We were clearly cooperating splendidly before." When Li Mubai's name was mentioned, Chen's father had indeed researched the individual. Surprisingly, the details were easily accessible. With just a few inquiries, he uncovered everything about Li Mubai's arrival in Bayan City. Chen's father had seen the photographs. The young man named Li Mubai was merely a minor character, hardly distinguishable from a laborer. The only distinction was that he seemed to have an influential elder. At the very least, he was a person of considerable connections, one who had managed to forge a relationship with the esteemed Jian patriarch, securing the hand of his daughter for a penniless youth. Furthermore, he had placed Chairman Kai in a position of obligation, returning a favor with a staggering 20 billion investment. To be honest, Chen's father was quite tempted by that 20 billion. It was an immense sum. Even if the future group were to offer such an investment, they would not part with it lightly, how much less so for the Chen family. Unfortunately, he had no daughter and was unwilling to benefit a collateral branch, thereby empowering a rival. Yet, watching that 20 billion slip into another's hands left him deeply dissatisfied. It was merely a favor, but that 20 billion would settle things once and for all. In the future, should that young man encounter any troubles, Chairman Kai would not exert himself to protect him again. Dealing with a mere pauper would hardly require his intervention. Chen Junyan, realizing the implications, excitedly moved, inadvertently aggravating his facial injury. He winced, letting out a pained cry, but still managed to make threats. "Dad, you're absolutely right." Chen's father was quite satisfied with his eldest son's actions and reminded him to be discreet, avoiding leaving any obvious evidence, even if Chairman Kai would not retaliate. If Chen Junyan's actions were too blatant, it could reach Kai's ears. Chen Junyan hissed in acknowledgement, stating that he was unaware of the young man's connection to Kai while taking action in the parking lot. Chen's father nodded in approval, emphasizing that it was unnecessary to create animosity with future group. The Tianlang gang was one of the three dominant forces in the dark streets. If the right hand took action, it would ensure that the young man would sink into the river without anyone tracing it back to them. Chapter 22. The hunting moment of Ji Yuenga. The individual about to be submerged in the river was, at that moment, intrigued by the conspiracy of the Chen father and son. Just as Li Mubai was about to step in and engage in conversation with them, he suddenly sensed something, furrowing his brow before vanishing outside the door. Jian Xinya did not expect Ji Yuenga, who should have been in her sister's hospital room, to appear before her. She was aimlessly wandering in the inpatient department, completely unaware of her location. She was perplexed as to how Ji Yuenga had found her. Yet, Ji Yuenga stood there with an air of leisure, as if they had arranged to meet. Jian Xinya's guard was raised, and as she turned to leave, Ji Yuenga called out to her, "Wait, Xiaya." Upon hearing the nickname, Jian Xinya's eyes revealed annoyance. She did not conceal her expression. Facing Ji Yuenga's refined yet roguish face made her feel repulsed. Ji Yuenga approached with a warm smile, asking if she had come to his department to find him. Jian Xinya then realized that she was indeed in Ji Yuenga's territory. She forced a smile, apologizing for the interruption and claiming she was just wandering around. Before she could finish, Ji Yuenga displayed a seemingly sorrowful expression. "Xiaoya, are you still angry with me? I was drunk that day." Jian Xinya did not wish to hear Ji Yuenga's explanation, as it only made her feel more nauseated. How surprising that Ji Yuenga still remembered such a distant event. "I'm sorry, I've long forgotten about it, and I currently have a boyfriend, so discussing this is quite inappropriate." Jian Xinya aimed to extricate herself from the situation, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Ji Yuenga. However, upon hearing her words, Ji Yuenga's expression became even more wounded. "Is it necessary for you to distance yourself from me over such a misunderstanding? Xiaya, this truly saddens your brother Ji." Jian Xinya felt goosebumps rise at his words, instinctively taking a step back. This movement, however, provided Ji Yuenga the opportunity to advance again, cornering her against the door of his lounge. The door had just been opened, and should Jian Xinya retreat further, she would fall inside. A glimmer flickered in Ji Yuenga's eyes. "Xiaya, your refusal the last time left your brother Ji quite heartbroken." Each sister had her own charm. The elder sister resembled a flower on a high peak, and he had the patience to slowly win her over. However, the younger sister was too impulsive, with clear likes and dislikes. Just as he was about to ensnare her, she discovered his pursuit of Sinwei and awakened like a startled rabbit, fleeing in haste. "Ah, Xiaoya, you are simply adorable." Recalling the sight of Jian Xinya close to a stranger earlier that day, Ji Yuenga felt a surge of disdain almost overwhelm him. Yet, he maintained a seemingly harmless smile, his expression unwavering, as if a mask had been welded to his face. Nevertheless, his gaze was icy, contrasting with his demeanor and making him appear like a deranged killer on a rainy night. Xiaoya, has your temper not changed? I visited your sister today. Did I upset you? Ji Yuenga observed Jian Xinya's aversion with a widened grin. Could it be that you subconsciously sought me out because you missed your brother, Ji? Jian Xinya abruptly lifted her head. Did you arrange for those people to flirt with me? Ji Yuenga merely smiled and remained silent, waiting for Jian Xinya to evade him. The more she dodged, the more emotionally charged her eventual outburst would be. As he anticipated, Jian Xinya, disgusted, shouted, Ji Yuenga, don't go too far. While stepping back, her weight against the door easily pushed it open. Ji Yuenga relished the sight of Jian Xinya losing her balance and stumbling backward, hearing her startled gasp. Ah, so cute. Ji Yuenga casually pulled Jian Xinya back, preventing her from falling to the ground. His chivalry earned him a swift rejection as Jian Xinya shook off his hand after regaining her balance. Ji Yuenga, unfazed, regarded her with a more intense gaze. Indeed. You are in need of some discipline. He entered the room and locked the door. This action startled Jian Xinya, and she suddenly realized that the room bore the same scent of men's cologne as Ji Yuenga. Was this his lounge? Ji Yuenga approached her leisurely, and as she panicked and retreated, she did not notice her leg colliding with the bed's edge, causing her to fall. Ji Yuenga looked down at the girl who had inadvertently laid herself on his bed, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. So eager? Jian Xinya scrambled to rise, but Ji Yuenga firmly pressed down on her shoulder. He then seized her hands and pinned them above her head. Jian Xinya was utterly alarmed. What do you want? Let me go. Ji Yuenga chuckled. You voluntarily entered my lounge and lay upon my bed. Now you inquire about my intentions? If I were to do nothing, wouldn't that leave you disappointed? Jian Xinya struggled fiercely, her knees pushing against him. Sensing danger, Ji Yuenga sidestepped. Jian Xinya seized the chance to rise and dart toward the door. Ji Yuenga's smile remained, and in a few swift steps, he pinned her against the door. Planning to leave after flirting? Xiaoya, you've learned badly. You ignited this fire. You must help extinguish it. Otherwise, your brother Ji will not let you go. Jian Xinya fought desperately. Ji Yuenga, let me go. If you don't, I'll call for help. Ji Yuenga's smile twisted into something sinister. Call all you want. I forgot to mention that my lounge has excellent soundproofing. Everyone is out to eat at this hour. Who could possibly come to your rescue? Ji Yuenga tugged at Jian Xinya's hair, his voice turning dangerous. My Xiaoya is misbehaving. You were so close to another man today. Your brother Ji is upset. Thus, your brother Ji must punish you. Jian Xinya was thrown onto the bed, regretting why she had run out by herself and not allowed Li Mubai to follow. If only she had known. A loud crash interrupted Ji Yuenga's advance toward Jian Xinya, halting her panicked regret. Upon recognizing the figure that had appeared at the door, tears streamed down Jian Xinya's face. Li Mubai, save me. Woo-woo. Li Mubai's expression darkened, his gaze toward Ji Yuenga, as if looking at a corpse. Ji Yuenga's eyes reflected displeasure. He paid no heed to Li Mubai. Kid, scram if you know what's good for you. Without a word, Li Mubai stepped forward and threw a punch. With a crisp crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed as Ji Yuenga fell to the ground, screaming in pain. You dare hit me? He was utterly taken aback. Li Mubai towered over him, looking down with a disdainful glare as if gazing upon a lifeless body. Ji Yuenga, now frightened, nervously swallowed, choking on his own blood that unexpectedly spewed forth, mixed with white fragments. Through his crooked glasses, Ji Yuenga finally discerned the reality of the situation, and a wave of pain crashed violently upon his mind. The agony rendered him blind, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Li Mubai smirked. His intention to deliver another punch frozen in mid-action. What a useless individual, thinking he could pressure me into compliance. Jian Xinya was momentarily stunned by the scene before her. Her tears forgotten. Only after Li Mubai had struck did he realize the gravity of the situation. He had been so enraged that he had overlooked his master's warning. Jian Xinya's dazed gaze remained fixated on his fist. Embarrassed, Li Mubai concealed his hands behind his back, protesting innocently. It's not my fault. He made me do it. Yet, to Jian Xinya, his words implied that he had acted impulsively to save her, only to realize the repercussions afterward. Suddenly, the tension in her body eased, and she staggered toward Li Mubai's side. He contemplated offering support but hesitated, fearing that his gesture might provoke displeasure from his future wife. If she were to flee in anger, would he pursue her or not? Jian Xinya, too, was conflicted. Her eyes lingered on Ji Yuenga, whose face was now swollen like a pig's head from the blows he had received. The sight resembled a murder scene at first glance. Sighing, Jian Xinya yearned to leave with Li Mubai, feeling responsible for the chaos. If Ji Yuenga were merely an ordinary citizen, the matter would have been resolved with a police report and perhaps a settlement. Though he might demand a hefty compensation, it would be manageable. However, Ji Yuenga belonged to the Ji family. If her grandfather were still alive, the Jian family would not fear the Ji family. But with her grandfather gone, the Jian family was in disarray. Whether she or her sister intervened, resolving this issue would not be straightforward, unless Jian Xinya recalled Chairman Kai of Future Group. If she could leverage his influence, perhaps the Ji family would temper their demands at the negotiation table. However, given that Chairman Kai owed Li Mubai a significant favor, having already exchanged it for a 20 billion investment, would he be willing to assist? Jian Xinya felt as though she were grasping at straws in desperation. Just then, a figure appeared outside the door, startling her. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her headache intensified. It was Jian Xinwei. When Jian Xinwei had escorted Ji Yuinga out, she had seen Jian Xinya and Li Mubai, raising her suspicions. Jian Xinwei instinctively sensed something was amiss. She did not want Jian Xinya and Li Mubai to be alone together. If Li Mubai were to be swayed by Jian Xinya, that 20 billion investment would be at risk. Unable to sit idly any longer, Jian Xinwei ventured out, having sufficiently rested. As she inquired about the situation, she approached and overheard a pained scream. Recognizing it as Ji Yuinga's voice, she hurried forward, only to witness the scene before her. Ji Yuinga sprawled in a pool of blood, lifeless. Jian Xinya appeared disheveled, frantically attempting to pull Li Mubai away. Jian Xinwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded the two. Upon noticing the blood on Li Mubai's hands, anger flared within her. Did you do this? Li Mubai frowned, taken aback by Jian Xinwei's immediate accusation, showing no concern for her sister. This reaction irked him, causing his expression to grow cold. What? Are you upset? Jian Xinwei's fury ignited further. Li Mubai, do not overstep your bounds. Jian Xinya, feeling equally uncomfortable, pulled Li Mubai behind her. Sister, you should not overstep either. Do you know what Ji Yuinga intended to do to me? If it weren't for Li Mubai's timely intervention, Jian Xinwei's expression softened momentarily, but upon seeing Ji Yuinga lying in his bloody state, her demeanor hardened once more. Regardless, he shouldn't have been harmed so severely. Do you believe the current Jian family can stand against the Ji family? This mess will undoubtedly fall upon the Jian family. Jian Xinya understood the implications, but the event had already transpired. Furthermore, Li Mubai had acted out of concern for her. Resolutely, Jian Xinya declared, "This is my responsibility. I will bear the consequences. Rest assured, even if I must sacrifice myself, I will not let the Ji family come after you." She pointed furiously toward the door. "You may leave now, as if you know nothing." Jian Xinwei cast a cold glance at Jian Xinya. "You had better handle this well." With that, she turned to leave. Jian Xinya remained rooted to the spot, her lowered lashes concealing the sorrow and helplessness in her eyes. Indeed, her sister cared only for the Jian family and their interests. Between the Jian family and herself, she would always choose the Jian family. Li Mubai sighed, enveloping Jian Xinya in his arms, allowing her head to rest against his chest. "Do not fear. I am the one who struck him, and I will resolve this." Listening to the steady beat of his heart, Jian Xinya felt a sudden sense of reassurance. She smiled silently before mockingly stating, "You'll resolve this? What can a poor boy like you do?" Li Mubai contemplated saying that the Ji family could be reasoned with peacefully, but if they chose to be unreasonable, they could easily be eliminated. Yet, just as those thoughts were about to escape his lips, he recalled his master's admonitions. The words transformed into, "It's fine, if anything. I'll have Kai Tianming negotiate." Jian Xinya stepped back, meeting Li Mubai's earnest gaze and realized he was serious. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, she retorted, "Do you think Chairman Kai is your servant? How presumptuous." Li Mubai replied candidly, "He is not even qualified to be my servant." Jian Xinya rolled her eyes again. "Enough. What time is it? And you still have the leisure to boast." Li Mubai wanted to clarify that he was not boasting, but he found himself at a loss for words and simply fell silent. He still had saved Kai Tianming's number. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his old phone had long since malfunctioned. That ancient device had belonged to his master, and it was only given to him once it was no longer functional. His master had acquired a new one, discovering how advanced modern smartphones had become. The new phone could not only make calls but also stream soap operas and watch live broadcasts. His old phone could only take a SIM card, sufficient for making and receiving calls, and adequate for his tasks. To this day, Li Mubai still had no idea what his own phone number was. Chapter 24. A unique bar. During his time on the mountain, Li Mubai had never considered saving money for a new phone. Yet, in just a few days since descending, he realized how inconvenient it was to lack a phone capable of storing numbers. In the current predicament, not only was it inconvenient to reach Kai Tianming, but if his wife wished to contact him, she would have no means to do so. Li Mubai furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to use the initial night gift his wife had given him to purchase a phone when suddenly, his old device rang. His antiquated phone seldom rang, and when it did, it was usually his master assigning him tasks. Li Mubai's heart raced, thinking another mission was at hand. However, when he answered, before he could speak, he heard old Lu's respectful voice. "Young master." Li Mubai was puzzled. "Old Lu? Do you have something to discuss?" Lu Yido cautiously suggested. "Young master, since you were heading to Baiyun City without a reliable aid, do you recall Tu Tianlang? I've looked into it, and he is currently in charge of the Tianlang gang in the dark streets over there. I've made contact with him. What do you think?" Lu Yido was careful not to overstep, recognizing Li Mubai as the one in charge. Even if he wished to provide assistance, it was imperative that Li Mubai approve first. Li Mubai initially intended to decline, but, upon hearing Tianlang gang, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. "All right, have him wait for me at Future Group. Oh, and also, please ask Kai Tianming to prepare a phone for me." After giving it some thought, Li Mubai added that the numbers should be auspicious and easy to remember. Lu Yido was perplexed, but did not inquire further, acquiescing to all of Li Mubai's requests. Once Li Mubai hung up the phone, he noticed Jian Xinya staring at him with an indescribable expression. Confused, Li Mubai asked, "What's wrong?" Jian Xinya hesitated, wanting to speak, but then holding back. Ultimately managing to ask, "Is this how you boast with your elders?" Li Mubai was bewildered by what he had bragged about. "I didn't." Jian Xinya raised her hand to stop him, saying, "Enough. You need to consider the situation when you boast. If we don't help this person, it could truly lead to a life-threatening situation." Li Mubai dismissed her concerns, saying, "I know my limits. He won't die." Jian Xinya looked at him with an even more indescribable expression. Li Mubai fell silent. Enduring her discomfort, Jian Xinya approached to check on Ji Yuing's injuries. She discovered that he merely had saliva mixed with blood flowing from his mouth, and his pulse was strong. Surprised, she glanced at Li Mubai and remarked, "It's really not a big deal." Li Mubai nodded nonchalantly. "At worst, he'll need dental implants later, perhaps even some cosmetic surgery to correct his grotesque face." Jian Xinya chuckled. "What are you saying?" Realizing that Li Mubai, despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, was attentive enough not to inflict irreversible harm on Ji Yuing, she felt relieved. This was just the right amount of lesson for him. With a sigh of relief, Jian Xinya took out her phone and dialed the police. The authorities arrived promptly. After collecting evidence at the scene, Ji Yuing was taken away for emergency treatment, still unconscious. None noticed that Ji Yuing's hands twitched slightly in his stupor. His pig-like face contorted in pain. Given the severity of his injuries, it was natural for him to feel pain, and no one thought much of it. The injury assessment was completed. When the authorities found a security camera in Ji Yuing's resting area and reviewed the footage to reconstruct the incident, Jian Xinya was utterly horrified. She looked at Li Mubai with a face full of relief. "Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I shudder to think what the video might have recorded." Li Mubai grasped her hand, slightly displeased. Yet Jian Xinya, lost in thought, murmured, "It turns out being trapped in this lounge was just the beginning of a nightmare. Ji Yuing even intended to record an inappropriate video of me to blackmail me, leaving me helpless under his coercion." Gritting her teeth, she added, "I only punched him." "That was too lenient." Li Mubai found it amusing. "Yes, it was too lenient." Jian Xinya pursed her lips. "He made a mistake and intended to use my weakness against me, but now it has become evidence of his wrongdoing." Li Mubai nodded. "Indeed, he deserves it." After completing the statement, the matter was concluded as self-defense. Jian Xinya felt completely at ease. Li Mubai looked at her. "Now you possess leverage against that scoundrel. You can report him at any time." Jian Xinya was momentarily stunned. "You're right. The Ji family should be afraid of me." After the scare, having dealt with a despicable man, Jian Xinya felt invigorated. Jian Xinwei suddenly decided not to leave the hospital. And Jian Xinya was indifferent to her sister's behavior of feigning illness to evade trouble, as it was not the first time she felt disappointed in her sister. She pulled Li Mubai away stealthily. "Today is a wonderful day. Let's go out for a feast to celebrate." Li Mubai was still displeased with Ji Yuing's coveting of his wife and replied gruffly, "Celebrate what?" Jian Xinya blinked her beautiful eyes. "Of course. We celebrate that evil reaps evil. Heaven has eyes." Li Mubai chuckled at the silliness of this girl, and his earlier displeasure dissipated upon seeing her radiant smile. After all, he had already dealt with that scoundrel. It was unnecessary to dampen her spirits over someone irrelevant. Li Mubai readily agreed. Jian Xinya drove them to a serene bar. Upon seeing the pattern sign, Li Mubai frowned. "Do you come here often?" Jian Xinya thought he misunderstood and explained, "Not all bars are smoky and chaotic. This is a clean bar, quite respectable." Li Mubai remained non-committal, "As long as you enjoy it." Jian Xinya, oblivious to the deeper meaning in his words, intended to request a private room. Upon learning that the second young lady of the Jian family had arrived, the manager personally came to greet them. "Miss Jian, I sincerely apologize, but there are no private rooms available. However, there is a cozy corner seat over there. Today is Queen Tu's comeback performance, and many young masters have come. Please bear with us," the manager said with a smile, pointing to a corner booth with limited visibility, the only remaining spot. Jian Xinya initially planned to leave, but upon hearing that Queen Tu would be performing, her interest was piqued. "Isn't she the wild singer?" the manager added. "If you come any later, you might not even be able to buy standing tickets." This remark was no joke. When Queen Tu previously held residency there, it was a sea of people. Just shifting one's feet could result in stepping on someone else's toes. The bar's entrance was nearly broken down from the crowd. Some even paid a premium just to catch a glimpse of Queen Tu and hear her sing. The standing positions became akin to scalper tickets. The manager still vividly recalled that scene and naturally boasted about it. Chapter 25. How could it be her? Jian Xinya excitedly chattered with Li Mubai. "I've heard of Queen Tu's fame for so long, but I've never seen her in person. There was a time I think she was here when I came by. But I was in a bad mood that day and drank a bit too much, so I didn't pay attention to the excitement outside the private room. Now that I think about it, it's quite a regret. Queen Tu is so popular now, I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Today, Queen Tu is actually making a comeback." Jian Xinya was thrilled, pulling Li Mubai towards the corner booth. She casually ordered 2 low-alcohol cocktails, feeling exhilarated. "I usually sit in a private room. This is my first time in the main hall. It seems like today is truly a good day. We are fortunate enough to witness Queen Tu's popularity firsthand." Li Mubai's gaze remained fixed on Jian Xinya's face as he listened to her speak, showing no signs of impatience. occasionally chiming in. This lively Jian Xinya resembled an enthusiastic college student, full of youthful energy, stirring something in Li Mubai's heart. In less than 20 minutes, the bar began to fill up. As the manager had mentioned, soon the place was packed, with guests at the back unable to push their way in. Contrary to the manager's words, many in the crowd were waving banners and holding light sticks, crowding the dance floor. Jian Xinya was astonished. The next moment, her mind was bombarded by the synchronized chants of the fans. Queen, Queen, you're the best. Queen, Queen, hurry on stage. Queen, brave and soaring, knights forever by your side. For you, I am obsessed. For you, I am crazy, crashing against the walls for you. Additionally, several individuals were holding long cameras and eagerly waiting. Some attempted to slip something into the manager's hands, only to be rejected. It seemed they wanted to sneak into the staff lounge for an exclusive interview. The manager's refusal indicated he could not make that call, his face twitching as he was clearly pressured by the hefty bride. The manager's pained expression said it all. Jian Xinya found it amusing, giggling like a child. She realized it had been a long time since she had worn such a carefree expression. When she became aware of it, she shyly glanced at Li Mubai. Li Mubai, however, remained utterly unimpressed by the scene before him. All he could perceive was the oppressive atmosphere, teeming with an overwhelming crowd, cacophonous noise, and murky air. He found it incomprehensible how these people could become so frenzied over a mere singer. When Queen Tu ascended the stage, despite the distance, the slightly off-angle view, and the dim lighting, it did not hinder Li Mubai from recognizing her face. The heavy makeup obscured some of her features, yet he immediately identified her as an acquaintance. He murmured softly, how could it be her? This utterance was drowned amidst the rising tide of screams. Even the nearest person, Jian Xinya, failed to catch his words. Li Mubai's seat was rather inconspicuous, and the performers on stage showed little inclination to glance below. True to her regal title, Queen Tu exuded an air of haughty wildness akin to a desert rose. Her mere appearance sent the throng of spectators into a frenzy. With such a multitude present, their excitement was palpable, yet they felt lost in the crowd, unable to capture Queen Tu's attention, which only fueled their desperation. As Queen Tu adjusted the microphone, the prelude played, and the audience fell silent. When she launched into a high note, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. Li Mubai observed with a detached demeanor, mentally critiquing her adeptness at manipulating the audience's emotions. Nevertheless, seeing his wife so enthralled, he felt compelled to join in the enthusiasm, his commentary remaining relatively measured. He refrained from harsh judgments, granting her a modicum of respect. As the rock performance concluded, the atmosphere was electric, and Queen Tu signaled for a change in tempo, cueing a more melodic piece. However, before she could sing a note, a loud crash echoed as a bottle of candy was hurled from the second floor, shattering before the stage. The nearby fans screamed in shock, and chaos ensued. Following this, a dramatic scene unfolded as bodyguards cleared the way for an arriving dignitary. Li Mubai observed the ostentatious display, his lips curling in disbelief. Good heavens! He could hardly fathom that Chen Xiao was still confined to a hospital bed. He nearly suspected that the individual orchestrating the spotlight was none other than Chen Junyan himself. Yet, even if it were not him, it was not far from the truth. Li Mubai distinctly heard the bodyguards bowing respectfully, all in unison proclaiming, Chen Xiao. Coughing from the cocktail he had just sipped, Li Mubai exclaimed internally, what on earth? Is it truly from the Chen family? Could it be that they exclusively produce such ludicrous personalities? Li Mubai was taken aback. Jian Xinya, noticing the disruption of her excitement, turned to see the astonishment etched on Li Mubai's face. She understood his naivety, having just arrived from the mountains, with little knowledge of the social intricacies. The individual in question was Chen Shui, the cousin of Chen Junyan, who fancied himself superior to his brother, lamenting that he was born 127 seconds later, thus missing out on the status of the eldest grandson and the privileges that came with it. Li Mubai's expression twisted in disbelief. It was akin to blaming the latrine for a failure to relieve oneself, a feeble argument indeed. Chen Shui, strutting with an air of self-importance, casually brushed back his hair and removed his sunglasses, directing his attention toward Queen Tuesday. My goddess, might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you upstairs? Queen Tu, with her cold, regal demeanor, responded with a single disdainful word, scram. Chen Shui's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe that a mere bar singer would dare to rebuff a scion of one of the four great families. You are but a fleeting star born from a bar. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of such recognition? One of Chen Shui's sycophantic companions hastily chimed in, incensed that his moment of flattery had been usurped by another. The two sycophants, equally conceited, began to chime in unison, proclaiming the greatness of Chen Xiao, asserting that it was an honor to be personally invited by him. With Chen Xiao, candy could serve as mouthwash. With Chen Xiao, you could roll in riches until dawn. With Chen Xiao, why sing at all? Become the lady of a wealthy family and truly reign as a queen. The chorus of flattery brought Chen Shui immense satisfaction. He made a gesture of collection, casting a smug glance at Queen Tu, whose response to the oily compliments was evident. She leaned forward, her lips slightly parted, and emitted a sound of retching. Chapter 26. A reunion of old friends. The venue fell into silence, swiftly followed by a wave of uncontrollable laughter. Who would have thought that attending a live performance by Queen Tu would also provide such an unexpected spectacle? Jian Xinya erupted in laughter, unable to contain herself. and soon became uncontrollable. Li Mubai too wore a smile, thinking how this fiery little pepper had indeed matured into something fiercer. Her temperament, as ever, offered no quarter to anyone. One could only imagine that if Tu Jiaojiao's temper flared, even he, the young master, would receive no leniency. Let alone someone from a minor family, such as Chen Shui. The fact that she had not genuinely vomited, but merely feigned it was already a mark of restraint. Tu Jiaojiao's retching directly darkened Chen Shui's expression. He had not anticipated that this woman would dare to simulate vomiting in his presence, and he stepped back in shock, waving his hand dismissively. Those who refuse to toast shall face punishment. Seize her and bring Queen Tu to a private room for a proper discussion. The bodyguards surged forward, intent on apprehending her. The fans below were incensed, roaring as they surged toward the bodyguards. The situation escalated, and tensions mounted dangerously. Suddenly, weapons were drawn, and a deafening bang echoed, plunging the venue into a moment of silence, which was quickly shattered by chaos. They have weapons. Help, there's going to be a massacre. The shrieks erupted, and everyone began to scramble for the exits. In mere minutes, the once lively bar was left with only a few intrepid souls. Among them Li Mubai and Jian Xinya. Jian Xinya did not wish to remain, yet their seats were too far back to escape easily. Just as she sought to follow the tail end of the fleeing crowd, she was recognized. One of Chen Shui's lackeys, incensed by his own underwhelming performance, scanned the room and caught sight of Jian Xinya's stunning visage, captivated by her beauty. Chen Xiao, is that not the young lady who vanished abruptly during our last business discussion? With the illustrious Jian Xinwei present, the less prominent Jian Xinya was mockingly dubbed Little Jian. Chen Shui's attention was drawn by his sycophant's observation, and upon spotting Jian Xinya, he recalled the drug he had administered, pondering who had benefited from his actions. Chen Shui's expression darkened. He had not overlooked that a stranger was standing beside Jian Xinya, further souring his mood. At the previous investment banquet, the representative from the Chen family had been Chen Zhenyan. Chen Shui had not been granted the opportunity to attend. Even Chen Zhenyan, after the event, had only learned about Li Mubai's connection to Kai Tianming through diligent inquiry. Chen Shui, having neither attended nor met Li Mubai, was entirely unaware of this significant figure, highlighting his inferior networking compared to Chen Zhenyan. Nonetheless, his ambitions were no less fervent than those of his cousin. Chen Zhenyan intended to first capture his elder sister, making it easier to deal with the younger sister afterward. However, Chen Shui was not fond of Jian Xinwei's rigid and dull demeanor. He preferred the vivacious spirit of her younger sister. Upon learning that Jian Xinya had been separated, he sought every opportunity to approach her. After much effort, he finally found a suitable project, hoping to use it to entice Jian Xinya. Just as he saw her drink the spiked beverage, it seemed success was within reach. To his surprise, she cunningly slipped away under the pretense of visiting the restroom. Chen Shui instructed the bodyguards to search every restroom on the floor, even checking empty private rooms, but they could not locate her. Today, unexpectedly encountering her, Chen Shui decided to take bold action, planning to seize both women at once. He had brought sufficient manpower, easily capable of capturing two defenseless women. With a sinister grin, he pointed at Jian Xinya and commanded, "Bring her to the private room." Jian Xinya turned pale, pulling out her phone to call the police, only to realize it had run out of battery and shut off. In a panic, she glanced at Li Mubai and urged, You go first. Remember to call the police outside. I'll wait for you to rescue me." Li Mubai was pushed but stood his ground, his expression darkening. Nearby, a few lackeys were discussing something that struck a familiar chord. Suddenly, Li Mubai turned to Jian Xinya, realizing the scoundrel who drugged her that day was indeed among them. Jian Xinya paused in surprise and exclaimed, "So what if he is? Is this really the time to discuss that?" Li Mubai rolled up his sleeves and replied, "If that's the case, you go first. I'll hold them off. Call Kai Tianming and have him bring the one named Tu here." Jian Xinya thought Li Mubai intended to take a beating for her while she sought help. She opened her mouth to protest, but seeing the bodyguards rushing towards them, she finally resolved, "Wait for me. I'll bring help." Hearing the screams behind her made Jian Xinya's heart race, compelling her to run faster. With the timid lady dispatched, Li Mubai no longer held back, delivering swift blows to the advancing black-clad bodyguards. Each strike sent them crashing to the ground, akin to a game of whack-a-mole, accompanied by cries of anguish. Li Mubai moved mechanically, knocking down one black-clad figure after another, while Tu Jiaojiao mirrored his actions, taking down all nearby bodyguards. In less than 3 minutes, the bar was filled only with the sounds of the defeated. Tu Jiaojiao then noticed a man in the corner, as if brushing dirt off his hands. Li Mubai? Li Mubai looked up and grinned. Well, my little maid, why are you still so unruly?" Tu Jiaojiao pouted, "If we're talking about age, I'm older than you." Li Mubai's lips twitched, recalling she was indeed 6 months his senior. Just half a year, yet she seemed so proud of it. After all these years, was she really counting on that? Tu Jiaojiao bristled at his words, declaring, "Who said that? I'm living quite well. What about you? Have you grown up yet? I've been your warm bedmaid for years. Don't just talk the talk." Li Mubai was momentarily speechless, remembering a time when they had bickered, and he had carelessly made such a remark. He never expected her to hold a grudge. Chen Shui, witnessing his fallen bodyguards, felt a wave of panic wash over him. His legs trembled, yet he could not show weakness before his lackeys. He could not afford to lose face, not only his own but also that of the Chen family. Naturally, he refrained from stepping forward himself, casting a glance at lackey number 1, who typically understood his intentions well. However, when the lackey spoke, Chen Shuyi nearly erupted in anger. With a booming voice, lackey number 1 shouted, "Do you think this is a reunion? How dare you ignore young Master Chen? Do you wish to die?" Lackey number 2 echoed the sentiment, asserting that the Chen family would not fear two powerless commoners. What if they can fight? They dare to offend the Chen family, they regretted. Chen Shuyi was nearly driven to madness by their thoughtlessness. Yet, he reasoned that the Jian family woman could not possibly know any formidable figures. They were mere brutes. Just then, Li Mubai emerged from the shadows, clad in what seemed like shabby attire, his skin darker than average. At first glance, he resembled a laborer from a construction site. Young Master Chen's arrogance surged. He had initially dismissed Li Mubai, believing him to be insignificant. Not only the Chen family, but even the most modest family would not consider someone like him worthy of their attention. Chen Shuyi sneered contemptuously at Li Mubai. "What do you think you are? Just a poor wretch with no power or influence, attempting to play the hero?" Without allowing lackey number 1 to interject, he continued, "If you want to be the hero saving the damsel, be prepared to pay a bitter price. Not just the Chen family. Even we will make sure you can't survive in Bayan City." All eyes turned towards Li Mubai, but Tu Jiaoji was not pleased. This did not mean others could threaten or insult her master in her presence. With a fierce command, she leaped down from the platform and charged toward the group of wealthy young men. Enough. The black-clad bodyguards attempted to rush the stage. But Tu Jiaojiao had the advantage of height. Even if she dispatched 4 or 5 guards, the wealthy young men would likely dismiss it as coincidence. However, as she jumped down from the high platform, her stiletto heels striking with intent, the young men were momentarily mesmerized by her alluring figure, laughing inappropriately. And even Chen Shuyi prepared to embrace her. Yet, when Tu Jiaoji was still a meter away, she suddenly lifted her leg high. With momentum, her foot struck Chen Shuyi squarely on the jaw, sending him flying and stunning his lackeys. Though the lackeys had learned some basic martial skills as part of their elite family education, they were no match for Tu Jiaojiao, who had spent half a year honing her abilities alongside Li Mubai. If Jian Xinya had been here, she might have struggled, but against these thugs, she was no opponent. Now, standing before them was Tu Jiaojiao, who had been a maid to Li Mubai. As she recalled the day she was sent away, her heart burned with a desire to prove herself. She had worked diligently to improve herself, and now, upon reuniting, she was determined not to be looked down upon by the once small boy who had grown significantly. With her noble and cold demeanor, she dispatched the lackeys one by one. In the end, her long leg pressed down on Chen Shuyi's chest, nearly making him vomit blood. "Apologize," Tu Jiaojiao said coldly. Chen Shuyi felt tears welling up in his eyes. He never anticipated that Queen Tu, with her stunning figure and chart-topping songs, would possess such a fiery temper. What astonished him even more was how a mere singer could be so formidable. He had brought along a full entourage of 20 bodyguards and a dozen lackeys to secure the venue, reserving all the private rooms. He had truly made extensive preparations to win over the goddess. Chen Shuyi was perplexed about how events had escalated to this point. He intended to get close to the goddess and lure her into his bed, which he had envisioned happening after intoxicating her in a private room. If she resisted, he could resort to drugs. He was certain he would eventually enjoy a night of mutual consent. Chen Shuyi felt as if his jaw had vanished. He suspected it had been shattered by a kick. He was drooling, unable to utter a single word. Tu Jiaojiao cast a disdainful glance, kicked him away, and then stomped on lackey number 1. Coldly, she commanded, "Apologize on his behalf." Lackey number 1 howled in agony, suddenly envious of the scoundrel beside him. Despite being closer, why was he the one being trampled? His reflexes faltered, nearly crushing his own ribs. He cried out, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize for the young master." At such a moment, he dared not drag the Chen family heir into this embarrassing situation. Even if he were to be crushed by Queen Tu's foot, he could not gamble with his family's reputation, which was notoriously vengeful. Tu Jiaojiao, accustomed to being brash, assumed he was merely choked from the force of her stomp. She paid no mind to whether he had actually uttered the name Chen. Hearing his series of pig-like apologies, she scoffed and kicked him 2 meters away. She glanced at her shoes, attributing her performance issues to them. As she prepared to stomp on lackey number 2, he was already prostrating on the ground, hands clasped together, apologizing in a chant reminiscent of a Buddhist prayer. I'm sorry. I failed to recognize your worth. Please show mercy. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please, don't strike me again. Do you realize what would happen if you offend me? Even if you are a mere star, before the Chen family, you must bow low and offer respect." Chapter 28. The Chen family again. Tu Jiaojiao chuckled dismissively, her demeanor exuding nonchalance. "Do you think I fear the Chen family?" This statement left everyone present in stunned silence. What did she mean? Could it be that this little star had a backer more powerful than the Chen family? Speculation arose among the crowd about who that benefactor might be. Chen Shuyi recalled the conversation between Queen Tu and Li Mubai, glancing in his direction. Upon seeing Li Mubai clearly, especially his attire, Chen Shuyi dismissed his earlier assumptions with amusement. How could he believe that such a peasant worker possessed any formidable connections? However, before he could finish that thought, a tense voice called from the entrance, "Li Xiao?" Are you in there? Following this, a group of burly men wielding machetes cleared the way, trailed by dozens of bodyguards clad in black. Behind them was Jian Xinya, accompanied by a stout man with a beer belly and a crew-cut man with a broken brow. This display immediately overshadowed Chen Shui. Not to mention the trained bodyguards behind them, the machete-wielding ruffians exuded an intimidating aura. Their bulging temples and agile movements indicated they were seasoned fighters. Chen Shui tightened his grip on the phone hidden in his palm. Seizing the moment when Queen Tu's attention was diverted, he had sent a distress message to his father. As the sole heir of the second branch, if he fell here, the second branch would lose its leverage against the first in the struggle for the family head position. For this reason, his father treated him like a treasured jewel. Now faced with this unforeseen peril, he hoped to stall for time until his father could arrive with help. His gaze subtly darted between Queen Tu and Jian Xinya. It was all due to these two wretched women. Chen Shui's sticky gaze, which he believed was well concealed, failed to escape the notice of the seasoned fighters present. Tu Jiao felt disgusted but transformed into a lady upon seeing the crew-cut man. It was as if she had just performed a high kick moments earlier. Li Mubai also appeared innocent, obediently being examined by Jian Xinya for injuries. Kai Tianming shot the two young people a knowing glance before turning away, avoiding eye contact. He suddenly grasped the young master's intention. Was this a ruse of disguised poverty to test the future mistress of the Qin family? Should he play along and act as if he were unfamiliar with the young master? Earlier, Jian Xinya had mentioned something about owing a favor over the phone. And though her words were somewhat incoherent, Kai Tianming was no ordinary person. This was undoubtedly a pretext concocted by the young master for that 20 billion investment. Indeed, the master had shown him kindness. Though it was merely the master's subordinate acting on his behalf, he would still be considered a benefactor, which was no small matter. He had never interacted with the young master before, but using the guise of familial obligation was entirely plausible. It was merely a matter of feigning unfamiliarity, a trivial task. Kai Tianming, possessing exceptional self-awareness, immediately stepped into character. He sneered, "Whose child is lying on the ground? State your name." Chen Shui, upon seeing Kai Tianming and hearing his voice, failed to recognize who it was. His social circle had not yet reached that echelon. The chairman of the future group was not someone everyone could converse with. The Qin family was powerful, but not to the extent that their younger generation could engage with Kai Tianming. Chen Junyan, as the eldest grandson of the first branch, had only recently been granted such rights to attend an investment banquet. The intention was to broaden his horizons and forge connections, particularly with the future group. Little did the old man Chen realize that his eldest grandson would be foolish enough to offend the local emperor of Baiyun City over a woman. After today, he would likely find it even more unbelievable that this second branch's spoiled grandson was more foolish than his eldest, accustomed to being spoiled by the second branch. He brazenly boasted without knowing who he was dealing with. "Have you not brushed your teeth in days? What a foul mouth you have. I am Chen Shui, and I doubt anyone in Baiyun City is unaware of the Qin family. Those with sense should call for an ambulance and respectfully escort us to the hospital. You need not be instructed on how to make amends, right?" Suddenly regaining his ability to speak proved that his jaw was still intact. Chen Shui was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Though slightly intimidated by the situation, he considered his own identity. The stout man, dressed impeccably, seemed to possess some standing. Surely, he had some understanding of the rules of high society. As long as he isn't foolish, he must certainly know what to do. Perhaps, without waiting for his father to arrive with assistance, he could instill such fear in them that they would worship him as their ancestor. Chen Shui's imagination was delightful. Yet reality struck him as he heard a cold chuckle from the rotund man. "Ah, the Qin family, always the Qin family. How brazen they are to repeatedly oppose Mr. Kai. Do they think that Mr. Kai, having spent the last 2 years cultivating himself, has lost his edge?" Chen Shui was bewildered. Mr. Kai? Which Mr. Kai? The only Kai who could be so audacious in Baiyun City led him to a rather unsettling suspicion. However, he dared not dwell on it or inquire further. At this moment, he wished he could transform into an ostrich. If only he refrained from asking, he could remain oblivious to the man's identity. And today's predicament might simply pass unnoticed. Chen Shui resolved to remain silent. His entourage, even less astute than he, could not fathom the implications. Meanwhile, they were seething with anger, searching for an outlet. They would relish the chance to name someone. In their minds, the 4 prominent families of Baiyun City were akin to local emperors. As for the likes of Future Group, that was a leviathan of national stature, far removed from their realm, rendering any intersection impossible. Thus, the lackeys spoke freely, their words laced with vulgarity. "And Mr. Kai? Do you fancy yourself Kai Tianming? Look at you, resembling a man who has lost his vitality, and you dare wield a blade? Even the thought of taking up arms seems beyond your capability. Perhaps you should resort to medication. Bah, have you even looked in the mirror? You dare challenge the Qin family." Chen Shui felt his blood pressure surge. Yet, having just shouted loudly, he now found himself voiceless at the crucial moment. Frustrated, he could only watch as his sycophants poured fuel onto the flames, inciting enmity on his behalf. All he could think was, "It's over." Chapter 29, The Legacy of the Qin Family. Meanwhile, the raucous clamor of his lackeys intensified. What sort of riffraff dares to show their faces? The Qin family? Is that a name you can utter? With beer bellies, receding hairlines, and squinting eyes, these middle-aged, greasy men were clearly unremarkable nouveau riche. gathering a bunch of thugs to pose as gangsters? With such company, not only the Qin family, but even licking my boots would be beneath you. Did you think the Queen of Paint found a benefactor? How audacious, and for what? Qin Shui opened his mouth several times but could only stammer in silence. He couldn't comprehend how he had been so articulate moments ago. Now rendered mute in an instant. Beside him, Li Mubai, feigning disinterest as he engaged in idle chatter with Jian Xinya, concealed his own prowess. Tu Jiao Jiao, casting a sidelong glance at Li Mubai, felt a pang of jealousy upon noticing the beauty beside him. It was only natural, after all, she had been reassigned years ago. New faces arriving at his side was to be expected. Yet, the bitterness in her heart climbed like a poisonous vine. Suddenly, a competitive spirit ignited within her. Eager to challenge this new maid, Jian Xinya sensed a powerful gaze upon her, but despite her vigilant scanning of the surroundings, she could not locate its source. Confused, she tilted her head. There were so many people present, perhaps she had misjudged? Jian Xinya hesitated. She had come out to celebrate and unwind, yet things had devolved into this. It left her feeling bitter and defeated. Truly, this year had been ill-fated. Since her grandfather's passing, she had realized how harsh reality could be. Those who once courted her favor had revealed their true colors. Li Mubai noticed Jian Xinya's distress and intended to leave the situation to Kai Tianming. Just then, a commotion erupted outside as a group burst in, and Kai Tianming, with a relaxed demeanor, turned to observe. He had been biding his time, phone in hand. Anticipating this very moment, the Qin family always found a way to evade responsibility. He had received word that the Qin family had secured a formidable ally and was preparing to challenge him, though he had yet to uncover their identity. Kai Tianming remained unperturbed. He had his own support. Glancing at Li Mubai, he reassured himself, even if I cannot contend with them, I can still cling to the young master's coattails. With the protection of the Dark Streets wolf pack and the backing of old Lu, who would dare to threaten me at the young master's command? Kai Tianming bolstered his confidence. Meanwhile, the raucous youngsters, despite their disheveled appearance, were energized upon seeing the newcomers at the door. Even in their current state, struggling to rise, they were eager to report their grievances. Second Master Chun, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, young Master Qin would have been driven to his end by these insolent ruffians. Upon hearing this, the second master of the Qin family widened his eyes, and without assessing the situation, he bellowed, Who? Which blind fool dares to lay hands on a descendant of the Qin family? Li Mubai, observing the unfolding chaos, couldn't help but smirk. Truly, a family that shares the same lineage is bound to encounter similar situations. He leaned closer to Jian Xinya, whispering playfully, Well, even second Master Qin has arrived. It seems this commotion has escalated. Li Mubai found Jian Xinya's worried expression endearing. Nonchalantly, he remarked, Does Kai Tianming fear the Qin family? Jian Xinya pondered, Perhaps. Yet, she voiced her underlying concern, but even if Chairman Kai resolves this issue, the effort will not be negligible. Will that investment still hold? Reflecting on the exclusion faced by Yu Company, she felt the oppressive weight of their demands. Moreover, those involved were clearly trying to exploit the situation. There was no need to look far. Was there one right in front of her? If Qin Shuli had harbored ulterior motives and drugged her, how would she have ended up in such a predicament? The thought of inadvertently sleeping with her future brother-in-law left her heart in turmoil. Today, she had accrued another debt of gratitude, complicating their already tangled relationship. Li Mubai, sensing Jian Xinya's distress, gently patted her shoulder. Rest assured, with a conglomerate as substantial as Future Group, they won't renege on their commitments and fail to meet your investment needs. His words elicited an eye roll from Jian Xinya, extinguishing any lingering emotions. This man had a penchant for exaggeration, always boasting. Did he think 20 billion was as trivial as paper money for the underworld? Li Mubai, who had never possessed more than 4 figures, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Wait. His eyes lit up as he retorted, Who said that? You even gave me a red envelope of 20,000 for my first night. A group of eavesdropping subordinates, straining to hear the young master's romantic escapades, nearly choked on their own saliva. Even Kai Tianming, with his scant knowledge, comprehended the young master's words. As he cast a derisive glance at the second master of the Qin family, he secretly scoffed. As expected of the young master, to demand a red envelope from a woman for his first night. Impressive. The young master was indeed extraordinary, with women flocking to him wherever he went. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Kai Tianming's gaze darted to the Queen of Paint, noticing her disgruntled expression, his imagination running wild. He completely disregarded the second master of the Qin family, not even considering addressing him directly. Meanwhile, Amy stood before the second master of the Qin family, grinning broadly, holding the boss's phone. The phone was playing the grandiose rhetoric of Qin Shi and his sycophantic entourage. Kai Tianming himself was a stranger to Qin Eri. However, Amy had visited the Qin group, and this face was akin to that of an envoy from the Celestial Empire. Qin Eri immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Thus, the standoff reached an impasse. Qin Eri wished to utter conciliatory words. Yet the news of the Future Group severing ties with the Qin family had already spread like wildfire. Even Qin Eri, no stranger to affairs, had been informed. It must be said that in certain respects, Qin Shui took after his father. At this moment, Qin Eri had no inclination to stand his ground. As he listened to the recording with trepidation, he sent a message to his father. Upon reading it, the elder Chen's eyes turned icy, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. I had intended to mend relations with the future group. It seems old age has dulled my resolve. With steely eyes, the elder Chen turned to the elderly man in black martial attire beside him. Old Chen, it appears I must trouble you to pay them a visit. Chapter 30. A must to retaliate viciously. Old Chen clasped his fists. Leave it to me. You need not worry. Upon seeing the message, Chen Yiri's confidence surged. So what if it was the future group? The elder had deemed it unworthy of concern, so what was there to fear? Chen Yiri's expression shifted, a cold chuckle escaping him. What a grand display from the future group. Bullying the weak, behaving like children. It truly opens my eyes. As Chen Yiri suddenly transformed his demeanor, Amy reined in her smile. It appeared the Chen family was intent on rejecting courtesy and inviting punishment instead. With a haughty lift of his chin, Chen Yiri remarked, to speak so grandly, are you not afraid of the winds turning and biting your tongue? Amy tucked away her phone and stepped back, shielded by her bodyguards. Chen Yiri glanced at the pitiful sight of his son and his followers lying incapacitated on the ground. Fury igniting within him. You Kai Tianming, who has bullied me for far too long. Since you insist on driving me to the edge, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, Chen Yiri took several steps back, creating more space for his enforcers to act. Go. Subdue them. Each shall be rewarded with 1 million for tea. The men behind Chen Yiri stepped forward, adopting a combative stance, causing Kai Tianming to pale slightly. Fortunately, Lu Laoda had been thoughtful enough to send Tu Tianlang to await the young master. Upon receiving a distress call about the young master, Tu Tianlang rallied a group of brothers to come forth. Do not be fooled by their shabby attire. Each of them was a true martial artist. As for his bodyguards, they were all hired veterans, truly made of gold and silver, though they could not compare to the genuine practitioners. Their skills in military boxing and individual combat were certainly commendable. As the two sides were on the verge of confrontation, Kai Tianming was merely an ordinary president who had undergone elite education. In his youth, he had sculpted an 8-pack and knew a few moves of Sanda and Taekwondo, but his skills were only marginally superior to those of the fallen youth on the ground. The level of combat at hand had surpassed his capabilities. Yet, he feigned loyalty, discreetly hiding Li Mubai. Thus, Chen Yiri remained oblivious to the presence of a dark-skinned laborer, not even noticing such an ordinary person among them. Li Mubai, remaining an outsider, did not take action but stayed close to Jian Xinya. Though he remained still, those who inadvertently approached this small area of tranquility found themselves inexplicably unable to advance. Such a minor skirmish was hardly worth Tu Tianlang's intervention. Kai Tianming adjusted his position, and Tu Tianlang discerned his intent. Though ultimately futile, the effort was commendable. Therefore, Tu Tianlang also shifted slightly, ensuring Li Mubai remained concealed. However, Tu Jiaojiao had been acting unusually ever since she spotted Tu Tianlang. At this moment, she refrained from taking action, passively playing the part of a quail, hesitating to approach. Aside from a brief moment of scrutiny when he first entered, Tu Tianlang did not glance in her direction again. The melee escalated. Just as Kai Tianming was about to speak, the middle-aged man guarding Chen Yiri gasped. A Huang-level martial artist? The future group actually harbors so many Huang-level fighters? Chen Yiri was taken aback. What? They are all Huang-level martial artists? The middle-aged man nodded, his expression grave. I did not anticipate the future group to be so unfathomable. They might very well have a martial arts lineage behind them. The middle-aged man was indeed a mid-level Huang martial artist. For a prominent family like the Chens, they were among the elite in Baiyan City. Their household boasted only a few martial artists. Among the younger generation, such as Chun Junyan and Chen Shui, there existed only a cadre of thugs, unworthy of even a Huang-level fighter. The family head, Chen Yiri, and the third master each had mid-level Huang martial artists by their sides. The elder Chun was accompanied by a formidable high-level Huang martial artist, reportedly having just broken through to mid-level Xian. The bodyguards brought by Chen Yiri were all disciples of the middle-aged man, currently unranked. In 2 years, they might reach the initial Huang level. If it were not for a martial arts lineage, finding promising martial arts students among ordinary people would be exceedingly rare. The middle-aged man himself lacked exceptional potential, and thus, the disciples he found were all mediocre. Despite bringing a significant number of disciples, they could barely hold their ground against the opposing side in a 2-on-1 scenario. Yet, he noticed that 2 formidable opponents remained on the sidelines, perhaps observing the situation or believing that they need not intervene against a bunch of unranked outsiders. Uncertain of what to do, the middle-aged man pulled one of his disciples to protect Chen Yiri, gritting his teeth and forcing himself into the fray. As expected, just as the middle-aged man joined the battle, the 2 Huang-level mid-tier martial artists surrounding him advanced. Just as the middle-aged man found himself in dire straits, suddenly, a cold grunt from an elder resonated through the chaos like a hammer striking the ground. Mr. Kai, what great authority you wield. Why not allow me, Qian, to join and we can all engage in a friendly spar? A figure, swift as the wind, darted into the fray. The Qin family's enforcers, who had been on the losing end, suddenly found themselves invigorated as if aided by divine intervention. Their opponents trembled, their weapons flying from their grasp. An elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the turmoil, exuding an aura of formidable presence. He hesitantly glanced at Tu Tianlang. Kai Tianming's flesh quivered, the taut corners of his mouth betraying his anxiety. I am but an ordinary person. How did I become embroiled in a conflict among high-level martial artists? Though tense, Kai Tianming would not reveal his fear. He too scoffed. A mere nameless nobody dares to shout before Kai? I see the Chen family's days are truly numbered. Provocation. It must be a fierce retaliation. What of a Xian-level martial artist? I do not believe that Lu Laoda, who deliberately sought him out to follow the young master, would be inferior to the Chen family's offerings. Kai Tianming clenched his jaw, his disdainful demeanor not only altering old Qian's expression but also compelling Li Mubai to glance at him with a mix of surprise and admiration. Ah, to my astonishment, this diminutive president possesses such audacity, speaking in such a manner to a martial artist. If Tu Tianlang and Tu Jiaojiao at this moment disregard their camaraderie and offer him a modicum of consideration, I fear. As Li Mubai pondered, he soon witnessed the elder's fury manifest, unleashing a sonic assault. With another cold snort, imbued with tremendous force, it thundered towards Kai Tianming. Chapter 31. Let us just settle for $1 billion. Just as Li Mubai was about to act discreetly, Tu Tianlang made his move. He bellowed, "Old fool. Do you lack martial ethics?" The forceful declaration collided with the elder Qian's sonic attack, creating a resounding explosion in the air. The two intangible pressures clashed and dissipated. Elder Qian, intending merely to deal with an ordinary person, had not anticipated a true confrontation. However, his fighting spirit ignited fiercely upon facing Tu Tianlang. Very well. Since you cannot tolerate my presence, let us engage in combat. Tu Tianlang, with furrowed brows, was ready to duel. Suddenly, a figure surged forth. Old man, who do you think you are? Do you dare call my brother to the stage? Tu Tianlang was momentarily stunned by that proclamation, his energy dissipating. Elder Qian, however, perceived the newcomer to be a young girl and felt slighted, his dissatisfaction palpable. Little girl, you speak so arrogantly? Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With a deep breath, Elder Qian disregarded Tu Jiaojiao's gender and intended to show no mercy. His palm, filled with immense force and a fierce wind, aimed directly at Tu Jiaojiao's face. Yet, she leapt into the air, her disdainful heel now transforming into a lethal weapon. The vibrant red heel met Elder Qian's calloused palm. Li Mubai gazed in astonishment at that hand. Iron sand palm? Jian Xinya questioned, is that the one from the television? Li Mubai nodded, his expression grave. This old man has already mastered the iron sand palm to a small degree. I wonder. Li Mubai's impression of Tu Jiaojiao lingered on her previous petulance. He remembered her crying at the slightest challenge, yet she was also quite stubborn. He pondered whether she could withstand the elder's iron sand palm. In the blink of an eye, as Tu Jiaojiao's heel was about to collide with Elder Qian's iron sand palm, the elder suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat and swiftly altered his technique from a strike to a grab, attempting to seize her ankle and incapacitate her kicking leg. Tu Jiaojiao, airborne, displayed her vulnerability. Yet, at the critical moment, the foot that was about to be caught delivered a swift kick. The other heel followed suit, with alternating kicks. She struck Elder Qian 4 or 5 times, forcing him to retreat 3 steps, blood appearing on his visage. Tu Jiaojiao executed a backflip, landing delicately, her toes deftly dissipating the force. Elder Qian, astonished, had no time to react as Tu Jiaojiao closed in once more. Their movements were swift as two zephyrs. Elder Qian's formidable iron sand palms were rendered ineffective against Tu Jiaojiao's agile, assassin-like style. In less than 10 exchanges, she had struck him squarely between the brows with her heel. She followed up with another kick, sending him flying. Elder Qian tumbled backward 5 meters, landing with wide eyes, uttering only a single character before his head tilted, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing the bloody puncture in his forehead, the group that had come to assist Li Mubai remained remarkably composed. However, Jian Xinya was in a state of panic. Her eyes widened in alarm, filled with dread. She clutched Li Mubai's hand tightly. He. Li Mubai covered Jian Xinya's eyes. Fear not, it's nothing. How much strength could a woman possibly possess? Jian Xinya, only seeing the elder fall, was unaware of the many figures blocking her view. Hearing Li Mubai's words, she assumed the elder had merely fainted, allowing her to relax. With Elder Qian incapacitated, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. A middle-aged man swallowed hard, daunted by the situation. How could he dare to act recklessly now? Xuan Eri realized that the girl who had struck was at least a mid-level expert, if not a higher tier. Elder Qian was a prominent figure beside the old master. Now that he lay incapacitated, there was no way he could remain. Yet the situation had turned unfavorable for the Qin family once more. They could not simply depart at will. Chen Eri glanced at Kai Tianming, his eyes filled with trepidation. The earlier bravado had vanished, and he forced a conciliatory smile. Chairman Kai, let us discuss this amicably, so as not to damage our rapport. Kai Tianming exchanged a knowing glance with Amy. What was the Chen family? To negotiate with him? Amy, receiving the signal, stepped forward, once again donning a formulaic smile. Damage our rapport? Was it not Chen Eri who severed ties first? Chen Eri hastily apologized. A misunderstanding. It's merely children's folly. As parents, we inevitably feel for our children, and tempers flared. It was all a misunderstanding. Amy, evidently experienced in such matters, adjusted her sleeves. Very well, since you say it is a misunderstanding, then what about our losses? Chin Iri was quick to comply. Compensate. I will compensate. Amy pointed towards the bar, then to the stage, and finally at Tu Jiaojiao. She lacked the courage to point at Li Mubai, who was a figure even her boss treated with utmost respect. Thus, she circled, encompassing Li Mubai and Jian Xinya within her demands. Venue fees, Miss Tu's performance fee. Medical expenses for everyone, and compensation for emotional distress. Amy listed a series of items, finally estimating a sum. Since Chin Iri was willing to pay his bodyguards $1 million each for tea, Chin Iri's heart raced with apprehension, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Indeed, the following moment, Amy, wearing that infuriating smile, proclaimed, given the presence of so many yellow-level martial artists, let us round it off and sign a check for 100 million. Is that too much? Chin Iri's face turned pale. He could not contain his volume. What? 100 million? Amy feigned innocence, gazing at Chin Iri with a look of confusion. Is there a problem? Does the fee for yellow-level and even Xian-level martial artists not hold value here? The gangsters glared at Chin Iri in unison, their biceps quivering, each brandishing a knife with fierce intent. Kai Tianming's black-clad bodyguards also brandished their daggers, threateningly murmuring, Their posture suggested that in the next moment, they would collectively pounce and dismantle Chin Iri. Chin Iri jolted, shaking his head vigorously. No. It's worth it. Of course, it's worth it. I'll write it right now. Chapter 32, The Young Master's Magnanimity. Amy, grinning, snatched the check from Chin Iri's hands, verifying its accuracy before retreating to Kai Tianming's side. Kai Tianming accepted the check and glanced at it, breaking into a smile. Very well, it seems the Chin family is not entirely unreasonable. Tu Tianlang, however, was far more straightforward. Why are you not leaving? Those 4 words nearly caused Chin Iri to soil himself. His legs turned to jelly, supported by the middle-aged man as he departed. The middle-aged man's disciples, battered and bruised, struggled to move, yet they assisted Chin Shuyi and others in their exit. Elder Qian's body was also taken away. Kai Tianming cast a glance at Tu Tianlang. Noting his lack of reaction, he felt reassured. Once the onlookers departed, Kai Tianming eagerly looked at Li Mubai, slightly waving the check in his hand. Li Mubai stepped forward, not glancing at the check, but rather inquired, "Where's my phone?" Kai Tianming smacked his forehead. How could I forget? He retrieved a top-tier smartphone from his pocket, along with a box of business cards. Li Mubai took the phone and slipped it into his pocket. He gazed at the box of business cards, utterly perplexed. What purpose did this serve? Li Mubai had never accepted anyone's card. Even if someone dared to extend one to him, they would not have the audacity to do so. Those lacking self-awareness had long been dealt with. Kai Tianming still remembered to feign unfamiliarity in front of Jian Xinya. Thus, he lowered his voice. These are the cards printed for you, for convenience. Kai Tianming cast a glance at Jian Xinya. Li Mubai instantly understood and shot Kai Tianming a look that conveyed, "You're quite clever." He happily tucked away the card and turned to leave. Kai Tianming was left dumbfounded. Young Masterly, this check. Li Mubai dismissed it nonchalantly. 2 million each, the rest, deposited in my account. The audience, who had been eavesdropping, collectively gasped, internally exclaiming, "The young master is so generous." In a corner, Jian Xinya appeared somewhat dazed. The people here exuded an intimidating presence. Even if their intentions were benign, it still drained her color. Li Mubai, unable to contain himself, shoved a business card into Jian Xinya's hand. "Memorize this number. Remember to reach out to me whenever you need." Jian Xinya glanced at the card. It bore no name, only an elaborate script and a series of numbers. She couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, she had rushed out to buy a power bank and hurried to charge her phone. The moment it powered on, she didn't even contemplate whether Chairman Kai would refuse. She directly called for help. Jian Xinya then pondered if Chairman Kai was perhaps too favorable towards Li Mubai. "What exactly is your relationship with Chairman Kai?" Jian Xinya felt compelled to inquire. Otherwise, she might start to suspect that Li Mubai was Chairman Kai's illegitimate son. Li Mubai replied candidly, "No relationship, really." Jian Xinya, skeptical, retorted, "Is that your way of brushing me off? Fine, if you want to say." Upon hearing this, Li Mubai sensed a hint of irritation from his wife and sighed. He shrugged. "Why not ask my master?" "For Chairman Kai." Jian Xinya remained doubtful. "You truly aren't familiar with him?" Li Mubai nodded. "I met you first, and only later did I meet him." Jian Xinya fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She could never actually approach Kai Tianming to ask. This matter had to be left alone. Just then, Amy approached, discussing investment plans with Jian Xinya. Jian Xinya's attention was immediately captivated. The two women retreated to a private room for a detailed conversation, while Tu Tianlang brought Tu Jiaojiao to Li Mubai's side. Young Masterly. Tu Tianlang spoke with utmost respect. Tu Jiaojiao appeared reluctant. Tu Tianlang shot her a glance, prompting her to quickly compose herself and force a polite smile. Li Mubai pointed towards the entrance. "Is this bar associated with the Tianlang gang?" Tu Tianlang, taken aback, nodded. "Indeed." He turned to Tu Jiaojiao. "You explain." Tu Jiaojiao stepped forward awkwardly. "I am the behind-the-scenes owner of this bar. Initially, I had a minor disagreement with my brother when starting this establishment. I wanted financial independence and to embark on my own venture. Li Mubai raised an eyebrow. No wonder you returned to the stage tonight. It was to look after your own business. Tu Jiaojiao's gaze shifted, attempting to change the subject. My business has expanded significantly. It's not just this bar that sustains me. Her tone seemed a mix of petulance and pride. Tu Tianlang cleared his throat. Tu Jiaojiao, observing Li Mubai's unresponsive demeanor, felt indignant. I am on the verge of breaking through to the earth grade. Give me a little more time, and I will surpass the Qin family. Upon hearing the last statement, Li Mubai became intrigued. Oh, how long will it take for you to assimilate the Qin family? Tu Jiaojiao stuttered. Half a year. Just give me another 6 months to strategize. I will surely assimilate the Qin family and establish myself as the foremost family in Baiyun City. Li Mubai shook his head, pointing towards Kai Tianming. I give him 6 months, and the entire Baiyun City will likely belong to me. Tu Jiaojia was infuriated. You. Tu Tianling coughed again. Tu Jiaojiao's frustration deflated, but her eyes clearly reddened with anger. Li Mubai, eyes wide. Oh, at your age, still so prone to tears? Tu Jiaojiao could no longer hold back. Mind your own business. You're insufferable. Li Mubai found amusement in her irritation, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. Ah, this is the feeling. Watching you feign respect was truly unbearable. This is much better. Tu Jiaojiao paused, biting her lip, then suddenly said with a hint of jealousy, Don't you have a new maid now? How could you possibly remember me? Li Mubai looked at her in confusion. What are you talking about? Ever since my master sent you away, he has not arranged for another maid. That old fool claimed that someone like me didn't deserve a maid. Puffed. Tu Jiaojiao burst into laughter, easily appeased. Then who was that just now? Li Mubai reacted, suddenly appearing enlightened. You mean her? As Li Mubai recalled the marriage arrangement his master had imposed on him, his expression turned gloomy. He briefly recounted the situation, leaving the two sisters dumbfounded. Kai Tianming, eavesdropping nearby, wore an expression of as expected. He had thought that with the young master's prowess, any woman would be eager to approach him. Once Li Mubai finished speaking, Tu Jiaojiao was not concerned about the sisters aspiring to be the young master's wife. Given her status, she had long been mentally prepared. What she cared about was, since the young master had now tasted romance, when would her role as his warm bed maid commence? Chapter 33. All arranged. Clearly Li Mubai was baffled as to how the conversation had veered so off course. He stared at Tu Jiaojiao, then at the equally expectant Tu Tianlang. When did I ever consider you a warm bed maid? Tu Jiaojiao protested. What do you mean? Does that mean if the young master has a new love, he won't want Jiaojiao anymore? Li Mubai looked at Tu Tianlang, utterly speechless. Is this your little sister? Tu Tianlang nodded. Aren't you going to manage her? Tu Tianlang replied earnestly. To serve the young master is Jiaojiao's blessing. Li Mubai rubbed his temples. Initially, my master was concerned that I would become emotionally detached due to lack of interaction, so he thought of getting a little maid to talk with me. Later, he deemed it unnecessary, feeling guilty for having a little girl crying around me all the time, so he sent her away. That was merely a joke back then. How could she still remember it now? How can you support your sister in such matters? Li Mubai suddenly felt exhausted and sternly lectured the siblings. Tu Tianlang listened with humility. Tu Jiaojiao pouted, feeling resentful and indignant. Li Mubai wished to change the topic. Kai Tianming timely stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Young master, all the others have received their portions. Your share has been transferred to your mobile account. How does that sound? This is much more convenient than a card. Li Mubai's eyes lit up. That works. Since he was not particularly adept with phones, he simply handed his phone to Kai Tianming to operate. He learned quickly. After just one glance, he memorized the process. Kai Tianming, therefore, added Li Mubai's contact information, his hands trembling with excitement. He had firmly secured this golden opportunity. When Li Mubai noticed Kai Tianming transferring $1 billion to him, it was evident that the portions meant for his brothers had been contracted by him. Seeing that string of zeros made Li Mubai's eyes nearly turn red. The more he looked at such a competent subordinate, the more he appreciated him. Meanwhile, Tu Tianlang observed Kai Tianming's sycophantic demeanor with dissatisfaction. He stepped forward gloomily, producing a card from his pocket and respectfully presenting it to Li Mubai. Young master, this is the black card that Boss Liu entrusted me to bring to you. Boss Liu said this was meant for you as instructed. You left in such haste that he didn't have the chance to give it to you. Li Mubai curled his lip, casually stuffing the card into his canvas bag. Contemplating. Didn't have the chance? More like he forgot. During the last phone call, the old man did not mention anything, likely having completely forgotten about it. As for why he was receiving a delivery now, Li Mubai speculated that Louis Dao might have brought it up during his report to the old man. After handing over the card, Tu Tianlang inquired, Young master, where are you currently residing? If you haven't chosen a place yet, Jiao has quite a few properties available. Some of the finest, which you may select at your leisure. Upon hearing this, Kai Tianming quickly interjected, I have the best estates and villas available. Even if you prefer a stilt house or a courtyard, I can airlift one for you. Li Mubai waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am temporarily residing at the Jian family's old residence. He was about to add something but instead stated, Please prepare a quiet and safe place for me. The eyes of the two siblings and Kai Tianming lit up simultaneously, exchanging guarded glances. Li Mubai ignored their unspoken tension and glanced towards the direction of the private room upstairs. Xiao Kai, he called. Kai Tianming, electrified, turned toward him. Yes. Please give your orders, young master. Li Mubai stroked his chin thoughtfully. You mentioned Jian Xinwei insists on a 20 billion investment as a betrothal gift. Should I comply or not? Kai Tianming appeared troubled. Young master, you have posed a challenging question. Even I, acting in my personal capacity, would encounter significant trouble if I were to produce 2 installments of 20 billion at once. If these 2 amounts could be staggered, it would be manageable. Li Mubai was equally concerned about this matter. If the amounts could be staggered, he wouldn't have needed to ask. However, Jian Xinwei was obstinate, seemingly intent on competing with Jian Xinya, placing him in a difficult position. The thought of the word calamity caused him considerable distress. To which sister did his impending misfortune relate? As calamity approached, he found himself unable to ascertain the truth. The key was that peculiar phone call and his master's strange attitude, leaving him quite uncertain. Balancing matters between these 2 sisters seemed a more daunting task than completing 10 difficult missions. At that moment, Tu Jiao suddenly spoke with a straight face. 20 billion isn't an insurmountable amount. I can provide that. Observing her sudden shift to a businesslike demeanor, Li Mubai raised an eyebrow. Oh? Do you intend to assist me in preparing the betrothal gift? Tu Jiao replied resolutely. Indeed. This duty rightfully belongs to me as your maid. Li Mubai regarded her thoughtfully and suddenly felt that having Tu Jiao negotiate with Jian Xinwei could not only protect the person involved, but perhaps also temper Jian Xinwei's arrogance. His eyes brightened with a realization. Let's proceed with that. Not wishing to see his maid suffer, he granted her the authority, saying, just handle it professionally. You needn't demean yourself before her. Tu Jiao's eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into a gentle smile. Yes, master. Finally, she acknowledged him properly, bringing Li Mubai great joy. Meanwhile, upstairs in the private room, Jian Xinya was having an engaging conversation with Amy. To her surprise, Future Group was involved in the jade business. Jian Xinya exclaimed, I never knew. Amy smiled brightly, explaining, yes, Future Group is filled with talent and has a broad scope. The development in jade is primarily for the assembly of therapeutic devices, later expanding into high-end uses of jade's radiative energy, thus increasing the demand for quality jade. As Amy spoke at length, Jian Xinya listened intently, envisioning how Yuya Company could join in and grow strong. The entire process from raw stone mining to selection, processing, and refinement seemed to be Yuya Company's forte. Amy added, previously, we collaborated with the Qin family, but they lacked integrity. Jian Xinya understood. Realizing why Director Kai had decisively announced the end of all collaborations and investments with the Qin family at the last investment banquet, she sighed in relief. Realizing it wasn't due to Qin Junyin's animosity toward Li Mubai. On Li Mubai's side, everything was essentially organized. Tu Tianlang wanted to follow Li Mubai but was assigned to watch over Kai Tianming instead. Keep an eye on Xiao Kai's safety. The Qin family might cause him trouble. Chapter 34. Signing the agreement, Li Mubai left with Jian Xinya, departing without taking anyone else with them. This left Tu Jiao feeling disgruntled, Tu Tianlang expressionless, and Kai Tianming looking visibly moved. Old Bu, where are the people from the old residence? Why are you the only one here? Jian Xinya had long wanted to ask, but never found the opportunity. Upon hearing her question, Old Bu sighed. The eldest young lady has her own challenges. Old Bu did not know much, but he shared with Jian Xinya what he could about Jian Xinwei's difficulties and arrangements. Jian Xinya was aware of Jian Xinwei's strong will in forcing her second uncle out of the old residence. Yet, she was oblivious to the fact that the Jian family situation was far more precarious than she had imagined. Could they not even afford bodyguards? Jian Xinya murmured. Li Mubai, upon hearing this, pondered. So, her urgency to secure that investment is due to this? Jian Xinya hesitated, biting her lip, clearly conflicted. Li Mubai was unaware of her expression and continued pondering. Tomorrow, I will go to the hospital and finalize the agreement. Early the next day, Jian Xinya appeared somewhat haggard as she entered the dining room. Upon meeting Li Mubai's gaze, she instinctively looked away. After a silent breakfast, just before heading to the hospital, Jian Xinya hesitantly asked, Li Mubai, do you think my relentless pursuit of investment is too selfish? Li Mubai looked at her in surprise, countering her inquiry. Is this the reason you didn't sleep well? Jian Xinya nodded dejectedly. Sometimes I wonder if my sister has her own difficulties and I want to discuss it with her. But she seems unwilling to talk to me. She sighed, not wishing to delve further into the topic. Li Mubai, however, understood her sentiment, unsure of how to comfort her. He bluntly stated, when minds do not meet, there is little to say. Some people are simply incompatible, and it is better for each to shine in their own right. What does selfishness have to do with it? It is only natural for one to prioritize oneself. She seemed to come to a resolution, if necessary. I can relinquish the investment to my sister. I do not want to watch the Jian family decline, regardless of our relationship as sisters in the future. As long as the Jian family endures, it feels akin to having grandfather still with us, allowing me peace of mind. Li Mubai looked at Jian Xinya in confusion. Why relinquish it? Can't you just secure the 20 billion investment for the Jian family? Jian Xinya, unaware of Tu Jiao's conversation with Li Mubai the previous night, stared at him in shock. Do you think Future Group is yours to command? Do you believe that Director Kai will unconditionally grant you 20 billion? Even if it were your family's business, that would be reckless. It was common knowledge that the Jian family had no necessity for investment, and everyone awaited the day the Jian family would falter, hoping to seize a share of the spoils. Li Mubai maintained an indifferent expression, as if it were perfectly reasonable for others to squander 20 billion on his behalf. Who says there is no necessity for investment? Can't 20 billion save the Jian family? Jian Xinya was momentarily speechless. Of course it can. Li Mubai succinctly replied, then isn't that sufficient? Jian Xinya appeared momentarily dazed. Huh? Li Mubai set down his utensils and wiped his mouth. Let us go. It's time to head to the hospital. You haven't told your sister about that incompetent doctor from yesterday, have you? Jian Xinya nodded. Oh right, I forgot. I will tell her later to spare her the trouble of feigning illness in the hospital. Upon entering Jian Xinwei's hospital room, they were met with her cold, questioning expression. Where did you two go yesterday? Jian Xinya glanced at Li Mubai, unsure if it was some blood bond that made her unable to hide anything from Jian Xinwei. Even though she disdained her fiancé, she still felt a pang of concern. We went out for drinks. Jian Xinwei's heartache surged to an unprecedented height. What was the outcome? The sister she had painstakingly protected was brazenly dragging her fiancé out for drinks. In an instant, all emotions drained from her. She cast a gaze of disappointment at Jian Xinya. When will you ever grow up? With Grandpa's protection, your immaturity could be overlooked. Now that he is gone, with no one to shield you, how can you still behave so thoughtlessly? Another reprimand. All the pain and turmoil that Jian Xinya had felt throughout the night were shattered by Jian Xinwei's simple words. What do you need to worry about? I've already resolved matters concerning the Ji family. I forgot to inform you last night, so you needn't feign illness out of fear that someone might come looking for you. Stop constantly bringing up Grandpa. I don't need your lectures. Jian Xinya's eyes burned with anger as she turned and slammed the door behind her. The sound rattled Jian Xinwei, causing her eyelashes to flutter, her brows furrowed lightly, showing no intention of pursuing her. Li Mubai rose but was halted by Jian Xinwei's words. Our marriage should be scheduled soon. I have had my assistant draft the agreement. Please take a look. If everything is in order, just sign it. Li Mubai paused, took the agreement Jian Xinwei offered, and scrutinized it thoroughly. As he had stated, even if they were to register their marriage, they would essentially lead separate lives. In essence, Jian Xinwei would only provide him with a guest room to reside in, and everything else pertaining to the Jian family would remain entirely disconnected from him. It was impossible for him to rely on their marriage to gain access to wealth and squander her resources. The crux of the matter lay in that 20 billion investment. Without that sum, Jian Xinwei would never consent to register their marriage. Li Mubai offered no comment. He merely signed his name with a decisive stroke. Jian Xinwei was momentarily taken aback by his straightforwardness. She harbored doubts. Will Jian Xinya really agree to transfer that 20 billion investment to me? As she posed the question, she suppressed her inner excitement. A smirk of derision graced Li Mubai's lips. Do you know what your sister said this morning? Jian Xinwei felt a tinge of anxiety as she awaited his elaboration. Li Mubai tucked one copy of the agreement away and left the other on the table. Standing tall, he gazed down at the woman before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jian Xinya. You had Fu Bo speak those words to her, didn't you? Chapter 35. The prescription for the Gu family's genetic illness. Jian Xinwei maintained a stony silence. Only she understood the extent of her trepidation in that moment. Li Mubai had no intention of elaborating further. This afternoon, someone will discuss the 20 billion investment with you. The choice to either be discharged or continue your recuperation is entirely yours. With that, Li Mubai departed, leaving Jian Xinwei unresponsive. After a while, she pressed her hand to her heart, her face alight with exhilaration. Is the 20 billion investment finally secured? Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, Grandpa, I did it. No matter how arduous this path may be, I will ensure the Jian family perseveres. After leaving, Li Mubai proceeded to the hospital room of the Gu family's patriarch. The elder had been startled and fallen ill. While assisting him, Li Mubai managed to expel a clot that was obstructing his chest, and the emergency response was timely, resulting in nothing more than a false alarm. At that moment, the Gu patriarch lay in a state of fatigue on the hospital bed, while two young members of the family stood vigil at his side. A middle-aged man sat by the window, working on a laptop. Li Mubai's arrival breathed life into the previously tranquil room. Gu Siki and Gu Siyu eagerly rose. Gu Siyu pointed at Li Mubai, addressing the middle-aged man by the window. Uncle, it's him. The head of the Gu family closed his laptop and looked at Li Mubai in astonishment. You are the young man who claims to possess the prescription? Li Mubai nodded affirmatively. He scrutinized the Gu patriarch's features, furrowing his brow in confusion. Over a decade ago, a man named Gu Qiqing approached my master and obtained a prescription for treating the Gu family's genetic illness. But you? The unspoken doubts lingered in the air. Understood by the members of the Gu family. Gu Siyu's face paled as he lowered his head, lost in thought. Gu Siki's expression was also solemn, silent. Li Mubai surmised the underlying issues, undoubtedly the petty grievances among the aristocratic families, but he was disinclined to delve deeper. The Gu patriarch set aside his laptop and gestured for Li Mubai to take a seat, his demeanor brimming with urgency. Your master is the miraculous physician? Was Gu Qingqing truly cured? Li Mubai shook his head. I was the one who treated Gu Qingqing. The Gu patriarch appeared skeptical. After all, that event transpired over a decade ago. If this young man had indeed been the one to administer the treatment, he would have been merely a child at the time. Even if he were a prodigy, that seemed far-fetched. Li Mubai discerned the disbelief etched on the patriarch's face and felt a flicker of irritation. Noticing his expression, The Gu patriarch quickly reined in his demeanor. I apologize. It is simply that you are so young and may not grasp the events of that time. How exactly did you treat Qiqing? Li Mubai frowned. Would it not be more direct to inquire of him? His words sparked a reaction before the patriarch could respond. Yu Siyu could no longer contain his indignation. What do you mean? Were you not the ones who caused his death? My father said he went to seek the miraculous physician, and after that, there was no word from him. The Gu family has searched for over a decade. Yet we remain unaware of his fate. Li Mubai frowned, perplexed. He was cured and left, mentioning that his beloved daughter exhibited similar symptoms and sought to purchase the prescription from me. Gu Siyu's antagonistic attitude caused Li Mubai's expression to turn cold. I merely mentioned the prescription because I noticed her resemblance to Gu Qingqing. In light of his commendable character, I intended to copy the prescription and hand it over to his beloved daughter. Li Mubai extended his hand toward Gu Siki. Hand me your phone. Gu Siyu was about to retort when Gu Siki pulled him back. Gu Siki stepped forward, offering her phone. I apologize. My father has been missing for over a decade. And Siyu is understandably agitated. If my father mentioned you, it surely indicates a high level of trust. Siyu was too impulsive. Please do not take it to heart. Li Mubai's expression softened as he accepted Gu Siki's phone, diligently entering the prescription into her notes. Moments later, having confirmed its accuracy, he returned the phone to her. Gu Siki bit her lip, her gaze sincere as she looked at Li Mubai. Although my father acquired this prescription years ago, so much time has passed. And I cannot accept it without recompense. Please name your price. Otherwise, I will always feel a sense of guilt. Li Mubai waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a prescription, specifically for your family's genetic illness. There is no need to charge for 2 copies. The Gu patriarch, observing from the sidelines, found himself softened by this declaration, finally speaking up. He was not concerned that this young man would deceive him. He prided himself on his discernment, confident that this young man was not feigning sincerity, regardless of who had treated Gu Qiqing. The mere fact that he was willing to present the prescription before him indicated its potential efficacy. How could this not move the Gu patriarch? At this, Li Mubai paused. Some matters were indeed difficult to articulate. To provide the Gu family with reassurance, he decided not to insist on a fee. However, he refrained from specifying an amount, allowing the Gu family to determine what they deemed appropriate. The Gu patriarch acted generously, promptly transferring 20 million to Li Mubai. To an ordinary person, 20 million might be a sum they would never encounter in a lifetime. Yet for a family like the Gus, it was akin to a drop in the ocean, comparable to the presence of the 4 prominent families in Bayan City. 20 million to liberate the Gu family from the torment of their genetic illness was a sum well worth the investment. As Li Mubai gazed at the influx of funds in his mobile account, a radiant smile spread across his face. This marked the first time that he had earned money through his own efforts. Previously, he had merely worked for his elder, receiving little recompense for his labor. Despite dealing with transactions that often amounted to billions, he was merely an observer, with money holding no tangible significance for him, merely a fleeting sequence of digits. However, upon receiving his earnings, Li Mubai recalled an important detail. Right, during the medication period, you must seek out a skilled Chinese physician for acupuncture to ensure the smooth flow of your blood vessels. Given your family's resources, finding a competent practitioner should pose no challenge. After conveying his instructions, Li Mubai departed, unaware of the darkening expression on the head of the Gu family that followed his exit. Yu Siyu could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, he claims he won't accept any payment, but if Uncle truly refuses, will he withhold vital information from us? We still require acupuncture treatment. Gu Siki shot him a disapproving glance, frowning at his suspicion of another's goodwill. How can you harbor such distrust against someone's benevolence? Even if he doesn't share everything, he has directly provided us with the prescription. Perhaps he merely assumed we would consult a familiar traditional doctor for verification, naturally leading us to acupuncture. Chapter 36. The disciple of a divine doctor. Gu Siyu retorted, Sister, you're viewing him through rose-colored glasses. Gu Siki frowned, reiterating, how many times must I remind you? Do not always presume the worst in others. With a sigh, Gu Siki opted not to argue further in front of their uncle. The head of the Gu family had regained his composure, saying nothing. He had no intention of intervening in the squabble of the younger generation, instead pulling out his phone to make a call. Once connected, an elderly voice answered, Hello? The head of the Gu family spoke politely, Uncle Hong. Siki has located the disciple of that renowned doctor from years past, and has obtained the prescription once sought by Qingqing. May I ask if you could spare the time to come over? The excitement in the elder's voice was palpable. Oh, this is indeed remarkable news. I have just finished my affairs here. Have someone pick me up at the airport tonight. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the head of the Gu family hung up. Upon hearing the name Uncle Hong, Gu Siki's composure faltered. As soon as her uncle ended the call, she inquired, Uncle, is that esteemed physician actually coming? She was well aware of how difficult it was to request his presence, whether it was during her own illness or that of her grandfather. It was only in life or death situations that one could hope to summon him, and even then, it was no easy feat for the Gu family. Today, however, that esteemed physician had readily agreed. Gu Siki felt an unsettling sense of disbelief. The head of the Gu family displayed no outward signs of surprise. He understood that physicians often have a peculiar fascination with rare ailments. Upon learning of the existence of the prescription from the divine doctor, It was only natural that he would be eager to verify its authenticity. That physician had long desired to meet, yet circumstances had never aligned. If the prescription proved genuine, introducing Uncle Hong to this young man would not only earn him a significant favor, but also allow him to ascertain whether he truly was the disciple of the divine doctor. It was a win-win situation, and he would no longer harbor resentment regarding Li Mubai's earlier rudeness. Those with genuine skills often possess a touch of pride. If he truly were the disciple, he would not mind today's indiscretion. Rather, he would be eager to curry favor and exercise utmost caution in establishing rapport. After all, he was the disciple of a divine physician. Just by virtue of this title alone, he could command considerable influence and authority. The head of the Gu family was calculating how to proceed, entirely unaware that Li Mubai was oblivious to his machinations. At that moment, Li Mubai raised an eyebrow, observing a group of fools circling in search of him. Upon exiting the hospital, he recalled that the Qin family's eldest son had orchestrated a grand scheme, eagerly awaiting his entrance as the protagonist for their performance. Li Mubai had not forgotten that Qin Junyan, that little rascal, was still coveting the Jian sisters. He pulled out his phone and messaged to Tianlang. Is someone within the Tianlang gang abusing their power? Are you aware of this? Little did Li Mubai know. His message would leave Tu Tianlang utterly astonished. It was Kai Tianming who intervened, saying, with your prominent brows and deep-set eyes, how can you miss the crux of the matter? What you're saying is that someone has provided your Tianlang gang with assistance to deal with young Master Li. Kai Tianming offered Tu Tianlang some advice. Tu Tianlang nodded vigorously, giving Kai Tianming a thumbs up. Indeed, a cunning merchant is truly devious. Unbeknownst to him, Kai Tianming's expression darkened dramatically. He candidly remarked, in the future, when you're working alongside young Master Li, it's best to focus on actions rather than words. Tu Tianlang looked at Kai Tianming in confusion. My master says the same. As Tu Tianlang discreetly prepared dumplings, Li Mubai continued his inquiries and arrived at the entrance of Yuya Company. Although Yuya Company was not particularly large, it held significance as the cornerstone company established by the elder Jian, which laid the foundation for the Jian family. Yuya Company occupied an entire office building. While not on par with the resources of first or second-tier families, it was not far behind. Li Mubai stood quietly, acting as a street patrol guard for Jian Xinya. As noon approached, a van pulled up, and a group of suspicious individuals emerged, congregating around Yuya Company. Li Mubai quickly discerned that two among them were Huang-level martial artists, while the others were unranked but had evidently undergone training. For a mere ordinary person like him, it was quite an honor to attract the attention of over 10 skilled practitioners. This clearly indicated that Qin Junyan was serious about his intentions and was not about to let him off easily. Li Mubai leaned casually against a tree in the corner, and the group passed by him 3 times without noticing his presence. However, when Jian Xinya appeared at the company entrance, their eyes lit up, fixating on her every move, all poised to spring into action. If they managed to capture her, that young man would undoubtedly show up. As Jian Xinya approached her vehicle and reached for the door, the group sprang into action. Their speed was impressive. They all dashed towards Jian Xinya. Yet, Li Mubai was even faster. Before they could be noticed by Jian Xinya, he had already launched a handful of small stones. The sounds of thuds as they fell, the screeching brakes of vehicles, and the frantic shouts of drivers filled the air. Jian Xinya, puzzled, cast a glance and fortuitously spotted Li Mubai, waving at him. With a smile, Li Mubai jogged over to her side, saying, I've been waiting for you forever. I'm starving. Jian Xinya shot him a playful glare, opening the passenger door and gesturing for him to get in. Once inside the vehicle, as Jian Xinya drove, she casually remarked, you could have accompanied my sister for lunch at the hospital instead of waiting for me. Li Mubai grinned at her, with your sister's face. I feared I might suffer from indigestion. You're much better. Take me to eat something delicious. Hearing this, Jian Xinya recalled how her sister often lectured others during meals, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Flatterer. Let us go. I'll take you to eat something good. Li Mubai beamed at Jian Xinya. Sure, I'm not picky. As they waited at a red light, Li Mubai's phone vibrated. He pulled it out to check and smiled upon seeing a message from Tu Tianlang. Tu Tianlang was quick on the draw. While he had just dealt with a few minor henchmen, he had already uncovered the full extent of the right envoy's secrets. Those foolish pawns were merely the first line of defense. Behind them lay the intricate machinations of the right envoy. Tu Tianlang apprehended an individual and interrogated him, revealing that the right envoy had accepted a bribe and intended to drown him in the river, which caused an uproar. At this moment, Tu Tianlang was unable to arrive on time with the person in question, so he sent a photo of a collective apology, with everyone kneeling. This single-mindedness was rather amusing. Chapter 37. The turmoil at Shirui restaurant. Upon reading the news, Tu Tianlang sighed in relief and turned to cast a penetrating gaze at the right envoy. The right envoy, terrified, cowered like a quail, repeatedly bowing his head. Boss, I was wrong. I had no idea that was the case. I truly deserve punishment. Please, grant me a chance to make amends. Tu Tianlang let out a cold laugh. It's futile to say such things to me. Tonight, the young master will personally arrive. Whether you live or die depends on your fate. With that, the right envoy collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he loathed the Qin family for putting him in such a predicament. Meanwhile, Li Mubai and his companion arrived at the Shirui restaurant. a frequent dining spot for Jian Xinya. No sooner had they entered than Jian Xinya's phone rang, prompting her to signal to Li Mubai to wait a moment as she stepped aside to answer the call. Standing at the entrance, Li Mubai surveyed the restaurant. Although it was not overly crowded, each patron exuded wealth and prestige, resembling a gathering of elites. Bored. Li Mubai scanned the surroundings, pondering an opportunity to discover his wife's culinary preferences. At that moment, an unfriendly host approached. "This is a high-end restaurant, and your attire is inappropriate. Please leave." Though the words were framed politely, the tone was far from courteous. Li Mubai, perplexed, asked, "Inappropriate attire? What constitutes appropriate attire?" The host, taken aback by the audacity of a seemingly out-of-place worker who dared to challenge her, pointed towards the booth. "Isn't it obvious?" Li Mubai responded with a long O. "So, to dine here, one must first don a uniform?" The host, clearly irked by his words, retorted, "A uniform? That's a work attire costing thousands. Dining here requires at least a 4-digit expenditure. We can understand your desire to broaden your horizons as a worker. But if you cannot afford our services, kindly refrain from disturbing us and leave." The host's demeanor grew impatient, masking her rudeness with a facade of politeness. Li Mubai, bewildered, replied, "Has your restaurant received a star? Surely, you are not engaging in false pretenses? What is wrong with simply paying for a meal? Why must one adhere to foreign customs, like wearing suits and ties to gain entry?" The host had never encountered such a self-unaware individual. Her recently acquired politeness and patience were now utterly exhausted. "You filthy beggar, you're tarnishing the streets." With that, she pinched her nose. "You have no self-awareness whatsoever. Coming into our establishment and driving away customers. Can you afford to compensate for that?" Li Mubai turned and noticed her furrowed brow, which, at a glance, bore a striking resemblance to Jian Xinyi. Upon seeing Jian Xinya, the host's expression changed instantly, morphing into a welcoming smile. "Miss Jian? My apologies. There's a beggar here. I will have him escorted out immediately. Your private room is ready, as per usual." Hearing the word beggar, Jian Xinya's expression darkened. "What did you just call him?" The host, oblivious to her faux pas, assumed Jian Xinya was displeased with the beggar for being in the way. She apologized while attempting to shoo Li Mubai away like a fly. "I'm talking to you. Hurry up and leave. Don't disrupt our business." Li Mubai looked at Jian Xinya innocently. She said, "My attire is inappropriate, so I'm not allowed in." Jian Xinya's face hardened, and she abruptly lost her desire to dine there. Grasping Li Mubai's hand, she turned to leave. "This place looks down on us. Let us find another one." At that moment, the manager hurried over. "Hey, Miss Jian, please wait." He stopped, and Jian Xinya paused in response. Her expression remained icy. She had already resolved not to return. Jian Xinya glanced at Li Mubai, who appeared unfazed, and felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry. I didn't consider the situation properly." Before Li Mubai could respond, he was interrupted by the manager, who had sprinted a few steps, drenched in sweat. He was unsure whether the person beside Miss Jian was the one from the photographs. Hesitant to ask directly, he simply addressed her. "Miss Jian, please forgive us. It was Xiao Zhang's oversight to neglect our esteemed guest. To make amends, we will waive your bill today. I will also present you with a diamond membership card, granting you a minimum of 50 off for future visits." The manager's apology was sincere, bowing deeply. Jian Xinya, feeling uneasy, shifted her stance. "Fine, for your sake. I'll let this go, but I expect that inconsiderate host to apologize to my friend." Upon hearing this, the manager felt a weight lift from his shoulders and straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. He stole a glance at Li Mubai as they entered, only to meet his bemused gaze. The manager shuddered, feeling a pang of regret for his oversight. He should have informed everyone that the boss was incognito and didn't need to be disguised like a beggar. Thinking of the calamity Xiao Zhang had nearly caused, he entered with a countenance more dismal than one mourning a loss. She stood there, oblivious, until the manager shot her a fierce glare. "Xiao Zhang, hurry and apologize to Miss Jian and Mr. Li." Upon hearing Mr. Li, Xiao Zhang bristled with anger, but faced with the wealthy patrons, she dared not retort. Internally, she cursed. Are today's rich second-generation heirs all this deranged? Bullying honest people while pretending to be beggars? Frustrated to the point of tears but reluctant to lose her high-paying job, she begrudgingly approached, bowing nervously. "I apologize. I didn't know. I'm truly sorry. Please bear with me." Jian Xinya's expression softened slightly as she turned to Li Mubai. "Do you still want to eat here?" Li Mubai nodded. "Of course. They're covering the bill, so why not?" The manager's heart, buoyed by Li Mubai's words, felt relief wash over him. As he personally escorted the couple to their private room, he shot a fierce glare at the host. The host, rebuked, was only filled with more resentment. "Enough already. I've done my part. What more do you want?" Seeing her attitude, the manager grew even angrier. "If she weren't my sister-in-law, I would have fired her on the spot." Chapter 38. The heir of the Zhou family. The manager, now impatient, decided to have her step aside for the time being. "Just go hide somewhere out of sight to avoid being seen by him. I don't want to face the consequences." Xiao Zhang was incensed. Did this mean she was being sidelined as a host? Hiding in the kitchen would prevent her from mingling with the wealthy clientele and finding a potential suitor. Why should she? She hadn't done anything wrong. Who told him to pretend to be a beggar? Rich people think they're so special. It's a new era. Human rights are equal. His wealth doesn't concern me. Xiao Zhang vented her frustrations, adamant about not quitting. She refused to work in the kitchen, where the oil and smoke were suffocating. I've already apologized. What more does he want? Stubbornly, Xiao Zhang held her ground. Just calm down. If that person hears you unexpectedly, the timid brother-in-law dared to retort today. So what if he hears? Who does he think he is? With a huff, Xiao Zhang stormed into the restroom, pulled out her phone, and dialed the number of her primary benefactor. The phone rang several times before being answered. Who is this? Speak quickly. Don't waste my time. Zhou Xiao, it's me, Zhang Xiaoxiao. Do you remember me? I am Zhou Wenji from Shirue Restaurant. Upon hearing the name of the restaurant, Zhou Wenji couldn't contain his excitement. Has Jian Xinya come to dine with you? Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a pang of disappointment as the man she had set her sights on seemed utterly indifferent to her disheartened tone, only concerned about that frivolous woman. However, the thought of Zhou Xiao's arrival quickly reignited her enthusiasm, as she believed he could help her vent her frustrations. Yes, indeed. Miss Jian is dining in our restaurant. But she has brought an unfamiliar man with her, and they are holding hands. She deliberately revealed only part of the truth, knowing it would provoke Zhou Wenji's sensitive nerves. After all, she had no fear of being caught on surveillance. As anticipated, Zhou Wenji erupted in fury. What? Damn it. Keep an eye on them. I'm on my way. Beep, beep, beep. Before Zhang Xiaoxiao could utter another word, the call was abruptly disconnected. She glared at her phone, touched up her makeup in the mirror, deliberately making her face appear even paler to accentuate her red eyes and make herself look more pitiful. Inside the private room, the manager tidied his appearance before attending to them again. Jian Xinya ordered according to her preferences and handed the menu to Li Mubai, saying, I'm not sure what you like, so you can choose for yourself. Li Mubai perused the menu, flipping to the end before handing it back to the manager with a grin. Let us have a table of your signature dishes. The manager readily agreed and went to oversee the food preparation. Jian Xinya couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, even if they're offering a complimentary meal. You don't have to only order the expensive items, do you? That table is comparable to a state banquet. Li Mubai replied, puzzled. Since I've come all this way, how could I not try their signature dishes? Jian Xinya found herself at a loss for words. Preparing a banquet fit for a state affair would naturally take time. So she pulled out her tablet to start working, occasionally making phone calls to relay instructions. Li Mubai, unable to comprehend her tasks, fiddled with his new phone. His eyes filled with curiosity. The scene between them was harmonious, but this tranquility was soon disrupted by an uninvited guest. Zhang Xiaoxiao, all smiles, led Zhou Wenji to the outside of Jian Xinya's private room. Zhou Xiao, this is the place. They've been inside for quite a while, and the food hasn't even arrived. Zhou Wenji gazed at the closed door, imagining the illicit activities of the couple inside, and in a fit of rage, he pushed the door open. The two inside looked up simultaneously, frowning at the intrusion. Upon seeing one engrossed in a tablet and the other on a phone, Zhou Wenji sighed in relief. Shifting his gaze to Li Mubai, he scrutinized him, scoffing. I thought you were someone of significance. Do you really think you're worthy of dining with Miss Jian? Zhou Wenji strode into the room, taking a seat beside Jian Xinya and gesturing for Li Mubai to leave. Confused, Li Mubai turned to Jian Xinya. Who is he? Do you know him? Zhang Xiaoxiao, acting like a sycophant, followed Zhou Wenji closely, and, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight. Even a member of one of Baiyun City's four prominent families, the Zhou family, didn't he recognize this so-called young Master Li? This indicated that, despite his wealth, he was no match for Zhou Xiao. She felt assured. Without waiting for Jian Xinya's response, Zhang Xiaoxiao retorted fiercely. This is the heir of the Zhou family, one of the four prominent families in Baiyun City. Zhou Xiao is gracing us with his presence, and those of lesser status should recognize their place. Li Mubai looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with confusion, as if pondering why she hadn't been dismissed yet. He felt that Tu Jiaojiao's judgment might be lacking, as her staff appeared to lack awareness. The manager at the bar yesterday was quite superficial, and today's restaurant manager was even worse. Li Mubai found it tedious to engage with such a subordinate. Noticing that Li Mubai remained seated, treating them as invisible, Zhou Wenji frowned in disgust. Zhang Xiaoxiao reacted faster than the Zhou family's bodyguards, rushing to Li Mubai and attempting to drag him away. Her sudden action caught Jian Xinya off guard, leaving her unable to intervene in time. By the time she reacted, the oblivious hostess had already taken it upon herself to grab Li Mubai. As a result, Li Mubai remained seated while the hostess stumbled and fell to her knees, nearly hitting her head on the floor had she not braced herself with her hands. Jian Xinya felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, struggling to maintain her composure. Zhou Wenji, initially finding Zhang Xiaoxiao somewhat agreeable, was now appalled. He had been planning to tip her, but now she had made a fool of herself. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Meanwhile, Li Mubai, appearing completely unfazed, nodded as if to say, no need for such grand gestures. Please rise. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt utterly humiliated, suddenly losing control and yanking at Li Mubai's trousers, determined to pull him down with her. Upon hearing her scream, Zhou Wenji could no longer contain himself and shouted for the bodyguards. Are you all dead? Get over here and throw them out. The bodyguards complied immediately, rushing in. Chapter 39. Today, no one shall cross her path. Jian Xinya frowned at Zhou Wenji. Zhou Xiao, your uninvited presence is disrupting my meal with a friend. And you wish to throw my friend out? That seems rather excessive. Zhou Wenji produced a handkerchief to cover his nose, grinning with an ambiguous intent. Excessive? I have more extreme measures in mind. Would Miss Jin care to witness? Jian Xinya stood up abruptly, reaching for Li Mubai's hand. Since Zhou Xiao favors this private room, you may have it. She then turned to Li Mubai and said, let us go. Strangely, Zhang Xiaoxiao, like a madwoman, lunged at Li Mubai but failed to grab his trousers. Jian Xinya simply reached out and seized Li Mubai's wrist. He stood up in response and began to head for the door. Zhou Wenji's expression darkened. Jian Xinya, in Baiyun City, no one dares to disregard the Zhou family's authority. Are you certain you wish to provoke my displeasure? Jian Xinya hesitated momentarily, but Li Mubai held her hand and spoke for her. While face is indeed granted by others, sometimes it is also lost by those who offer it themselves. Jian Xinya's moment of doubt vanished in an instant upon hearing Li Mubai's words. She suddenly remembered her substantial investment of 2 billion from the Future Group. She was no longer in the same position, needing to smile and tread carefully at various banquets to attract investments. The Zhou family was powerful, but she had no need to curry their favor. What was there to fear? Consequently, she failed to notice that, the moment the bodyguards charged in behind her, they stumbled and fell in a chaotic heap. Much like Zhang Xiaoxiao, the scene was both absurd and bewildering, momentarily stunning Zhou Wenji. He raged, smashing things in the private room. When the manager finally emerged from the kitchen to serve the food, he was met with a chaotic scene. Zhang Xiaoxiao lay on the floor in disarray, injured. Shortly after the news was relayed, the manager's phone rang. Tu Jiaojiao's voice came through. I'll be over shortly. The manager was incensed. Initially, he had feared that Zhang Xiaoxiao might offend young Master Li, jeopardizing his job. He had thought young Master Li to be rather approachable. Who would have guessed that he had intentionally ordered a table of signature dishes to divert him and had Zhang Xiaoxiao brought in just to create such a mess? Not long after, Tu Jiaojiao arrived at the Shirui restaurant and glanced into the private room. Zhang Xiaoxiao had already been taken away by an ambulance, and the disarray within the room remained evident. After a brief scan, Tu Jiaojiao concluded it wasn't him. The manager, upon hearing this, felt aggrieved. How can it not be? This private room was occupied by only Miss Jin and young Master Li. This beating cannot go unanswered. Medical expenses and emotional damages, without a few million, would not do justice to their affluent status. Tu Jiaojiao fixed the manager with a cold stare, perceiving his ulterior motives clearly. She parted her red lips slightly to the surveillance room. The manager, thinking the owner was going to gather evidence, eagerly led the way. However, when the footage was retrieved, the manager was left dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Tu Jiaojiao slowly curled her lips into a frigid smile. You were right. It is indeed time to seek justice from the perpetrator. Upon recognizing Zhou Wenji's face, the manager broke into a cold sweat. Having spent years in the catering industry, how could he not recognize the heir of the Zhou family? His previous establishment had been shut down merely because this young master had casually uttered a word about a dish containing cilantro. He had only recently transferred to Shirui restaurant, and now he was to face another job change due to young master Zhou? The manager hesitated. Meanwhile, Tu Jiaoji was seething with rage. The young master had graced her bar first for relaxation, then visited her restaurant for a meal, yet left unsatisfied and bullied. She also saw the surveillance footage of Jian Xinya angrily dragging Li Mubai out, slamming the door. Tu Jiaojiao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Angrily, she departed the restaurant, ignoring the manager's protests, and immediately called Tu Tianlang. Brother, lend me a few people. Li Mubai, perplexed, was pulled out of the car by Jian Xinya and was astonished to see a small symbol of the shopping mall. He had not expected this to be a property of the Tu family. This was indeed amusing. Jian Xinya led Li Mubai into her favorite brand store, angrily selecting sunscreen, whitening skincare products, mud masks, facial masks, and whitening bath balls. After selecting a complete set of whitening products, she dragged Li Mubai to choose clothes. Jian Xinya had her eye on a formal outfit, wanting Li Mubai to try it on. Although Jian Xinya was dressed in high-end brands and exuded wealth, Li Mubai's appearance made him look like a laborer begging for wages, regardless of how the sales associates perceived him, even clad in a dragon robe. He certainly did not resemble a young master. One associate, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to stop Li Mubai from heading to the fitting room. Smiling awkwardly at Jian Xinya, Miss, our store does not allow trying on. I hope you understand. If you like this item, you can proceed to pay over here. Jian Xinya's smile faltered. What do you mean? How can I know if it fits without trying it on? The sales associate maintained her smile but was rather curt. He is not suited to wear our clothes. If he soils them, how will other customers purchase? Jian Xinya felt as if everyone was conspiring against her today. Just as she was about to drag Li Mubai to another store, he halted her movement, pulling out a black and gold card and turning to the other two sales associates. Apart from that one, and that one, package the rest. One of the sales associates, well versed in her trade, immediately recognized the card and her expression changed, hastening to approach with a respectful smile. The other associate, though not understanding, knew they were dealing with a customer who could afford it and quickly joined in. The sales associate who had previously obstructed Li Mubai, upon hearing that this young man intended to purchase everything, ceased to care whether he had sufficient funds on that card and proceeded to pack the items. Being able to afford it was undoubtedly a boon. Her commission would be substantial. If he couldn't pay, there was still a wealthy woman beside him. This was a perfect opportunity to exploit the situation and profit from her. As Chapter 40 unfolds, the sales associates finished packing the clothes and brought over the receipt for Li Mubai to sign. He readily settled the bills for the two female associates. But when it came to the one who had obstructed him, Li Mubai pocketed the card, mimicking the sales associate's earlier expression. These clothes will be soiled if you touch them. How can you have the audacity to sell them to me? With that remark, Li Mubai left his address and turned to leave with Jian Xinya. The female associate was left stunned, under the gleeful gaze of the other two associates. She sat down on the floor, covering her face in distress. Listening to the sobs behind her, Jian Xinya suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction. She gave Li Mubai a thumbs up. You did well. However, she eyed Li Mubai's canvas bag curiously. Do you have a credit card? Jian Xinya had not paid much attention to the card Li Mubai had pulled out. Nowadays, various banks offered cards with all sorts of designs, including spray-painted and stickered ones. Black credit cards were not uncommon, and she didn't think much of it. But you bought so many clothes, and many sizes won't fit you. What will you do with them? Li Mubai paused, not answering the question about the black card, but suddenly an idea struck him. What I can't wear? I can donate for events. Jian Xinya's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? That is a brilliant idea. Li Mubai had merely intended to mask his embarrassment with casual banter, not expecting his wife to take it seriously. However, it seemed a waste to discard those items. Rather than let them collect dust, it was better to use them for events and gather some popularity. Thus, whenever Jian Xinya proposed an idea, he readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. Eventually, as Jian Xinya's enthusiasm waned, she couldn't help but complain again. Why do you agree to everything? Isn't there anything you disagree with? Li Mubai had no choice but to continue appeasing his wife. You have so many business ideas in that little head of yours. I find it commendable. Why don't we visit a few more stores to collect more prizes and hold a series of events? Jian Xinya quipped. I've seen extravagant spenders, but none like you. Li Mubai feigned innocence. Isn't it all to make you happy? Hearing this, Jian Xinya's heart softened again, and she pretended to be aloof. I'm not unhappy. As the esteemed CEO of Yuya, my temperament is far too grand to be so petty. Li Mubai sighed. As long as you're happy. With her mood uplifted, Jian Xinya took Li Mubai to shop for shoes and accessories. Li Mubai, unable to adjust to formal attire, chose two casual outfits and sportswear, while also splurging on various shoes. Shopping was indeed tiring. The two casually grabbed some snacks in the mall before returning home laden with purchases. Upon arriving at Jian's old residence, Jian Xinyi was already seated in the living room, her icy demeanor wrapped around her like a cold embrace, watching the two. The smile vanished from Jian Xinya's face immediately. Li Mubai frowned slightly but, for his wife's sake, greeted her politely. Sister, you're out of the hospital? Li Mubai merely offered a greeting, but Jian Xinyi interpreted it differently. A frown creased her brow. What? Does my presence make you both uncomfortable? Jian Xinya, not wishing to converse with such a sister, replied dismissively. I'm still busy with my company's affairs. Like a gust of wind, she headed upstairs. Li Mubai intended to leave as well but was called back by Jian Xinyi, observing the pile of items in the living room. She sneered. You are quite unreserved in spending my sister's money. Li Mubai offered no defense, nodding. My wife is happy to spend. I couldn't be more delighted. You. Jian Xinyi's anger flared instantly, rising to say something, but the two agreements laid on the table quelled her fury. Taking a deep breath, she reseated herself. What is your relationship with General Tu? Li Mubai raised an eyebrow. Are you asking just to inquire? This statement was tantamount to suggesting to Jian Xinyi. Aren't you being a bit nosy? Jian Xinyi's composure shattered once more as she cast a scrutinizing and disdainful glance at Li Mubai. Memories of the assertive woman she encountered earlier that day flooded her mind. Ostensibly there to discuss a 20 billion investment, yet perpetually assessing and criticizing her. That gaze, reminiscent of a rival in love, inevitably led her to question whether Li Mubai was entangled with others, leaving her with an irksome and repugnant sensation as if something that belonged to her had been touched by another. This nauseating feeling was even more unbearable than when Li Mubai expressed his affection for her sister, or when her sister admitted to having slept with him. She could not precisely articulate this sentiment, yet the sight of Li Mubai's nonchalant demeanor filled her with an increasing aversion, rendering him utterly disagreeable in her eyes. What redeeming quality could there possibly be in such a slovenly man? Unable to contain herself, Jian Xinyi admonished Li Mubai. Although our agreement states that we lead separate lives, you must be mindful of the repercussions. Once word of our impending marriage spreads, your actions will reflect on the Jian family's reputation. While you may be indifferent, I refuse to be the laughingstock of the elite circles in Bayan City. I do not care what your relationship with President Tu is, but you must maintain your boundaries. Should you dare to be ambiguous with anyone other than my sister, consider your future as that of a eunuch. Having delivered her frosty threat, Jian Xinyi seized the agreement and departed. Li Mubai, baffled, observed her equally hard demeanor as she walked away, causing him to shiver. Had his aunt taken leave of her senses? He left the remaining items in an empty room and ascended the stairs to find Jian Xinya. Jian Xinya was in her room crafting a project proposal. Upon hearing Li Mubai's voice, she rose and opened the door, peering outside. Not spotting Jian Xinyi, she fully opened the door and blocked his entrance, asking, What brings you here? It's best if you don't come in. Li Mubai had no intention of forcing his way inside. He obediently remained at the threshold. By the way, the clothes I cannot wear are in the room to your left on the first floor, he informed her. Jian Xinya nodded. Understood. Is there anything else? Li Mubai replied. Do you need me to bring up your cosmetics? He thought about the considerable amount and realized that his petite fiancée would struggle to transport everything upstairs in just one trip. His master had advised him to be perceptive. When his wife shopped, he should assist by carrying her bags. Li Mubai was eager to put this advice into practice. However, Jian Xinya was taken aback, stating, Those are for you. Why would you bring them up for me? Li Mubai was momentarily dumbfounded. Huh? As a man, I don't need those. Jian Xinya, however, was quite adamant. No, you must use them. With such striking features. It's a shame that people underestimate you just because you've tanned a little in the mountains. How can you not feel upset about that? Her indignant demeanor amused Li Mubai, who inquired, So, you prefer fair skin? Chapter 41, The Right Envoy's Rebellion. Jian Xinya gazed at Li Mubai's face, envisioning how he would look with fairer skin, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. If you became fairer, you'd undoubtedly captivate that group of beauty enthusiasts. Li Mubai's words were spoken so lightly that Jian Xinya assumed he was willing to use the whitening products she had purchased. She added, If you don't know how to use them, remember to ask me. Li Mubai skillfully diverted the conversation, bringing the topic to a close. That night, Li Mubai stealthily departed from the Jian family's ancestral home. At the Tianlang gang, Tu Tianlang greeted him with utmost respect. Young master, do you wish to address the right envoy's matter first or deal with Tu Jiaojiao? Li Mubai paused, perplexed. What about Tu Jiaojiao? Is there an issue on her end? Tu Tianlang appeared equally puzzled. Jiaojiao mentioned that her subordinates have been neglecting their duties towards you and have requested punishment. Li Mubai immediately understood, waving his hand dismissively. Her judgment is indeed questionable. The people she hires are increasingly self-serving. Oh, and there's also a welcoming committee member who is disloyal. Let her handle that trivial matter on her own. Upon hearing disloyal, Tu Tianlang broke into a cold sweat. Li Mubai meant no harm. But Tu Tianlang felt he was implying something regarding the right envoy. With a stern expression, Tu Tianlang led Li Mubai into the main hall, where a man and a woman were already kneeling. Upon witnessing Tu Tianlang kneel as well, they moved forward a few steps, kneeling behind him in unison. We implore young master to impose punishment. Li Mubai glanced at the right envoy with an impassive expression, since you have acted in self-interest. Let the gang's rules dictate your fate. He then turned to Tu Jiaojiao. What are you meddling in? A maid should act like a maid. Prepare the medicinal spring for me. I shall take a soak shortly. Tu Jiaojiao, taken aback by her unexpected reprieve, felt a rush of shame and rose to comply. Having knelt for over 5 hours, her body ached, but she managed to rise gracefully before Li Mubai without stumbling, responding promptly as she left to attend to her task. Li Mubai finally addressed Tu Tianlang. As for you, I trust you know how to atone for your mistakes? Tu Tianlang lowered his head. Yes. I will not let you down, young master. Li Mubai thought to himself that he had no expectations. He merely hoped that their subordinates would refrain from being so oblivious as to cross paths with him again. Tu Tianlang and Tu Jiaojiao had already considered this and planned to enforce a strict rectification. The right envoy, upon hearing that he would be dealt with according to the gang's rules, was utterly terrified. He glanced around, unable to discern what made this so-called young master exceptional. Why should an ordinary person wield the power to dictate his life or death with mere words? The malice in the right envoy's eyes flickered ominously. He shot a menacing glare at Tu Tianlang, lowering his head, his expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, Tu Jiaojiao prepared the medicinal spring, and when Li Mubai inspected the pool, he scooped a handful of water to smell. The quality of the medicinal spring from the Tianlang gang was merely passable. Li Mubai flicked the water from his hand. Bring me paper and a pen. He swiftly scribbled a list of medicinal names and handed the paper back to Tu Jiaojiao. Give this to your brother and have him prepare the upgraded medicinal spring according to this. In the future, it may also help elevate you to the earth level. Tu Jiaojiao trembled with excitement, clutching the paper and pen tightly. Young master, I will go right away. Eager to share this good news with her brother, she momentarily forgot her status as a maid. Li Mubai paid no mind. He had meant to tease Tu Jiaojiao about her maid's identity upon their reunion. He removed his clothing and effortlessly entered the pool, sitting cross-legged. Li Mubai closed his eyes, not cultivating, but merely meditating in the medicinal spring. Moments later, he heard the faint sounds of rustling. A group of individuals silently encircled the spring. Li Mubai smirked. As expected, their treachery persists. According to the gang's rules, your punishment is still lenient. His words provoked a reaction from the right envoy, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. As his eyes narrowed in hostility towards Li Mubai's back, under the right envoy's signal, a group of shadows lunged at Li Mubai. He remained unperturbed, not even opening his eyes. With a mere flick of his hand across the water's surface, a spray of droplets erupted, striking the shadows with the force of bullets, penetrating their vital points. The sudden cries of pain were abruptly silenced. The sound of heavy bodies thudding to the ground sent the right envoy into a panic. He refrained from charging forward, having narrowly escaped Li Mubai's wrath. A single droplet that had aimed for him merely pierced one ear. Yet even that caused him to break into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. You are not an ordinary person? The right envoy was astonished. Li Mubai slowly turned around, casting a glance at the right envoy as if bestowing charity. When did I ever claim to be an ordinary person? The right envoy realized he had misjudged. Not a trace of true energy leaked from his body, could it be? The right envoy's eyes widened. And before he could voice that possibility, his body suddenly froze. He incredulously lowered his head to see the tip of a blade protruding from his heart. Wanting to turn and look behind him, but his body felt unbearably heavy, uncontrollably collapsing forward. Behind the right envoy stood the grim-faced Tu Tianlang. With a flick of his blood-stained blade, he knelt down once more. I apologize for my tardiness. I implore the young master to punish me. Li Mubai frowned and waved his hand. Clean this mess up, and once you're done, wait at the martial arena. I shall see how much progress you siblings have made. Tu Tianlang, not daring to delay, felt excitement bubbling within him once again. The thought of the medicinal spring formula bestowed by the young master, capable of aiding Jiao Jiao in her ascension to the earthly level. Naturally meant it could be of use to him as well. With such a medicinal spring, the overall combat power of the Wolfhound gang could be elevated even further. Tu Tianlang removed all the bodies and tidied the ground, sweating profusely yet with a smile that only grew. As he awaited at the martial arena, Tu Jiao Jiao was also summoned. After soaking in the medicinal spring for 2 hours, precisely 1 full hour, Li Mubai emerged, donning the training attire prepared by Tu Tianlang. He appeared at the martial arena, where the two siblings gazed at him with uncertain eyes. Is this truly him? Young master? Master? The two siblings stared at Li Mubai, hesitant to recognize him. Li Mubai calmly acknowledged them with a simple, come on, both of you attack together. Tu Tianlang and Tu Jiao Jiao exchanged glances, then shouted in unison as they charged at Li Mubai. He stood still, hands clasped behind his back, unyielding like a pine tree. A look of horror crossed Tu Tianlang's face, quickly followed by fervent admiration. However, Tu Jiao Jiao appeared despondent, biting her lip in frustration, muttering softly, young master, you're just too monstrous. The rest of her words were stifled by her brother's bloodline pressure. Li Mubai waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such sentiments. Once you gather the medicinal herbs and upgrade the medicinal spring, the bottleneck will break itself. In a surge of excitement, Tu Tianlang knelt again. Yes. Thank you, young master, for your generosity. Li Mubai gestured for him to rise. As for this medicinal spring, it should not be wasted on anyone other than trusted allies. Tu Tianlang's face flushed with shame as he thought of the right envoy. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake and shall not err again. Li Mubai, uninterested in trifles, demonstrated a couple of techniques to the siblings. With steam rising from his body, he sighed in contentment. It feels like ages since I practiced in the morning. Refreshing. He lifted his garment to wipe away the sweat and was about to head for a bath and change of clothes when footsteps echoed from upstairs. Jian Xinya and Jian Sini, in a childish show of rivalry, had begun their own morning practice. When Jian Xinya descended in a pale yellow tracksuit, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Is this you, Li Mubai? She stammered, her beautiful large eyes wide with shock, resembling a startled kitten. Li Mubai lingered a moment longer on her slightly parted lips before clearing his throat. He remembered his sweaty state and stepped back slightly. Don't move. Jian Xinya chastised playfully. Li Mubai, as if paralyzed, stood completely still. She placed both hands on his face, inspecting him thoroughly, then shifted her gaze to his neck. Observing that he had lost his makeup, Jian Xinya then reached for Li Mubai's arms, finally focusing on his collar. Li Mubai crossed his arms over his chest. Isn't it a bit improper to do this so early in the morning? Jian Xinya rolled her eyes, her curiosity piqued. You haven't lost your makeup? I don't recall buying you foundation yesterday. What did you use? You're sweating profusely, yet your makeup remains intact. You must share. Li Mubai chuckled, somewhat amused yet exasperated by Jian Xinya's misunderstanding. I truly wish I could peek inside your little mind to see what thoughts dwell within. Jian Xinya, irritated by his deflection, insisted, don't be shy. Such a wonderful product should be shared with me. Li Mubai spread his hands. It's purely natural. I applied nothing. Jian Xinya had already examined him and confirmed he hadn't lost any makeup. She scrutinized him in disbelief from head to toe. So, you previously applied makeup to cover your natural complexion? Li Mubai sighed, but before he could respond, Jian Xinya's expression shifted to one of understanding. Oh, I see. You're worried about being labeled a pretty boy, aren't you? That's why you darkened your complexion. Jian Xinya wrinkled her nose, revealing her adorable little fangs. You're quite cunning. I had no idea I struck gold. She gazed at Li Mubai appreciatively. If this is how you appeared on your first visit, my sister might not even have dared to mention breaking off the engagement. There was a tinge of bitterness in her words. Li Mubai found it amusing. But I didn't wear makeup the first time, did I? Jian Xinya retorted with skepticism. Liar. Li Mubai stepped closer, his demeanor innocent. You see, when I opened the door, you pounced on me, leaving several scratches on my back. If I had applied makeup, wouldn't you have noticed? You rogue. Jian Xinya huffed. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going for a run. She fled, only to realize she had forgotten to change her shoes. Li Mubai chuckled like a fox who had stolen a hen, just as he was about to indulge in his good mood and head for a bath. A cold, questioning voice interrupted from upstairs. Who was down there? Li Mubai looked up, locking eyes with Jian Sini. Unsurprisingly, he saw shock reflected in her gaze. Li Mubai had grown accustomed to dealing with her. Even after he had left, Jian Sini remained frozen on the stairs, still clad in her yoga attire, albeit in a different color. Indeed, does fair skin hide a multitude of flaws? He didn't look unattractive at all. Even Jian had to admit that the fair-skinned Li Mubai was the most striking man she had encountered. He seemed to embody all her preferences. Was it merely a change in skin tone that transformed him so dramatically? Jian found it hard to believe. Just a change in complexion could lead to such a profound shift in one's aura. Previously, when she looked at him, he seemed utterly ordinary, exuding the traits of someone from the lower class. But now, seeing him in his training attire, glistening with sweat, he appeared unexpectedly alluring. The waves of his masculinity almost overwhelming. Jian clutched her chest, feeling her heart race, her face flush, her legs weaken. Could this be the true Li Mubai? Jian recalled the hostility radiating from Tu Jiao the day before. If this was the Li Mubai in question, she could somewhat understand why he captivated her sister and Mr. Tu. Thinking of how her grandfather had orchestrated their fated entanglement, Jian closed her eyes momentarily. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and glanced towards the bathroom again, her expression inscrutable. Li Mubai stood under the shower head, tilting his head back, when suddenly his nose itched, prompting him to sneeze 3 times. He rubbed his nose in confusion, casually pushing his hair back. How strange, since the age of 3. He hadn't fallen ill, so how could he possibly catch a cold? Yet, in the next moment, he shivered. That sensation felt as though someone had set their sights on him, heightening his alertness. His normally half-closed eyes flickered with fleeting sharpness. Was it time to prepare for an ambush? Chapter 43. Treat her like a force of nature. Li Mubai's expression darkened as the fleeting joy he felt upon seeing Jian bashful demeanor dissipated in an instant. During breakfast, the 2 sisters sat at the table, their eyes occasionally darting toward Li Mubai, each consumed by her own thoughts. Jian was eager to inquire further about how Li Mubai had become so fair-skinned, while Jian remained inscrutable, leaving Li Mubai perplexed by her intentions. Consequently, he found himself increasingly drawn to the straightforward Jian, while he felt indifferent towards the enigmatic Jian. Despite their identical appearances, which made for a delightful sight when they were together, his gaze consistently drifted toward Jian. Each time Jian caught him looking and blushed while feigning indifference. It stirred a desire within him to cough discreetly. Throughout breakfast, the 3 of them exchanged glances, creating an atmosphere of lively intrigue. Were the media to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly erupt with excitement, seizing upon the sensational narrative of a rivalry between the 2 sisters over a single man. As for the potential impact on the Jian family's stock market, it seemed of little concern to them. If it plummeted, it would merely provide another sensational story for the tabloids. Jian, however, was acutely aware of the stakes and regarded Li Mubai with a decidedly unfriendly gaze. She could easily imagine the Ji family, known for their obsession with entertainment, capitalizing on this situation. The Ji family had risen to prominence through paparazzi work and currently operated an entertainment and media company, expanding their influence to a level that even the 4 prominent families dared not underestimate. When the Jian family basked in glory, the Ji family could afford to play nice, fostering relationships between their younger generations. However, following the passing of old Master Jian, the Ji family had grown far less amiable. Watching her Navi sister, Jian felt a pang of frustration. Did Jian truly believe she could wield any leverage over the Ji family? Oblivious to her sister's disappointment and concerns, Jian found it difficult to eat under the weight of her sister's scrutinizing gaze. After a breakfast that tasted like cardboard, she hastily left for the company, where she had arranged to meet Amy and give her a tour of the properties under the Yuya company. Li Mubai, left alone with Jian, felt a sense of awkwardness and sought an excuse to leave. However, Jian interjected. Wait. Li Mubai, puzzled, responded, is there something you need, auntie? The term auntie made Jian temples throb with irritation. Change that. Not understanding her meaning, Li Mubai looked bewildered. Jian reiterated. I insist you change how you address me. Li Mubai, even more confused, asked, what should I call you then? Jian, suppressing her frustration, replied. You may call me by my name. Li Mubai smirked slightly. Oh, Sinwei. Jian found the new address still awkward. But she had already researched Li Mubai and was aware that he was 3 years her junior. Thus, it was not entirely inappropriate. Yet, she recognized that this boy was being deliberately provocative. The morning's fleeting illusion dissipated in the face of his brazen demeanor. Standing up, Jian commanded. You are coming to the company with me today. Once I finish my work, we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. The excuse that had been on the tip of Li Mubai's tongue was swallowed whole. Registering for marriage was a commitment he had made to his master. Reluctantly, he climbed into Jian car, burdened by a sense of guilt towards Jian. He recalled how, as a child, he had been driven to frustration by the old monk's incessant lectures. Unable to retaliate, he had resorted to glaring at the man and ineffectively shouting, Hey, old bald donkey, do you believe I'll one day pluck your beard and see how you flaunt that egg-shaped head? At the tender age of 10, he had indeed managed to pluck a few hairs from the old monk's beard. However, that sense of helplessness had returned in full force. Although he possessed ample capability, he could not engage in a confrontation with his aunt, neither in private nor in public. It was a source of great frustration. Li Mubai truly wished to question, are you so fond of imposing rules because you were once a legal code incarnate? Or perhaps a reincarnation of a disciplinary figure? He even suspected that his master and old master Jian had conspired to ensure he married Jian Xinwei as a means of allowing him to experience the torment that Sun Wukong endured at the hands of Tang's son. If he had erred, he wished for his master to wield the disciplinary rod, rather than subjecting him to a female version of Tang's song, incessantly buzzing in his ear. Jian Xinwei enumerated a series of prohibitions, but Li Mubai absorbed none of it. Her haughty demeanor, reminiscent of a strict school principal, struck a nerve with him. To make matters worse, before opening the car door, she insisted on reiterating her instructions, questioning if he understood, and threatening to repeat them if he failed to remember. This left Jian Xinwei feeling deeply aggrieved. She felt miserable at the prospect of marrying such a seemingly inadequate man. What good was a handsome face if it brought her nothing but embarrassment? Her icy gaze swept over Li Mubai before she slammed the car door shut and strode into the office building with purpose. Li Mubai exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Finally, it was over. If he had to spend every day in the company of a woman, it would indeed be a significant trial. His master had claimed that a fiancée could help him navigate through difficulties. However, it seemed more likely that his master had tricked him into facing this calamity. Muttering to himself, Li Mubai reluctantly dragged his feet toward the entrance of the Jian group, viewing it as a monstrous flood that he was hesitant to confront. In a certain light, the ability to provoke a young man who feared nothing, even daring to challenge his own master, into such a state of trepidation was indeed a feat worthy of admiration. As he continued to stall, he suddenly heard Jian Xinwei's voice from ahead. "Aren't you coming in?" With a reluctant expression, Li Mubai approached the exclusive elevator for the president, following Jian Xinwei inside. This scene attracted the curious and gossiping eyes of the receptionists and the staff entering and exiting the building. Since when had President Jian ever waited for anyone? Was there ever a time when someone had to wait for her? Indeed, among the wealthy young men, who wasn't he eager to stay close to the president, showering her with attentiveness? And who was that unfamiliar face? Could he be a new suitor? Who knows? Ah, the president has so many admirers. He asked just another sycophant. Is there any need for such astonishment? Chapter 44. Internal strife within the Jian family. The employees returned to their tasks, having regained their composure. However, Jian Sanyi, who had witnessed the scene, wore a mischievous smile, sensing that something was amiss. Li Mubai followed Jian Xinwei into the president's office, where he was seated on the guest sofa, idly fiddling with his phone. The new phone's impressive features made him feel as though he had unlocked a new realm. Just as he became engrossed in a money-making game, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Li Mubai's brow twitched slightly, sensing that the newcomer bore ill intentions. It wasn't that he felt any murderous intent. Rather, the individual was loudly instructing those accompanying him on how to coordinate their actions. Li Mubai's keen sense of hearing could easily pick up their conspiratorial whispers, rendering any attempt to feign ignorance futile. Jian Xinwei lifted her head from a pile of documents, visibly displeased by such an unruly interruption. However, upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, she pressed her fingers to her temple in annoyance. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Jian Eryi, her second uncle, was the most severely suppressed relative among the Jian family. Without exception. The reason was simple. Jian Sanyi, the third master of the Jian family, though possessing a modicum of cleverness, showed no genuine interest in the affairs of the company and merely wished to coast along and reap dividends. Jian Eryi was quite different. When Jian Xinwei and her sister's father was still alive, he was exceptionally gifted, the quintessential model child that every parent dreams of. One could only imagine how severely Jian Eryi was overshadowed by his elder brother. The resentment that accumulated in his heart was naturally proportional to the pressure he endured. When Jian Yi mysteriously disappeared, the one who rejoiced the most was none other than Jian Eryi. The two great burdens that loomed over him had finally diminished, and he felt he could finally seize his moment, just as he was filled with ambition, aiming to showcase his talents. Jian Eryi's lofty aspirations were met with harsh realities. Instead of achieving great success, he ended up botching several significant deals, tarnishing the reputation of the Jian family. Faced with this predicament, Jian Laoyu had no choice but to return to the helm, encouraging the Jian group to stay afloat. Yet it was impossible to restore its former glory. The Jian group was left gravely weakened, and in a moment of desperation, Jian Laoyu entrusted the heavy burden to Jian Xinwei. Although a woman, Jian Xinwei was as exceptional as her father, earning the old man's respect. Jian Eryi, unwilling to accept this, seized the opportunity when Jian Laoyu was gravely ill to usurp power, resulting in a deterioration of Jian Laoyu's health, which ultimately led to his passing. This act of betrayal incited Jian Xinwei's wrath, prompting her to take decisive action and firmly remove Jian Eryi from the center of power in the Jian family. Initially holding a 20% stake in the Jian group, Jian Eryi found himself reduced to a mere 5 in dividends after Jian Xinwei's relentless onslaught. This paltry amount was less than the 10 held by Jian Sanyi, who could still engage in idleness while earning a salary. Yet, even in his diminished state, Jian Eryi found a sense of defiance. Emboldened by his blood ties to the Jian family and his familial connection to Jian Xinwei, repeatedly causing trouble. This month alone, Jian Eryi had barged into Jian Xinwei's office for the 3rd time. Jian Xinwei couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps she should visit the Baiyan temple soon. Her luck seemed decidedly unfavorable lately. Her gaze subtly drifted toward Li Mubai, as it felt like ever since she met him, Nothing had gone smoothly. Li Mubai, sensing an inexplicable hostility directed toward him, assumed Jian Xinwei found his presence bothersome and stood up, intending to leave. Jian Eryi glanced at him, surprisingly refraining from immediately confronting Jian Xinwei. Instead, he cheerfully blocked Li Mubai's path. Pray tell, who is this young man? What is his relation to my niece? His awkward manner of speaking seemed to mimic that of his social circle, inquiring only about lineage rather than personal identity, displaying the arrogance of an elder. Li Mubai found amusement in this. It was indeed reminiscent of Jian Xinwei. Truly, one can see the family resemblance. Was Jian Xinyao a product of genetic mutation? He recalled how Jian Xinyao had once thrown money at him, urging him to feign amnesia, a tactic typical of those from the Jian family. Li Mubai had no desire to engage with this foolish uncle-niece drama, as their grievances had nothing to do with him. However, Jian Eryi had no reason to harass an oblivious wealthy young man and create enemies for himself. Jian Xinwei, on the other hand, was unwilling to let him watch her humiliation from the sidelines. With a businesslike demeanor, Jian Xinwei introduced, "This is my grandfather's chosen fiancée, Li Mubai." Li Mubai. "This is my second uncle," she added. Li Mubai furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance. "Uncle, do you have something to discuss?" "I was just about to step out." Before he could finish his sentence, Jian Eryi had already cheerfully made a decision on his behalf. "Ah, so it's young Li. Not a problem at all. Come. Since you two are engaged, discussing family matters is perfectly acceptable. Please, have a seat." Li Mubai responded with a nod. Jian Eryi, pleased by the deference, elevated his chin and leisurely settled into an armchair, signaling his assistant to pour him a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he casually inquired, "May I ask where you are currently employed, young Li?" Li Mubai reluctantly put away his phone, saying, "My master has granted me a leave to prepare for marriage. As for my future endeavors, I prefer not to disclose." Jian Eryi scoffed, clearly unimpressed. He repressed his irritation and pressed further. "I've heard about the childhood betrothal between our families, but that was many years ago. How can it still hold any weight?" Jian Eryi anticipated that Li Mubai would falter or appear anxious, having learned that he was merely a rustic youth from the mountains. However, Li Mubai responded with a nonchalant "oh" and offered no further elaboration. It was Jian Xinwei, rather than Li Mubai, who grew increasingly anxious. Her usually composed and beautiful visage displayed a rare expression. She glanced at Li Mubai before regaining her typical cool demeanor. "I shall honor my grandfather's arrangement regarding the engagement. You need not worry about it, uncle. Is that the sole reason for your visit?" Jian Eryi was taken aback. He stared at Jian Xinwei with astonishment, as if seeing her for the first time. His facade of composure shattered, revealing his explosive temperament. Just days prior, the young master of the Qin family had conferred upon him the title of head of the Jian family. If he could successfully deliver Jian Xinwei to the other party's bed, his long-held ambitions would be realized. Simultaneously, the young master of the Qin family had instructed him to keep a close watch on Jian Xinwei, should he discover her growing too close to any other man. He was to intervene. Jian Eryi, having received a mysterious phone call from his third brother, eagerly divulged this gossip. "Brother, you won't believe it. Today, our niece actually brought a handsome young man to work. I saw with my own eyes that they got out of the same car. Perhaps they." Jian Eryi was akin to a firecracker ignited in that moment. His third brother not only shared gossip over the phone but sent him a photo of the two alighting from the vehicle. Jian Eryi immediately dispatched someone to investigate the man in the photo. At this juncture, Jian Eryi, who had been stewing in silence, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Mubai, interrogating Jian Xinwei. "Is it for this face that you would consider marrying a rustic nobody? What can he offer you? What can he provide for the Jian family? Countless young masters from prestigious families are enamored with you. For the sake of the Jian family, you shouldn't." Yet, Jian Eryi's words faltered under Jian Xinwei's increasingly frigid gaze. She smirked slightly. "Uncle truly cares about my marriage, doesn't he?" Jian Eryi felt a twinge of guilt. "Of course. Why would you choose to marry a mere pretty boy when so many golden suitors are available?" He concluded vehemently, "In any case, I do not approve of this." Jian Xinwei nodded. "Oh, I understand. If you have no other matters, you may take your leave." Jian Eryi's eyes brightened, a smile returning to his face. "That's more like it. You are the strong woman of the Jian family, the esteemed CEO, the coveted darling among the wealthy. Why bother listening to that old relic, your grandfather?" Jian Eryi wished to continue, but Jian Xinwei took the opportunity to gather her documents, retrieve her car keys and a folder, and stood up. "Let's go." Jian Eryi, puzzled, asked go. Jian Xinwei ignored him, instead directing her attention to Li Mubai, announcing, "To the Civil Affairs Bureau." Li Mubai rose, nodding to the now furious Jian Eryi, smiling. "Goodbye, uncle. You too." Jian Eryi was left dumbfounded. The life assistant, who had yet to be of any use, was taken aback. He touched the packet of medicine hidden in his palm and helplessly glanced at Master Jian Eryi, silently inquiring what to do next. Should he proceed to administer the drug? Master Jian Eryi kicked him aside, exclaiming, "What are you still looking at? The person has already left. Chase after them." The assistant quickly stuffed the medicine into his pocket and hurriedly pursued. Just as he was about to reach the elevator, the doors closed mercilessly. A smirk of derision appeared on Jian Xinwei's lips, and after the elevator doors shut, leaving behind Jian Eryi's anxious and contorted face, a bitter taste settled in her mouth. "Li Mubai, catching a glimpse of that bitterness through the metallic door, found himself perplexed. If she is unwilling, why must there be a struggle? Jian Xinwei's expression turned impassive once more, her gaze icy and laden with warning as she glared at Li Mubai. What is mine is mine. No one can take it from me. In the future, be cautious with your words and actions. Do not overstep your bounds. Li Mubai suddenly felt that the temperance training his master had subjected him to was intended for this very moment. At this instant, he began to suspect that the old master of the Jian family held a grudge against his own master. There is an old saying, if you wish to take revenge on someone, raise their daughter poorly and marry her into their family. It will surely ruin 3 generations without effort. Li Mubai thought that the person who spoke such words had a limited perspective. It should be from the grandparents down to the children and grandchildren, perhaps even great-grandchildren, who might also be dragged into the fray. If someone like Jian Xinwei, with her feudal patriarchal tendencies, were to be forcibly married off to the Qin family by her uncle, the old master of the Qin family might very well be driven to his grave by her tongue. The patriarch of the Qin family would constantly be on edge, worrying about his daughter-in-law's ambitions. Qin Zhenyan, yearning for a life of indulgence with multiple wives, would find his assets confiscated. If children were to come along, they would have to bear the weight of thousands of family rules from an early age. By the time they reached the grandchildren or great-grandchildren, it would mean that the parents, seeking their own wealth and glory, would sacrifice their children to appease this matriarch, allowing her to wreak havoc. With Jian Xinwei's disposition, it would be, if I cannot find happiness, you shall all suffer alongside me for generations. Such a terrifying woman. Li Mubai, in a moment of dark amusement, found himself regrettably intrigued by the prospect of witnessing Jian Xinwei's potential mischief towards the Qin family. With his capabilities, should he successfully navigate the trials ahead, he might gradually witness the downfall of the Qin family. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. He was not so depraved as to wish harm upon his aunt simply for his dislike of her. Unperturbed by emotions, Jian Xinwei suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, leaving her puzzled, prompting her to quicken her pace. As they left the Jian residence and had yet to enter the car, Jian Sanye's vehicle fortuitously blocked Jian Xinwei's path. He seemed to be searching for a parking spot, and, upon seeing Jian Xinwei, greeted her with a smile. Oh, is that you, Xinwei? Where are you headed? Jian Xinwei had no choice but to halt and replied, Uncle. Li Mubai discerned the calculating glint in Jian Sanye's eyes and realized that today's drama was indeed a duet between the two brothers. No longer anxious, he decided to wait for Jian Er to catch up, curious about what these two uncles would concoct next to meddle in their niece's affairs. Jian Xinwei also surmised that with her uncle's delay, her second uncle would soon be in pursuit. Sure enough, within moments, Jian Er, assisted by the life assistant, came rushing over. He appeared utterly disheveled, prompting Li Mubai to shake his head in disbelief. Upon spotting Jian Xinwei, Jian Er's fury ignited. Seeing Jian Xinyi there too, his eyes lit up. Third brother, stop her. This girl has gone mad. She actually intends to get a marriage certificate with a gigolo. Jian Sanye's eyes widened in surprise, his expression brimming with gossip. Really, Xinwei? Is this true? This revelation was far more explosive than anything he had anticipated. Jian Sanyi was eager for Jian Xinwei to marry poorly, devoid of any support, thus allowing him to continue his leisurely existence within the Jian group. If her husband were too formidable, he certainly wouldn't allow him to siphon off his wife's wealth. One brother sought power within the Jian family, while the other merely wished to continue feeding off the family. How could they ever be in harmony? At that moment, Jian Sanyi regretted helping his elder brother to obstruct her, glancing around as if searching for a parking space, before heading towards a spot he had already eyed. After parking, he approached, still wearing that inquisitive expression, but shifted his focus. He grasped Jian Er's arm. Second brother, you're not well. You have high blood pressure. Calm down, calm down. Jian Er, gasping for breath, was nearly unable to speak. Just as he was about to protest, Jian Sanye's slap nearly took the air from his lungs, causing him to cough violently. Jian Sanyi winked at Jian Xinwei and began to pat Jian Er's back. Not only did he pat, but he also urged Jian Er's life assistant. What are you standing there for? Where are my brother's medications? The assistant, startled by Jian Er's state, was thrown into a panic. Like a puppet on strings, he complied with Jian Sanye's commands and began rummaging for the medication. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Xinwei pulled Li Mubai into the car. Li Mubai watched the farcical scene among the three with keen interest. Indeed, he didn't miss the life assistant fumbling out a pink pill, which he hastily shoved back into his pocket. Li Mubai immediately understood that Jian Er was stalling for time, intending for the assistant to tamper with the tea. However, the window of opportunity had been too brief for any action to be taken. Li Mubai believed the matter would have no further developments, momentarily feeling a sense of ennui. It was as if he were not the one on the verge of marriage registration. Facing the stern demeanor of the principal all day was hardly a pleasant experience. Jian Xinwei, upon hearing this, paused briefly, her brow furrowing as she requested Li Mubai's phone number. Li Mubai, momentarily forgetting the details, thought to himself, at least the young lady is thoughtful. She prepared a business card for me. He produced a card and handed it to Jian Xinwei. She was somewhat taken aback. Such a card was crafted from genuine silver. The pure silver card, coated with a matte piano finish, bore a golden embossed design alongside a string of digits. How could Li Mubai possess a card that even the four major families would hesitate to give to their younger generation? Jian Xinwei felt an uncanny sense of disbelief once again. What is this card? Li Mubai waved his phone. Contact me if you need anything. I must take my leave now. With that, he hailed a taxi and departed with an air of nonchalance, as if he were eager to distance himself. Watching him leave so effortlessly, as if he were reluctant to linger even for a second longer, a wave of bitterness washed over Jian Xinwei's lips. She stared uncertainly at the card in her hand, inputting the number into her phone. When it came time to label the contact, she hesitated briefly, writing down Li Mubai's full name in a conventional manner. However, during her input, perhaps distracted, she inadvertently entered a period before the surname Li. Consequently, Li Mubai's name appeared at the very top of her contacts. Jian Xinwei seemed not to notice, quickly putting her phone away. The exquisite card, crafted from a single block of silver, had been pressed, painted, and adorned with gold filigree. Li Mubai himself may not have been aware, but Jian Xinwei had noticed that the cardholder bore blue diamonds. Since it was a gift from Chairman Kai, she was certain that the diamonds were authentic. Such an exquisite card, how could Chairman Kai possibly give it away casually? What is Li Mubai's true identity? Jian Xinwei's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Could it be that Chairman Kai owed a significant debt of gratitude to his family, a debt so monumental that it could not even be repaid with a 20 billion investment? On the other side, as Li Mubai stepped out of Jian Xinwei's sight, he intended to seek out Tu Jiao. Tu Jiao informed him that the house was ready, and he planned to familiarize himself with it. However, just as he took out his phone, it rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number, leaving Li Mubai uncertain of its owner. Could it be that his aunt had forgotten a family rule and wished to impart some wisdom? He mused internally while swiftly answering the call. Who is this? Before he could utter the words aunt, a familiar middle-aged voice on the other end interrupted his jest. Li Mubai adopted a more serious tone. Master Gu? Do you need something? Master Gu spoke politely. I apologize for the abrupt call. I wonder if the young doctor is currently available? Naturally, Li Mubai was free, having yet to contact Tu Jiao. The house visit could wait, and he contemplated, is there something unclear about the prescription? I believed I had detailed it thoroughly. Master Gu swiftly responded, no, the prescription is fine. It's the traditional healer Hong Gui I invited who wishes to meet you. Would you honor us with your presence? Upon hearing the name Hong Gui, Li Mubai was taken aback. He remembered the elderly man who had persistently sought to become his apprentice, only to be dismissed due to pressing matters. He recalled that the old man had suffered from a lack of appetite for some time afterward. Li Mubai paused momentarily before agreeing. As for the meeting place, he surmised that given both his and the old man's natures, they would likely opt for the hospital room of Master Gu, where a patient case lay ready for examination. Thus, he casually suggested, let us meet in Master Gu's hospital room. It would allow me to check on him as well. Master Gu expressed surprise, as Hong Gui beside him asserted emphatically. In the hospital room, shortly thereafter, Li Mubai arrived at the hospital entrance via taxi. There, he spotted Gu Siki, who stood holding an umbrella, scanning the area. The moment she saw him, her face brightened with a smile, and she hurried over to settle the taxi fare. Li Mubai had initially thought he would need to part with a few hundred cash, but Gu Siki took the initiative and paid before eagerly exclaiming, young doctor, my grandfather has awakened. He is looking forward to meeting you. Shall we go in? Li Mubai nodded. All right, let us proceed. As he sensed an intense gaze behind him, he recognized it as familiar. Turning slightly to speak to Gu Siki, he caught sight of the person observing him. Li Mubai couldn't help but reflect, what a small world. Just met with a distant relative earlier that day, and here they were crossing paths again. Jian Sanyi stared at Li Mubai in astonishment, puzzled by his presence in the hospital with a woman, having assumed he was with Jian Xinwei to obtain their marriage certificate. He surreptitiously snapped a photo, eager to stir up some drama, and sent it to Jian Xinwei. Niece, did you truly go to get the certificate with that young man? Who is the girl by his side? Chapter 47. Jian Xinwei in trouble. She glanced at the message with a complex expression. So, when he mentioned having business, it was to meet the Gu family? Jian Sanye's photo captured a subtle moment, not only depicting the two sharing a smile but also including the hospital entrance in the frame. Had Jian Xinwei not known that Gu Siki's grandfather was hospitalized, she might have drawn wild conclusions regarding their meeting. Nevertheless, even with that knowledge, witnessing Li Mubai rush to see Gu Siki so soon after their marriage certificate would undoubtedly displease her. Jian Xinwei picked up her phone to call Li Mubai. But upon recalling their agreement to lead separate lives, she found no justification to interfere in his social interactions. Despite her limited understanding of Li Mubai, Gu Siki personally coming to the hospital to meet him indicated a significant reason, likely related to the prescription Li Mubai had mentioned earlier. Suddenly, Jian Xinwei considered that if Li Mubai indeed possessed a prescription, this could be an excellent opportunity to foster goodwill with the Gu family. Although the Gu family in Jiangqing may not wield the same influence as the four prominent families in Bayan City, they could serve as a valuable partner beyond that circle. Unbeknownst to Jian Sanyi, his unintended actions provided Jian Xinwei with fresh insight, just as she resolved to delay matters and visit the hospital. A wave of dizziness struck her. Frowning, she felt a peculiar heaviness in her brow. Recalling her previous hospital visit and the normal test results, she initially dismissed her discomfort. However, As she descended the elevator towards the parking lot, the dizziness intensified, accompanied by a cold sweat. Stopping in her tracks, she finally realized something was amiss. Suddenly, Jian Xinwei recalled the cup of coffee from the executive office. When she left, it had been empty, yet upon her return, the coffee had still been warm. Assuming it was freshly brewed by her secretary, she had taken a sip. What a mistake. Jian Xinwei's pupils dilated as she attempted to dial a number, retracing her steps toward the company entrance. Yet, as she unlocked her phone and navigated to her contacts, a sharp pain struck her neck, and her vision faded to black. Before reaching Master Gu's hospital room, Li Mubai's phone rang again. Another unfamiliar number? Puzzled, he answered, muttering, "Why are so many people trying to reach me today?" Upon answering, he greeted the caller, but received no response. Intrigued, he waited, and soon discerned the sounds of dragging and a man's curses on the other end. Considering the few who had access to his phone number, 2 siblings, Kai Tianming, and the Jian sisters, he noted that Master Gu was an unexpected caller, but not entirely surprising. As his contact information was not a secret, the 2 siblings would not call him in a crisis, and Kai Tianming was protected by 2 Tianlang. Thus, it must be one of the Jian sisters in trouble. Li Mubai's pupils contracted as he listened intently to the commotion. The parking lot was eerily quiet, save for the sound of a car driving away, offering no further clues. He decisively hung up and sent the number to Kai Tianming before dialing again. Kai Tianming, alerted by the special ringtone, paused his meeting and answered almost instantly. Li Mubai stated succinctly, "Find out who owns this number, Jian Xinwei or Jian Xinya, and do it quickly." Understanding the urgency in his young master's voice, Kai Tianming promptly handed the number to Amy. Amy glanced at the number and compared it with her own contacts, confirming, "It's not Jian Xinya." Before Kai Tianming could relay this to Li Mubai, he interjected, "I heard. Where's Tu Tianlang? Have him check on Jian Xinwei's whereabouts." Kai Tianming sprang into action, rushing to find Tu Tianlang, who was waiting outside the meeting room, and relayed Li Mubai's message. Tu Tianlang pulled out his phone and called Tu Jiao, who was en route to Jian Group to confront the elusive flower of high society and was not far from there. Upon hearing that Jian Xinwei might be in trouble, she swiftly turned the steering wheel and parked near a CAF close to Jian Group's building. When she arrived at the underground parking lot, she spotted a phone lying on the ground near a woman's vehicle. After confirming it belonged to Jian Xinwei, Tu Jiao realized the gravity of the situation. Li Mubai suddenly recalled the pink pill held by the life assistant. Li Mubai set his sights on the Qin family, instructing Kai Tianming and Tu Tianlang to relay his message, and to have Tu Jiao investigate the second son of the Jian family and the Qin family. After hanging up the phone, Li Mubai wore a peculiar expression, glancing towards Qin Junyin's hospital room. His ears twitched, and his expression grew even more unusual. Both Qin Junyin and Qin Shuyi were currently residing in that very ward, along with Ji Yuinga. Thus, the gathering of those coveting the Jian sisters was almost complete, with just one missing. Was Jian Eryi planning to send someone over so that the 4 of them could play mahjong? At this moment, Jian Eryi was on the phone with Qin Junyin. His information was not so well informed yet, as he was unaware that Qin Junyin had been beaten to a pulp and was hospitalized. His mind was filled with Qin Junyin's promises. If he could ensure that Qin Xiao succeeded, the position of the head of the Jian family would undoubtedly fall into his hands. The fact that Jian Xinwei and Li Mubai were registering today left Jian Eryi restless. In the past, if he failed once, he would simply retreat. Attempting a second time might raise Jian Xinwei's suspicions. If the matter were to be exposed, who knew how she would retaliate against him? However, if he did not act swiftly today, Jian Xinwei would become worthless after this night. Once Qin Xiao lost interest, all his prospects would evaporate. With determination, Jian Eryi activated his long-buried connections, instructing his secretary to take action. Observing the comatose and flushed Jian Xinwei, Jian Eryi smiled triumphantly. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Just as Jian Eryi was about to speak, he was met with Qin Junyin's furious curse. "Who the hell is calling me at this time? Are you tired of living?" Jian Eryi's smile faltered. Being berated by a younger generation almost made him lose his temper. Yet, thinking of the headship, Jian Eryi regained his composure. "Qin Xiao, it's me. Don't you fancy my niece? I can send her over to you right now." There was a brief silence on Qin Junyin's end before a chilling laugh emerged. "Is it you? You claim to have Jian Xinwei in your possession?" Jian Eryi quickly affirmed, "She's right beside me, Qin Xiao. Just give me an address, and I'll deliver her to you." Chapter 48. The national healer kneels to plead. Upon hearing Jian Xinwei's name, Qin Junyin felt a surge of rage. If it weren't for this woman, how would he have ended up in such a state? He yearned to discharge himself from the hospital immediately to teach her a lesson. Yet, even if he forcibly left the hospital, in his current condition, what could he possibly do? Consumed by hatred, Qin Junyin suddenly commanded, "Send her to the western suburbs. I will have someone there to pick her up." Jian Eryi, puzzled, wondered what purpose there was in sending her to a desolate warehouse. After Qin Junyin finished speaking, he hung up, calling for his bodyguard. "Take a few men to the western suburbs." Unbeknownst to Qin Junyin, Jian Xinwei had been drugged by Jian Eryi, who merely intended to keep her until he could personally retrieve her after her discharge. Qin Junyin was also unaware that his call would be intercepted from afar. Li Mubai suspected that Jian Eryi was behind the move, targeting Qin Junyin first and foremost. Though he could not hear Jian Eryi's voice on the phone, He clearly understood what Qin Zhenyan had said. Li Mubai's face darkened as he messaged Tu Jiao Jiao, instructing her to bring along several members of the Tianlang gang to rescue Jin Xinwei. Once again, he recalled that pink pill and added another message for Tu Jiao Jiao to prepare herself. Upon reading the second message, Tu Jiao Jiao's expression soured, embracing her commanding demeanor. She assembled a team and headed straight to the western suburbs. After putting away his phone, Li Mubai met Gu Siki's worried gaze and smiled faintly. Apologies. There's a pressing matter that has already been resolved. Gu Siki, upon hearing this, exhaled in relief and smiled back. That's good to hear. I noticed you didn't look too well, but thankfully it's been resolved. Li Mubai nodded. Yes, let us go. Since learning that Gu Siki was going to fetch someone, the national healer felt restless. Uncertain whether the person referred to by the Gu family was indeed the one he had met before. Venturing out without caution felt inappropriate. Yet failing to do so seemed disrespectful to that individual. Just as he was fretting, the hospital room door swung open, and upon seeing Li Mubai enter, he froze in place. His gaze could only be described as one of longing and disbelief. Master, is it really you? The national healer was on the verge of tears from joy. Despite being in his 60s, he felt like a child, wanting to kneel before Li Mubai. Yet, it felt as though something was obstructing him, preventing him from bowing. This only heightened his excitement. You remain the same. Master, please accept me. This scene was so astonishing that the Gu family members stared in shock, looking as though they had never witnessed such a display before. Li Mubai cleared his throat. Old Huang, you've startled everyone. The national healer waved dismissively. Never mind. Acknowledging my roots is what matters. It is imperative that my master accepts me properly. Li Mubai waved his hand. All right, stop with the theatrics. I've told you before, you're much older than I am. I'm too lazy to accept you. The national healer immediately countered. Then I'll have someone bring my little grandson over. He.S. just 4.5 years old. The perfect age to be intelligent and eager to learn. Li Mubai took a step back in disdain. Absolutely not. I want to be babysitting your Huang family. That big child will be enough to drive me mad. The national healer refused to give up. Then how about my son? He is well-behaved and has a solid foundation. What do you think? Li Mubai found himself exasperated with this persistent old man. Sigh, fine, let it be you. Upon hearing this, the national healer was once again filled with excitement, ready to bow down. Li Mubai quickly interjected. Let us skip the bowing. You are, after all, a national healer. We can engage in friendly exchanges and mutual improvement. The national healer's eyes lit up. Do you mean we can interact as equals? Li Mubai nodded. Indeed. The national healer was persuaded, feeling somewhat bashful, but soon regained his enthusiasm, carefully unrolling a piece of paper. It was the prescription written by Li Mubai. Look. Little divine doctor, is this prescription truly from your hand? The national healer continued to address him with respect, and Li Mubai was too fatigued to correct him. He stepped forward to inspect it briefly, confirming that it was not a copy, and nodded. Yes, it is my prescription. The national healer's gaze burned with intensity. This prescription is extraordinary. How did you conceive it? Moreover, it is remarkably bold. Most would hesitate to attempt it. Had I not seen you issue similar prescriptions before, I wouldn't dare let the Gu family try it lightly. It must be supplemented with the acupuncture technique you once applied, right? May I be so fortunate as to observe it once more? Since witnessing Li Mubai's acupuncture technique last time, the national healer had been unable to forget it. Now, seeing this elusive little divine doctor again, he eagerly made his request. Li Mubai brushed it off lightly, waving his hand. As long as the medication is taken according to the prescribed dosage, and with you, old Huang, assisting in clearing the meridians and soothing the ailments, the Gu family will recover even without that acupuncture technique. Upon hearing this, the national healer laughed heartily, his face glowing with excitement. This was an affirmation of his medical skills. It was praise from a divine doctor. Despite his joy, the national healer pointed out a crucial matter. For others, I might have confidence, but the elderly head of the Gu family is advanced in years, and I fear he may not withstand it. I would only have a 60% chance of success. However, with your acupuncture technique, there should be no issue. The national healer looked at Li Mubai with the eagerness of a child asking for candy. Li Mubai initially mentioned the medicinal formula to Gu Siki solely out of respect for Gu Qiqing. Of course, Gu Siki's rationality and youthful beauty stirred a sense of compassion within him. Otherwise, upon merely encountering Gu Siyu, even if he had suspicions, he would not have uttered a word. Now, with Hong Gui familiar with the Gu family and the family having once again compensated him for the medicinal formula, Li Mubai, adopting an attitude of having come this far, consented to Hong Gui's request. Hong Gui was overjoyed, anticipation evident on his face. Seeing him this way, the Gu family grew curious. They did not know Li Mubai well, but they held a deep respect and trust for Hong Gui. Witnessing Hong Gui's adulation towards Li Mubai, they could only conclude that Li Mubai's skills were indeed exceptional. The head of the Gu family pondered deeply. Gu Siyu appeared dazed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and remained silent. Gu Siki's eyes sparkled with joy. Grandfather, did you hear? There is hope for you. The elder of the Gu family was the only one present who remained composed. He merely smiled slightly, acknowledging their filial piety, and expressed gratitude to Hong Gui. I appreciate your efforts, and I shall trouble the young divine doctor with my old bones. Chapter 49. Li Mubai takes action knowing that Li Mubai preferred to avoid social engagements. Hong Guoyi took the initiative to engage the elder in conversation. The praises from Hong Guoyi, while perceived by the Gu family as somewhat exaggerated, were delivered with an expression of conviction and reverence. Observing Li Mubai, they noted that he exhibited no signs of insecurity. The calm demeanor of both physicians compelled them to believe that this young divine doctor indeed possessed extraordinary acupuncture skills that could astonish the world. If that were the case, the eyes of the Gu family sparkled with joy. The elder of the Gu family was their anchor. Often said that having an elder in the family was akin to possessing a treasure. With him present, the Gu family stood firm as a mountain. His years of experience allowed for ample time to gradually pass on his knowledge to his successor. It was not that the elder had not prepared, but the sudden onset of this illness required a final strategy that would take at least a year or two for his eldest son to fully grasp. Li Mubai's medicinal formula and acupuncture techniques not only provided a glimmer of hope for the stability of the Gu family, but also fulfilled the elder's dream of enjoying a peaceful old age surrounded by grandchildren. Such a significant favor could not be compensated with a mere consultation fee. Perhaps, being young, Li Mubai was unaware of the immense value concealed within his actions. However, Hong Guoyi, with his discerning eyes, would not overlook even the slightest detail. Thus, regardless of the Gu family's foresight or their hesitance to befriend such an untrustworthy young divine doctor, they needed to demonstrate sincere intent. Otherwise, irrespective of their ulterior motives, their negligence could result in losing Hong Guoyi's favor. Li Mubai, indeed, as the Gu family suspected, harbored no profound thoughts. His indifference was not complex. In his eyes, the Gu family was no different from the four prominent families of Baiyun City, merely local bullies within a small city. They barely ranked above the level of minor groups like Future Group, hardly warranting his concern. Moreover, his elder sister had recently encountered troubles. Although he wore a smile, he was noticeably more subdued than usual, hastening his actions. After Hong Guoyi exchanged pleasantries with the elder, he prepared his needle kit and proceeded to disinfect it. Gu Siki reheated the medicine that had been prepared and served it to the elder. "Grandfather, it's time for your medicine." The elder, weak and frail, could not drink the entire bowl at once. It took him about 10 minutes to finish it. Li Mubai stepped forward, grasping the elder's wrist to sense the medicine's effects. Having gauged the situation, before the elder could react, several golden needles had already been inserted into his body. The elder was taken aback. This young man's technique was indeed remarkable. He frequently interacted with masters of Hong Guoyi's caliber and understood the intricacies of acupuncture. He could feel a warm current coursing through his body with each needle insertion, and when the young divine doctor ceased, a cold stream was guided upwards. Hong Guoyi, excited, exclaimed, "The 9 needles of yang rising, complemented by the small Zhou Tian technique. No, was that last needle the Qian Kuan needle? Truly astonishing." Li Mubai remained silent, focusing intently on the needle's tail. When he felt it was sufficient, he began to withdraw the needles. As the final golden needle was extracted and stored, he moved his foot, bringing a trash bin beside the bed. In the next moment, he stepped back. The elder, initially about to express his gratitude, suddenly changed color. Clutching the bed and retching violently, a stream of thick, black substance erupted from his mouth, landing squarely in the trash bin beside the bed. The Gu family was alarmed, rushing forward, only to be overwhelmed by the stench and begin gagging themselves. Gu Siki's eyes turned red with urgency as she looked at Li Mubai, "Young divine doctor, what is happening to my grandfather?" Hong Guoyi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he waved his hand, reassuring the Gu family. "No worries, no worries. This is a good sign. The fact that he can expel this filth means there is still hope. Congratulations." Hong Guoyi's words calmed the Gu family's anxieties. The elder retched for 20 minutes before finally catching his breath. Gu Siki helped him rinse his mouth, while the head of the Gu family personally offered him warm water. Gu Siyu took the foul-smelling trash bin outside to the bodyguards for disposal. Once the elder was stabilized, he appeared fatigued and weary. Li Mubai approached to check his pulse. "He is fine now. Old Hong, you should take a look too." Upon hearing this, Hong Guoyi stepped forward to examine the pulse closely, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, there is a noticeable improvement." Hong Guoyi looked at Li Mubai with admiration, saying, "As expected of you, your intervention has turned the tide." Li Mubai waved his hand. "You can handle the subsequent acupuncture. I have matters to attend to today. We can discuss your family's 5 elements needle technique another day." Hong Guoyi's initial reluctance was swiftly replaced by excitement. "Excellent. When are you free? Let's keep in touch." Hong Guoyi looked at Li Mubai with hopeful anticipation. Li Mubai, not giving it much thought, took out a business card from his canvas bag and handed it to Hong Guoyi. "Here is my card. Feel free to send me a message if anything arises." Li Mubai was not particularly fond of receiving calls from strangers. Messaging was far more convenient. Before long, Li Mubai departed, unaware that Hong Guoyi and the elder's expressions had suddenly shifted upon seeing the business card holder. The head of the Gu family, lacking exposure to this level, merely recognized the card's value but did not discern anything extraordinary about the holder. The elder, struggling against drowsiness, cast a profound glance at Hong Guoyi. "Dr. Hong, enlighten me. Who is that young divine doctor?" Hong Guoyi waved his hand. "Do not inquire. Knowing too much can be detrimental." The elder's eyelids twitched, and he grasped Hong Guoyi's implication. although Hong Guai did not state it explicitly. His cautionary words and the careful way he stored the card indicated that this young divine doctor belonged to a mysterious echelon far beyond their reach. The elder sighed, glanced at his eldest son, said nothing further, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. Li Mubai exited the Gu family's hospital room and proceeded towards the Chun family's ward. He did not enter the corridor, as it was filled with bodyguards, and the presence of Huang-level martial artists loomed nearby. Li Mubai stood in the safety corridor for only a brief moment. Yet he managed to capture the three voices that piqued his interest with crystal clarity. Chapter 50. Eavesdropping on the corner of the three missing Qin Junyan was indignantly venting his grievances, his voice imbued with venomous hatred and an excessively frenzied spirit. Teacher, you have no idea how arrogant that kid is. I thought the Tianlang gang could help me deal with him, but after waiting so long, there hasn't been a whisper from them. I can't reach the right envoy by phone anymore. I want him dead. I want to toss him into the river to feed the fish. A middle-aged man's voice, laced with a hint of arrogance and casual indifference, interjected. Just a country bumpkin from the mountains. Is it worth your ire? No offense, Ian, but with your lack of martial talent and your frail physique, how could you possibly be unable to handle an ordinary person? Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan's expression darkened. It's that impoverished brat relying on his elder-ass favor towards Kai Tianming. There are plenty of capable fighters around Kai Tianming, and my men are simply no match for them. Otherwise, how could I have been beaten so badly by that little punk? The middle-aged man seemed to grasp the situation suddenly. I see. Leave it to me. You focus on recuperating. Li Mubai had no intention of regarding a yellow-level martial artist and grew weary of their conversation. In another hospital room, Qin Shuyi appeared to be talking to himself, and Li Mubai discerned no other voice. After listening for a while, he quickly realized that this terrified Qin Ershao must be on a call. Compared to Qin Junyan, who was so self-satisfied due to the information gap, Qin Shuyi, in his state of fright, was sobbing as he called for his uncle, lamenting and pleading for help. This piqued Li Mubai's interest. The Qin family had proven unreliable, so they were now turning to the influence of his biological mother? He was eager to uncover the identity of Qin Shuyi's uncle. Could he possibly be more formidable than the esteemed Qin beside the old master of the Qin family? Could they even summon martial artists of a higher grade? Li Mubai patiently waited a moment longer and soon heard the answer he sought. Indeed. Qin Shuyi revealed the incident of old Qin being killed. Uncle, you have no idea that Li Xiao brought Kai Tianming with him. Yes, the chairman of the future group. And it gets worse. Kai Tianming was accompanied by a man and a woman. No, not just them. There was a whole group of yellow-level martial artists. I may not know much about martial arts families, but there were dozens of them. Father S. offering confirmed that they were all yellow-level fighters. I swear. I have no reason to lie. Ugh, don't even get me started. What was that offering worth? Even old Qian showed up later and was kicked to death by that woman. If it weren't for my dad offering $1 billion to smooth things over, I'd be in real trouble. Uncle, you must help your nephew. What? You want to send my cousin over? Is he up to the task? That woman is incredibly strong, and the man's background is unclear. He looks like the leader of those fighters. Can my cousin handle them? Fine. Thank you, uncle. Li Mubai smirked slightly. It seemed another wave of trouble was on the horizon. He listened in on another room where a man and woman were conversing. It was peak visiting hours, so it was no surprise to find someone in Ji Yuinga's room. Given that the Ji family could instill such fear in the Jian sisters, they must possess some clout. Li Mubai's curiosity led him to listen more closely, and he furrowed his brow. The woman visiting Ji Yuinga sounded quite young. She sobbed tenderly. Ji Gu, how did you get so hurt? Will your face ever recover? Ji Yuinga spoke with difficulty, having lost half his teeth, his dislocated jaw now realigned. But the injuries in his mouth would take time to heal. The more he suffered, the more his fury intensified. Xiao, don't cry. I must look terrible like this, right? Will you still want to marry Ji Gu after seeing me like this? The girl, named Xiao, whimpered. How could I not? I've loved you since childhood, Ji Gu. After all these years, how can you doubt my sincerity? Li Mubai listened, finding their affectionate exchange rather nauseating. He had not anticipated that Ji Yuinga was already engaged. How could he pursue Jian Xinwei while still harboring feelings for Jin Xinya? Tell Xiao, my fiancé, Izhou Wuro, is not someone who can be bullied at will. You were beaten so badly? Was it a martial artist who hurt you? Ji Yuinga hesitated for a moment before responding. I don't know if he was a martial artist. That woman, Jian Xinya, has been secretly in love with me. She suddenly came to my break room and tried to seduce me. Just then, that man barged in and punched me, and when I woke up, I was like this. Zhou Wuro ground her teeth and spat. That wretched woman. Realizing she needed to maintain her image, she quickly shifted the topic. Only one blow could do this to you. He must be a martial artist. Ji Gu, don't worry. I will find that bastard who hurt you and make him pay tenfold. Suddenly, Ji Yuinga emitted a sound that made Li Mubai feel nauseous, expressing his gratitude. Zhou Wuro's sultry voice was decidedly improper. That must have been that brat's doing. I don't believe what's on the record. If no injuries were found at the time, they must have colluded. I can't have surgery anymore. Sigh Xiao, I feel so unwilling. Zhou Wuro seemed unsatisfied, her voice still sweetly aggrieved. Ji Gu, if your mouth is inconvenient, and your hands are too, does that mean your waist is also out of commission? Li Mubai thought, how pitiful. It seems Ji Yuinga is just another man with weak vitality. He was utterly oblivious to the impropriety of eavesdropping when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Tu Jiao. Li Mubai lost interest in listening to the saccharine voice before he exited the hospital building, strolling along the tree-lined path. Hello, have you found the person? Yes. What should we do with the kidnapped individual? Tu Jiao kicked Jian Ye's plump belly, eliciting a scream that made him wish to curl up and roll away. Li Mubai recognized that voice. It was Jian Yi. He was uncertain how to handle the situation. If not for the familial ties to his wife and aunt, he might have directed Tu Jiao to bury him somewhere. However, with those blood relations complicating matters, it became much more troublesome. After contemplating, Li Mubai decided to detain him for now and let Jian Xinwei decide how to proceed. Chapter 51. Rescuing Jian Xinwei. Tu Jiao had indeed captured Jian Yi and his men, along with a group of black-clad bodyguards who had come to assist. She ordered them to be confined first before reporting another matter. Master, your newlywed wife is not in good condition. Her dear uncle, fearing she would not comply, likely drugged her again en route. 1 pill of Hongfinjiaran can be counteracted, but 2 in succession would leave her incapacitated even if forcibly neutralized. Do you wish to come personally to assist her? Tu Jiao's tone carried an ambiguous emotion, though her words were tinged with schadenfreude. If Li Mubai were able to see her expression, he would notice the glint of malice in her gaze directed at Jian Yi. This was merely an opportunity for the master and his new bride. What newlywed? She did not believe that the young master would be satisfied with only one woman. First, it was the sister, now the elder sister, who knew how many more would come. Li Mubai, completely unaware of Tu Jiao's thoughts, immediately scowled at her teasing. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a respectable man. No matter what, one should never speak carelessly about the aunt. The mere mention of aunt left Tu Jiao momentarily speechless. At that moment, she was uncertain whether she was more shocked or simply deceiving herself about the situation. The two sisters bore a striking resemblance. If one could captivate the master, how could the other elicit no response at all? If he truly felt nothing, why would he allow the sisters to compete for the position of fiancée? He was entangled with the younger sister while also registering with the elder? Ah, men. And what of the aunt? If this continued, she might soon strip herself bare. Tu Jiao said deliberately. Li Mubai sighed. Send him to the hospital. I happen to be here. Tu Jiao responded nonchalantly, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a smile. About half an hour later, Jian Xinwei was brought to the hospital, to the very ward she had previously occupied. Tu Jiao rendered her unconscious, feigning a high fever to secure the room. Before the doctors arrived, she urged, Hurry, master. Li Mubai took out a needle kit, meticulously disinfecting it. After several prompts from Tu Jiao, he finally commenced the acupuncture. If Hongui were present, he would surely be astonished to discover that Li Mubai was employing the small 5-element acupuncture technique, a legacy of 3 generations of the Hong family. The alluring beauty had thrown Jian Xinwei's balance of yin and yang into chaos, with an excess of yin and a deficiency of yang, leading to a desperate craving for warmth amidst an overwhelming cold. Fortunately, Tu Jiao had prepared an antidote to save her, administering it to Jian Xinwei. Although it could not completely negate the effects of the drug, it did sever the possibility of her dying in her slumber. Li Mubai frowned. The potency of this drug is explosive. Taking 2 would have caused her body to suffer severe backlash from the cold toxins. If you had found her now, she would likely have displayed symptoms of dying from extreme cold. Tu Jiao had witnessed the bodies of backpackers who perished on snow-capped mountains. They appeared deceptively warm, their faces adorned with eerie smiles. Extremes beget extremes. Just as when one is frozen, rubbing hands in snow feels warm. This drug, which disrupts the balance of yin and yang, induces hallucinations and a sensation of heat, while internally, one is as cold as ice. Tu Jiao had never personally witnessed or experienced a fatal overdose, so she was unaware of the implications. She curiously watched Li Mubai administer the needles. Master, will a few needles suffice to cure her? With the final needle, Jian Xinwei, who had been unconscious yet instinctively restless, suddenly calmed. Frost began to form on her eyelashes, while her skin remained flushed. Soon, frost appeared in her long hair, and upon closer inspection, a layer of white frost covered the fine hairs on her face. Tu Jiao was somewhat startled. How could a person's body be frosting over? What immense coldness was this? Li Mubai remained composed, sending the necessary herbs to Tu Jiao's phone. What is the fuss? I'm merely expelling the cold toxins from her body. Once the frost dissipates, her symptoms will resemble those of a severe cold. The cooling drip will only exacerbate her condition. Take her for an herbal bath until the water cools, and then she can come out. Tu Jiao obliged, forwarding the information to have her subordinates procure the herbs. Soon, the materials arrived, and she used the ward's kettle to brew the medicine. When the doctors entered, Li Mubai had already wiped the visibly excessive frost from Jian Xinwei's face. The doctors only observed her flushed face and a layer of moisture, mistaking it for a common cold and administering 4 fluids and medication. Given that the cold toxins were already manifesting, forcing a fever-reducing injection would be akin to adding fuel to the fire. When the doctor attempted to say more, Tu Jiao waved her hand, summoning a group of intimidating figures to escort them out. When a nurse arrived to administer the 4, she was instructed to use only saline. The nurse, sensing the tension, kept quiet. The atmosphere was thick with intimidation. Having spotted two affluent individuals, she hesitated to administer medication. Not wanting to be embroiled in any familial disputes, she cautiously administered 3 injections before successfully locating Jian Xinwei's vein. Seeing that the couple did not reprimand her, she hurriedly wheeled her cart away. When Jian Xinwei awakened, the first thing she noticed was the unpleasant scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Gradually, she became aware that she seemed to be submerged in water, struggling to open her eyes. She saw that one hand was bruised and another had a needle embedded in it. The sense of crisis from before faintly returned. Her body was on high alert. And her cold gaze scanned her surroundings, landing on Tu Jiao's impatiently furrowed brow, leaving her momentarily stunned. Miss Tu? What are you doing here? No, where am I? Jian Xinwei looked down, confirming that she was indeed in water, specifically, soaking in an unknown medicinal liquid. Tu Jiao smirked. Do you remember what happened earlier, Miss Jian? Jian Xinwei suddenly fell silent, her brow knitting in confusion. Her gaze, filled with suspicion, seemed to question whether Tu Jiao had abducted her. Tu Jiao rolled her eyes. What expression is that, Ms. Jian? If it weren't for me, you'd still be unaware of which bed your dear uncle had sent you to. He certainly invested heavily, a staggering 150,000 for each dose of the alluring beauty, and he made sure to administer too. Jian Xinwei's pupils dilated. What did you say? She had suspected the ill intentions of several young scions, but had never considered her own uncle, despite the suspicious nature of his sudden appearance. It had not crossed her mind. Jian Xinwei's body trembled violently, clearly outraged. She could not believe that her own uncle would do such a thing to her. In the pursuit of power and gain, he would resort to drugging his own niece. Observing her reaction, Tu Jiao chose not to elaborate further. After a lengthy silence, Jian Xinwei composed herself and began to inspect her condition. She had heard of the allure of the beauty and had witnessed Chen Junyan throw those pink pills into her glass. Ironically, the description of the pill read, 1 pill brings ecstasy, 2 pills send you to the heavens. 2 pills constituted a lethal dose. And her uncle had never intended for her to survive the aftermath. Feeling a chill in her heart, Jian Xinwei hugged herself and suddenly inquired, am I currently soaking in an herbal bath to counteract the alluring beauty? Tu Jiao shook her head. This alone isn't sufficient. If it weren't for the master, I wouldn't even bother telling you. Tu Jiao suddenly felt reluctant to take credit for her master's efforts, refraining from seeking Jian Xinwei's gratitude. Jian Xinwei, perplexed, murmured her thanks. Regardless of the circumstances, her body exhibited no unusual signs, and no horrific events had transpired. As for Tu Jiao's reluctance to disclose how she had counteracted the drug, Jian Xinwei closed her eyes in quiet meditation. Tu Jiao insisted she stay submerged. And so she did. Eventually, when the water grew cold and she heard Jian Xinya's voice outside, Jian Xinwei opened her eyes again. Why Xinya here? Tu Jiao rolled her eyes, lifting her chin. Get out when the water cools. With that, she did not glance back at Jian Xinwei and walked out. Jian Xinwei felt a wave of weakness, furrowing her brow as she bit her lip, intending to rise when the bathroom door opened once more. Jian Xinya, startled, rushed forward. Sister, are you all right? She had heard that Jian Xinwei was in trouble. All previous reservations vanished as she sped through 2 red lights to get here. Seeing Jian Xinwei's pale complexion and colorless lips, Jian Xinya quickly fetched a large towel. She helped her sit up, dressed her in a hospital gown, and held the 4 bag as she assisted her onto the bed. The 2 sisters coexisted in tranquil harmony, and in such silence, a certain warmth blossomed between them. Jian Xinwei observed Jian Xinya bustling about, her gaze tinged with complexity. She had not overlooked the tall figure of Li Mubai, seated with President Tu in the small reception room. Are you truly at ease allowing President Tu to be alone with Li Mubai? Jian Xinwei couldn't help but voice her concern. Jian Xinya, perplexed, replied, Huh? Sister, why are you suddenly unwell? Jian Xinwei realized that Jian Xinya was unaware of the specifics of her predicament. Instinctively, she hesitated to divulge the truth, planning to concoct a plausible excuse. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, she pondered, if Jian Xinya remained oblivious to the dangers that blood relations could harbor, unguarded and vulnerable, might she also face a fate akin to her own? Would a benevolent President Tu still appear in time to intervene? Jian Xinwei could not afford to gamble on such uncertainties. Thus, when she spoke, her words morphed into, it was my second uncle. Jian Xinya seemed still bewildered by the situation. Jian Xinwei coldly elaborated, it was my second uncle who slipped drugs into my coffee. Do you know what her powder beauty is? Noticing Jian Xinya's lack of response, Jian Xinwei surmised her sister was indeed unaware. A sense of imbalance welled within her. Her sister had always been the favored one, perpetually shielded, while all burdens had fallen upon her. Yet, she recalled a prior conversation with their grandfather, self-deprecatingly reflecting, did I not choose this path for myself? In the future, do not trust others so readily. Even those closest to you may betray you when you least expect it. After uttering these words, Jian Xinwei wearily closed her eyes. Although the effects of the drug had waned, her physical exhaustion lingered. Watching her sleeping sister, a fleeting bitterness and emotional turmoil stirred within her, only to be swiftly suppressed. What did her words truly signify? Did it imply that her second uncle was capable of such treachery, and that their third uncle might follow suit? What then of their sisterly bond? Should they also guard against one another? Feeling despondent, Jian Xinya entered the small reception room and was suddenly overcome with fatigue upon seeing Li Mubai. She sat beside him and instinctively grasped his hand. Li Mubai had just concluded a conversation with Tu Jiaojia regarding Jian Xinwei's medication over the next couple of days. The underlying damage was severe. Following the injections, Jian Xinwei would rely solely on her own recuperative abilities for recovery, which was feasible but would necessitate at least a month-long hospital stay. Wasn't this detrimental to his reputation? Taken aback by Jian Xinya's sudden affection, Li Mubai felt a rush of joy. It was rare for his wife to initiate such closeness. Dear, are your hands made of tofu? How can they be so soft? Jian Xinya's mood brightened instantly, her sudden sadness and frustration dissipating in an instant. She emphasized the term brother-in-law deliberately, as if to serve as a reminder. Li Mubai had never intended to conceal anything from Jian Xinya. If she knew, so be it. His nonchalant demeanor, however, infuriated Jian Xinya. If you dare call me wife again, I shall not hold back. Li Mubai, unashamed, leaned closer, grinning as he asked, Oh, how will you be not polite? Another midnight raid? Jian Xinya erupted. Dream on, you scoundrel. With an innocent expression, Li Mubai protested, You were the one who took the initiative. How did I become the rogue? You. Jian Xinya found herself at a loss for words. She shot Li Mubai an irritated glare and fell silent. Tu Jiaojia observed their playful banter, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It had once been her alone with whom the master engaged in such frivolity. Yet, she understood that this was an inevitable development. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She opened it to find alarming news. Masterly, something has happened. Chapter 53. Li Mubai was angry. Li Mubai furrowed his brows. Is it about your brother? Tu Jiaojia shook her head. No, it's... She glanced at Jian Xinya, and Li Mubai instantly comprehended. He rose, surveyed the hospital room, and addressed Jian Xinya. Take good care of your sister. I must step out for a moment. Jian Xinya, puzzled, inquired, Where are you going? She looked toward Tu Jiaojiao, unable to fathom the familiarity between Li Mubai and her. Though they had attended Tu Jiaojiao's encore performance together that night, the unspoken rapport between them left her bewildered. Jian Xinya refrained from probing further, nodding in acknowledgement as she watched them depart. Tu Jiaojia pursed her lips, not many remain on that side. Suddenly, a yellow-grade warrior arrived with a group of bodyguards in black, rescuing someone. However, the Jian family members were left behind. Li Mubai understood that if it were merely that, Tu Jiaoji would not have spoken so gravely. Is the person still alive? Tu Jiaojiao nodded. Still alive, but incapacitated. Whether they will survive is uncertain. Li Mubai's expression darkened. The Chen family? Tu Jiaoji confirmed with a nod. Among those guarding, one was with my brother when he visited my bar. He stated that those individuals are of the same ilk as the ones who came that day. Li Mubai grasped the situation, unfamiliar faces. Yet of the same type, Chen Junyin's people? Tu Jiaojiao affirmed, contemplating, should we arrange for bodyguards for the Jian sisters? Li Mubai waved his hand, let them handle it themselves. Given Jian Xinwei's recent experience, they will likely take the initiative to hire bodyguards. Tu Jiaojia remained silent, but Li Mubai added, You can assist by recommending reputable bodyguard companies with capable and trustworthy personnel. A faint smile curved Tu Jiaojiao's lips, concealing her underlying disappointment. Yes, master. I will ensure this is done well. Li Mubai chuckled. I trust you will handle it. Upon arriving in the western suburbs, Li Mubai stepped out of the car, only to find himself in a desolate area devoid of human presence, save for a few dilapidated warehouses. Tu Jiaojiao approached him, starting to explain. This area once discharged excessive wastewater, resulting in its closure. It cannot be redeveloped for several decades. Initially, it was converted into a storage facility. But soon it was discovered that it would compromise the quality of about 30 to 40% of the goods, leading to its abandonment. Li Mubai nodded. The feng shui here has been irrevocably damaged. It is only natural that it would incur losses. Let us investigate the situation. Tu Jiaojiao nodded obediently, trailing closely behind Li Mubai. She seldom behaved so submissively. As he approached the scene, his smile faded. How many brothers are missing? He inquired, his face darkening. Tu Jiaojiao bit her lip. Only one survived. Li Mubai detected the scent of gunpowder, realizing that not only had there been a skirmish, but a gunfight had also occurred. His expression turned grim. The lone survivor Tu Jiaojia mentioned was the young brother who had accompanied them to the bar that night. His condition was dire, shot in the shoulder. He slumped against the warehouse door, breathing shallowly. Li Mubai stepped forward, sealing his acupoint with a gesture, and placed his palm over the bloody wound, sending a jolt of energy through his hand. A bullet was drawn out in the direction of his palm's exit. Tu Jiaoji watched this scene with fervent admiration. Her fists clenched. She aspired to one day possess such prowess as her master. After the bullet was removed, Li Mubai tore the injured man's clothing to provide temporary bandaging. The young brother, in a daze, weakly gestured toward the interior of the warehouse. Li Mubai understood. Rest for now. Do not worry. You will not die while I am here. The young brother seemed to find solace in those words, his head drooping as he lost consciousness. Li Mubai rose expressionlessly, ignoring the body strewn about, and made his way towards Jian Eryi and his assistant, whose breath had already departed, their body cold. Jian Eryi's pulse was faint, barely detectable, and his limbs had been forcibly twisted. His tendons in both hands and feet had been deliberately severed, a clear act of intentional provocation. Li Mubai nearly laughed in disbelief at the audacity of the Chen family. Did they truly believe his temperament was so mild that they could treat him as a mere soft persimmon? Tu Jiaoji was struck pale by the overwhelming aura Li Mubai exuded at that moment. Master? Li Mubai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the nearly lifeless Jian Eryi, contemplating whether it was worth the effort to save such a worthless being, regardless of whether today marked a sham marriage or a genuine one. Presenting him with such a grand gift on the day of registration was quite audacious. Narrowing his eyes, Li Mubai retrieved a needle kit and proceeded to realign Jian Eryi's broken limbs, neglecting the severed tendons entirely. He instructed to send him to the hospital for the emergency doctors to handle. Tu Jiaoji was aware that Li Mubai held no regard for Jian Eryi. She herself shared the sentiment, thus she had no objections. Before long, the left envoy of the Tianlang gang arrived in person, bringing along 2 ginseng slices, which he placed into the mouths of the 2 unconscious survivors. Li Mubai promptly removed the needles, applied pressure to several acupoints on Jian Eryi, and then departed in Tu Jiaojiao's vehicle. The Tianlang gang members remained on site to handle the aftermath, relieving him of any further concern. The hospital rooms of Chen Junyan and Chen Shuyi were not far from Jian Sinwei's. Should they catch a glimpse of Jian Xinya, what mischief might they contemplate? He could not help but suspect whether this was a scheme to draw the tiger from its den. Previously, regardless of the trivial schemes the 2 sickly members of the Chen family devised, Li Mubai remained unfazed, merely viewing them as clowns providing a bit of comic relief in life. But today, he was genuinely angered. The audacity of the ants attempting to take down an elephant was utterly laughable. Upon returning to the hospital, Li Mubai headed straight for Jian Sinwei's ward, only to find it empty. His expression soured immediately. He strained his ears and caught the sound of the sisters conversing. Sister, why are you putting on a brave face? You're still not well and need to rest. What are you trying to accomplish? Mind your own business. The recent upheaval in the Jian family is far from over. You should hire some bodyguards to keep by your side at all times. Is it really necessary? Just because of an uncle? I've said all I need to say. Now step aside. Li Mubai sighed and moved toward the source of the voices, soon encountering the 2 sisters in a tug-of-war. Where do you think you are going? Hearing Li Mubai's voice, both women paused momentarily. Jian Sinwei, still unsteady on her feet, had stubbornly changed into her clothes and insisted on being discharged. Jian Xinya, looking anxious, was urging her sister not to act recklessly and to recuperate properly in the hospital. Li Mubai approached. Your health has not yet recovered. Why the rush to leave? Tu Jiaojiao came forward just as Li Mubai instructed. Arrange for a reliable hospital to transfer Jian Sinwei. Without further questions, Tu Jiaojiao complied. Moments later, she put down her phone. There's a private hospital under the future group that is superior to my own family's. But in terms of security, my family is stronger. Which one shall we go to? Li Mubai did not hesitate. Let us go with my family's. A smile crept onto Tu Jiaojiao's lips, clearly pleased with his choice. This was a testament to their absolute trust in the siblings. As Jian Sinwei settled into the car for her transfer to the Tu family's private hospital, she remained bewildered. Where are we going? Li Mubai, seated in the passenger seat, let the sisters occupy the back. He replied, didn't you insist on transferring to a farther hospital? Jian Sinwei fell silent, while Jian Xinya asked curiously, which hospital are we going to? Is it far? Li Mubai's tone softened. It's the Tu family's private hospital. Their security is commendable. Upon hearing this, Jian Sinwei's face flushed slightly, realizing that Li Mubai had likely overheard her previous comments. Midway, Tu Jiaojiao noticed a vehicle following them at a distance. Her expression turned serious. Li Xiao, we have a tail. Li Mubai glanced indifferently. It's nothing. Let them follow. Drive to the police station and see if they dare to follow us inside. Tu Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. Understood, Li Xiao. The Jian sisters initially felt a bit tense upon hearing about the tailing vehicle. Jian Xinya recalled Jian Sinwei's earlier words and felt a twinge of apprehension. However, upon hearing Li Mubai's suggestion, she suddenly relaxed. Indeed, if it was merely a tale, there was no need to panic. They could always report it to the police. Following Li Mubai's instructions, Tu Jiaojiao drove straight into the police station compound. The pursuing vehicle, likely caught off guard by their unexpected maneuver, promptly fled the scene. After a few minutes of waiting to ensure the tail had vanished, Tu Jiaojiao restarted the vehicle and proceeded to their destination. Jian Xinya suddenly furrowed her brow. Sister, the old man of the Chun family's birthday is coming up soon. Are we still going? Even though Jian Eryi intended to offer Jian Sinwei to Chen Junyan today, Jian Xinya was unaware of this. However, she had forgotten that her sister had already had a falling out with Chen Junyan. Jian Xinya had also offended Chen Shuyi not long ago. With the relations between the 2 families already strained, was there still a need to honor the Chen family? The mention of the old man Chen's birthday caused a heavy weight to settle in Jian Sinwei's heart. If she were to miss the occasion, wouldn't it solidify the rumors that the Jian family was on the brink of collapse at her hands? Gritting her teeth, Jian Sinwei declared, we are going. Why wouldn't we? It's not me who has done anything wrong. Why should I hide? Jian Xinya, upon hearing this, felt it was reasonable and sighed. Refraining from further persuasion, Li Mubai absorbed the sisters' conversation, noting the significance of the old man Chun's birthday celebration. A birthday party, after all, was a momentous occasion. If he failed to present an extravagant gift, wouldn't he that betray the Chen family's repeated provocations in front of him? After ensuring Jian Xinwei's transfer to the Tu family's private hospital and instructing security personnel to heighten vigilance, Tu Zhaojiao also arranged for 2 mid-level martial artists to remain stationed at the inpatient department. The security level here was thus maximized. Unless the Chen family truly had no fear of exposure, daring to flaunt martial artists in front of the police, this place was undoubtedly safe. Jian Xinya recognized 2 familiar faces and recalled that these 2 seemed quite capable. What are they doing here? She wondered, with Tu Zhaojiao preoccupied with other matters. Only Li Mubai and Jian Xinya remained to keep her company in the hospital. Li Mubai glanced over and casually remarked, they must be here for dinner. They likely work as security here. Really? Jian Xinya was taken aback. With their skills, they're just working as security? It seems such a waste of talent. Li Mubai nodded in agreement, then spoke with a tone of regret. Who can say? But what can be done? Look at them. It's evident they lack education. They might have just graduated from middle school and jumped into the fray. Without qualifications, what else could they do but work as security? Jian Xinya accepted this, her eyes reflecting sympathy and regret. What a pity. Why don't they work as bodyguards for the wealthy? Surely that pays better? Li Mubai knew the 2 were eavesdropping but maintained a facade of seriousness. However, he was easygoing, if there were any secrets he wished to keep. Even if someone were to lean in closely, they would not hear them. With a smile, Li Mubai said, you have a kind heart, dear. Perhaps they simply lack connections? Why not give it a try? To her surprise, Jian Xinya felt a flicker of interest. Yet, being kind-hearted did not equate to being naive. Such unqualified bodyguards. Even the 4 great families might hesitate to hire, so why should she assume she would be the exception? What made her think they wouldn't be tempted by the wealth of the affluent and stray down a treacherous path? It is not merely the role of a bodyguard that possesses lethal implications. Even seemingly fragile nannies have been known to kidnap children from affluent families or seduce their employers, resulting in blackmail after illicit encounters. Engaging with unregulated hiring firms, lacking formal contracts and rigorous vetting processes, is a perilous misstep that endangers both parties involved. Jian Xinya initially expressed her dissatisfaction towards Li Mubai, but soon realized the futility of her grievances against a boy from the mountains. If you are unaware of these matters, refrain from offering unsolicited advice. Let me tell you, hiring a bodyguard necessitates engaging with the most reputable agencies. Those fly-by-night operations are prone to calamity. Moreover, how can one trust individuals not associated with a legitimate company and unsubjected to thorough scrutiny? Jian Xinya attempted to intimidate Li Mubai, eager to witness his fear. To her surprise, Li Mubai rolled up his sleeves, suggesting, how about you hire me instead? I could serve as your personal bodyguard during the day, providing you with a sense of security. At night, enough. Silence, you rogue. Chapter 55. Li Mubai's outburst. Jian Xinya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and for a moment, Li Mubai was entranced by her beauty. My dear wife, you are truly stunning. Jian Xinya, no longer content with mere words, retaliated physically. Shut your mouth. Her delicate hand covered his lips, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Suddenly, Li Mubai leaned closer to Jian Xinya. My love, shouldn't you make up for our wedding night? His gaze was filled with passion. Today marked his wedding day. Reluctantly, he had registered with his sister. Yet his heart belonged to her. Was this a semblance of atonement? It seemed he had mistakenly promised the wrong person. With that thought, Li Mubai embraced Jian Xinya once more, declaring, the first time may be awkward, but I assure you, future encounters will be complimentary. Jian Xinya, upon this reminder, suddenly realized that this man had become her brother-in-law today. He had registered with her sister without a word. Her euphoria dissipated abruptly, as the harsh reality she had deliberately ignored pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Her complexion paled, and her gaze towards Li Mubai grew hostile. Li Mubai, what do you take me for? Do you think registration is a farce? Having registered with my sister, you ought to cease your advances towards me. Let go. Li Mubai's previously charming smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. He furrowed his brows, holding her firmly within his iron grasp. Jian Xinya, it was you who initiated this, was it not? What? After taking everything, do you intend to walk away unscathed? What do you take me for? Jian Xinya found herself at a loss for words. Frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Li Mubai's expression hardened. Tell me, do you understand your mistake? Jian Xinya lowered her head, remaining silent. A sudden sharp sound echoed, the slap resonated in the air. Jian Xinya stood in shock, her body rigid. Her feline eyes widened in disbelief. You actually dared. Another slap resounded. Li Mubai not only affirmed his audacity through action, but he also reiterated his previous question. Do you understand your mistake? Jian Xinya's temper flared. Li Mubai? I will not hold back. The fiery sting on her backside left her feeling mortified. It was broad daylight, under the bright moon, in a world so clear. This audacious boy dared to strike her in public. Li Mubai raised an eyebrow. What? Planning to act unreasonable now, starting to create a ruckus? Jian Xinya, infuriated, shouted. Li Mubai, are you courting death? Li Mubai chuckled, tightening his hold on her, embodying the lesson well learned. When the opportunity arises, one must never retreat. Jian Xinya, blushing furiously, pushed against him several times, but he remained unyielding. He whisked her into an adjacent empty hospital room, kissing her until she nearly gasped for air. After feeling overwhelmed, Jian Xinya angrily stepped on Li Mubai's foot. Seeing her reluctance, he refrained from continuing, but he would not allow her to deny him. This is my wife. If she won't let me touch her, who else would she permit? Jian Xinya's rebellious spirit ignited, and she took control, pinning Li Mubai against the wall. How can you not even kiss properly? Allow me to teach you. With that, Jian Xinya rose on tiptoe, leaning in. Li Mubai, thrilled, held her tightly, his eyes gleaming with delight as he let her take the lead. They kissed fervently until a voice interrupted. What are you two doing? In an instant, Li Mubai knelt, flustered and agitated, especially as Jian Xinya, startled, pushed him away and jumped back like a frightened rabbit. He embraced her tightly, suppressing his anger, turning to face the icy glare of Sinwei, his sister-in-law. Did Sinwei not see? Today is my wedding day. Of course, we must consummate the marriage. What? Does Sinwei wish to spectate? Or perhaps join in? As Li Mubai uttered the last 4 words, he sensed Jian Xinya stiffen in his arms. Sinwei's reaction was equally striking. Her pupils constricted, revealing rare panic. Yet moments later, her demeanor shifted to one of fury. What nonsense are you spouting? This is a hospital. And if you have no shame, I still do. Li Mubai, I warned you before, rein yourself in, or I shall be forced to take action. Li Mubai felt Jian Xinya struggle against him again, but his temper flared, and he only held her tighter. You must understand, this marriage was coerced from your sister. You have already received the dowry, so do not seek anything more. We are not novices in this matter. Do you need to concern yourself with our affairs? What? Are you envious? Or is the effect of that medication still lingering? Sinwei was taken aback by Li Mubai's unexpected words. Infuriated, she trembled slightly before turning on her heel and storming out. Jian Xinya ceased her struggles, gazing at Li Mubai as though seeing him for the first time. Why did you speak to my sister like that? Li Mubai took a deep breath, suppressing his ire. I apologize. I lost control. Which man would he feel murderous when interrupted while being intimate with his beloved? Jian Xinya was taken aback, then burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting her intended retort. She stole a glance downward, her cheeks flushing before she quickly averted her gaze. At that moment, Jian Xinya felt conflicted. Her rationality urged her to refrain from further entanglements. Yet her emotions were uncontrollable. They had already engaged as a married couple. Moreover, this man was the one she had always envisioned. Feeling Li Mubai's warm embrace once more, enveloped in his warmth, Jian Xinya inquired, Li Mubai, will you remain loyal to me? Will you love but one? Li Mubai replied with conviction. You shall be my sole wife. This perfect man is yours alone. What more could you desire? Jian Xinya chuckled at his flattery. Remaining silent, she nestled against Li Mubai. In this moment, he was unlike her grandfather, father, classmates, or those scions of aristocratic families. He solely cherished her, devoid of ulterior motives. He did not choose her sister due to her involvement. He remained hers, entirely hers. This hidden sense of fulfillment and joy left her momentarily speechless. Chapter 56, A Grand Gesture for the Chen Family. After a moment of tender intimacy, Li Mubai released Jian Xinya. You might as well sleep here tonight. It's certainly more comfortable than the sofa at your sister's place. Noticing Li Mubai's inclination to leave, Jian Xinya asked, What about you? Li Mubai hesitated and leaned in suggestively. What is this? Have you come to your senses, my dear? Ready to celebrate our wedding night? Jian Xinya playfully shoved him away. Get lost. You're being ridiculous. Li Mubai feigned disappointment. Very well. Jian Xinya felt a twinge of guilt for being too harsh, and bit her lip. Yes, if you promise. I shall wait for you until the day you marry me. He straightened, his playful demeanor fading. All right, speak. Jian Xinya raised a finger. First, during your current marriage, our relationship must remain undisclosed. Reluctantly, Li Mubai nodded. She then raised 2 fingers. Secondly, if you wish to be intimate, that can only occur after our marriage. Li Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief. That's not fair. It was you who Jian Xinya covered his mouth. No more talk of that incident. It was merely an accident. And it just happened to involve you. Li Mubai remained silent. My dear, are you trying to suffocate me? Jian Xinya shot him a glare. You managed to survive the last 20 years, didn't you? Li Mubai protested, embracing her. But I've never been restrained before. Now that I have a wife. Do I really have to hold back? Jian Xinya's expression darkened. So, do you genuinely care for me? Or is it merely a desire for physical intimacy? After a pause, Li Mubai nodded reluctantly. Fine, as you wish. Her demeanor softened, and she raised 3 fingers. Thirdly, if you betray me, our agreement is null and void. We shall part ways forever. Li Mubai exhaled, this time nodding in agreement without hesitation. This eased Jian Xinya's tension, and she leaned in to plant a kiss on him. Li Mubai attempted to pursue her, but she once again covered his mouth. That was a reward. Don't be greedy. With a hint of frustration, he replied, Woman, are you playing with fire? Jian Xinya burst into laughter at the soap opera-like line. Her laughter drained her strength, and she melted into Li Mubai's embrace. He gently coaxed her to sleep before stepping out. In the hallway, he encountered 2 patrolling guards and instructed, report any suspicious activity immediately. The guards straightened, their vigilance heightened. Li Mubai returned to the Tianlang gang, immersing himself in the rejuvenating waters of a new medicinal spring. What is the progress on the Chen family situation? Two Tianling stood nearby. We still don't know who the Chun family superior is, but it seems there are significant movements planned for Old Master Chen's birthday banquet. Li Mubai raised an eyebrow. Oh? In that case, let us also join the festivities. Tu Tianlang, having learned the details from Tu Jiaojiao, was seething with anger. The men involved were transferred from the Tianlang gang. Although they were merely newcomers without established ranks, they were still his brothers. Such a grievance must not go unavenged. Perhaps due to the impending celebration, those seeking trouble seemed to have gone silent. However, there was an incident at the two families' private hospital where a suspicious individual approached the inpatient department. Unable to locate Jian Sinwei's room, they were intercepted by security. Two yellow-level warriors stood guard in the corridor outside Jian Sinwei's room, ensuring no suspicious individuals could approach. The day of the grand celebration for Old Master Chen arrived swiftly. In her quest for a swift recovery, Jian Sinwei used a nutritional solution typically reserved for post-operative care. Priced at 1,500 per bag, its effectiveness was commensurate with its cost. Jian Xinya received an invitation and attended the banquet solo. The sisters had each hired new bodyguards for this outing. With investments totaling 20 billion each, they no longer had to worry about cash flow or funding issues, eliminating the need to inject more money into their company. The bodyguards remained outside, mingling with the Chun family's guards. During the banquet, Jian Sinwei spotted Jian Xinya, but refrained from approaching her. The sisters acted as if they were strangers, each seeking their own social circles and diverting any impolite glances. Li Mubai attended the event accompanied by Kai Tianming. After all, the upper echelons of Baiyun City were mostly aware of his connection to Kai Tianming. The Chen family was particularly convinced of this relationship. Li Mubai decided to leverage this identity. When Kai Tianming learned of this, he was elated, practically floating with pride. His exuberance suggested that the future group had secured yet another national-level project. Li Mubai had no intention of arriving at the banquet too early. So he and Kai Tianming arrived only after Old Master Chen had descended from the upper floor and completed his speech. Just as Old Master Chen finished his lengthy address and began receiving guests' gifts, the Zhou family presented a painting of blessings, the Zhao family gifted a golden peach ornament, and the Lu family offered a pair of jade ornaments symbolizing longevity. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the entrance, and a black coffin adorned with a large red flower flew in. Following closely behind, a voice announced, "Young Master Li has sent a coffin of blessings, wishing Old Master Chen endless joy year after year." The banquet hall was thrown into a state of shock by the unexpected arrival of young Master Li. Daring to present such an ominous gift to one of the four prominent families of Baiyun City, the Chen family. Who was this young Master Li? No one knew. Was he here to disrupt the event? This was bound to be a spectacle. The Chen family's influence had loomed large in Baiyun City for years. Yet young Master Li had the audacity to challenge them outright. The Ji family appeared the most exhilarated in the room. Regardless of whether the disruption succeeded or if the Chen family remained unscathed, the Ji family stood to gain either way. This was going to be big news. Upon seeing the coffin adorned with a red flower, Old Master Chen nearly fainted from rage. When young Master Li's announcement echoed in the hall, his eyes narrowed sharply. Chapter 57. The Disruption. Is it him? Old Master Chen's mind raced with uncertainty. Had his covert schemes been exposed? He began to question those around him, pondering where the traitor had embedded the nail. Likewise, upon hearing the title Young Master Li, Jian Sinwei and Jian Xinya felt an ominous premonition. They exchanged incredulous glances toward the entrance, their peripheral vision drawn to the ominous coffin. Could this young Master Li truly be the one they feared? Jian Sinwei had sensed something amiss from the business card she had received earlier. Her instinct told her that Li Mubai's identity was far from ordinary. Yet, the first impression he left was too profound to dismiss. His attire and demeanor assured her that it was not a mere disguise. This created a paradox. Could a scion of a prestigious family truly be raised in such poverty as a form of training? It was utterly absurd. At the entrance, the enigmatic young Master Li finally revealed his true self. Accompanied by Kai Tianming, Li Mubai emerged slowly from the shadows. As he stepped into the light, the crowd was left awestruck. He was a tall, handsome young man, yet his attire was utterly astonishing, a black outfit typically worn at funerals, complemented by a paper flower made from a napkin pinned to his left chest. Wow, is this young Master Li? Look at the figure beside him. Isn't that Chairman Kai? I remember him. He was the one who made quite the impression at the investment banquet. Oh, so that's who he is? No wonder Chairman Kai had made such a fuss that day. It seems we are in for quite a show. What brings him here? If not to celebrate the elder's birthday? It seems he intends to send Old Master Chen off directly. The onlookers' eyes sparkled with gleeful intrigue. Even the Jian sisters found themselves devoid of the desire for pleasantries, casting complex glances at Li Mubai. Jian Xinya attempted to approach, only to be restrained by Jian Sinwei. With an impassive expression, Jian Sinwei quietly warned, "Do not meddle." Concern filled Jian Xinya's face, but Jian Sinwei tightened her grip. No buts. Finally, Jian Xinya turned. Disbelief etched on her features as she gazed at her sister. Sister? Jian Sinwei remained focused ahead. If you go over now, the Jian family will become the target of scorn. He is here with Director Kai. Even if he stirs up trouble, Director Kai will handle it for him. Do I need to teach you this? Jian Xinya fell silent, biting her lip, her beautiful eyes betraying her worry. Why must he appear today in such an unyielding manner? Suddenly, Jian Xinya seemed to have an epiphany, looking incredulously at Jian Sinwei. Jian Sinwei appeared to have her own realization, her expression growing intricate. As Li Mubai entered, a smile graced his features as he regarded Old Master Qin. My congratulatory gift has just arrived. Old Master appears overly delighted. Is he eager to see if this coffin fits him? In Old Master Qin's murky eyes resided the authoritative gravitas accumulated over the years. Who dares to be so disrespectful? To celebrate their grandfather's birthday, Chen Junyan and Qin Shui had sought out the renowned Dr. Hong, who was requested by the Gu family, hoping for a swift recovery. However, Dr. Hong was a person of high demand, making him difficult to invite. The two brothers had no choice but to settle for Dr. Hong's disciple, barely making it to this grand banquet. At this moment, Qin Shui's gaze was fixed on Jian Xinya, his eyes filled with malice. Upon seeing Li Mubai, his eyes turned crimson. He epitomized the phrase, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Qin Junyan's voice tore through the air like a malevolent specter from the underworld, viciously grinding out Li Mubai's name. Li Mubai, how dare you appear before me? Qin Shui glanced in Li Mubai's direction. It's you. Qin Shui's fury was palpable. It was this wretched boy who had thwarted his bodyguard that day, giving Jian Xinya the chance to summon help, leaving him grievously injured and still unhealed. The Qin family's most promising offspring wore expressions that suggested a hunger for vengeance. The onlookers, unaware of the underlying tension, assumed they were merely attempting to appease their grandfather. Those familiar with the circle understood the true nature of Qin Junyan and Qin Shui. Indeed, in their quest for power, these two were fiercely competitive. Had they enrolled in a crash course on ambition? Humph. Li Mubai listened to the murmurs, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Junyan and Qin Shui. As if regarding mere ants, he generally refrained from bullying the weak and less provoked. He never considered himself extraordinary, despite having inherited his master's prowess, surpassing his master's abilities. His master had become exhausted from teaching him, often roaring like a lion. Yet, he still felt quite ordinary and cherished the simplicity of a life filled with straightforward conflicts. Li Mubai turned his attention to Tu Jiao Jiao, signaling her with a glance. Tu Jiao Jiao understood immediately, and, with a swift movement, evaded the gazes of the guests who had noticed her. By the time they realized she was gone, finding her would not be so simple. The Qin family's banquet hall was adorned with excessive festivity, and Tu Jiao Jiao favored wearing bright red, adding to the celebratory atmosphere. Once she had successfully avoided the majority of prying eyes, she appeared beside the Jian sisters, startling both women. Miss Tu, what brings you here? Jian Xinya inquired, surprise evident in her voice. Miss Tu, is there something amiss? Jian Sinwei had begun to suspect. Tu Jiao Jiao's smile was radiant. I am here to inform you that this place is unsafe. It would be wise for both of you to contact your bodyguards and leave promptly. Jian Xinya wished to inquire further, but Jian Sinwei, after a moment of frowning, quickly acquiesced. Very well, thank you for the warning, Miss Tuesday. We shall be in touch. Jian Sinwei decisively took Jian Xinya's arm, leading her away. Jian Xinya bit her lip, feeling displeased. Li Mubai was still there. What could this mean? She felt overwhelmed by the multitude of unknowns surrounding her, and this incident was no exception. Once they reached their bodyguards, Jian Xinya could no longer contain herself. Chapter 58. A misunderstanding, a fortuitous opportunity. Jian Sinwei frowned. Quiet, follow me. This is no place to linger. Hurt and distressed, Jian Xinya replied, Sister, I don't understand. You registered, yet you do not publicly acknowledge the relationship. What is the point of registering? A single invitation allows one person to attend, yet he did not accompany you. Jian Xinya paused, then nodded. Fine, setting that aside, isn't he here today to stir trouble with the coffin for your sake? He is even willing to expend favors with Director Kai, which were laid down by your elders. How can you accept that so easily? Jian Xinya had always found her sister's sudden illness suspicious. The day her sister was hospitalized, their second uncle was also admitted, a coincidence too great not to ponder. Moreover, their uncle's entire family had come to the ancestral home, causing a scene and shouting loudly. Such a glaring flaw had led her to uncover what transpired that day. Their uncle had drugged her sister, intending to offer her to Qin Junyan, the eldest son of the Qin family. She had also discovered the dangers of the red beauty drug, which could be fatal with just 2 doses. Her sister bore marks from injections and required medicinal baths daily. It was not difficult to deduce that her survival was due to Li Mubai's intervention. Thus, his grand display today was also for her sister's sake. Even though Li Mubai repeatedly professed his love for her, Jian Xinya's heart ached with bitterness. He had never treated her with such uniqueness or kindness. Would he truly not gradually fall for her sister? Jian Xinya's inquiries reflected her confusion and resentment. She did not know whether it was intuition or Li Mubai's actions that led Jian Sinwei to misinterpret the situation. She could not help but suspect that Li Mubai's actions were motivated by revenge against her. She was already aware of her second uncle's downfall. She had asked Li Mubai whether he was responsible. While he denied it, his ambiguous demeanor left Jian Sinwei unconvinced. Upon learning of her uncle's plight, her pent-up resentment was replaced with a complex mix of emotions, leading her to abandon thoughts of further retaliation against the second branch. When the second branch caused a ruckus at the ancestral home, she merely hired new servants and bodyguards to drive them away. The events of today surprised Jian Sinwei. However, confronted with her sister's accusations, she felt uncomfortable. her emotions equally conflicted. Why can't I feel at ease? I did not compel him to act this way. Jian Xinwei retorted coldly, stifling Jian Xinya's surging emotions. Suddenly, she recalled something, her expression returning to neutrality as she nodded. Right, with so many backup plans. What does it matter if one more or one less? Jian Xinya's gaze turned frigid. Sister, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. One must act with integrity and diligence. Jian Xinwei's complexion paled, taken aback that such words would come from her own sister. Jian Xinya, unwilling to listen, felt a surge of aversion as Jian Xinwei continued, her voice devoid of warmth. We are leaving. The bodyguards hired by Jian Xinya exchanged glances, recognizing their employer's discontent. Remaining silent as they followed her swiftly away, they too had begun to feel the anger ignited by Li Mubai's actions, driven by a sense of loyalty. Especially another beneficiary, utterly ungrateful, only fueled her anger further. She found herself at a loss to articulate her current emotions. Her sister's lack of appreciation should have been a cause for joy. After all, the two were not igniting sparks of conflict at the moment. Yet, she was not only devoid of happiness but also perplexed as to why Li Mubai would act in such a manner. Hadn't he claimed to dislike her sister? In the banquet hall, Li Mubai, who was provoking others, suddenly sneezed twice, looking completely bewildered. At that moment, he was unaware that his attempt to stir trouble with the Chun family had led to such a profound misunderstanding. The raucous behavior of Qin Junyan and Qin Shui did not concern Li Mubai in the slightest. To be frank, their barking was hardly threatening. If one were to liken these two cowards to dogs, they would merely be two toy chihuahuas. What fear could a diminutive creature instill, regardless of how loud its yapping? However, at the elder Qin's birthday banquet, Qin Junyan's esteemed teacher would inevitably be present. And Qin Shui had implored his uncle to ensure that their older cousin would not be absent either. Both chihuahuas were prepared. What about their forebears? And that nearly exasperated elder Qin? Surely, they had their contingencies as well, such as the formidable backing behind the Qin family. The elder's birthday celebration presented an exceptional opportunity to gather all these threats in one place. How could Li Mubai possibly let such an occasion slip by? Out of courtesy, he meticulously prepared gifts, selecting the finest coffin wood. As expected, this gesture provoked the Chun family to reveal their murderous intent towards him prematurely, no longer concealing their trump cards. Behind Qin Junyan stepped forth a middle-aged man with piercing eyes, shielding Qin Junyan protectively. Nearby, a young man, slightly older than Qin Shui yet bearing a defiant demeanor, also drew close to Qin Shui, offering him protection. Xiao Mingqi's eyes were fixated on Li Mubai's group as he quietly inquired of Qin Shui. Is he the one you mentioned? Qin Shui nodded through gritted teeth. Cousin. That's him. Xiao Mingqi scrutinized Li Mubai from head to toe, finding him to be an utterly ordinary individual. He could discern no traits of a martial artist in him. His eyes were devoid of the luminous spark typical of warriors. His temples were not swollen, and his physique was not imposing, lacking the distinctive aura of a martial artist. Xiao Mingqi shook his head. Isn't he just an ordinary person? However, the man and woman accompanying him seemed rather formidable. He dismissed Li Mubai with disdain, categorizing him entirely among the common folk. Merely a minor character, hardly worth his effort. His gaze sharpened on Tu Jiao Jiao. This woman is intriguing. She looks familiar. Qin Shi perked up. Ah, that's Queen Tu. Cousin, it's no surprise you've seen her. She was a minor celebrity. Xiao Mingqi's eyes lit up. His chin slightly raised. I see. A little star. Then it shall be easy. As for Tu Tianlang, he remained like a shadow, mostly concealed in the darkness, wholly devoted to safeguarding the young master and Kai Tianming. From Xiao Mingqi's perspective, he could not even discern his features, only noting that he was a tall and robust fellow. Such figures were plentiful in martial arts schools. Upon a cursory glance, he deemed him not a significant character. Xiao Mingqi merely thought him somewhat capable, and that was the extent of his consideration. Currently, as he protected Qin Shui, Xiao Mingqi did not intend to take the lead. This was the Qin family, not the Xiao family. The coffin was for Elder Qin. It had little to do with him, and he had no need to charge into battle. Yet, Qin Junyan, being the eldest son of the main house, was obliged to step forward first, for both public and private reasons. Chapter 59. Xiao Mingqi takes action. Li Mubai's gaze pierced through like that of a mortuary attendant, chilling Qin Junyan to the core. Suddenly feeling a twinge of fear, he contemplated retreating, only to realize that he was intimidated by an ordinary person. His complexion became a kaleidoscope of emotions, veins bursting in his eyes, clearly seething with rage. The onlookers had never witnessed Qin Junyan in such a disheveled state. In his fury, Qin Junyan summoned his teacher to step forward. You dare to glare at me, even when death is imminent. I implore you, master, to eliminate this scourge. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Qin Junyan's plea, advanced 2 steps, standing with an air of mastery. You have insulted my disciple's family, thus you have made an enemy of Shui. Do not blame this old man for being ruthless. He coldly huffed, striking at Li Mubai with one hand, entirely dismissing him as inconsequential. He even thought it beneath him to be summoned by Qin Junyan to deal with an ordinary person. Yet, considering the additional 2 million in his account, he felt that the strike was worth it. Li Mubai stood his ground, not even flinching. Tu Jiao Zhao and Tu Tianlang did not intervene either. However, among the group of bodyguards behind them, one suddenly sprang forth, delivering a palm strike. A thunderous crack echoed in the air as the ordinary-looking bodyguard from the Tianlang gang remained unmoved, while the man known as Shui staggered back 3 steps, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yellow-level mid-tier? Elder Chun and the middle-aged man exchanged glances, both harboring a hint of unease and schadenfreude. They had deliberately refrained from warning Qin Zhenyan. Relying on the affection of his teacher and the title of the eldest grandson, Qin Zhenyan had often vexed the second house. Now, he had bitten off more than he could chew. As for the disruption of the birthday banquet, Elder Qin was not at all concerned. He recalled the elder's words that there were powerful allies behind the Qin family. They were unafraid of the future group and had no fear of martial artists. Upon witnessing his teacher's defeat in one move, Qin Zhenyan was struck with horror. Hearing his teacher mention yellow-level mid-tier, he was stunned to realize that the seemingly inconspicuous bodyguard was indeed a yellow-level mid-tier martial artist. How could this be possible? Qin Zhenyan's gaze flitted between Li Mubai and the rosy-faced Kai Tianming, suddenly locking onto Kai Tianming. An epiphany struck, and Qin Zhenyan's expression turned ashen. With the protection of his grandfather, he was not entirely intimidated. He gritted his teeth and sneered. I never imagined that Chairman Kai was so discreet. Surrounding himself with such capable individuals, no wonder his business is thriving. Qin Zhenyan was convinced of this. Given a few more years for the Qin family to gather more yellow-level mid-tier and even martial artists, they too could soar to greatness. How infuriating. It was as if he were being directly insulted as a worthless being. The expression of the man known as Shui shifted dramatically, his eyes blazing with fury. And he spat out another mouthful of blood. Angered to the core, his true energy surged forth, his hair standing on end. The martial artists present changed their expressions, hastily retreating to safety. Some shouted, quickly retreat, he is about to go all out. The black-clad bodyguard standing before Li Mubai, seeing the situation escalate, prepared to withstand the onslaught, determined to earn credit even at the cost of injury. However, a powerful and commanding voice halted him in his tracks. Step back. I will take care of this. Tu Jiao Jiao, in her 18-centimeter stilettos, charged fiercely at the desperate middle-aged man known as Shui. With eyes hardened, he realized that his foundation had been compromised and, unable to advance further, he chose to engage in a desperate exchange. Yet, that devastating blow, which had drained his entire vitality, was intercepted once more. And this time, it was a woman. Clad in a fiery red dress, she twirled and leaped, delivering a kick to his palm. The audible crack of bones resonated sharply in the air as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into the champagne pyramid. Lifeless on impact. In the final scene, there were those long, slender legs and a pair of phoenix-like eyes burning with murderous intent. Tu Jiao Jiao gracefully descended, her skirt fluttering down like a dancing butterfly. Silence. The hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The well-known socialites who recognized Tu Jiao Jiao stood there, dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the voluptuous Ms. Tu would possess such formidable prowess. Some only knew her as a small star who had emerged from a bar. And now they were struggling to piece together their shattered perceptions, picking up their dropped jaws from the floor. Was this a singing star? A renowned fighter who did not require a stunt double, executing a seamless performance? Unlike the others, the Ji family members had taken out their phones, discreetly recording everything. Li Mubai's gaze lingered on Tu Jiao Jiao's skirt for several seconds. He tilted his head awkwardly, casting a silent look at Tu Tianlang. Do you believe that? For those few seconds, the majority of the men present were staring beneath your sister's skirt? The translation is, wearing a skirt and attempting a flying kick. A girl like that is bound to face consequences. Tu Tianlang pursed his lips. She is wearing at least 3 layers of leggings underneath. Li Mubai was astonished, his expression seemingly asking, how do you know this? Tu Tianlang turned his head, avoiding eye contact. When you made her squat during the incense offering at Baiyun Temple, she developed that habit. Good heavens. Li Mubai was genuinely impressed by the peculiar bond between the siblings. Do those bald monks at Baiyun Temple know about your antics with their incense? Tu Tianlang remained silent, and Li Mubai understood that they likely did not. The moment Tu Jiaojia made her move, it became evident that she was a practitioner of profound martial arts. The Qin family momentarily panicked, but Xiao Mingqi chuckled. So you were queen too, huh? Indeed fiery, he declared. Let me exchange a few moves with you. A spark of determination flashed in Xiao Mingqi's eyes as he vanished from his spot. In the next moment, Tu Jiaojiao also sprang into action. After she evaded, Xiao Mingqi's figure appeared where she had just stood, his claw-like hand halted precisely at her back. What a cunning strike, reminiscent of a black tiger clawing at the heart. Tu Jiaojiao smirked, her lips curling in mockery, but her eyes betrayed a hint of seriousness. She realized that this unfamiliar youth was stronger than her. Having reached the pinnacle of the Xian level, she was merely a step away from ascending to the earth level. Thus, this stranger must be at least a beginner in the earth level, a young practitioner at the initial stage of earth level. He seemed to be of a similar age to her. This reminded Tu Jiaojiao of the half-year spent beside Li Mubai, her gaze turning exceptionally sharp. Her aura shifted, her red dress billowing as if by an unseen wind, causing the middle-aged man beside Chun Er to narrow his pupils, recalling that fateful night at the bar. This woman had made significant progress and was on the verge of breaking into the earth level. The middle-aged man whispered to Chun Er, who instinctively shrank his neck. Glancing at him, the man remained composed, his voice again resonating, do not fear, I have summoned my master.
He is seated in the lounge over there. Chapter 60. A suitable sharpening stone. Upon hearing this, Chen Er wanted to glance over, but worried that it might attract unwanted attention. He stiffly nodded his head. Though appearing calm, he was suppressing a surge of excitement within. Chen Er was in a similar state, feeling like he possessed a secret weapon that he wished to flaunt. Yet sensed it was not the right moment, filled with urgency. Had it not been for Mingqi taking the stage now, a member of the second branch, Chen Er might have already lost patience. Li Mubai observed as Tu Jiaojiao engaged with Chen Shui, his cousin. Initially, he furrowed his brow, but soon a smile crept onto his face. His little maid was using her opponent as a sharpening stone. Tu Jiaojiao began tentatively, testing the depth of her adversary's skills. Once she discovered that he was merely at the initial stage of the earth level, she unleashed her full potential. Since she began soaking in the medicinal spring of the Tianlang gang, Tu Jiaojiao had immersed herself until she could no longer bear it, which had gradually expanded her meridians, delaying her breakthrough. Now, with such an ideal sharpening stone, she was indeed fortunate. Xiao Mingqi, oblivious to any discrepancy, became increasingly captivated by her prowess, believing her to be exceptional. Several attempts to strike her were evaded, and she nearly countered him, leaving him at a loss. A woman with such skills was rare, and her fiery beauty only added to his interest. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Xiao Mingqi became, momentarily forgetting his initial intentions and focusing solely on defeating his opponent. He sought to completely subdue her. However, soon after, Tu Jiaojiao's demeanor transformed. She seemed to enter an enigmatic state, transitioning from domineering and fiery to ethereal and surreal, yet her strength felt as heavy as a mountain. This dissonance left Xiao Mingqi's expression shifting in alarm. How dare you use me to sharpen your skills? Xiao Mingqi felt a deep sense of humiliation and attempted to withdraw, hoping to interrupt Tu Jiaojiao's progress. Yet, having entered a state of oblivion, Tu Jiaojiao proved to be a formidable challenge, unwilling to allow him to retreat. As Xiao Mingqi found himself in a tough battle, his predicament also alerted others. Elder Chen slightly tilted his head. The eldest son's brows moved, and a middle-aged man and an old man beside him prepared to join the fray. The middle-aged man beside Chen Er, at his signal, eagerly leaped into action. The bodyguards of the Chen family surged in from both inside and outside the hall. Guests were forcibly ushered out. The Ji family received special treatment, as all recording devices were ruthlessly confiscated and the captured footage deleted. The hall descended into chaos. Li Mubai let out a cold chuckle and waved his hand. A mid-level yellow-tier member of the Tianlang gang emerged behind him. The left-hand assistant signaled for his 4 disciples to join. All 4 were at the mid-level of the Xian tier. Behind them, a group of yellow-tier martial artists and those of indeterminate rank surged forth, transforming this singular duel into a full-blown brawl. As the chaos unfolded, Tu Jiaojiao's moves grew increasingly profound, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Her heel piercing Xiao Mingqi's right shoulder, altering the tides of battle. Tu Jiaojiao aimed a second kick at Xiao Mingqi's face, which he managed to block with his arm. She landed several more blows on that arm, creating gaping wounds. He crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, lying motionless, the outcome uncertain. Chen Shui's face turned pale with fear, and he cried out in anguish, "Cousin, that damned woman, you've caused a great disaster. The Xiao family will never let this go." Tu Jiaojiao scoffed. "Is that all you can do? Not even daring to invoke the Chen family name in your threats?" Chen Shui was left speechless, his face flushed with humiliation, realizing that this woman surpassed even his elder cousin in strength. Those high heels were like daggers. Even if his elder cousin survived, that arm blocking the vital areas would likely be rendered useless. Chen Shui shrank back, edging toward his father. Chen Er shot him a glare of disappointment. Anxiously glancing towards the lounge, there sat an elderly man, nonchalantly pouring himself a drink, exuding an air of expertise. Chen Er could hardly contain himself. "Elder, please intervene." They had previously negotiated terms over the phone. 20 million for a single intervention was indeed a hefty price. Chen Er felt a pang of regret, but at this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. The elder casually set down his cup, clicking his tongue. Today's youth are far too restless and arrogant. The sudden sound was a sonic attack, causing a group of martial artists below the Xian level to spurt blood. Li Mubai had already noticed the old man over there, but merely glanced at him before disregarding him entirely. After all, he was just a mid-tier earth-level martial artist. Not a cause for concern. Tu Tianlong's gaze remained fixed in that direction, his fighting spirit soaring. Upon seeing the old man bully a group of weaklings upon his arrival, Li Mubai disdainfully curled his lip. The left envoy also appeared eager to engage, casting glances at the leader, awaiting a command. Seeing that the young master showed no intention of allowing him to fight, Tu Tianlang calmed down and gestured for the opportunity to go to the left envoy. The left envoy's eyes sparkled. Ever since he switched to the new medicinal spring, he had an hour each day to soak. Just yesterday, he successfully broke through to the mid-tier earth level. Now, he could practice against an elder of the same rank, serving as an excellent sharpening stone for himself. The left envoy eagerly approached the old man, and both struck with considerable force. In less than a moment, the sofa and wine glasses in that area were reduced to dust, unlike the visceral exchanges between Tu Jiaojiao and Xiao Mingqi. The momentum of the earth-level mid-tier fighters was accompanied by localized explosions, akin yet not quite the same as domains. The overwhelming aura radiating from them made their attacks incomparable in breadth. The left envoy, having just entered this realm, was naturally no match for the seasoned elder who had immersed himself in this level for a long time. Suffering setbacks was inevitable, but they were merely minor injuries. He managed to narrowly avoid critical hits, ensuring he did not sustain severe wounds. Maintaining a precarious yet agile stance, he engaged the elder in a war of attrition. Old Chen was taken aback. Chairman Kai had gathered not just one Earth-level powerhouse? How was that possible? Panic-stricken, Chen could not help but glance repeatedly at his own elder. Elder Chen remained unmoved, his gaze cloudy and complex, tinged with a somber twilight. Fixated on the chaotic battle within, the elder displayed no signs of panic, which slightly steadied Chen nerves. What he did not realize was that if a victor could be discerned at that moment, the elder's confidence would deflate like a punctured balloon. Elder Chen silently gritted his teeth. Where's the powerful figure that was mentioned? Chapter 61. The enchanting and alluring Zhou Wuro. Just as the battles on both sides intensified and Li Mubai's side seemed to gain the upper hand, a sudden melodious laugh echoed. Oh, what a lively scene. It seems I have arrived just in time. The real show is just beginning. Li Mubai's ears perked up. He felt he had heard that voice somewhere before. Where was it? His expression shifted as his eyes widened in realization. Wasn't this the unsatisfied young lady from the Ji Yuan Pavilion's hospital room? Li Mubai's expression turned peculiar as he witnessed a woman defy convention, leaping gracefully from the second floor like a nimble cat. If Tu Jiaojiao was a queen, fiery and captivating, this young lady seemed like a beguiling spirit. Enchanting, yet possessing an innocent face. Zhou Wuro landed lightly, her gaze sweeping over to fixate on Tu Jiaojiao. What she detested most was when another woman surpassed her in both voluptuousness and beauty. Unfortunately, Tu Jiaojiao was not only more striking, but also more charismatic. However, she had not forgotten her purpose in coming here. With a flirtatious glance concealing her sharp intentions, she directed her attention toward Tu Tianlang, who stood next to Li Mubai. As her gaze traveled downward, her eyes brightened. Tu Tianlang sensed where her gaze was directed, a chill coursing through him as his expression sharpened, nearly compelling him to act. Zhou Wuro delicately traced her manicured nails along her chin. You must be Li Mubai? You don't quite look like a pretty boy. Tu Tianlang paused, regarding the intruding woman with a look of incredulity. Zhou Wuro let out a resigned sigh. The tough guy vibe is my type. It would be a shame to dispose of you so easily. Yet, in the blink of an eye, having just expressed her reluctance to eliminate him, Zhou Wuro vanished from her position. Tu Tianlang felt a sudden wave of danger, his long legs whipping back like a snapping whip, intercepting Zhou Wuro's ambush. Zhou Wuro nimbly dodged the attack, extending her hand adorned with long, sharp nails, aiming for Tu Tianlang's leg. Tu Tianlang noted that the seemingly innocuous nails flashed with a metallic sheen for an instant. He swiftly reversed his wrist, drawing a metallic ring from his lower back, pressing one end down as the ring elongated, thrusting toward Zhou Wuro's face. Zhou Wuro turned her head just in time, avoiding the suddenly appearing staff, but her hand stung. Her expression shifted as she retreated to a safe distance, raising her hand to reveal a broken middle fingernail, blood droplets welling up, and her face darkened instantly. You dare to break my nail? I spent tens of thousands on its maintenance. Zhou Wuro was enraged, her seductive smile vanishing as she transformed from a vixen into a black widow. Her strikes, once light and flirtatious, became ominous and sinister. Tu Tianlang soon sustained injuries. His chest, arms, and thighs bore scratches from her nails. Even his face was marked, narrowly avoiding a direct strike to his eye. Tu Tianlang's expression became solemn. Although she was merely at the initial Earth level, her agility and flexibility were astonishing. She consistently attacked from unexpected angles, exploiting his visual blind spots, rendering him defenseless. Furrowing his brow, Tu Tianlang's expression grew increasingly serious, his aura suddenly intensifying. As Zhou Wuro launched another assault, he unleashed his aura upon her, attempting to overwhelm her with sheer force. However, Zhou Wuro exhibited an oddity. Tu Tianlang distinctly felt that although his punch was evaded, the almost domain-like aura he unleashed clearly swept over her yet failed to inflict any harm. How peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. While Tu Tianlang remained oblivious to the reason, Li Mubai observed with clarity. Tu Tianlang's approach was understandable, yet Zhou Wuro must have been wearing soft armor. Every gust of his almost domain-like aura that grazed her was repelled by a formidable force surrounding her. Furthermore, Zhou Wuro utilized the rebound to enhance the angles of her attacks. Tu Tianlang, who thrived on a straightforward and rigid fighting style, was well matched against an opponent like the one wielding the iron sand palm, but he found himself at a disadvantage against someone like Zhou Wuro, who possessed inherent advantages. Li Mubai merely watched, showing no intention of intervening. Tu Tianlang was at a higher realm than this woman. If he were to be defeated by her, he would likely be left utterly humiliated and wishing to disappear. Tu Tianlang's predicament stirred his ferocity. He had never harbored any thoughts of cherishing the delicate. Observing that his punches were ineffective, he felt as though she were made of paper. The harder he struck, the more agile she became, as if she could be swept away by his punches. Suddenly, Tu Tianlang halted, gathering his breath. He had begun to feel impatient due to the tenacity of his opponent. A grave error for a martial artist. Tu Tianlang's pause inadvertently granted Zhou Wuro the opportunity to take the initiative. Sometimes, the distinction between offense and defense is crucial. A mere second's delay could lead to complete defeat. Yet, At other times, taking the initiative could result in significant losses, much like a game of rock, paper, scissors. In a combat style characterized by cunning, those who follow an assassin's path fear being read by their opponents. It was akin to her leading with scissors only for her opponent to leisurely counter with a rock. This moment of overconfidence allowed her to strike first. What awaited her was Tu Tianlong's lightning-fast finger. Indeed, just a finger. He no longer utilized his fists, palms, or claws. It was simply this one finger, aimed at speed. With all his aura contained within, that effortlessly pierced through Zhou Wuro's defenses, creating a hole in her collarbone. Had Zhou Wuro not desperately shifted her body, that finger would have struck her throat squarely, leading to her certain death. Zhou Wuro's lips swiftly traced a line of crimson. Her left hand pressed against the wound as she staggered backwards, her eyes filled with a mix of malice and disbelief. How is this possible? How could you possibly touch me? She had intended for that jab to land lower, clad in the soft armor gifted by her master. Had the strike landed on her treasured garments, she would have emerged unscathed, rendering her opponent's fingers useless. Her armor was indeed laced with poison. Tu Tianlang chuckled coldly. Is it so surprising that I could strike you? Those 7 simple words struck Zhou Wuro with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. For the past 16 years, since she began her martial training under her master's guidance, she had been cherished and revered, the darling of many. This was her first encounter with such grave injury. With a face as cold as water, Zhou Wuro declared, Li Mubai, I shall remember you. Huh? If he struck you, why remember me? Li Mubai interjected. Bewildered by the unfolding drama, Tu Tianlang shared a look of incredulity, leading Zhou Wuro to stiffen, her expression frozen. You're not Li Mubai? She exclaimed in disbelief. Tu Tianlang's expression hardened. Woman, remember this. My name is Tu Tianlang, the leader of the Dark Street Wolf Gang. If you seek vengeance, do not mistake your enemy. Chapter 62. Silence. The bridge of tonight. Silence. The bridge of tonight. Zhou Wuro felt a burning sensation on her face. She had mistakenly sought revenge against the wrong person? This was unexpected. Even if she had not thoroughly investigated Li Mubai, dismissing his appearance, she had based her assumptions on her brother Ji's description, which certainly seemed more fitting when compared to the sun-kissed skin of the self-proclaimed Li Mubai beside her. Skin dark? Zhou Wuro glanced at the fair-skinned Li Mubai, shaking her head. Tu Tianlong's complexion was evidently darker. Ordinary appearance? She shot another glance at Li Mubai. Could he truly be considered ordinary? Tu Tianlang appeared much more commonplace, resembling countless muscular men from the gym. Could a single punch shatter Ji's teeth? Zhou Wuro scrutinized Li Mubai's delicate hands, devoid of calluses. Could he truly strike? Surely. He would break his own bones first. In contrast, Tu Tianlong's hands were rough and calloused. Dressed in shabby attire, Li Mubai was adorned in a high-end ensemble tailored by Master Lafia, who dared label such opulence as shabby. She herself lacked the means to commission such a fine outfit. Tu Tianlang, however, wore simple shorts and worn-out shoes. In every aspect, Tu Tianlang seemed to fit the description far better. Zhou Wuro looked at Li Mubai, her expression one of disbelief. You are the one they call a pretty boy? As she spoke, her mouth filled with fresh blood, her teeth stained crimson, resembling a vengeful spirit, making her appearance unsettling. Li Mubai, appearing innocently bewildered, nodded. We are strangers. I wonder why this young lady is so unkind to herself? The ambiguity of his words, coupled with Zhou Wuro's pitiful visage, made him seem even more weak and harmless, akin to a scholar attempting to exorcise a millennia-old malevolent spirit. Zhou Wuro's soft pink lips were now stained a vivid red. When she smiled, her fiery lips revealed bloody teeth, as though she had just feasted on the flesh of the fallen, her gaze venomous as it darted toward Li Mubai. With a sharp retort she continued, why not venture to the underworld and inquire with the king of hell? Li, watch out. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Tu Jiaojiao and Tu Tianlang rushed in, their legs aimed to strike Zhou Wuro from above and below. Zhou Wuro grinned strangely. Suddenly, she flicked her fingers, her remaining 9 nails transforming into her weapons. 1 nail shot forth, aimed straight at Li Mubai's brow, while 2 others darted toward the incoming siblings. Caught off guard, Tu Tianlang and Tu Jiaojiao, driven by protective instincts, had no time to defend themselves. However, no one could discern who had launched the attack, nor did they witness any projectiles collide. 3 nails exploded, sending a cloud of powder in a conical shape toward Zhou Wuro. Startled, Zhou Wuro retreated just in time to evade the choking dust, casting a wary glance around. Yet failing to identify the source of the assault, she realized that more formidable opponents might be lurking, perhaps even heavenly-level warriors. This thought made her hesitate, stripping her of the confidence she had upon arrival, as she declared, cunning and treacherous, I shan't play with you any longer. With that, her enchanting figure leapt to the 2nd floor, vanishing without a trace. Zhou Wuro fled? Li Mubai blinked, momentarily stunned. He had never encountered such a cowardly warrior before. Yet, recalling her pampered demeanor, it seemed familiar, and he found it less surprising. It wasn't that he had seen Zhou Wuro before, but rather warriors of a similar ilk. During past missions, he had eliminated a few such individuals. What had their organization been called? The name escaped him, but he dismissed it, as they posed no significant threat. Li Mubai put the matter aside, choosing not to dwell on it. With Tu Jiaojiao and Tu Tianlang re-entering the fray, the tide of battle shifted decisively. The battlefield was littered with casualties, and it seemed the left envoy was nearing his limit. Just as he was about to succumb to his injuries, Tu Tianlang intervened. The left envoy breathed a sigh of relief, watching as his leader engaged in combat. The elder, aged and weary, had already been significantly drained by the left envoy's efforts and was determined to eliminate this reckless junior. Little did he know that the opponent would resort to unscrupulous tactics, employing a relentless barrage of attacks. This infuriated the elder, causing his blood to surge with anger, a wave of fury nearly choking him. He is but a wounded child. Even if it is to exchange injuries, can I not take down this junior? The elder steeled himself and clashed with Tu Tianlang, their energies colliding, nearly demolishing half of the banquet hall on the first floor. Was this the true might of a ground-level warrior? As Tu Jiaoju swiftly dispatched her foes, she cast longing glances toward her brother, her heart brimming with aspiration. Having just stepped into the ground-level realm, she needed further honing to advance her skills. Beyond the ground level lay the heavenly level in existence she could only look up to in awe. Equally astounded was Kai Tianming, merely an ordinary man. The grand spectacle he witnessed today was far beyond what a mundane CEO like him could comprehend. In essence, his presence here was merely to intimidate the Qin family, a group of ordinary people of comparable status. Stripped of the martial prowess that instilled fear, the Qin family appeared no more than a swarm of ants before him. A single word from him could render the Qin family powerless in Baiyun City. Even with external support, as long as he dragged his opponents into his domain, they stood no chance. In business negotiations, he harbored no fear. As the Qin family watched Tu Jiaojiao and Tu Tianlang effortlessly dispatch their comrades, they shrank back, gravitating toward the elder Qin. At that moment, Elder Qin was trembling, clutching an old mobile phone, his composure nearly unraveling. His grim gaze fixated on the seemingly unfazed Kai Tianming and Li Mubai, with his primary focus resting on Kai Tianming. Even as Kai Tianming arranged a seat for Li Mubai, to Elder Qin, it seemed merely a facade for outsiders. Elder Qin scoffed. Kai, you are quite the strategist. Your concern for a junior you have never met seems merely a facade to impress others and enhance your own reputation. Is this young individual merely a pawn for you to elevate your status? Or is it possible that this is all part of your scheme to annex the Qin family, using a youth as a pretext? Chapter 63. The fall of the Qin family. Kai Tianming, upon hearing these words, quickly glanced at Li Mubai. Noticing that the young master did not seem to misinterpret the elder's remarks, he breathed a sigh of relief, albeit feeling somewhat amused at his own sudden tension, which appeared rather guilty. The elder Qin jested, suggesting that the calamity befalling the Qin family was a just consequence of their misdeeds. Had they not been excessively domineering and inconsiderate of others, who could they blame for their downfall? The elder Qin's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with malice. The Qin family is a century-old lineage in Baiyun City. Our ancestors fought valiantly, their blood still warm. How dare you slander us? We are law-abiding citizens of the highest order. With a heart that had finally settled, Kai Tianming, while wary of the warriors, found no fear in the elder Qin's threats. He scoffed. Highest order? We shall see if your family can withstand scrutiny. The elder Qin's face paled. What have you done? Kai Tianming cryptically replied. Merely fulfilling the duties of a citizen. The elder Qin roared in fury. Preposterous. Have you truly severed all avenues for retreat? Before Kai Tianming could respond, Li Mubai chuckled lightly. Retreat? Allowing the Qin family to persist would be the real abandonment of a retreat. You. The elder Qin glared at this audacious younger generation. Li Mubai remained undeterred, calling out, Friend, after observing for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourself? From the shadows, a peculiar laughter echoed. Young friend. Your perceptiveness is commendable. You have uncovered my hiding place. How about a friendly spar? A fierce wind surged towards Li Mubai, yet he stood resolute, raising a single hand to effortlessly deflect the sudden attack. His gaze drifted lazily. A miscalculation. As his eyelids drooped, he finally discerned the elder, a dwarf. Upon hearing the term Earthwalker, the dwarf's fury was palpable. I have not tasted blood in years. I never expected to hear that cursed title today. With a powerful motion, the dwarf's arms swung, the heavy copper bracelets clanging loudly. The diminutive size of the dwarf's limbs only intensified the cacophony of sparks erupting as the bracelets collided, aimed directly at Li Mubai's eyes. Seizing the moment, the dwarf aimed to strike at Li Mubai's neck and heart. Yet, Li Mubai remained as steadfast as a mountain, effortlessly sending the elder tumbling through the air. The dwarf rolled helplessly, dazed. The sparks that had erupted fell harmlessly away, extinguished as if mere ephemeral illusions devoid of lethality. Determined to rise again, the dwarf met Li Mubai's gaze, which bore an air of pity, and suddenly comprehended his fate. It was too late. Had he not summoned his inner energy after being thrown, perhaps he would not have suffered so. Yet, the humiliation of being defeated was too much to bear. As he attempted to rise, the pressure within him surged, his insides bursting like a water balloon under immense strain. A succession of explosive sounds erupted, and he barely managed to utter a single word before his body succumbed to the violence of his own energy, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Initially, one would expect a warrior of near heavenly rank to make a grand entrance, yet the aftermath left the onlookers in disarray. The air crackled with residual force, sending the yellow rank warriors reeling, blood spilling from their lips. A sinister smile crept upon the elder Qin's lips, eagerly awaiting the downfall of his adversaries. He was prepared to trample them beneath his feet, casting down judgment upon them. However, the revelation of Li Mubai's true rank, a heavenly warrior, shocked him to the core. Such a figure, in this small city, was unfathomable. The Qin family had only managed to secure the loyalty of lower-tier warriors through connections and modest wealth. While a heavenly warrior was a dream beyond their reach, even among esteemed martial families, heavenly warriors were not common. A youth of such caliber was a treasure to be cultivated, a future pillar for any clan. How could this be? Li Mubai appeared so ordinary, lacking any discernible aura. Yet, the Qin family was shaken to their core. Li Mubai cast a disdainful glance around, then struck the coffin lid with his palm. It flew upward, embedding itself into the wall above the elder Qin's head. Today, I have prepared a grand ceremony. Since the Qin family refuses to accept my goodwill, let us prepare for their burial. Li Mubai's words struck fear into the hearts of the Qin family, their earlier bravado evaporating as if a grand edifice had crumbled. The elder Qin trembled, eyes rolling back as he noticed the coffin lid above him, collapsing in terror. The others were not faring any better. A foul odor wafting through the air. Disgusted, Li Mubai covered his nose and patted Cai Tianming's shoulder. The Qin family is truly pathetic. They cannot withstand a mere fright. You handle the aftermath. Cai Tianming could only manage a bitter smile. It was not just the Qin family. Even he, upon hearing the young master's words, felt the weight of impending doom. Such a statement could seal fates and annihilate entire lineages. How could anyone remain unshaken by such terrifying words? Especially from someone capable of enforcing them? Cai Tianming felt embarrassed to admit that had he not been seated alongside the young master, his legs would have trembled uncontrollably. Li Mubai had grown weary of the Qin family's cowardice. Rather than dwell on them, he was more eager to see what his new home would be like. Having been cautious of potential treachery from the Qin family, he had remained close to the Jian sisters during the festivities. Even meeting with the esteemed Dr. Hong to discuss the 5 elements needle technique at the private hospital of the two family. Of course, he was primarily concerned with Jian Xinya, accompanying her during her work hours and ensuring her safety. The security at the hospital is sufficient to put him at ease. But with Jian Xinya running around, ensuring safety becomes exceedingly challenging. Now, the Qin family's issues have been entirely resolved. As for how to absorb the Qin family, Cai Tianming is more adept. Matters requiring expertise ought to be entrusted to professionals. Shortly after Li Mubai emerged, Tu Jiaojiao followed suit. Where's your brother? Li Mubai inquired. Tu Jiaojiao replied with an air of nonchalance, still inside, adhering to your command to ensure Chairman Kai's safety. The Heavenly Wolf Gang should have some healing medicine, right? Li Mubai nodded. The medicine dispensed by the Heavenly Wolf Gang is of the Xin grade, so the healing ointment should also be of that caliber, he asserted confidently. Master, your insight is unparalleled. For merely stopping the bleeding, the Xian grade healing medicine is more than sufficient, Tu Jiaojiao concurred. Li Mubai pondered for a moment but shook his head. Now that you have advanced to the initial stage of the Earth grade, the Heavenly Wolf Gang can certainly apply for an upgrade in their benefits. Li Mubai had no intention of bypassing the Killing God Hall to procure the healing medicine rewards for the Heavenly Wolf Gang prematurely. The Killing God Hall and the God of Wealth Hall have regular exchanges. It is not uncommon. Liu Yidao's ability to connect with the Killing God Hall and mobilize a Heavenly Wolf Gang member still hinges on his status as a young master. Naturally, he cannot repeatedly disrupt the established order of the Killing God Hall, lest he be regarded as a tempting target. Without rules, there can be no order. However, rewarding his subordinates with some incentives is not against the rules. Thus, Li Mubai retrieved a canvas bag from Tu Jiaojiao's vehicle and produced a small vial, tossing it to her. Take this and tend to your wounds. Tu Jiaojiao uncorked the vial and inhaled the fragrance, her eyes lighting up. She applied a bit to her wound, and a cool sensation seeped into her skin, immediately halting the bleeding. Although this medicine would not instantly heal the wound, it swiftly alleviated the pain. The hemostatic effect was remarkable. Tu Jiaojiao instantly thought of her brother, whose body was marred with grievous injuries, and hesitated momentarily. Li Mubai waved his hand. I need some air. You can come back shortly. Tu Jiaojiao understood immediately, realizing that her master was deliberately giving her time to deliver the medicine. Gratefully, she responded and quickly ran off. Before long, the medicine was delivered into Tu Tianlong's hands, shared between him and the left envoy. If necessary, she could always request another vial from her master later. She knew that her master was not difficult to please with medicinal preparations. As long as she did not directly request the formula from him, it would not be considered breaking the rules. On her way, she encountered a group of soldiers clad in black uniforms, armed with lethal weapons, surrounding her parked vehicle. Tu Jiaoji was startled. She rushed forward to protect her master. You black-clad dogs. Get as far away as possible. This does not concern you. The lead officer glared with furrowed brows. Damn it. It seems you're tired of living, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Second squad leader. I have a cannon on my shoulder. Send him 2 rounds to see his ancestors. Before the second squad leader could respond, Li Mubai produced a dark object, thrusting it before the officer's eyes. Open your eyes and see clearly. A temporary security team of city management dares to bare their fangs before me? Upon realizing what Li Mubai held, the officer's previously arrogant demeanor instantly transformed into a sycophantic grin. Ha ha, a misunderstanding. We were just training and passing through. You are quite right. We're merely a bunch of temporary workers, indulging in some playful banter. You carry on, we'll take our leave. Li Mubai scoffed and tucked away the grimy identification. This was something his master had acquired from an unknown source, given to him during this outing. Once the group dispersed, Tu Jiaoji was left bewildered, pondering what had just transpired. This self-established city management team, typically so pompous. How could they vanish so sheepishly after a mere exchange of words with her master? Was it merely a fleeting whim? Who would believe that? Tu Jiaojiao approached cautiously. Master, are you all right? Li Mubai raised his brow in confusion. What could possibly be wrong with me? Tu Jiaojiao felt a lump in her throat. Dutifully assuming the role of the chauffeur, Li Mubai chose not to elaborate on the recent events, and the two remained silent until they arrived at a serene landscape garden that harmoniously blended Eastern and Western aesthetics. Is there truly such a place in the city center? Li Mubai exclaimed. Of course, Tu Jiaoji replied, as long as one possesses wealth, even the most valuable land can be transformed into whatever one desires. This is a garden-style residence that my brother and I both favor, infused with modern elements for a more human-centric and livable design. Most importantly, there is a medicinal spring here for your use. If there is anything you dislike, I can have it altered immediately, Tu Jiaojiao said cheerfully. Li Mubai's surprise was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the dazzling lighting effects around him. He waved his hand dismissively. It's quite good, quite good. It's too dark to discern much tonight. At most, we can adjust the feng shui or change the medicinal formula. We can figure out the rest later. Tu Jiaojiao agreed eagerly, her eyes brimming with joy. Her master's approval of her meticulously designed residence was tantamount to an endorsement of her aesthetic sensibilities and philosophies. In a sense, this was a validation of her. How could she not be elated? Chapter 65. Does the master disdain me? Tu Jiaojiao parked the vehicle in the garage and opened the door for Li Mubai. He stretched lazily, surprised to raise an eyebrow. He had expected that in the bustling city center, he would be met with the cacophony of traffic and throngs of people, and the air would be thick with pollution. He was astonished to find such tranquility amidst the chaos, a pristine natural landscape that suggested meticulous feng shui design. Tu Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled. Did you notice, master? I consulted a professional master to arrange the feng shui here. Li Mubai nodded, saying nothing further. Many things were indistinguishable at night. It was better to wait until daylight to scrutinize them closely. After visiting the Chen family, Li Mubai felt as though he had acquired a layer of misfortune, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Tu Jiaojiao conveniently led him to observe the medicinal spring. Li Mubai dipped his hand into the spring, closing his eyes momentarily. He nodded in satisfaction. This spring is somewhat superior to the one at the Heavenly Wolf Gang. It seems the feng shui here is indeed commendable. Hearing this, Tu Jiaojiao's eyes crinkled with delight, typically presenting herself as a domineering figure. Her smile at that moment exuded the warmth of a neighborly girl. Li Mubai waved his hand. You should rest. I will soak in the medicinal spring and stay here for the night. Tu Jiaojiao hesitated before remaining silent. As Li Mubai moved behind the jade screen to undress, he could still hear her breathing, puzzling over why she had not yet left. However, he dismissed this curiosity, settling into a meditative posture to absorb the medicinal properties and relieve his fatigue. The quality of this spring was akin to a hot spring for him. A slight improvement at best. The water's comfortable temperature made it more like a bath. Suddenly, he heard rustling behind him, followed by the sound of bare feet on the pebble path. Li Mubai frowned and turned around, only to be met with an entirely unclothed Tu Jiaojiao. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at him. Li Mubai felt as though his nose was on fire, something threatening to burst forth. He did his utmost to remain composed, lifting his gaze to avoid the sight of her bare skin below the neck. I say, little maid, what are you doing? Have you no sense of decorum, intruding upon your master's bath? Tu Jiaojiao's cheeks reddened further. I am your maid. It is only right that I attend to your bathing. Li Mubai, exasperated, waved his hand. I've already stated that I do not require you to warm my bed, let alone bathe me. I am perfectly capable of doing so myself. Do not be absurd. Go and rest. Tu Jiaojiao bit her lower lip, a flicker of anxiety and melancholy crossing her eyes. Was her master displeased with her beauty? Li Mubai found himself unable to utter insincere words. Of course not. You are very beautiful. This seemed to bolster Tu Jiaojiao's courage, prompting her to inquire further. Is it that my figure is lacking, unworthy of admiration? Li Mubai felt a wave of dryness wash over him. No, your figure is stunning. The fervent attention from those wealthy suitors is ample proof for you to find your confidence. Tu Jiaojiao appeared puzzled. But you once declared me your warm bed servant as a child. Now that I have matured, and so have you, why will you not allow me to serve you? Li Mubai felt a headache coming on, as this was his first encounter with such a delicate situation. That is not what I meant. Tu Jiaojiao had already stepped closer to Li Mubai, boldly wrapping her arms around his shoulders, her body pressing against him. Master, I have always remembered that I am your little maid, preserving my virtue for you. Do you truly not wish for me to warm your bed? The warmth of her body against his firm back left Li Mubai rigid, nearly causing him to acquiesce. He clenched his teeth tightly. You suddenly. Li Mubai's expression shifted, and he said, You wish to warm the bed? Very well, then you may do so. To her surprise, Tu Jiaojiao realized that he truly permitted her to warm his bed, albeit not in the manner she had envisioned. The master's intention was indeed just to have her serve as a human heating pad, merely warming the bed without further involvement. Fuming, Tu Jiao huffed indignantly and rose, radiating an air of noble coldness as she departed. Li Mubai inadvertently caught sight of her alluring curves. His senses assaulted by her voluptuous form. Once she had stormed off in a huff, he could no longer contain himself and covered his nose. A crimson stream oozing from between his fingers. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, "My dear, I have done nothing wrong. I turned down such a grand temptation for you. You must make it up to me in the future." Meanwhile, Jian Xianya, troubled and sleepless, unexpectedly sneezed. The following day, Li Mubai meticulously surveyed his new residence early in the morning, nodding in satisfaction. It was even more opulent and beautiful than the Jian family's grand estate, a testament to his little maid's discerning eye. Had Tu Jiao heard Li Mubai's praise before their earlier misunderstanding, she would have been elated. Unfortunately, her enthusiasm had been entirely depleted by their prior encounter. The once fiery queen was now left with only her spiciness, akin to a fiery chili pepper. Tu Jiao pursed her lips, refusing to utter a single word. Li Mubai had learned from Jian Xianya's ever-changing moods just how challenging women could be. From Jian Xianwei's feminism, he had also gleaned the temperament of a female tycoon and how volatile it could be. Tu Jiao was a synthesis of both, causing him further distress. Such a woman was suited to be a playful maid, assisting him with household matters and errands, but not for a more intimate relationship, which would leave him feeling suffocated. Though it might not be apparent now, recalling the young Tu Jiao, who had always been inquisitive and controlling, reminded him of his struggles to appreciate delicate sentiments. A psychological scar born from his childhood interactions with her. Li Tianlang's ability to mercilessly confront that little row was perhaps a reflection of their shared experiences. Li Mubai intentionally ignored Tu Jiao's displeasure, unwilling to indulge her. Realizing time was slipping away, Li Mubai departed from his new home, heading toward the old Jian residence. By the time he arrived, his morning exercise had also concluded, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. Jian Xianya, having endured a sleepless night, awoke with the sounds from downstairs. Groggy, she descended, only to fortuitously catch sight of Li Mubai wiping sweat from his brow. How luring. Jian Xianya's face flushed crimson at the unexpected sound of her swallowing. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 66, Narrow Paths of Enmity During Breakfast. The newly hired housekeeper prepared a lavish spread. Li Mubai planned to finish his meal and accompany Jian Xianya to work, hoping to cultivate their marital bond. However, plans often change unexpectedly. Jian Xianwei, for reasons unknown, announced during breakfast, "Li Mubai, you will accompany me to the office shortly." Li Mubai paused. "Is there something urgent?" Jian Xianwei nodded without elaborating. Jian Xianya's expression cooled, and without a word, she finished her meal and left without a farewell. Li Mubai felt an inexplicable sense of being caught in the middle. After Jian Xianwei leisurely finished her breakfast and wiped her mouth, she asked, "Have you finished eating?" Li Mubai, agitated by the two sisters, had lost his appetite, responding sullenly, "Yes." Jian Xianwei maintained an air of detached professionalism, her tone slightly more gentle than usual. "Then let us go?" Li Mubai, bewildered, climbed into Jian Xianwei's car, only to realize they were not heading to the Jian group. Confused yet unperturbed, he figured he would soon discover her intentions. During the morning rush hour, they encountered traffic. Taking some time to reach their destination, Jian Xianwei glanced outside the car window, her demeanor remaining cool and composed. "Get out." Li Mubai complied. Still puzzled as they entered a luxury car dealership, he was at a loss regarding Jian Xianwei's motives. The sales manager approached, greeting them warmly. "Welcome. Is this not President Jian? Are you here for maintenance on your beloved car?" Jian Xianwei gestured towards a nearby display vehicle. "I'm here to look at cars." The sales manager's eyes lit up, realizing the potential for greater commissions from a sale. "What price range are you considering?" "The vehicles here priced at over 100,000 are likely beneath your notice. Perhaps you would prefer our new arrivals?" As the sales manager enthusiastically showcased new models suitable for women, Jian Xianwei frowned and pointed to Li Mubai, indicating that these were not appropriate for him. The sales manager, catching on, smiled suggestively. "Oh, I see. Then of course they wouldn't suit him. We have new arrivals suitable for young men. Please follow me." As they moved to another section, they encountered two familiar figures. A sweet, sultry voice, unmistakably that of Shou Jiao, called out, "Brother, what's so great about this car? I want a Phantom. I don't like this one. Will you buy me a Phantom?" Li Mubai raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter the Zhou family's little row once more. A male voice responded, sounding equally familiar, "I've never seen someone so adept at coaxing. I want to buy you a Phantom as well, but it's unavailable domestically. What do you want me to do?" Li Mubai recognized the voice. It belonged to that insufferable fellow who had thwarted his dining plans. He was also oblivious to the quality of the dishes at Tu Jiao's establishment. To his dismay, today was turning out to be inconvenient, with his aunt's sudden urge to shop for cars coinciding with the presence of two overly affectionate individuals. Li Mubai could already foresee that he would be the unfortunate one in this situation, caught between Jian Xianwei and the Zhou siblings. He remained silent, observing as Jian Xianwei appeared unfazed upon hearing their voices, indicating they were not well acquainted. As Jian Xianwei continued forward, she encountered the owner of the dealership, who was guiding the Zhou sisters. The sales manager greeted them warmly and proceeded to enthusiastically introduce several new car models to Jian Xinwei. She cast a brief glance at Li Mubai, noticing his expression of utter confusion. Clearly, he was unfamiliar with any of the brands present. This deepened her perplexity. It was inconceivable that a young master from a prestigious family would not recognize these luxury vehicles. What man does not appreciate fine cars and watches? Yet, when Jian Xinya gifted him a watch, he refused to wear it, completely oblivious to its value. Now, though he seemed mildly interested in the cars, his demeanor resembled that of a rustic visiting the city for the first time, extinguishing Jian Xinwei's fanciful hopes. Perhaps Li Mubai was merely fortunate, riding on the coattails of his elders, nothing more. With her initial resolve to regard him differently now dashed, Jian Xinwei coldly reassessed her stance. Nevertheless, recalling Jian Xinya's words, she felt it was unwarranted to owe him any favors. Thus, she contemplated purchasing a car and providing him with a monthly allowance of 100,000, which seemed a fair enough gesture. The gift of a car was not intended to cater to Li Mubai's preferences. After all, what did he know? The vehicle he drove would ultimately reflect her standing. Jian Xinwei hesitated momentarily between a Bentley and a BMW, ultimately deciding on the more expensive Bentley, priced at 4.9 million, which could be collected the same day. As for the Ferrari, which two other customers had dismissed as overly extravagant at over 20 million, she did not even spare it a glance. Her own car was only slightly over 10 million. How could she justify purchasing one for Li Mubai exceeding 5 million? Just as she was about to instruct the sales manager to finalize the Bentley purchase, she overheard two patrons speaking in a mocking tone. I thought I recognized them. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Jian family and her brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? Perhaps, but he could also be a brother-in-law, considering they are twins. I heard they share a psychic bond, or something like that. It's hardly surprising if the sister falls for her sister's boyfriend. How fortunate for this pretty boy. I wonder if he can withstand it. Little Ro, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. It could tarnish reputations, even if one dares to act. Want it not to voice such thoughts in front of them. Oh, brother, you are right. I shall remember. Their conversation continued unabated, oblivious to Jian Xinwei's growing ire. She felt as if she were radiating an icy chill, casting a frosty glance at Li Mubai, as if to say, yet another trouble you have brought upon us. Turning her gaze toward the Zhou siblings, she recognized their identities, which only added to her frustration. Both were significant nuisances. One was the heir of the Zhou family, a dominant force in Baiyun City, and the other, the most favored princess, a capricious little witch. The Zhou family ranked second among the four great families. And in recent years, the Zhao and Lu families had been somewhat overshadowed by the Qin and Zhou families, with the Qin family having offended the future group. Jian Xinwei recalled Li Mubai's actions from the previous day and sighed inwardly. The Zhou family seemed to be gaining a monopolistic edge, making it unwise to antagonize these two troublemakers. Adjusting her sleeves, Jian Xinwei steeled herself, determined not to appear as a pushover. She addressed Zhou Wenji and Zhou Wuro with a neutral expression. Zhou Xiao, Miss Zhou, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you both here selecting cars. Her words landed like a soft jab, striking at the fragile egos of the self-proclaimed elite siblings. Zhou Wuro's sweet smile vanished in an instant, and Zhou Wenji's countenance darkened. Zhou Wuro pouted and tugged at Zhou Wenji's arm. See, I told you. Coming to a place like this to buy a car is bound to invite ridicule. Zhou Wenji adjusted his expression to maintain an air of composure. Little Ro, were you not the one who was in such a hurry? Did your brother not prepare? At this, Zhou Wuro's smile returned. Brother, the cars here are of such low caliber, they hardly suit our status. Only the bumpkins who toil in the fields would find this place worthy of a glance, let alone making a purchase. Zhou Wenji's eyes twinkled with amusement, but we cannot say that. I have heard the Jian family is quite capable. He cast a disdainful glance at Jian Xinwei. After all, the elder sister covets her younger sister's fiancé for the sake of a 20 billion investment. Indeed, Zhou Wuro nodded in agreement. It's no surprise, for the Jian sisters have always had a rather plastic relationship. The elder sister must feel threatened by the younger sister's sudden windfall of 20 billion. Zhou Wenji remarked. Such childish talk. How can one speak so recklessly? Zhou Wuro playfully stuck out her tongue. I spoke no falsehood. Should we ask the person involved? Zhou Wuro turned, her eyes gleaming with malice. What did I say wrong, Miss Jian? Her gaze settled on the Bentley, her smile widening. Jian Xinwei understood that the Zhou family was not to be trifled with. She was taken aback that these two gossips had even caught wind of her engagement. She scrutinized Li Mubai, realizing that the only remaining source of information was the Qin family. She had only confessed her betrothal to Li Mubai in front of Qin Zhenyan. It was not difficult to deduce how the Zhou siblings had learned of this and used it to mock her. There was a fiancée of the Zhou family connected to Jiyuan Pavilion. Though she was unaware of the specifics, the current scenario allowed her to make an educated guess. She had underestimated Jiyuan Pavilion. Her refusal to accept him stemmed from his engagement to another. His advances had only served to annoy her further. Once she learned that he harbored inappropriate feelings for her sister, she was even less inclined to accept him. Yet, setting aside emotional matters, Jiyuan Pavilion was a valuable ally, capable of providing her with numerous insider insights. Given the Jian family's precarious situation, she indeed required Jiyuan Pavilion's support. Yet now, she felt fortified. With a 20 billion investment, the Jian family could not only reclaim its former glory but ascend to even greater heights. Jiyuan Pavilion had once said something that resonated deeply with her. The righteous need not explain themselves to the ignorant. It was this sentiment that had kept Jian Sinwei from completely distancing herself from Ji Yuan Pavilion, treating him as a friend. While Zhou Wurou's taunt stirred discomfort within her, she was not juvenile enough to let it show. She regarded Zhou Wurou as one might a petulant child, which was sufficient to render the latter nearly frantic. The sales manager, having overheard the gossip, was still lingering in the vicinity. However, before she could take a few steps away, Zhou Wurou called out to her. "Wait. Come here." The sales manager forced a smile, glancing at her superior. Noticing the lack of a reprimand, she hesitantly approached. "Miss Zhou, how may I assist you?" Zhou Wurou surveyed the Bentley. "Brother, I think this car would be perfect for our nanny to use while grocery shopping." Zhou Wenji burst into laughter. "Little sister, your taste is indeed exceptional. I agree, it suits perfectly." With her brother's enthusiastic support, Zhou Wurou's eyes sparkled with delight. "However, this color is simply too unappealing. Even the elderly man we hired specifically for cleaning up after the hobbits has upgraded to a Benz." TSK. The siblings continued their conversation, oblivious to the sales manager's impatience, neither truly intending to purchase a vehicle nor allowing her to leave. The sales manager grew increasingly anxious, regardless of their previous banter. She genuinely enjoyed the secrets of the affluent. Yet, indulging in gossip does not fill one's stomach, and commissions are far more gratifying. After waiting for a considerable time, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, which vehicle have you taken a liking to? Would you like me to introduce its features?" The two siblings disdainfully curled their lips, clearly finding the selection lacking in sophistication. Was this not an obvious jest at her expense? She glanced at her boss, who remained nonchalant. The sales manager was in torment, casting a furtive look at Jian Sinwei. At that moment, Jian Sinwei's expression could not be described as anything less than dismal. The Zhou siblings had been subtly ridiculing her. Their earlier remarks blatantly implied that the car she wished to purchase for Li Mubai was unworthy, not even fitting for the lowest class of Zhou family vehicles. The sales manager's hesitation finally ignited Jian Sinwei's irritation. Observing the two still mocking her, she maintained a polite smile and remarked, "Miss Zhou, your discerning taste is commendable. I am confident that the Zhou family's housekeeper will prepare a fine feast to express her gratitude for your selection of a vehicle." She then turned to the sales manager. "Why are you still standing there? Miss Zhou is waiting to finalize her purchase." The sales manager's eyes lit up. "Oh, I'll attend to it right away." At last, the sales manager seized the opportunity. It was a well-known fact that the Zhou family possessed far greater wealth than the Jian family. The two families were not even on the same playing field. Purchasing a Bentley for the Zhou family was as casual as buying an ice cream on the street. After being delayed for such a long time, the sales manager was already disheartened over the commission slipping away. "Here's your order. Please verify and sign in these sections." Chapter 68. Dealt with Zhou Wurou. Zhou Wurou's face was nearly green with anger. Frustrated, she had dragged her brother out, hoping to extract a car from him for her own use. The joy she had experienced while mocking Jian Sinwei had now transformed into sheer vexation. Not to mention the 4.9 million Bentley. She could not even afford a mere 490,000. Yet, in front of Jian Sinwei, she was unwilling to reveal her predicament. At this moment, it seemed she would have to sacrifice either her dignity or her desire for a vehicle. Zhou Wurou looked longingly at Zhou Wenji. He still wore that indulgent smile typical of a doting brother. However, only Zhou Wurou understood that this affection had its limits. He had promised to gift her a car, but if she were to choose that hideous Bentley, she would forfeit any chance of acquiring even the least desirable million-yuan red sports car. Jian Sinwei discerned Zhou Wurou's frustration and, feigning innocence, inquired, "Miss Zhou, perhaps you did not bring enough funds? If so, why not allow me to assist?" Before Jian Sinwei could finish her sentence, Zhou Wurou exploded. "Who says I lack money? My monthly allowance exceeds the annual net profit of the Jian Group. Stop judging me through your vulgar lens." Provoked by Jian Sinwei, Zhou Wurou's hesitation vanished entirely. Zhou Wenji's expression shifted slightly, and he gazed at Jian Sinwei with a bewildered look. Mechanically, he extended his card to help Zhou Wurou finalize her order. Jian Sinwei swiftly pointed to a Ferrari and summoned a sales associate. "Please prepare the paperwork for this vehicle." The sales associate's eyes sparkled with excitement as he confirmed, "Is this the one you want?" Jian Sinwei nodded. "Yes, thank you." The sales manager could only watch in despair as a more substantial sale slipped away. Zhou Wurou realized her brother intended to buy her a car, only to see it snatched away by Jian Sinwei. Even if she disliked it, it did not mean she could tolerate someone else taking her vehicle. Zhou Wurou erupted in fury, smashing the Ferrari's door, thus rendering the car inoperative. She then gleefully glanced at Jian Sinwei, who had just set her pen down, having not yet completed her signature on the order. The order was still invalid. She returned the paperwork to the sales associate, stating, "It appears you need to prepare a new order." Li Mubai, witnessing the sales associate's stunned expression, kindly reminded him, "That vehicle was marked by Miss Zhou. She should be the one to sign." Zhou Wurou was bewildered. She had clearly seen Jian Sinwei signing the paperwork before she smashed the door. After signing, the car belonged to Jian Sinwei. She had destroyed it, so what of it? Could Jian Sinwei truly demand compensation from her? Yet, without a signature, the car still belonged to the dealership. The boss was watching the entire scene unfold. Having just signed for that hideous Bentley, her brother could not possibly buy her the now damaged Ferrari. What was she to do? Even as a formidable individual, Zhou Wuro was left speechless when her card was suspended. Jian Xinwei felt exhilarated but maintained an expression of graciousness and regret as she exited the scene with Li Mubai. They switched to another dealership, where Jian Xinwei spotted a modified Land Rover that immediately caught Li Mubai's attention. Jian Xinwei, influenced by Zhou Wuro, took a stroll around the dealership, noticing Li Mubai's interest in the Land Rover, and inquired about the price. At over 8 million, it was indeed expensive, but still significantly cheaper than the previous Ferrari. Jian Xinwei could surmise Li Mubai's reasoning. Perhaps he appreciated the Land Rover's high chassis and spacious interior. Although Jian Xinwei looked down upon such lower-class thinking, she surprisingly acquiesced. They finalized the purchase of the Land Rover and signed the paperwork. After a busy morning, they successfully drove the vehicle away. Only then did Jian Xinwei remember a rather crucial question. She turned to Li Mubai and asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" Li Mubai, recalling that his foreign license was more comprehensive than the domestic one, nodded silently. Jian Xinwei felt relieved and handed him the car keys. "This vehicle is now yours, along with this card. From now on, I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 500,000, so you need not worry about the fuel costs." Li Mubai curiously accepted the bank card, astonished that he would even have pocket money. Indeed, entering the upper echelons of society was quite the indulgence. Living in luxurious residences, driving extravagant cars, enjoying lavish feasts, and living a carefree life. As he envisioned a splendid future, he comfortably accepted his share. He had little concept of elite society and was unaware of what it meant to drive an 8 million vehicle. The wealthy individual who aspired to be his teacher's wife once gifted him a golden sports car. It was rather beautiful, but he could not drive it on the road. It was currently showcased in a hotel under the auspices of the God of Wealth Temple. He only remembered that car could be resold for nearly 3 billion. Another elderly acquaintance of his master had gifted him a silver collectible car for enjoyment. It too could not be driven on the road. Yet he recalled it could fetch 16 billion. He had several similar vehicles, all collectibles. Anything worth less than 1 billion was unworthy of being presented to him. There were numerous operational vehicles as well. The places he had resided in, both domestically and internationally, had been home to vast parking lots. Not a single vehicle in his garage was below 20 million, and none had been purchased by him. All were received as gifts under various pretenses. He had grown numb to the sight of cars. He could no longer differentiate between the logos. To him, cars were merely vessels for fuel. As long as they could drive, that sufficed. If he were to name the vehicle he was most comfortable driving, it would undoubtedly be the RV, frequently camping outdoors. The RV, equipped with a bed, shower, and restroom, rivals the amenities of a 5-star hotel, complete with a garage below, truly convenient. The RV was a gift from a foreign friend of his master, rumored to be worth 87 million upon resale. He had been preoccupied with those cars. Each time he glanced at the meager pocket money his master sent him, he longed to sell one of the vehicles that were only gathering dust. If only he could do so, he could enjoy a leisurely life for quite some time. Alas, his master did not grant him the opportunity. Upon discovering his intention to sell the cars, the very next day, they mysteriously vanished. Later, he learned that they had been sent to the Wealth God Temple and the Killing God Temple, where dedicated personnel took care of their maintenance. Fortunately, when Jian Xinwei accompanied Li Mubai to purchase a car, Li Mubai remained silent. This was also due to his accustomedness to receiving cars without feeling anything amiss. If Jian Xinwei were to find out, she would likely think he was both vain and boastful. Chapter 69. A double portion of pocket money. He lifted his gaze towards Jian Xinya's office when suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Kai Tianming. Li Mubai answered, and Kai Tianming reported on the plan to absorb the Chen family. The Chen family had a substantial amount of funds with unclear origins. Li Mubai decisively replied, "Investigate. Uncover the truth and bring the Chen family's higher-ups to light. Since the Chen family has expressed intentions against us, we must seize this opportunity rather than wait indefinitely." Kai Tianming nodded. "You are right, young Master Li. I will handle it immediately. Ah, by the way," Kai Tianming abruptly paused, halting his action to end the call. "Young Master Li, the Chen family has an old jade mine. The output is not large, but the quality is quite good. Are you interested?" Li Mubai couldn't help but admire Kai's cleverness. At this moment, he was hinting at Jian Xinya's business direction related to jade. It seemed he wanted him to use this to win over his future wife. A smile spread across Li Mubai's face. "Very well, make arrangements, and in a few days, I will bring some people to have a look." Kai Tianming understood immediately and agreed. With this good news in hand, Li Mubai now had a reason to please his wife. No longer lingering downstairs, he strode eagerly into the building. Recently, he had been seen frequently accompanying Jian Xinya, and the receptionists at the company had memorized him. Upon his arrival, they courteously assisted him in accessing the executive elevator directly to the top floor. When Li Mubai arrived, Jian Xinya was busy, showing no signs of taking a lunch break. It was only when the knock on the door sounded that Jian Xinya realized how late it had become. She looked at the spirited Li Mubai, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Why was he so happy spending time with her sister at the company? Li Mubai innocently raised his hands. "You're mistaken. I didn't accompany your sister to her workplace. She left me behind early this morning without saying a word." Jian Xinya didn't want to mention her sister too much while they were together, as it took away Li Mubai's attention. Thus, She made a slight remark but regretted it, unwilling to bring it up again. Seeing her reaction, Li Mubai sighed in relief. It was certainly better that his wife was not petty. Noticing Jian Xinya's furrowed brow, he inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something difficult to resolve?" Jian Xinya nodded. "It's about the jade mine. The company we were collaborating with suddenly notified me a few days ago that they can no longer supply us with raw materials for the time being. I'm unsure what accident occurred there, so I plan to go on a business trip to investigate." Upon hearing this, Li Mubai replied, "A jade mine? Coincidentally, I was planning to take you to visit a jade mine in a few days. I've heard that the quality of the materials there is quite good. Would you like to take a look?" Jian Xinya was taken aback. "A jade mine? Which one?" Li Mubai, not fully aware of the details, could only vaguely say, "The Chen family's jade mine has been acquired by Director Kai. If you're interested, I'll take you there." Jian Xinya looked at Li Mubai in disbelief. "Do you think a jade mine is?" Li Mubai interjected, "Like a common cabbage? To someone like me, a pile of stones is less valuable than a cabbage." Jian Xinya rolled her eyes but couldn't help but laugh. "Don't go around saying that, or you'll be laughed at." Li Mubai felt helpless. How had speaking the truth become so unbelievable nowadays? He sighed, "Just tell me if you're coming with me or not." Jian Xinya thought that examining another jade mine would be beneficial. The more options they had, the less they would be at others' mercy. Thus, the plan was set. The plaque at the entrance read Dijiang. Upon entering, Li Mubai opened the refrigerator, which was packed full of fresh ingredients. He recognized that some of these had to be air freighted. When he had lived with his master in the mountains, helicopters would regularly deliver these supplies. Habitually, he began selecting a few items. 2 snow crabs, their shells as white as snow and larger than a basin, would be steamed with a trio of aromatic ingredients. 2 slices of sirloin steak would be cooked in butter. French foie gras would be roasted with black truffles, garlic, cream, and pepper. A few grains of caviar, worth nearly 1,000 each, would be paired with tuna sashimi, plums, and sushi vinegar to make sushi. A plate of lychees, valued at 550,000 each, would be prepared, alongside a black-skinned watermelon that had once sold for 45,000 each, all chilled in a lunchbox. Additionally, he packed 2 bottles of freshly squeezed juice, sweet and tangy. Once everything was ready, Li Mubai drove his new car straight to Yuyaj Company. Jian Xinya was still engrossed in her work, showing no signs of stopping. Li Mubai, feeling helpless, suggested, "Why not eat something while it's still hot? You can get back to work afterward." The delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Jian Xinya's stomach suddenly growled. Her cheeks flushed. "I'm actually a bit hungry. Let's eat together." Li Mubai set the lunchbox on the table. Even Jian Xinya was taken aback by Li Mubai's sudden lavish display. She could afford the 3,000 per slice sirloin and the 4,000 to 5,000 snow crab. But spending hundreds of thousands on a single lychee or tens of thousands to air freight a watermelon was a luxury she had yet to indulge in. "Goodness!" Jian Xinya exclaimed. Staring at Li Mubai, "Did you buy all of this?" Li Mubai thought of Tu Jiao as his maid who had prepared the ingredients. So saying he bought them was not entirely inaccurate. Rather than waste time explaining, Li Mubai chose to simplify the process and nodded in affirmation. Jian Xinya's eyes widened. "Did your sister give you pocket money?" She recalled that when Li Mubai had arrived, he seemed to have held a key and a card. Li Mubai, reminded by Jian Xinya, remembered that card. He retrieved it from his pocket and handed it to her. "Here, it's from your sister. She said she would give me 500,000 a month for pocket money. You can keep it for me." Li Mubai recalled what his master had said about handing it over to his wife to prevent him from frivolously spending money. Jian Xinya chuckled but still didn't take his card, casually handing him one of her own. "With that little money of yours, it wouldn't last through a single meal. Here, I'll give you 50,000 a month as well, just in case you run short." Li Mubai, visibly moved, responded, "Wife, you are truly wonderful to me." Chapter 70. Encounter with the Zhou siblings. Jian Xinya smiled brightly, saying, "I can be even better. Since you treated me to such a lavish lunch, let me treat you to dinner tonight." Li Mubai readily accepted. "Are you going to cook dinner for me?" Jian Xinya, recalling her abysmal cooking skills, coughed awkwardly. "Eating my cooking is hardly as good as what our housekeeper makes. You said you'd treat me to a grand meal." Li Mubai replied with a hint of disappointment. Jian Xinya, engrossed in her struggle with the snow crab, did not notice his reaction. This lunch was indeed exceedingly lavish, providing Jian Xinya with a new understanding of Li Mubai's appetite. They continued to work diligently into the evening, not finishing until nearly 8. With the burdensome work pressure lifted, Jian Xinya's gaze repeatedly drifted towards Li Mubai's abdomen. Her elusive eyes left Li Mubai somewhat perplexed, as he felt as though her attention was provocatively directed at him. Embarrassed, he inquired, "Are we not locking the door tonight?" Jian Xinya cast him a bewildered glance, responding, "What does your locking or unlocking the door have to do with me?" Before she could finish her sentence, realization struck her, and she playfully punched Li Mubai in annoyance. "What are you thinking?" Li Mubai feigned innocence. "I thought you were staring at me as if you wanted to strip me." Jian Xinya swiftly covered his mouth. As his lips brushed against the softness of her palm, Li Mubai straightened his posture, signaling through his demeanor, "I am being completely honest now." The pair arrived at a high-end restaurant, and just before entering, Li Mubai glanced at the sign. This time, he did not recognize the familiar patterns. It seemed Jian Xinya truly harbored psychological shadows regarding Tu Jiaojiao's establishment. However, as they settled into a private room, and before the door had even closed, they were met with unwelcome company. Even Li Mubai felt an undeniable sense of fate entwined with theirs. What kind of luck was this? Earlier that morning, he had accompanied Jian Xinwei to purchase a car and had encountered the same unwelcome guests. Despite the late hour, it was disheartening to run into these two harbingers of misfortune. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck. This was the second time it had happened. Just as Jian Xinya was about to treat him to a lavish meal, Zhou Wenji had interrupted. This time, he was accompanied by an additional burden. Zhou Wenji had not anticipated that being pestered by his sister to buy a car and then to treat her to a meal would lead him to encounter that pretty boy once more. At first glance, he mistook the figure beside Li Mubai for Jian Xinwei. But upon hearing the lively tone, imbued with a unique charm, he realized it was Jian Xinya. In an instant, Zhou Wenji's jealousy contorted his expression. Earlier, a slight difference in Jian Xinwei had led him to think of Jian Xinya. He pondered how Jian Xinya would handle being put on the spot, perhaps with even more cunning than her sister. Turning to Zhou Wuruo, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't that the pretty boy dining with Miss Jian?" Zhou Wuruo, who had been furiously biting her lip while staring at her phone, instantly perked up at the mention of keywords, shifting her gaze toward the two in the private room. She scrutinized Li Mubai's attire, which was still the same from the morning, while Jian Xinwei had changed outfits. This was intriguing. Zhou Wuruo's saccharine smile reemerged. "Oh, it seems this pretty boy has truly been consumed by his sister's charms. I wonder if Miss Jian, having left the 4th hospital early this morning, has bought him a new car? It wouldn't be a second-hand one from the used car market, would it?" Zhou Wuruo covered her mouth, finding her jest exceedingly amusing. Then, she shifted her malicious gaze onto Jian Xinya. "You haven't gotten too carried away with your emotions, have you? Did you accidentally tear Miss Jian's clothing in your fervor? Changing outfits twice in one day. Oh dear, your sister must be devastated." Jian Xinya shot a disdainful glance at Zhou Wuruo, her contempt unmistakable. "Miss Zhou, if your eyesight is poor, you might consider visiting the 4th hospital for a checkup. It's one thing to choose a centipede as a fiancé, but to be so engrossed in catching a mistress while being utterly oblivious to Ji's nefarious intentions is truly remarkable." Li Mubai suddenly recalled something he had overheard and wore a peculiar expression. Perhaps she was merely infatuated with Ji for a fleeting moment. To facilitate her practice of absorbing yang energy, he refrained from voicing the latter thought, but met Zhou Wuruo's gaze with a clear message. "I know." Zhou Wuruo's expression shifted dramatically. The sweetness of her earlier demeanor vanished. Her face darkened. "You know? Who are you?" Jian Xinya, taken aback, regarded Zhou Wuruo with incredulity, her eyes reflecting a mix of sympathy and pity, as if she had learned of an incurable affliction. Zhou Wuruo felt her temper flaring, nearly exploding from such scrutiny. Yet, mindful of her own predicament, she restrained herself, glaring at the duo with a sinister intensity. Zhou Wenji, who had remained silent, was fixated on Jian Xinya with an almost obsessive gaze. She felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, a wave of nausea rising within her, prompting her to rise and firmly close the door of the private room. Soon after, a server entered, and Jian Xinya glanced toward the entrance, relieved to find that the two unwelcome guests were absent. However, her relief was premature. Just as she thought they could eat in peace, Li Mubai grasped her wrist. Jian Xinya frowned. "What are you doing?" Li Mubai's expression darkened. "We cannot eat. It is poisoned." Jian Xinya paused, a realization dawning upon her as she glanced towards the door. "Are you suggesting that those two just now poisoned our food?" Li Mubai replied earnestly. "I cannot say for certain it was them, but we should not touch the food here." Jian Xinya, startled by his serious demeanor, queried, "What should we do now? Should we leave?" Li Mubai had already taken out his phone. Simply leaving would be giving them the advantage. He sent a message. "Check my location and investigate who owns this restaurant. See if there is any connection to the Zhou family." Upon reviewing the message, Li Mubai scoffed. It was no wonder Zhou Wenji and his sister had not barged in recklessly. It appeared they had prepared a scapegoat. Without hesitation, Li Mubai reported the incident to the authorities, aiming to increase the restaurant's exposure. With a mere sniff, he discerned the nefarious additives in the dishes. The faintly sweet aroma mirrored Zhou Wuruo's persona, masking a deeply malicious intent beneath a beautiful facade. Before long, officials arrived. A group of individuals in white coats meticulously gathering evidence. They discovered the presence of surveillance cameras in the room and dispatched two to retrieve the footage. However, complications arose during the retrieval. The restaurant's explanation was dismissive. There was a prior conflict in that room, damaging the cameras, and we haven't had the chance to replace them. The owner approached, regarding Li Mubai with disdainful curiosity. Even upon seeing Jian Xinya, his demeanor did not soften. Who would have thought it was the young lady of the Jian family? I never imagined your family had fallen to the point of attempting to extort us. Jian Xinya was incensed. Wang Chang, do not think you can evade the truth of your restaurant's actions by denying them. Wang Chang's face darkened. You are slandering me. Everyone knows the Jian family is down on its luck. If you need money, just say so. A whisper in the prince's ear could fetch plenty of investors. Jian Xinya trembled with rage, but before she could respond, Li Mubai grasped her arm, offering a calming touch. This particular poison is quite special. It is not something one could easily procure. If we trace it back to its source, we will soon uncover who is behind this foul deed. Wang Chang's eyes flickered with alarm. I don't know what you were talking about. Perspiration dotted his brow as he feigned composure. I will wait for my lawyer. You may discuss matters with him. I have an alibi for my absence. This was clearly an attempt by these two desperate customers to extort him. Please investigate them thoroughly. Li Mubai let out a cold laugh. Look at your guilty demeanor. Could it be that this drug was purchased by you? A simple investigation would expose you. Which is why you seem so anxious. Wang Chang, now sweating profusely, retorted, You're talking nonsense. Li Mubai regarded him with a cool gaze. Although he appeared still. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chang suddenly screamed in agony, covering his mouth. This shocking scene startled many onlookers. When the officials approached, they found Wang Chang's mouth was bloodied, making it difficult to ascertain the severity of his injuries. He pointed at Li Mubai, speechless. Li Mubai feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. With so many witnesses present, his lack of movement could only be likened to a staged lunar landing. Wang Chang was seething with rage. Yet, with so many witnesses around, none had seen Li Mubai make any aggressive moves, all of which could serve as corroborating testimony. Furthermore, the scent of the drug bore an uncanny resemblance to that which lingered on the young princess, Xiao Rou of the Zhou family. One could only wonder if they too had been drugged. Coincidentally, while dining here, she and her brother were also present. One could only hope that nothing untoward occurred. Li Mubai, adopting a seemingly innocent tone, expressed his concern, though his eyes gleamed with malice. The officials were well aware of what the Zhou family represented and took the clues provided by Li Mubai very seriously. Wang Chang was on the verge of losing his sanity. Unfortunately, he could not voice his distress, nor could he obstruct the proceedings, as that would only cast more suspicion upon him. It would be akin to a muddy fall into one's trousers, regardless of the substance's nature. It would be a disgrace. The officials proceeded to knock on every private room, conducting inquiries. Most rooms posed no issues. But upon entering the standard room of Zhou Wenji and Zhou Wuro, they detected a faint, sweet odor. The officials, sensing danger, promptly called for an ambulance, whisking the bewildered Zhou Wuro away for a thorough examination. Zhou Wuro, initially resistant, was subdued by Li Mubai's casual remarks. It was possible that Miss Zhou was affected by the drug, leading to her disorientation. Or perhaps she was fully aware of the drug's nature and had consumed it deliberately to absolve herself of guilt. Could it be that she was the very creator of this drug, fearing that an examination might reveal her culpability? Zhou Wuro's heart raced. Her eyes narrowed like a serpent's, fixated upon Li Mubai. Suddenly, clarity washed over her as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. She fixed her gaze intently on Jian Xinya. So that was it. I mentioned discussing Jian Xinwei's romantic escapades earlier, and you appeared entirely unfazed. It appears you indeed harbor feelings for your sister, which your sister has seized upon. Merely speaking a few words about her, and you can no longer contain yourself? Their conversation was peculiar, leaving Jian Xinya utterly perplexed. Even Zhou Wenji could only grasp fragments of their exchange. Yet, Li Mubai understood perfectly what Zhou Wuro was insinuating. It seemed the drug had adversely affected her mind, as she began to ramble nonsensically. The two exchanged glances, engaged in a silent battle of wills. But Zhou Wuro faltered after only a few seconds. She felt as though she were experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations. The sound of wailing spirits seemed to echo in her ears, swept away by the wind. The horrifying vision of being buried alive in a mass grave sent chills down her spine. Terrified, she cried out and threw herself into Zhou Wenji's embrace. Li Mubai turned to the officials. Please ensure she receives a comprehensive examination, particularly a blood test. Zhou Wenji, initially a passive observer, found himself frozen. His throat constricted as he watched Zhou Wuro, now a bundle of tears, being taken away in an ambulance. This bizarre scene sent a shiver down his spine, an ominous chill creeping over him. Zhou Wenji's paranoid demeanor became the subject of Li Mubai's mockery. Young Master Zhou, you wouldn't happen to be affected by the drug as well, would you? Or perhaps you've ingested some poisonous mushroom, Li Mubai implied, alluding to the Matsutake mushrooms in the Zhou siblings' room. While those mushrooms were undoubtedly safe, if laced with drugs, the situation would be quite different. Consequently, Zhou Wenji, who had intended to voice a complaint, found himself compelled to submit to a blood test as well. He was furious. Ever since encountering Li Mubai that day, he felt as though misfortune had befallen him. Truly, this was an abysmal stroke of luck. Chapter 72. A business trip to Myanmar. Li Mubai recalled his mentor's admonition not to resort to violence against ordinary people. Since he could not personally deliver a beating, he decided to send them all to the police for a nice cup of tea. If one visit wasn't sufficient, then perhaps 2 or 3 would suffice. Eventually, they would become regulars at the station, which would undoubtedly irritate them. Moreover, as Xiao Kai mentioned, how many establishments here could withstand an investigation? He had plenty of ways to ensure they would not emerge unscathed. Wouldn't he? Li Mubai sent a message to Kai Tianming. The examination reports arrived swiftly. In Jian Xinya's private room, the food was found to contain substances akin to red powder beauty, but with effects far more potent. Such a rare drug would be strictly regulated. Its mere discovery could lead to years of confinement. The drug's origin, as Li Mubai had predicted, was not difficult to trace. With Kai Tianming's assistance, the investigation proceeded smoothly, leading directly to Wang Chang. Wang Chang, unable to defend himself, sought help from the Zhou family heir and his sister. Yet, a scapegoat is always a scapegoat, destined to remain in the shadows. Zhou Wuro's blood test revealed trace amounts of the drug as well. Unable to clarify how she too had ingested such a substance, she could only feign innocence as a hapless victim. Consequently, Wang Chang found himself burdened with additional charges, further sealing his fate. Zhou Wenji, however, emerged unscathed. He had not participated in the debacle. He merely enjoyed watching Zhou Wuro's turmoil unfold. He was merely an informed bystander, hoping to reap rewards once Jian Xinya fell victim. Alas, once again, that scoundrel Li Mubai had ruined everything. Li Mubai was not yet finished. Soon, every restaurant owned by Wang Chang was reported to have food safety violations, resulting in their closure. The case Zhou Wenji was working on suddenly faced issues with a partner involved in tax evasion, leading to its collapse. The partner's abrupt withdrawal left him in a precarious situation. To recover, he would have to invest double the funds to shoulder the burden alone. Zhou Wenji was truly furious. Yet, no matter how diligently he investigated, he could only uncover the partner's unexpected issues, unable to trace any signs of conspiracy. Cursed. The mere thought of this word made Zhou Wenji pause, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The once untroubled princess suddenly felt abandoned by the world. It was all Jian Xinya's fault. Every encounter with her brought misfortune, and that Li scoundrel. As thoughts of Li Mubai crossed her mind, Zhou Wuro's brow furrowed tightly as she made a phone call. Sister, how is the investigation you were conducting for me coming along? Zhou Wuro's once sweet tone had turned authoritative. The woman on the other end shivered at her commanding voice. A meek reply followed. It's not that I haven't tried my best, but Li Mubai is rather peculiar. His background is too pristine. So pristine. It's as if he were a blank slate. Aside from his activities since arriving in Bayun City, there is no prior record. Zhou Wuro's brow furrowed even deeper. Something is amiss, very amiss. Continue the investigation. He must have at least one elite protector discreetly by his side. Look into the martial arts families in the secular world. See if there is a notable Li family. Understood. Time swiftly passed until the day Li Mubai had arranged to inspect the jadeite old pit arrived. He mysteriously brandished 2 plane tickets before Jian Xinya, who caught a glimpse of the word Myanmar. During this excursion, I shall serve as your guide. What do you think? Li Mubai asked with a cheerful smile. Jian Xinya, observing his playful demeanor, was aware of his recent busyness. Could it be that he had been preparing for this business trip? Indeed, it was worth looking forward to, as they boarded the plane together. Once they arrived at the airport and transferred to a vehicle, Jian Xinya noticed that the driver had brought them to the entrance of the hotel. This is our finest establishment here. You both should rest for the night, and tomorrow I will take you to visit the mine, he informed them. Li Mubai merely acknowledged with a sound and proceeded inside, carrying their luggage. At the hotel, they received their room keys simply by providing their names. Jian Xinya felt a nostalgic sense of being a child traveling with her family. Throughout the journey, she only needed to show up, as everything else was effortlessly managed by others. This comfortable feeling was one she had not experienced in a long time. Even her secretary was not this considerate, as she still had to oversee many matters. After a long day of travel and fatigue, Jian Xinya took a shower, had a light meal, and went to bed. Next door, Li Mubai habitually took a moment to familiarize himself with the surroundings. His ears perked up as he heard the gentle, elongated breaths from the adjacent room, indicating that Jian Xinya had fallen asleep. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he left his room. The architecture here exhibited a blend of urban and rural features, showcasing a striking contrast between wealth and poverty. On one side of the hotel, vibrant nightlife thrived, while the other side lay shrouded in darkness. Li Mubai had no interest in the garish side and turned towards the shadows. In the darkness, unsavory activities often flourished, akin to rats in a gutter or the hunters and prey that roamed the night, until the outcome was determined. No one could tell who was the hunter and who was the hunted. Li Mubai's attire, compared to the locals, appeared somewhat too refined, immediately marking him as affluent. Thus, as soon as he stepped out, he caught the attention of onlookers. Upon witnessing him venture into the dimly lit area, a group of locals exchanged wary glances, their laughter tinged with malice. The streets were lined with factories, warehouses, and some rather rudimentary shops. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated, accompanied by a muffled groan of pain. Li Mubai clicked his tongue and paused momentarily, not wishing to interfere in others' disputes. However, before he could move, a figure stumbled around the corner and, summoning all his strength, charged towards him. Li Mubai stepped back a couple of paces, and the shadowy figure collided with him. Startled by his white attire, the man gasped and lost his footing, falling once more. What is that? Capture him. The Bun Yutsue is on him. Hurry. Don't let him escape. Li Mubai took a step back, initially intending to remain a bystander, but inadvertently stepped on something, causing him to hesitate. This delay allowed the pursuers to close in. As he lowered his gaze to ascertain what he had stepped on, his pupils constricted upon recognition. He bent down to pick up the stone, rubbing his thumb along its surface. His intention was merely to brush off the dust, but upon noticing the fracture from the earlier fall, he inadvertently caused it to shatter. A surge of verdant energy rushed into his palm. Li Mubai was taken aback as the energy penetrated his defenses and surged directly into his dantian. He shivered, feeling a coolness swirling within. Instinctively, he circulated his dantian qi, successfully refining the energy. Why does this substance resonate so closely with my unique chi? He pondered. He could distinctly sense a shift in his stagnant realm, a remarkable effect and speed that was almost unbelievable. This substance had rolled out from the man he had encountered. Yet he wondered if there was more to be found. Perhaps it could divulge its origins to him. There he is. Capture him. Damn it, what's that white thing? He is a person, and he has accomplices. Eliminate them both. In a brief exchange, the pursuers had already decided Li Mubai's fate. With his mind already set on rescuing the man, Li Mubai was spurred into action by their arrogant remarks. With a cold smirk, he cracked his knuckles. It seems you are the ones courting death. In a flash, he positioned himself among the crowd, seizing two individuals by their necks and crushing them effortlessly, tossing their lifeless bodies aside. As the remaining assailants reacted, swinging their weapons at him, Li Mubai remained unperturbed. Their knives and steel pipes inexplicably veered off course, striking their own comrades instead. He casually grabbed two more, delivering a swift end to them as well. 10 minutes later, the cacophony of shouts and clamor had ceased, leaving only one man on the ground, gasping in pain. Li Mubai approached slowly, and the man, clearly terrified, pleaded, Please spare me. How much do you want? Just name a price." Li Mubai presented the now empty stone shell before him, realizing the man's night vision was poor. He turned on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the shattered remnants. "What is this?" As he posed the question, he finally caught a glimpse of the man's face. He was a burly fellow with a thick beard and prominent features, though not a local. Upon seeing the shattered stone, the man's pupils dilated in shock. He hastily snatched it up, examining it closely. As he realized it was ruined, his eyes reddened with despair. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death, yet now, tears streamed down his face. Li Mubai felt a pang of guilt. This stone had broken due to his unintentional kick, spurred by irritation after stumbling upon it. Furthermore, the verdant energy had been absorbed by him. Although he was uncertain of its true nature, he recognized it as a rare treasure. For martial artists, advancement often necessitated external resources, especially when reaching a certain level of cultivation. While this energy was not immediately essential for him, it was indeed a fortuitous acquisition that he had unwittingly claimed from another. With a firm expression, Li Mubai asked, "Tell me, what is this?" The man, lying despondently on the ground, replied hoarsely, "Bun Yutsue. Even if you know, it is of no consequence. It is already ruined." "What purpose does it serve?" Li Mubai inquired, pausing before adding, "You protect it as if it were your life. It must hold great significance for you, correct?" The man appeared to recall something even more painful, and his voice grew even raspier. I need a piece of Bun Yutsue to prolong my father's life. Alas, is it not fate that has brought me to this end?" He lay motionless, heavily injured and seemingly resigned to his fate. Li Mubai furrowed his brow. Prolong his life? Is he gravely injured or ill? Perhaps I can assist you. The man regarded him with skepticism. "You? I have sought every renowned physician available, yet none could save my father. How could you?" Li Mubai, undeterred by the doubt, replied, "The stone is damaged due to my actions. Therefore, I shall save your father to make amends." Having witnessed Li Mubai's prowess, the man considered that perhaps he possessed similar treasures. After all, without the Bun Yutsue, his father had little time left. It was worth a shot, even if it was a desperate gamble. The man gritted his teeth, laboriously retrieving the medicine hidden within his clothing, swallowing a pill before struggling to sprinkle powder on his wound. Observing his difficulty, Li Mubai stepped forward to assist. As the powder dispersed, he paused, reciting, "The heavens serve as a canopy, the earth as a mat, the sun, moon, and stars accompany me still." The man was taken aback and instinctively responded, "By night, we hunt. By day, we rest. The universe and its emperor slay in the temple of gods." His expression ignited with fervor as he tentatively called out, "Young master, I am Chi Tianfong, the second in command of the Black Tiger Gang." Li Mubai pondered, "The Black Tiger Gang? Are they not based in Jiangcheng? What brings you here? Could your father be Qi Zongxian? Is he in Jiacheng?" Upon hearing his father's name, Chi Tianfong became increasingly convinced of Li Mubai's identity. The bleeding had ceased, and though he wished to speak, he sensed urgency. "This is not a place to linger. Young master, we must leave at once." Li Mubai, unhurried, nodded and helped Chi Tianfong to his feet. Startled by the attention, Chi Tianfong felt compelled to maintain decorum. Yet his injuries rendered him unable to stand unaided. He gestured in a direction, and Li Mubai effortlessly lifted the hefty man, vanishing in an instant. Chi Tianfong felt an exhilarating rush, akin to riding in a car with the door ajar. Each time Li Mubai paused, he had to steady himself, carefully discerning their route. When they arrived, Li Mubai stood before an unassuming house. Though Chi Tianfong never suffered from motion sickness, he now felt dizzy from being carried. Finally at his doorstep, he could relax. Unable to contain himself, he stumbled against the wall and retched. Chapter 74. A favor in saving lives. The pungent mixture of blood and bile filled the air, prompting Li Mubai to step away from the wind's direction. Chi Tianfong was in disarray, and upon hearing the commotion inside, someone emerged to investigate. Chi Tianfong waved a hand, requesting water. After expelling the contents of his stomach, he felt a sense of relief. He tossed a water bottle toward the newcomer. "Clean this up, and attend to the bodies on West Street. Be cautious. We wouldn't want anyone to be wrapped up like dumplings." The newcomer responded solemnly, yes, rest assured. Chi Tianfang then approached Li Mubai with utmost respect. Young master. Li Mubai waved a hand dismissively. Just call me Li Xiao. Yes, Li Xiao, let us proceed inside, Chi Tianfang replied. Entering. Chi Tianfang moved a table to reveal the entrance to a basement. Together, they descended, navigating through numerous passages for over 10 minutes until arriving at an ascending staircase. Chi Tianfang took the lead, needing to provide a passphrase before opening a concealed door. Upon entering, Li Mubai discovered a spacious area behind the staircase. This is where my father recuperates, Chi Tianfang explained. He fell into a sudden coma. I intended to use by Yuan Jade essence to sustain him, but without it, he may not have much time left. Li Mubai listened intently, following Chi Tianfang through the first floor and up to the third, arriving at the master bedroom. The room had been converted into a makeshift hospital, equipped with various medical devices. On a 2-meter bed lay a middle-aged man, pallid and lifeless, connected to numerous tubes and wearing an oxygen mask, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. Beside him stood a woman of similar age to Chi Tianfang, who turned in astonishment. Tianfang? How did you get hurt like this? Who is he? With reddened eyes and a graceful figure accentuated by her chi pao, she appeared both distressed and dignified. Chi Tianfang inclined his head slightly. Stepmother, this is Li Xiao, whom I invited to examine father. Li Xiao, this is my father's wife, Xiaohame. Upon hearing the surname Xiao, Li Mubai narrowed his eyes, recognizing her as someone skilled in martial arts. Coincidentally, he had encountered another woman of the same surname at the Chun family's banquet days prior, who also possessed martial prowess. Such occurrences are common in the martial arts community. Yet in the secular world, they often carry significant implications. Li Mubai refrained from further comments, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Xiaohame, realizing Li Mubai was there to examine Qi Zongxian, displayed a flicker of tension. This subtle expression, unnoticed by the weakened Chi Tianfang, was clearly perceptible to Li Mubai. He sensed the leader of the Black Tiger Gang might be on the brink of demise due to the woman's influence. He stepped forward, reaching to remove the oxygen mask. Xiaohame, visibly alarmed, sharply protested, "What are you doing?" Li Mubai frowned, feeling a disturbance in his ears, yet continued to remove the mask. Upon seeing Qi Zongxian's face, even he gasped in shock. It was truly a pitiful sight. As if the man were a breath away from death. Xiaohame, agitated, attempted to push Li Mubai away, but Chi Tianfang rebuked her. "Stepmother, don't be unreasonable." She trembled, turning to Chi Tianfang with hurt in her eyes. "Am I being unreasonable? Your father is in this state, and you insist on bringing in charlatans to disturb him?" Chi Tianfang, filled with fury, retorted, "Be silent. Father will surely have divine protection and overcome this crisis." Xiaohame wished to say more, yet with Li Mubai present, she held her tongue. While this contentious exchange unfolded, Li Mubai remained undistracted, calmly probing Qi Zongxian's pulse. He lifted the blanket to reveal the man's upper body, navigating through the maze of tubes to assess his internal condition. After gentle pressure, Li Mubai gained insight into the situation. Habitually, he reached behind him, only to find nothing, and clicked his tongue in realization. He had not brought his canvas bag today, as he had only intended to scout the area. Turning to Chi Tianfang, he inquired, "Do you have any silver needles?" Chi Tianfang hesitated before shaking his head. "I don't have any for treatment, but would concealed weapons suffice?" Li Mubai paused, recalling a type of concealed weapon from the temple of the god of slaughter, as fine as a hair and coated with poison. "Is it toxic?" Li Mubai asked. Chi Tianfang sheepishly scratched his head. "Mine is. I could ask my sister for some. She's still learning and hasn't dared to poison her needles, just applied some itching powder." Li Mubai nodded. "That will suffice. Go fetch it." Chi Tianfang complied and strode out, but after a few steps, he abruptly remembered and pulled out his phone to call his sister. Shortly after, Shi Jianing arrived, carrying her practice needles. She seemed to have just woken up. Her pajamas crumpled. Assuming only her brother and stepmother were present, she paid little attention to her appearance. However, upon entering and spotting an unfamiliar man, her face flushed bright red. "Ah, brother, why didn't you mention we had a guest?" Shi Jianing exclaimed, shoving the needle box into Chi Tianfang's arms before dashing out. The sound of her slippers pattering on the floor resembled a frantic duck escaping. Li Mubai couldn't help but chuckle, catching Chi Tianfang's eye. "Apologies, my sister can be shy." "Please don't take offense, Li Xiao," Chi Tianfang offered sheepishly, presenting the needle box. Li Mubai shook his head. It's endearing for a little girl to be a bit naive. As they conversed without a care, Li Mubai prepared to administer the needles. Chi Tianfang opened his mouth, eager to inquire about his father's condition. As the young master hastily requested the needle and prepared to administer it, it became evident that his father's condition was indeed critical. Chi Tianfang remained silent, while Xiaohame's eyes flickered upon seeing Li Mubai disinfect the fine needle. She intervened once more, exclaiming, "You intend to use that on my husband?" "Absolutely not." "I refuse to agree." Li Mubai turned to Chi Tianfang and inquired, "In your household, does she hold authority?" Chi Tianfang felt a twinge of embarrassment but maintained a serious demeanor, replying, "Do not misunderstand. The men of the Chi family are far from extinct." Allowing a woman to take charge. Chapter 75. Can hidden weapons heal? Li Mubai nodded and continued to sterilize the needle. Xiaohame's displeasure was evident. Chi Tianfang's words pierced her heart like a thorn, igniting her fury. Seeing Li Mubai utilizing the fine needle to treat Qi Zongxian, she scrutinized him closely. No matter how many times she examined him, the young man before her seemed entirely unqualified in the realm of medicine. What if he inadvertently caused Qi Zongxian's demise? Xiao Hame positioned herself before the bed, glaring intently at Li Mubai. What business does a young man like you have here? Have you come to swindle us? Do you even know what my husband does? If you cause him any lasting harm, your entire family will pay dearly. Silence. Qi Tianfang gasped, nearly choking on his breath. His injuries were severe, leaving him with little strength. Otherwise, he would have long since expelled this oblivious stepmother. What good could a woman, who merely serves as a decorative figure, bring? Her incessant meddling was already irksome, and now she dared to interfere at such a critical juncture? Qi Tianfang's roar startled Xiao Hame, yet she steadfastly guarded the bedside, refusing to allow Li Mubai to come closer. Tianfang, where did you pick up this barefoot doctor in the middle of the night? Look at his attire. Does he seem like a healer to you? Don't act rashly in your desperation. I've already contacted my cousin, a disciple of Shuegui, who is far more competent than this half-baked charlatan. He mentioned he has already arrived at the hotel and planned to come by tomorrow morning. If you are anxious, I can fetch him right now. Qi Tianfang felt a twinge of doubt. The name of Shuegui's disciple certainly carried weight. However, this was the young master of the Shasing Hall. And even if the illness proved insurmountable, he could not defy the young master's orders or dismiss his goodwill. Qi Tianfang remained resolute, unwilling to relent, leading to an almost violent exchange between the plastic mother and son. Xiao Hame was indeed moved. This rare opportunity to eliminate the lingering threat of the original spouse had presented itself, especially since her precious son, managing the Black Tiger Gang in Jiangqing, could effortlessly ascend to the position of leader. Calculating her mid-level strength, she pondered whether she could catch Qi Tianfang off guard and take his life. As for Li Mubai, Xiao Hame dismissed him entirely. He was merely an ordinary person, someone she could easily dispose of. However, Qi Jianning's sudden return caused her to regret her brief hesitation. Missing the optimal moment, Qi Jianning hurriedly washed up and changed into casual attire. She entered the room stealthily, resembling a curious little hamster, utterly adorable. Upon seeing her, Xiao Hanmei's icy demeanor softened, replaced with urgency. Jianning, please stop him. Qi Jianning hesitated, glancing between her brother and Li Mubai. Although Li Mubai remained silent, his composed aura and strikingly handsome features resembled that of a movie star. Qi Jianning felt her cheeks flush as she leaned closer to Qi Tianfang, asking, "Whose blood is that on you?" Qi Tianfang's face turned crimson. Seeing him flushed, Qi Jianning did not connect his appearance with his injuries. He retorted angrily, "Who else could it be? I nearly lost my life trying to save our father. If not for young Master Li, you would be preparing to collect your brother's corpse." Qi Jianning's face paled in disbelief as she looked at Qi Tianfang. You were hurt?" Qi Tianfang scoffed. "Do you care about me now?" With her eyes welling with tears, Qi Jianning replied, "Brother, I'm sorry. Let me disinfect and bandage your wounds." Qi Tianfang turned away, saying, "Please remove our stepmother. I cannot undress with her present." Qi Jianning, simple-minded and solely focused on her brother's well-being, insisted on escorting Xiao Hanmei out. Xiao Hanmei, infuriated, exclaimed, "Jianning, do you not hear my words?" Feigning ignorance, Qi Jianning pushed her towards the door. To ensure success, she even employed her mid-level strength to restrain her stepmother's arm. Xiao Hanmei's arm bore imprints from the grip, and she seethed with rage, shouting outside, "Are you all blind? That fraud must be expelled. He will surely harm your father." Qi Jianning rolled her eyes, placing her trust in her brother over her stepmother. "Stepmother, why not take a moment to drink some water and rest? Aren't you tired? My brother knows what he is doing. How could he possibly harm our father? Even if you harbor ill intentions, my brother would never." Her words silenced the commotion outside. Li Mubai regarded the little girl, who barely reached his chest, with a knowing glance. This child was perceptive. She likely harbored suspicions. Li Mubai meticulously disinfected the fine needles once more and returned to Qi Zongxian's side. Although Qi Jianning had expressed her trust in her brother, seeing her handsome brother prepare to use the very needles she practiced with to treat their father filled her with anxiety. Li Mubai, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, calmly assured, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, your father will not perish." Qi Jianning felt an inexplicable weight to his words. She averted her gaze from Li Mubai, retrieving the medicine box and diligently beginning to tend to her brother's wounds. Li Mubai grasped 9 fine needles, enveloped them with his internal energy, and with a swift motion of his wrist, propelled them into Qi Zongxian's body at remarkable speed. The needles navigated through the blocked meridians, suddenly reacting as if encountering a formidable enemy, and aggressively surged forth. 9 bulges formed upon Qi Zongxian's body, writhing momentarily before abruptly stiffening. Li Mubai's fingers curled, and the 9 needles emerged from his body, each accompanied by a small fountain of dark, toxic blood, akin to tiny leeches being expelled. Li Mubai placed the 9 needles onto a tissue, wrapping them carefully. Observing the situation, he retrieved another needle to string the 9 tiny creatures together, setting them aside. Just as he prepared to clear Qi Zongxian's toxic blood, Xiao Hanmei's voice echoed from outside. "Jianning, Tianfang, open the door. My cousin has arrived. Do not let that fraud torment your father. My cousin is a highly skilled disciple of Shuegui. He is here in person. Your father is hope." Li Mubai paused, a cold smile gracing his lips. That quack? His disciple could heal? How absurd. After wiping away the 9 spots of toxic blood, he sealed several vital acupoints on Qi Zongxian to prevent a reversal of the toxic blood. Just as he was about to proceed further, Xiao Hanmei, finding the door unyielding, smashed it open with a forceful strike. Like a madwoman, she burst in, dragging a man dressed in a suit and white coat into the room, shouting, "Stop! You're committing murder." Chapter 76. Dr. Han is here to treat. Everyone move aside. Xiao Hanmei charged in like a frenzy, immediately targeting Li Mubai. It appeared she intended to pull him away, but in reality, she employed her hidden strength. If she truly managed to seize him, her prowess as a mid-level martial artist could effortlessly dislocate an ordinary person's arm. Li Mubai's gaze turned icy as he sidestepped. Xiao Hanmei lunged but missed, her attempt to incapacitate him yielding no regret. She did not recognize him, but his words had angered her, prompting her to teach him a lesson. Now that the crowd has dispersed, the primary objective has been achieved. Xiao Hanmei, with an expression of vigilance, fixed her gaze on Li Mubai and declared, "Keep your distance. Do not lay a finger on my husband." Entering the room was Han Yu, visibly displeased, accompanied by 2 assistants and 2 mid-level yellow-tier martial artist bodyguards. This imposing presence significantly overshadowed the solitary figure of Li Mubai and the severely injured Qi Tianfang, along with his underage sister, thus presenting a stark contrast. Han Yu regarded Li Mubai with disdain, as if he were looking down from a great height. "Is it you? The fool who dares to practice medicine?" He scoffed. With his words, his assistants followed suit, adopting an air of superiority. One inquired, "Who is your mentor?" Another chimed in, "Do you possess a medical license?" Han Yu sneered, "Regardless of my connection to the patient, I must point out that this patient specifically requested my treatment." The assistants retorted, "You, an obscure quack, have come here in a frenzy to steal business?" Another added hastily, "Let me inform you that our Dr. Han's mentor is the esteemed national physician Xue. Do you comprehend what that entails?" Han Yu exchanged glances with the 2 bodyguards, who stepped forward, flexing their muscles in unison, bellowing, "All irrelevant parties, step aside." The assistants echoed, "Our Dr. Xue is about to conduct a consultation." Qi Tianfang, having just managed to attend to his wounds, was overcome by blood loss and a depletion of vital energy, causing him to feel lightheaded. At the sound of their remarks, he grew anxious and, in a fit of anger, attempted to speak but fainted instead. Qi Jianing was horrified, rushing to Qi Tianfang's side, nearly exacerbating his injuries. Li Mubai found himself amused by the commotion orchestrated by Dr. Han. It was truly astonishing that individuals akin to the likes of Ding Xuanxiu from a television drama existed in reality. He felt a wave of embarrassment on behalf of Dr. Xue. As Qi Tianfang succumbed to his distress, the young girl wept pitifully, inadvertently causing more trouble. Li Mubai, tapping into his conscience, realized that laughing at such a moment might be inappropriate. He reflected on nearly 2 decades of sorrowful events, stifling his mirth. With a deep sigh, he acknowledged that Qi Zongxian would not perish imminently, so he might as well attend to Qi Tianfang. He discerned that what Xiao Hanmei truly desired was not the life of Qi Zongxian, but rather that of Qi Tianfang. Her antics stemmed from a lack of trust in him, fearing he might inadvertently harm Qi Zongxian. Simultaneously, she seemed to aim to provoke Qi Tianfang, perhaps hoping to leverage this moment to extract concessions from Qi Zongxian. These intentions were glaringly apparent. As for any ulterior motives that might lurk behind, Li Mubai was disinclined to expend further effort. The affairs of the Black Tiger Gang were best resolved by themselves. He would not personally intervene in such trivial matters. For the influence of the Killing God Temple both domestically and abroad was immeasurable. He certainly did not wish to exhaust himself. Li Mubai gently pushed Qi Jianing aside, instructing, "Stay here and call for me if anything arises." With tear-streaked cheeks, Qi Jianing pleaded, "But what about my brother?" Li Mubai candidly replied, "He is fine, merely fatigued. A brief rest will rejuvenate him." "It's a tiger," the young girl insisted earnestly. Li Mubai nonchalantly nodded, lifting Qi Tianfang with ease. "Yes, a tiger." Qi Jianing felt an odd sense of déjà vu, as if witnessing her brother being carried was akin to how she would grab a cat back home. As Li Mubai approached the exit, Qi Jianing hurriedly directed him, "My brother's room is at the very end of the downstairs corridor." Upon entering Qi Tianfang's room, Li Mubai felt for his pulse, then grimaced slightly. He had forgotten to bring his medical supplies, which was indeed troublesome. He possessed superior healing ointments that could expedite recovery and restore vital energy swiftly. Qi Tianfang's condition was far from satisfactory. It was not as simple as he had claimed. If he were to neglect him, the consequences would surely be detrimental upon awakening. Had Qi Tianfang not fainted, it would have been manageable, as he could have cultivated his energy and regained some strength before resting. It was akin to boiling water. If the kettle is empty and placed over the fire, it would encounter issues, unlike adding water to prolong its use. Without hesitation, Li Mubai pressed a finger to Qi Tianfang's acupoint, contemplating whether to restore a modicum of vital energy or simply rouse him. He refused to expose the uniqueness of his energy, even to someone who appeared loyal. Qi Tianfang gasped, abruptly awakening to a flurry of snowflakes before him. Fearing the loss of his martial prowess, he quickly began to regulate his internal energy. Li Mubai's voice reached his ears, muddled as though transmitted through water. Yet, he managed to grasp the essence of it. Qi Tianfang's heart raced. Struggling to maintain his energy flow, unable to utter a word, Li Mubai observed him momentarily, intending to wait until he had completed a small cycle of energy cultivation before attending to Qi Zongxian. However, less than 10 minutes elapsed before he noticed Qi Jianning's frantic footsteps approaching, disrupting the tranquility. Before she could speak, Li Mubai preemptively silenced her. Have they done something? Is your father in distress? With teary eyes, Qi Jianning nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a toy on a spring. Li Mubai remained firm. Hush. Do not disturb your brother. Immediately, Qi Jianning clasped her hands over her mouth, nodding fervently. She stared in awe as Li Mubai swiftly ascended the stairs, her eyes lighting up with hope. This handsome brother is so capable. He will surely save my father. Chapter 77. The malicious Xiao Hanmei recalling Li Mubai's instructions. Qi Jianning tiptoed cautiously, shoulders hunched and neck drawn in, resembling a thief. The sound of her slippers was utterly muffled. Upon reaching the door of Qi Tianfang, she remained silent as he continued his cultivation, striving to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Li Mubai approached Qi Zongxian's bedroom. Before entering, he overheard a heated exchange within. Xiao Hanmei, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "How could this happen? Just moments ago, he was well, and after your acupuncture, he suddenly convulsed and lost consciousness." Han Yu, equally flustered, replied, "This is not my fault. I performed the acupuncture flawlessly. It must have been that young fool. His reckless treatment caused the deterioration when I took over." Xiao Hanmei, believing his words, began to unravel, shouting, "I knew it. What does a privileged heir know about healing? Now that he is unresponsive, the Black Tiger Gang will surely fall into Qi Tianfang's hands. This cannot be allowed. It absolutely cannot." Han Yu, sensing an opportunity, interjected, "Isn't Qi Tianfang unconscious? I heard his injuries are severe." Xiao Hanmei seized upon this. "Cousin, you must help me. You need to treat Qi Tianfang. If he remains untreated, the Black Tiger Gang will belong to your nephew." Han Yu hesitated. "Cousin, I have come all this way to assist you in saving your husband. I have already shown great compassion. You wish for me to commit murder?" Xiao Hanmei disregarded his objections, knowing this was the perfect opportunity. If Qi Tianfang's grave injuries were neglected, future chances would be scarce. Silently eliminate him, and in return, we will always support you in your endeavors. Here, I'll give you 20 million more. Cousin, you must help me. If you turn your back on me, Qi Tianfang will surely not let us mother and son go if he escapes this time. Don't blame me for dragging you down with me." Han Yu exclaimed in exasperation. "Fine, I'll go. But 20 million is rather insufficient. Is the life of the Black Tiger Gang's leader so worthless?" Xiao Hanmei immediately raised the offer, speaking hurriedly and urging him on. 30 million, that's my final offer. We must leave now. If we delay any longer, he might awaken." Han Yu scoffed. "And what if he does awaken? With my two skilled companions by my side, can we not handle a half-dead tiger?" Han Yu's expression turned sardonic as he recalled Qi Jianning's earlier childish remarks. As he approached the door, he was startled to find Li Mubai silently standing there. "You, how long have you been eavesdropping?" he shouted. "Someone seize him." Xiao Hanmei's eyes widened in panic as she turned to Li Mubai. Hearing Han Yu's words seemed to trigger her, and she rushed towards Li Mubai. "Capture him. He must not leave alive today." Li Mubai slowly revealed a cryptic smile. "You've plotted against my subordinates and still dare to show me disrespect? You are quite bold." Without even exerting his aura, he effortlessly seized the necks of the first two bodyguards rushing at him, snapping their cervical vertebrae with a swift motion, discarding their lifeless bodies as if they were mere refuse. At that moment, Xiao Hanmei charged in, unable to halt her momentum, inadvertently offering her neck to Li Mubai's grasp. He squeezed, and her delicate neck succumbed, her head rolling to the ground at Han Yu's feet. Han Yu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he let out a series of horrified screams as a foul odor wafted up his pant leg. The two assistants he had left behind to dispose of Qi Zongxian's body, intending to shift the blame onto Li Mubai, were now huddled beneath the bed in terror at the sight of the slaughter. Li Mubai kicked Xiao Hanmei's headless corpse outside, clicking his tongue in disdain at the blood that had splattered onto his hands. Fortunately, his clothes were protected by his true energy, otherwise, his mood would have soured further. Like a demon from hell, he advanced step by step toward Han Yu, who, frightened, fell to the ground, shaking his head vigorously. "It's not my fault. Spare me. How much do you want? I will give you anything." Li Mubai scowled in disgust. "Money? Do I look like someone who lacks it?" Han Yu's face turned ashen. "No, please don't come any closer. Murder is against the law." Unable to contain himself, Li Mubai laughed. "You dare lecture me on the legality of murder while in Myanmar? Do you want me to send you to northern Myanmar for a first-hand experience?" At the mention of northern Myanmar, Han Yu shivered and shook his head frantically. "No. I want to go. I beg you. I'm innocent. It's not my doing. It was her. That woman did it all. I never intended to take your life." Li Mubai paused. "But what if I were captured by you? Would you spare me?" Han Yu was momentarily speechless but quickly nodded vigorously. "Of course. I'm a law-abiding citizen and would never break the law." Li Mubai pointed at Qi Zongxian. "Is that so? Did you not just kill a patient and plan to pin it on me?" Han Yu cried, tears and snot running down his face as he begged for mercy. Li Mubai, uninterested in his pitiful state, gestured towards the door. "Leave." Han Yu crawled towards the exit in desperation. The two assistants, feeling as if they had been given a reprieve, scrambled out from under the bed, hastily making their way towards the door. Emerging from the doorway, Hanyu was relieved to see Li Mubai had not pursued him, but a sinister glint crossed his eyes as he felt he had survived. However, as he stood up, his gaze fell downward. Confused, he wondered, "Where's my head?" Before he could ponder further, his eyes widened in horror, and his mind shut down permanently. The two assistants, rushing in behind him, were utterly terrified by the scene. They saw no weapons nor any sign of the killer. Yet Dr. Han's head had just fallen off right before them. The clean break at the neck was eerily smooth. Their essay ghost. "Help!" They screamed as they rushed out, terrified of unseen traps. They crawled and rolled out, not daring to stand. Even after their escape, they posed no threat to him. However, in their panic, one assistant tripped the other, causing both to tumble down the stairs, resulting in one breaking his neck and the other his back. Losing consciousness from the pain. Chapter 78. Bad luck knocks on the door of bad luck. Li Mubai stared at the tragic scene at the stairwell, shrugging his shoulders. "This is not me letting you go. You've truly brought misfortune upon yourselves by associating with a malicious apprentice of a quack." Had he arrived any later, Qi Zongxian might have been buried unnoticed in the flower bed of the courtyard. Li Mubai pointed at the body bag, which instantly burst apart like a butterfly scattering into pieces. He saw Qi Zongxian lying there entirely naked, with Xiao Hanmei not even bothering to cover him before planning to bury him. Truly a plastic marriage. Li Mubai folded his fingers and gently tapped Qi Zongxian's chest, then pressed his palm against his dantian. The lifeless man suddenly gasped for air, his abdomen writhing violently. Li Mubai's true energy locked onto the target, enveloping it and pushing upward. A parasitic insect was mere moments away from burrowing into Qi Zongxian's dantian, threatening his life. As Li Mubai controlled the insect, he discovered it was consuming his true energy. His expression changed as he clawed at it, redirecting it to Qi Zongxian's abdomen. With his other hand, he pinched two fingers together, slicing open a small incision to expel the insect. This one was significantly larger than the previous 9. Li Mubai took a fine needle and strung it up, setting it aside. The 9 insects he had previously strung up were discarded in the trash by either Xiao Hanmei or Hanyu, as they were deemed repulsive. Although they remained alive, they were still fighting and devouring each other. The large insect, disturbed by Li Mubai, incited the 9 to become increasingly agitated, leading to a new round of frenzied combat. By the time Li Mubai discovered them, more than half had perished. Only 3 remained, on the verge of breaking free from the needle's hold. Li Mubai calmly used another needle to string them together and placed them beside the larger insect, allowing them to reunite. Suddenly, the large insect became rigid and motionless. Li Mubai chuckled coldly, disregarding the insects and forcing the remaining poisonous blood out of Qi Zongxian's body. Finally, he released the blockage on Qi Zongxian's major acupoints, restoring the flow of his blood. Li Mubai flicked Qi Zongxian's chest lightly. "Little fellow, you're quite useful." Upon examination, Li Mubai discovered that aside from the 10 insects, another one resided in Qi Zongxian's heart. However, that one was likely self-inflicted, so he chose to ignore it. It was that particular insect that had caused Qi Zongxian to enter a state of apparent death when Hanyu recklessly needled him, triggering the mother insect to retreat. The mother insect sensed a greater threat and became dormant. Thus, Li Mubai deduced the nature of the creature lurking within Qi Zongxian's heart. It was the heart-protecting goo. This creature awaited its host's recovery or external assistance. The duration for which the heart-protecting goo could safeguard the heart's pulse depended on its own grade and the number of times it had been utilized. One could only wonder how many times Qi Zongxian had relied on this particular goo. Li Mubai sensed its frailty. It could only sustain Qi Zongxian for a mere 2 hours this time, a testament to its struggle for survival. Fortunately, Li Mubai had previously sealed the toxic blood, preventing it from dispersing rapidly. Otherwise, the heart-protecting goo would have perished long ago, unable to protect Qi Zongxian even once more. The heart-protecting goo was exceedingly rare, and according to his master, it had become lost to time. Had it not been for this, Li Mubai would have recognized it immediately during his initial examination. To find a living heart-protecting goo was worth 100-fold more than a piece of Baiyuan jade. As he tended to Qi Zongxian's wounds, he mused, "Who would have thought that you, old fellow, still possess such fortune? No wonder we crossed paths in the past." Qi Zongxian seemed to hear a voice whispering nearby and responded faintly, Li Mubai chuckled, "Old man, you still remember to acknowledge me? It seems you haven't forgotten." Suddenly, Qi Zongxian opened his eyes, still unfocused, and managed another feint. Li Mubai released a thread of his vital energy, circulating it within Qi Zongxian's body to ensure there were no remaining parasites or toxins. Satisfied, he covered Qi Zongxian with a blanket. "It's all over. You want to perish. Rest well." Qi Zongxian appeared to comprehend these words, blinking weakly before drifting back into slumber. Looking around, Li Mubai's gaze fell upon a small bottle of cosmetics belonging to Xiao Hanmei. The transparent glass vial was just the right size to accommodate the few parasites. After thoroughly cleaning the bottle and sanitizing it with alcohol, he rinsed it multiple times before transferring the creatures inside. After some contemplation, he added a bit of water to prevent the parasites from dehydrating and dying too quickly. Such intriguing specimens deserve to be admired by their rightful owner. Given that Qi Zongxian had managed to acquire the heart-protecting goo, he must have some channels of knowledge regarding such creatures, even if his understanding was limited. Li Mubai was not particularly interested in the goo itself, but he needed to ascertain whether a rogue goo master had come to disturb the mundane world or if someone was strategically targeting the forces of the Killing God Temple. First, a traitor emerged from the Sky Wolf gang, and now the leader of the Black Tiger gang was plotting against him. Individually, these incidents did not seem significant. He hoped he was merely being overly cautious. Li Mubai stored the small bottle and made his way downstairs. Qi Jianing was surprisingly obedient when instructed to guard her brother. She remained steadfast outside Qi Tianfang's door, undeterred by the commotion. Though somewhat stubborn, her concern for her brother was genuine. Upon seeing Li Mubai descend, Qi Jianing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Beautiful brother, how is my father?" Li Mubai returned her the needle box, saying, "Thanks to your needles, he will be fine." Qi Jianing's big eyes glimmered with joy. "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, beautiful brother. I told you my brother would be all right." Now, her brother could finally rest soundly. Li Mubai nodded. "How is your brother? Has there been any noise from the room?" Qi Jianing shook her head. "No, it's been quiet all along." Reluctantly, she seemed determined to remain at the door until Qi Tianfang awoke. Li Mubai said nothing further, gauging the time before opening the door. Qi Tianfang was just completing his meditative practice, his large eyes beneath thick brows slowly opening. Chapter 79. Together to the exhibition, Li Mubai met Qi Tianfang's gaze without a hint of surprise. Qi Jianing, however, was a different story. She exclaimed with delight, "Brother, you're awake?" Qi Tianfang appeared much revitalized, offering a reassuring smile to his sister. He then turned his urgent gaze towards Li Mubai. Li Mubai produced the small bottle and handed it to Qi Tianfang. Upon seeing its contents, Qi Tianfang's pupils constricted in shock. "How could this be?" Li Mubai inquired. "Do you recognize it?" Qi Tianfang nodded slowly. "Mr. Li, did you extract this from my father?" At this question, Qi Tianfang had already begun to piece things together. Shocked, the towering man nearly tumbled from his bed. Li Mubai continued nonchalantly, "They intend to let you succumb to your injuries under the guise of treatment, allowing someone named Tianha to take control of the Black Tiger gang. When that Dr. Han came to find you, he saw me at the door and attempted to eliminate me, but I dealt with him swiftly. By the way, his body is still upstairs. You should take care of that. Also, both you and your father will need to consume 3 doses of herbal medicine and soak in a medicinal bath for a month. I'll leave the prescription for you. As for gathering the herbs, you'll need to figure that out yourself. I've been away for a while, and I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I must take my leave." Qi Tianfang was shaken by Li Mubai's casual remarks, his heart racing like a roller coaster. Hearing that Li Mubai was leaving, he forced a smile. "Mr. Li, are you staying at a hotel?" Li Mubai nodded. "Yes, here on business." Qi Tianfang seemed to connect the dots and asked, "Is it because of the Chun family's jade mine?" Li Mubai was taken aback. "You know?" Qi Tianfang sighed. "This time, I came to Myanmar with my father to take over the Chun family's jade mine. The Chun family has established connections with the local powers, and for the mine to be handed over to the Kaishan Temple, the Killing God Temple needs to send someone to negotiate. The Black Tiger gang has been assigned this task. If you're here for the jade mine, it might be best to wait a couple of days. The Shaker gang is quite cunning, and negotiations may not proceed smoothly. If you're eager to inspect the site, you can bring along the brothers from the Black Tiger gang for extra safety." Li Mubai did not decline and provided his contact information to Qi Tianfang. "I'll send the prescription directly to your phone." He listened for a moment. Jian Xinya was sleeping soundly, just as she had been when he left. Feeling reassured, Li Mubai took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Jian Xinya began knocking on Li Mubai's door early. "What time is it? Are you still sleeping?" When Li Mubai was roused from his slumber, his hair in disarray, he was met with her teasing remark. Jian Xinya's eyes sparkled. "Shall we go? Let us work out together and then have breakfast." Li Mubai tousled his hair and smiled in agreement with Jian Xinya's proposal. In the early hours, the two of them resembled a newlywed couple on their honeymoon, delightfully working out and enjoying breakfast together. Following that, Jian Xinya entrusted the day's itinerary entirely to Li Mubai. After some thought, he suggested, "Why not explore the local raw material factory and try our luck?" Jian Xinya's eyes lit up. "You can gamble on stones?" Li Mubai humbly replied, "I have a basic understanding." Jian Xinya was unsure how much he truly understood, but she considered herself somewhat of an expert in this area. She had a keen eye for jade and had not yet encountered a complete failure. Li Mubai made a phone call, and before long, Qi Tianfang arrived in person, which surprised Li Mubai. Qi Tianfang had likely taken the healing medicine from the Killing God Temple. His external injuries had healed, and as long as he refrained from violence, he could move like a normal person. However, his internal injuries clearly needed time to heal, and it was unwise for him to be so reckless. Yet, since the young master insisted on being the guide, he entrusted no one else, so he chose to accompany them himself. As a guide, it was relatively safe during the day in this territory, or so Qi Tianfang thought before meeting Jian Xinya. Upon encountering Jian Xinya, Qi Tianfang found himself engulfed in uncertainty. To his surprise, the young master was accompanied by a stunning beauty, who appeared to be an ordinary person. The presence of such a mere ornament posed a risk. A moment of inattention could lead to her being ensnared and whisked away to northern Myanmar for nefarious purposes. In such a scenario, not only would her whereabouts be lost, but her very existence might vanish within a night. Qi Tianfang's gaze upon Jian Xinya was laden with a complex mix of emotions. Jian Xinya, puzzled, turned to Li Mubai, inquiring, "Is this your friend?" Li Mubai raised an eyebrow, replying, "I suppose so." Qi Tianfang received a warning glance from Li Mubai, prompting him to temper his impolite scrutiny. He hastily typed a message on his phone. "Young Master Li, please keep a close watch on her. There are many abductors here, all aiming to send people to northern Myanmar. I've received the prescription. It's challenging to gather the ingredients here, and the market is chaotic, with prices skyrocketing. Furthermore, my father has awakened and wishes to express his gratitude personally. What do you think?" Li Mubai received several messages in quick succession, his phone vibrating incessantly. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianfang's expression turned even more inscrutable. Jian Xinya perceived Qi Tianfang as somewhat intimidating, his demeanor suggesting he was not to be trifled with, and his complex expression did nothing to dispel that impression. Feeling unsettled, she sought a pretext to excuse herself to the restroom. A faint, awkward smile crossed her lips, amplifying her discomfort. She mused to herself, recalling that she had previously visited Myanmar, albeit with a considerable entourage of bodyguards. Yet, she had never sensed any imminent danger. Li Mubai's intention to fetch a canvas bag only surfaced after encountering Qi Tianfang. The absence of the bag yesterday had indeed proven cumbersome, leaving him feeling out of sorts. Once he secured the bag across his chest, a sense of relief washed over him. He had also reviewed Qi Tianfang's messages and was not overly concerned. Who could dare abduct someone under his watch? Ordinary individuals were simply not a match for him, although Li Mubai remained upstairs. His attention was firmly fixed on Jian Xinya's situation. Spotting Li Mubai, Jian Xinya exhaled a sigh of relief, which only served to heighten Qi Tianfang's anxiety and awkwardness. Ironically, Li Mubai appeared the most at ease among them. "Is there anything intriguing around here? We came for the good stuff." Indeed. Chapter 80, a rare find? Qi Tianfang's spirits lifted as he discussed business. If one wished to gamble on stones, it would be prudent to avoid the unscrupulous dealers and instead try their luck at the ongoing exhibition. Li Mubai immediately concurred, "Let's explore there." "Oh, I have an expert in this field. Shall I invite them along?" Li Mubai turned to Jian Xinya, asking, "Should we bring anyone else?" Jian Xinya, indifferent, replied, "Sure. The more, the merrier. If they are true experts, I could learn more about stone appraisal." With a nod from Li Mubai, Qi Tianfang promptly organized additional personnel. The guards assigned to protect the young master were discreetly stationed, remaining hidden from Jian Xinya's view. On the surface, 2 were Xian-level warriors. 1 was the Earth-level Qi Jianing, and the remaining 3 were genuine experts in the field of stone gambling. Since they were set to take over the Chun family jade mine, the Black Tiger gang had prepared adequately, albeit with limited knowledge about the mine. They hadn't anticipated that their preparations would come in handy while escorting the young master. Once assembled, Qi Tianfang, unable to act violently, arranged for Qi Jianing and Li Mubai to share a vehicle. Seated in the passenger seat, Qi Jianing curiously observed Jian Xinya. Finding the girl with thick brows and large eyes quite charming, Jian Xinya couldn't help but ask, "How old are you?" Qi Jianing held up her hands, indicating 16. "In 2 years, I'll be an adult." Jian Xinya laughed. "Why the rush to grow up? Being a child is so joyful. Once you grow up, you'll have numerous worries. Aren't you afraid?" Qi Jianing shook her head. "Being a child is not fun at all. I want to grow up quickly so I can help my brother share the burden." Unable to resist, Jian Xinya reached out to pat Qi Jianing's head, exclaiming, "Such a sensible child. You truly are a good kid." Qi Jianing puffed out her cheeks. "I'm not a child. In ancient times, girls my age could already be married." Her remark elicited laughter from the 3 adults in the vehicle. Qi Jianing, somewhat indignant, bantered with Jian Xinya, who had entertained her throughout the journey. The group gathered at the exhibition hall entrance, led by Qi Tianfang, heading directly to the raw stone section. Upon arrival, they found numerous individuals clustered around a display case, within which lay a block of raw material nearly as tall as a person. A sign in front indicated the base price, with an auction to follow. Having never been here before, Li Mubai turned to Qi Tianfang, asking, "An auction?" Qi Tianfang, having done his homework and familiar with the process, nodded. "Yes, this is what people refer to as the high-stakes gamble, where one can either become wealthy or destitute in an instant. Observe how cleverly the opening is positioned. Within lies a wealth of imperial green jade. It is said to have been mined from an old pit, but it remains to be seen who dares to wager on the size of the jade within." Accompanying Qi Tianfang were several seasoned professionals, all bearing the appearance of experts, showcasing their proficiency through their attire and tools. The advantage of raw material is that one can ascertain the type and quality of jade it might yield. Moreover, the opening allows for the verification of the stone's integrity. However, as is typical with most raw stones, the window reveals only the finest jade, leaving uncertainty about what lies within. Sellers, wary of potential losses, prefer to auction the stones, often fetching higher prices than the jade within might be worth. After only a brief moment by the display case, an elderly man stroked his chin, frowning as he remarked, "To me, it appears this stone only has a thin surface layer. It doesn't seem to contain full green." A middle-aged man with thick glasses adjusted his frames, stating, "I believe there should be a piece of imperial green the size of a football." with the remainder being accompanying jade of decent quality. One of the experts invited by Qi Tianfang scrutinized the stone for a while, clicking his tongue. This one is indeed precarious. The surface shows a clear crack. Such a significant fissure running through the stone raises concerns about the integrity of the jade inside. If it is riddled with cracks, it would yield only small, less valuable pieces rather than a large ornament. His comments prompted a wave of skepticism from those nearby. Li Mubai stepped forward to examine the stone, but before he could voice his thoughts, an irksome voice broke through. In my opinion, this stone must contain full green. Zhou Wenji, flanked by numerous individuals clad in white lab coats and blue work uniforms, approached the display case, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. Li Mubai cast a disdainful glance at the bodyguards, noting they were all yellow-level warriors of varying ranks, both male and female. Given that even the Chun family could not afford several warriors, it was evident that the Zhou family was indeed extraordinary, likely possessing connections to those from martial arts families in the secular world. Upon hearing Zhou Wenji's voice, Jian Xinya's smile vanished. Her rare good mood felt tainted, as if sullied by a bucket of muck, transforming into chaos. It was as if an ominous shadow had loomed. Jian Xinya did not bother to lower her voice, making her disdain clear to those around her. Zhou Wenji, seemingly unaffected, retained his smile, though his gaze towards Jian Xinya grew even more fervent. Li Mubai narrowed his eyes. Had Zhou Wenji been a martial artist, he would have dealt with him swiftly. Upon noticing Li Mubai, Zhou Wenji's expression turned cold. He let out a cold laugh. I never expected this pretty boy to possess such capability. Xianya brings you along wherever she goes. Li Mubai met Zhou Wenji's unfriendly gaze head-on, unflinching. His tone was nonchalant. You are mistaken. I brought her on this business trip. What, are you envious? With that face of yours, perhaps a cosmetic procedure could work wonders? Zhou Wenji's countenance darkened, his expression long and sullen. Standing in opposition to Li Mubai only underscored his narrow-mindedness. His already modest looks were thoroughly overshadowed by Li Mubai. Although Li Mubai's complexion was fair, it was not akin to the overly polished and effeminate appearance of a pretty boy, especially when he was serious. His sharp brows and eyes exuded an intimidating aura that instilled fear the longer one gazed. Yet, the moment he slightly curled his lips, everything appeared to shift, revealing a charmingly innocent young man. It must be said that Zhou Wenji's decision to lock eyes with Li Mubai was a grave miscalculation. As he stared into Li Mubai's eyes, he noticed the profound darkness of his pupils, devoid of any reflection of himself. This evoked a spine-chilling sensation, as if he were confronting an abyss that could swallow him whole, leading to his ultimate doom. Chapter 81. A bet with Zhou Wenji. Zhou Wenji froze completely. He felt akin to a frog ensnared by a venomous tongue, reliving that eerie scene from the previous night. He attempted to speak, but his throat constricted, rendering him mute. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his heart raced as if gripped by a powerful hand. The owner of that hand regarded him with a gaze reserved for the deceased. Zhou Wenji's bodyguard suddenly sensed something amiss and pulled him away. Young Master Zhou, we should keep our distance from such lowly scum. Be cautious of catching bad luck. Once Zhou Wenji was freed from that near-death predicament, he turned away, taking deep, rapid breaths in an effort to maintain his composure. To an observer, it might appear he was merely calming his anger. Jian Xinya obviously misunderstood the situation and tugged at Li Mubai. Let us also keep our distance. Every encounter with them has brought nothing but trouble. Li Mubei's sharp aura seemed to dissipate at Jian Xinya's words. He smirked slightly. You are right. Let us steer clear of those ill-fated individuals. I can predict that today. The Zhou family is doomed to misfortune, likely facing financial ruin or worse. Jian Xinya couldn't suppress her laughter. Qi Jianing, unfamiliar with Zhou Wenji, found him unappealing for bullying her handsome brother. She stealthily retrieved a needle and flicked it toward him. Only her brother and the handsome young man noticed her small gesture, but both smiled, choosing not to comment. Qi Jianing wrinkled her nose and glanced back to observe Zhou Wenji's reaction after being struck. He felt as though a tiny insect had bitten him, escalating his irritation. Li Mubei's words enraged him, yet they also heightened his vigilance. He was not concerned about Li Mubei's fortune-telling abilities. Rather, he feared that Li Mubai might use such predictions to scheme against him. Every encounter with Li Mubai had ended poorly for him. The man was undeniably uncanny. Nevertheless, neither he nor his sister could uncover any dirt on Li Mubai despite sending people to investigate. A rustic individual who had lived in the mountains, newly arrived in Baiyun City and still using an outdated phone from decades past, was unlikely to have any secrets. This suggested that Li Mubai had likely never attended university, possibly possessing only a primary school education. They say that impoverished mountains breed cunning people. Zhou Wenji couldn't shake the impression that Li Mubai was a quintessential trickster. Just as he planned to have his bodyguards escort Li Mubai away, a sudden itch overcame him. The sight of Zhou Wenji scratching at himself amused Li Mubai, who cast a smile at Qi Jianing before glancing at Jian Xinya with an air of disdain. Ugh, young Master Zhou seems rather unkempt. We should certainly keep our distance. Who knows when he last bathed? He might even have fleas. Jian Xinya, upon hearing this, instinctively rubbed her arms, her expression filled with skepticism. Surely not? Li Mubai replied with feigned seriousness. Who knows what he did yesterday? Perhaps he picked them up. Look at him. He clearly appears unwell. Jian Xinya scrutinized him closely. her eyes widening in surprise. Oh my, it's true. With a look of disdain, she tugged at Li Mubai, retreating a few more steps. Zhou Wenji had just bathed, donned a freshly tailored outfit, and spritzed on cologne, all while styling his hair. The audacity of the pretty boy to suggest he was dirty enough to have fleas was intolerable. Zhou Wenji could no longer contain himself, scratching wildly while glaring menacingly at Li Mubai. It must be your doing. Someone, throw him out and give him a proper lesson. Zhou Wenji's bodyguards moved at his command, but they hadn't reached Li Mubai before being surrounded by another group of black-clad bodyguards. Zhou Wenji's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized there were more of them than there were of his own. Initially unconcerned, he noticed the tension among his yellow-level warriors. The female bodyguard beside him leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Young master, they have warriors. We are no match. Please, do not act impulsively." Zhou Wenji halted, staring incredulously at the female bodyguard. "What did you say?" Her complexion had soured. She appeared ready to whisk Zhou Wenji away at any moment. At that moment, Zhou Wenji seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, finally looking closely at Jian Xinya and Li Mubai's companions. His pupils constricted as he recognized Qi Tianfeng and a senior stone appraisal expert beside him. That expert was Xiao Yin, renowned in the gambling stone industry. He had handled numerous pieces of imperial green, with at least 5 or 6 having been auctioned for prices exceeding 37 million, and the largest fetching an astonishing 120 million. These were individuals he had long sought after but could never secure. And now they were accompanying the young master of the Black Tiger gang beside Jian Xinya? How did Jian Xinya come to know such individuals? Zhou Wenji's gaze suddenly fixated on another person he recognized. Although not as famous as Xiao Yin, this individual was also a prominent figure in the gambling stone world, having once unveiled a piece of imperial green worth 50 million, making quite a name for himself. Upon seeing these two, Zhou Wenji dared not underestimate anyone dressed similarly. He felt fortunate to have discovered this twist of fate before proceeding with his plan that could have dug his own grave. As the itch intensified, he resolved not to squander any more time. The bodyguards on both sides stood in a standoff, exchanging hostile glances. Zhou Wenji suppressed his urge to scratch and shifted his provocative gaze to Jian Xinya. "Xinya, I heard you came here to inspect jade materials?" Jian Xinya replied with a sardonic smile. "Young Master Zhou's keen ears can catch whispers from Baiyun City all the way to Myanmar. Your abilities are indeed remarkable." A chuckle erupted from the crowd, but Zhou Wenji could only hear the laughter, feeling as though he were a monkey on display, his face contorting with irritation. The itchiness compounded his discomfort, making it hard to maintain his composure even in front of Jian Xinya. He persisted in completing his statement. "Xinya, you are truly humorous. Our chance encounter here indicates a connection. Why don't we engage in a contest? A gamble on stones, just the two of us, no outside assistance allowed." "What do you say?" Unfazed, Jian Xinya replied. "Gamble stones with me? Young Master Zhou must be jesting." Zhou Wenji was direct. "The stakes will be the jade mine under my name. Indeed, the Chun family's mining rights here pertain to the nearly abandoned old pit in the Rear River. Mine, however, is in the new Rear River. What do you say? Are you up for the challenge?" Jian Xinya hesitated for a moment, and Li Mubai whispered behind her. "Accept the challenge." Jian Xinya flashed him a charming smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. "But what if I lose?" Li Mubai responded with unwavering confidence. "You won't lose. Zhou is having a streak of bad luck today. He loses 9 out of 10 bets. What are you afraid of?" Chapter 82. Do you understand gambling on stones? Jian Xinya assumed Li Mubai was jesting and merely chuckled without immediately agreeing. She rationally inquired, "Oh? You've only mentioned what I could gain if I win. What about if I lose?" Zhou Wenji wore a cryptic smile, but it was slightly twisted due to the increasing itchiness enveloping him. "If you lose, you should know what I desire." Jian Xinya felt disgusted and turned away, unwilling to engage in an unequal agreement with this greasy man. Was she merely worth the mining rights of a quarry? Jian Xinya lacked interest, but Zhou Wenji couldn't hold back any longer. His face contorted with discomfort. He began scratching at himself. "The future group's investment of 2 billion. If you lose, transfer that investment to me. What do you say?" Jian Xinya was taken aback, thinking Zhou Wenji had somehow uncovered this information. Jian Xinya sighed with relief, as a warm breath brushed past her ear, bet against him. That 2 billion investment was originally secured by Li Mubai for her. Given that this was the stake, Li Mubai indeed held a certain authority in the matter. Jian Xinya was unsure of what she was hoping for. When Li Mubai claimed Zhou Wenji would be unlucky, she somehow believed him. The environment near the Myanmar border was abysmal. Accustomed to soft beds and high pillows, she could not determine whether she was allergic or simply unaccustomed to the local conditions. But she felt quite miserable. Zhou Wenji pointed to a piece of raw stone, half a person tall and weighing around 1.5 tons. "This stone will be revealed this afternoon. Let us have a best-of-3 match, starting with this stone. What do you think?" Jian Xinya readily accepted. With a best-of-3 format, she felt confident that Zhou Wenji would not be able to outsmart her, thus increasing her chances. After Zhou Wenji hurried off, Jian Xinya's gaze sharpened as she observed the stone behind the glass display case. Li Mubai leaned closer, glancing at the stone before taking a look around the other display cases. "This stone will only be available this afternoon for the experts to examine. Let us check out the other stones as well to prepare for our competition later." Jian Xinya nodded in agreement. You're right. Zhou Wenji might have already come here beforehand. We cannot let him feel too self-satisfied. The others had no objections and shared a curiosity for the stones to be auctioned that afternoon. Aside from the largest stone, which was covered by a glass case, there were several other raw stones also displayed in such a manner. Each stone had particularly fine qualities. There were icy varieties. Glassy types, red jade mingled with green, and yellow jade mixed with green. One stone, of a very unusual color, showcased an icy variety of purple jade, but had a deeply profound hue beneath it. Due to the glass case, they could not use a strong flashlight to inspect it closely, leaving them uncertain whether it exhibited explosive green or other color variations. The underlying color, whether blue or green, created a mysterious deep purple that compelled one to explore further. Jian Xinya found herself captivated by this unique stone, lingering before it for quite some time, reluctant to move. Xiaoyan also noticed the stone and exhibited a similar interest. Despite its surface being marred with cracks and blemishes, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Such colored stones were exceedingly rare in the market. While the current trends favored imperial green, akin to how blue and pink diamonds attract younger audiences, the younger generation was even more enamored with feminine hues. Purple, without a doubt, symbolized nobility, mystery, and the essence of an elegant queen. However, genuine purple jade was hard to come by. Most were of a lighter lavender shade. Deep royal purple was exceedingly rare, often unattainable in the market. With no one having unearthed such exceptional pieces in recent years, it could be said to be even more scarce than imperial green in terms of collectability. The only piece with a deeper shade than royal purple was a jade plaque adorned with a deep purple vein, which, when artistically crafted, transformed into an alluring silhouette. When this plaque appeared, it fetched a staggering price of 300 million, overshadowing a similarly timed imperial green plaque, emphasizing its rarity. This was why both Jian Xinya and Xiaoyan lingered so long before this particular raw stone. If the deep color concealed beneath the lighter purple truly was a more intense shade, it would undoubtedly skyrocket in value. Whoever acquired it could become immensely wealthy overnight, with fortunes multiplying exponentially. However, if it turned out to be a scam, the buyer would become merely another candidate in the lottery of despair. Not only Jian Xinya and Xiaoyan were fascinated by this stone, numerous onlookers were also captivated. Yet, like Jian Xinya and Xiaoyan, they would soon drift away after observing for a while. Among the several stones to be auctioned that afternoon, aside from the previously mentioned large imperial green stone, this one, dubbed Queen Purple, garnered the most attention. Li Mubai casually glanced at the commotion, raised an eyebrow, and did not delve further. He sensed several furtive glances directed at them from behind. After following Jian Xinya through the glass-covered display area, they moved to a section where they could handle and appraise the stones. Li Mubai had a strong suspicion that at least 3 groups were trailing them, and he recognized one group as members of the Black Tiger Gang, likely the ones who had just confronted Zhou Wenji's bodyguards. Li Mubai no longer felt that Qi Tianfeng was overreacting. As he scanned the rows of rough stones, he found them quite intriguing. The varied colors of their skins indicated that they did not originate from the same source. The most sought after were the black and gray wuxia skins, as these old pit materials were more likely to yield high-quality jade. However, these 2 types of rough stones were also more susceptible to forgery, particularly those with moss and blemishes, making it easier for seasoned experts to be deceived. Jian Xinya had her eye on a piece with blemishes, musing, "Fortune favors the bold. Where there are blemishes, there shall be green." Li Mubai found it amusing and leaned in closer to take a better look at the stone in Jian Xinya's hand. The more she examined it, the more satisfied she became, but she remained uncertain. Turning, she caught Li Mubai's expression and flashed her little tiger teeth. "What does that look? You seem to know a lot, huh? Why don't you give it a try?" Jian Xinya shoved the stone into Li Mubai's arms. He weighed it with one hand and shrugged. "It feels a bit light. It's either a brick or half raw." Jian Xinya's eyes widened in surprise. "You really know your stuff." Chapter 83, Stone Analysis, Victory. Li Mubai smiled. "I know a little. I've seen others gamble on stones." Jian Xinya replied. "So, I was just getting excited for nothing?" Li Mubai chuckled. "How about we check it out together?" Jian Xinya, holding the stone, exclaimed, "How could it possibly be light? It feels heavy to me." Suddenly, she paused. "How about this? Let us have our own little gamble on stones." Li Mubai raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What are you betting against me?" Jian Xinya's eyes sparkled. "Your allowance for a month. What do you say?" Li Mubai pondered for a moment. "And if I win?" He then added mischievously. "Then what?" Jian Xinya noticed his ears turning red and quickly realized her words could be interpreted ambiguously. Before Li Mubai could propose his conditions, she cut him off. A clear look of disappointment crossed Li Mubai's face, causing Jian Xinya to blush, playfully glaring at him. Li Mubai suppressed his frivolous thoughts and said, "Then you have to do whatever I say today. How about that?" Jian Xinya, unafraid, agreed enthusiastically. Li Mubai smiled. "All right, you go ahead and say, how shall we wager?" Jian Xinya weighed the stone in her hand. "Let's guess whether this stone will yield material, whether it will be full or half, the quality, and its base color. The one who guesses closest shall be the victor." Li Mubai nodded. "As I mentioned, this is a half-material stone. You go first. Otherwise, if I reveal everything, how will you copy my answers?" His playful remark earned him a scornful glare from Jian Xinya. Unfazed, she declared, "I'll go first." I believe this should be a full material stone with yellow and green hues and a glutinous ice base. It weighs 10 kilograms and is worth about 5 million when cut. Your turn, she said. Li Mubai shook his head. I think it's a half-material stone with purple, white, and green colors. I am not quite familiar with the market value for the cut, but it would certainly make an exquisite bracelet or landscape pendant. Jian Xinya was taken aback. 3-color floating flowers? Are you sure? Li Mubai examined the rough stone again and nodded. Yes, I'm certain. He pointed to one side of the stone. This half is the rough part. The material lies in the other half. Jian Xinya glanced at the rough part he indicated, realizing it was indeed the flawed half. Almost laughing in frustration, she scrutinized the stone again but found nothing amiss. She remained steadfast in her belief that it was a full material stone. Thus, she hurriedly paid for it and prepared to have it cut. At that moment, Xiaoyan approached, holding a rough stone of his own. Seeing the stone in Jian Xinya's hand piqued his interest. Jian Xinya, not knowing how to cut the stone, initially planned to seek the help of a cutting master. At the exhibition, the cutting master charged 10 for a cut and expected a tip for a successful green yield. Observing Xiaoyan in his professional cutting attire, Li Mubai suggested, why not let this expert assist us? Jian Xinya had heard of him through Qi Tianfang, yet she hesitated. Would that be appropriate? Xiaoyan, however, seemed indifferent, having learned about their wager regarding the stone's material status, whether it was full or half, and whether it was yellow and green or purple, white and green. All right, I'll assist you with the cutting, he said. Jian Xinya, seeing Xiaoyan carry over another rough stone, appeared as if she were witnessing a grand treasure. You go ahead first, cut yours, and once done, you can cut ours. We're just having fun, no rush. Xiaoyan nodded and, when it was his turn, declined the master's help, opting to cut it himself. With great care, he made a small window on the stone surface and wiped away the stone dust with a damp cloth, his eyes lighting up. Onlookers gasped. It's green. Well, this one has a good eye. One cut, and it's green. If it were fully green, it would be immensely valuable. However, peering through the window, Xiaoyan examined the stone closely but did not proceed further. He handed the stone he had selected to Li Mubai. Please hold this for me. He then asked the two, how do you plan to cut it? Li Mubai pointed with a finger, sketching a diagonal line in the middle of the stone. About this way. Jian Xinya had no objections. Any corner scraps could be crafted into small accessories, which would only add to the total value. Xiaoyan glanced at the position Li Mubai indicated, then handed him a marker with a knowing look. Li Mubai confidently circled the area on the stone. Understanding Xiaoyan's caution, as this endeavor was indeed a gamble, many who had cut their stones often lost their composure afterward, leading to grievances against the cutters. The cutting masters here, like the stone gambling experts, occupied a perilous profession, often facing envy and resentment, with many becoming targets of hostility. Having been invited by Qi Tianfang and witnessing the respect Qi Tianfang showed Li Mubai, Xiaoyan understood that despite his youth, this individual was not to be underestimated. Caution was warranted to avoid trouble. Even if he discerned issues with the stone, he opted to remain a silent observer. Li Mubai found such a person agreeable. Recognizing his self-awareness and discretion, following the marked line, Xiaoyan made a decisive cut through the stone. He lifted the smaller portion and washed it in the trough. The moment the stone emerged from the water, the beautiful 3-color floating flowers were revealed. The other half, however, was full of voids and impurities, quite disheartening to behold. Xiaoyan reported, half material, with delicate texture, purple, white, and green floating flowers, glutinous ice without impurities. This is promising. Jian Xinya was stunned, staring at Li Mubai in disbelief. You truly have a knack for stone gambling? Li Mubai maintained a slightly shy smile. I have some understanding. I've just observed others before. Jian Xinya's expression clearly conveyed her disbelief. I don't buy it. Li Mubai had no way to convince her, for he spoke the truth. To him, this seemed simple enough. As long as one could weigh a solid brick and compare it to a full jade's weight, the weight in between would indicate half material. As for the quality, he might have had an edge. At his level of martial arts, a mere hint of true energy would suffice, something he could not disclose to his future wife, lest he face her wrath. Chapter 84. You will listen to me today? Jian Xinya, willing to wager and accept defeat, gazed brightly as Xiaoyan completely unveiled the stone. What a stunning material. Xiaoyan washed it, using a disposable towel to dry it before handing it to Jian Xinya. Li Mubai returned the stone he held to Xiaoyan, sensing a subtle sigh of relief from him. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Jian Xinya admired the stone, when suddenly, someone approached her. Noticing her youth and beauty, and having witnessed her loss in the stone gamble, they presumed her to be inexperienced. One man stepped forward. Girl, are you selling that stone? I'll take it for 300,000. How about that? Once one made an offer, others who had been watching could no longer hold back, chiming in with their bids. I'll offer 320,000. I'll bid 350,000. Jian Xinya realized she was being seen as an easy target. Others tried to persuade her that such a fine material, imbued with the essence of spring, could fetch a high price if carved into a smaller piece. With the right sculptor utilizing the 3-color base, it could certainly become a masterpiece. Yet, Jian Xinya remained unfazed, cradling her treasure and turning to leave. A few pursued her, but Li Mubai, tall and imposing, shielded her. Suddenly, 2 bodyguards appeared behind Li Mubai, creating a barrier between them and the onlookers. Upon seeing the bodyguards, the opportunistic individuals reluctantly abandoned their intentions. Her thoughts were solely on the jade in her arms. Li Mubai, I didn't realize your eye for stones was so keen. It was merely luck, he replied. Jian Xinya clearly did not believe him. Luck to get half material? I can believe that. But to have the variety, color, and base all correct? You must have X-ray vision. Li Mubai chuckled. If I truly had X-ray vision, who would use it to examine cold stones? Jian Xinya realized the unspoken half of his statement and shielded her chest with the jade, glaring at him. You're incorrigible. Li Mubai mumbled softly. It's not as though I haven't seen before. You. Be quiet. Jian Xinya threatened, revealing her small tiger teeth. Li Mubai shrugged. All right. But remember, I won. You must listen to me today. Jian Xinya made a face. Fine. I'll listen. Are you going to bite me? Li Mubai watched as Jian Xinya playfully stuck out her tongue, his gaze darkening. Bite you? If you do not cry, I would indeed like to. Jian Xinya felt the somewhat perilous gaze of Li Mubai. She thought to herself, could this man truly have his head filled with nothing but foolish thoughts? Enough of the jesting, it would be wise to address this matter sooner rather than later. Carrying on like this is far too ostentatious. Li Mubai had long sensed the multitude of eyes fixated on Jian Xinya, and he nodded in agreement. He glanced around and gestured, Shaoqi. This mention of Shaoqi nearly caused the members of the Black Tiger gang to stumble in unison. They were still oblivious to the true identity of this young Master Li. To dare address their second-in-command in such a manner was truly reckless. Qi Tianfeng, though intrigued by a couple of stones, merely observed without taking action, knowing well that he was an outsider. The brothers of the Black Tiger gang watched in astonishment as their second-in-command, and the little tyrant scampered towards young Master Li like eager pups. They even suspected that if they had tails, they would be wagging like helicopter blades. The members of the Black Tiger gang were left with eyes wide open, utterly flabbergasted. Qi Tianfeng and Qi Jianing, however, remained blissfully unaware, both exclaiming in unison, Young Master Li, did you call for me? Handsome brother, did you call for me? Jian Xinya was momentarily taken aback, her laughter causing her to tremble, nearly dropping the jade she held. Li Mubai, at a loss for words, took the jade from Jian Xinya and handed it to Qi Tianfeng. Let us keep this with you for now. Do you have a box ready? Qi Tianfeng, momentarily stunned, accepted the jade and scrutinized it, his eyes lighting up. Young Master Li possesses remarkable insight. This piece is indeed a small treasure. Qi Tianfeng waved his hand, and a warrior of the Xian rank brought over a protective box. Jian Xinya sidled up to Li Mubai, both of them admiring the box together. It was far more upscale than the wooden boxes she typically purchased while traveling, which she would fill with straw and newspapers for cushioning. This one was lined with velvet, sponge, and foam, and its dimensions were quite suitable. One might think it was custom-made for that piece of stone. Noticing Jian Xinya's curiosity about the box, Qi Jianing pointed towards a corner of the exhibition hall. There, various grades of boxes were on sale, of all sizes. Even those weighing 3 tons had specially designed wooden boxes with shock-absorbing materials. Jian Xinya was enlightened. No wonder the box was such a perfect fit. She glanced towards that area, where indeed a sign hung, alongside a warehouse door. Thus, regardless of how precious the stones turned out to be, they could be promptly placed into the box without drawing too much attention. Feeling reassured, Jian Xinya turned her gaze to the rough stones, her eyes brimming with eagerness. Li Mubai, wearing a smile, accompanied Jian Xinya as they navigated through the heaps of stones. Some were inexpensive while others were exorbitantly priced. The piece they had just examined was a significant find, likely sold cheaply by the seller due to its surface flaws, presuming it could not yield any green. Perhaps even the quality had been entirely consumed, hence the low price. The subsequent stones Jian Xinya scrutinized had starting prices in the millions. Li Mubai also took a glance. Jian Xinya remained silent, and he refrained from interjecting, content to see her happy. The stones they had previously examined yielded no notable finds. The best one merely recouped its cost, while the others resulted in substantial losses. One even ended up being a mere brick. Jian Xinya's expression fell instantly. Li Mubai found it amusing, discreetly glancing at the furtive gazes that had been observing them. He noticed that as Jian Xinya failed to produce any significant finds, some lost interest and departed, while others seemed relieved, furiously typing on their phones, perhaps reporting to someone. In the afternoon, as the glass display case was about to be opened to the public, Zhou Wenji arrived once more with his entourage. From Zhou Wenji's expression, Li Mubai discerned both ambition and disdain. Beside him was a familiar face, the informant who had hurriedly reported back to Zhou Wenji. Jian Xinya's first stone might have raised some caution in Zhou Wenji, but after she subsequently unearthed the pile of worthless stones, the initial profit had been lost, allowing Zhou Wenji to relax his guard and grow more brazen. Seeing the smug look on Zhou Wenji's face reminded Jian Xinya of the pile of deceitful stones she had selected near noon. Externally, those rough pieces had appeared quite promising. They should not have crumbled as they did. It was evident that the practice of selecting stones based on their surface appearances held little merit here. The techniques of deception employed in this place were far beyond what the small Bayan city could compare to. Her self-assured skills were utterly insignificant here. Zhou Wenji, observing Jian Xinya's reaction, completely forgot how humiliated he had felt earlier. The time is nearly upon us, Miss Jian, shall we? Zhou Wenji intended to call out Xinya, but doing so would diminish the authority of his words, making him seem lesser. Jian Xinya rolled her eyes, concealing her nervousness. Let us get started. Jian Xinya took the lead, pulling Li Mubai towards the half-man-high imperial green stone. Zhou Wenji scrutinized the pair, his eyes dark and brooding. As Jian Xinya approached, the glass case was already opened. Qi Tianfang and the others, noticing Zhou Wenji's arrival, gathered around. Qi Jianing personally handed a toolbox to Jian Xinya. Sister Jian, here. Seeing the adorable Qi Jianing brought a smile to Jian Xinya's face. Thank you, you've worked hard. Qi Jianing beamed, making a gesture of encouragement. Sister Jian, you can do it, go for it. Jian Xinya's taut nerves relaxed a bit, though her fingers tightened as she smiled. All right. Li Mubai, standing behind her, placed a hand on her shoulder, his breath warm against her ear. Smile more, and luck will change. Jian Xinya took a deep breath. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Mubai's smile widened. That's the spirit. Zhou Wenji glared coldly at Li Mubai, his gaze sharp enough to inflict wounds. Li Mubai, sensing the chilling stare behind him, remained unfazed. Jian Xinya grabbed a powerful flashlight and waited her turn. Li Mubai stayed by her side, denying Zhou Wenji any opportunity to approach. After the morning's embarrassment, Zhou Wenji cast a glance at Qi Tianfang, who was watching him closely, flanked by 2 other Xian-level warriors, all on guard against him. When it was finally Jian Xinya's turn, he swiftly seized the best position, turning on the flashlight to illuminate the opening. Jian Xinya did not rush to shine the light, but instead meticulously examined the stone's surface. The exterior was undoubtedly of the black sand variety, and even to the naked eye, it was evident that the skin of this rough stone was smooth and delicate. Upon closer inspection, the sand was warm and soft, with a pronounced jade stripe, marred by blemishes and a significant crack running diagonally across the surface. Besides that major crack, there were numerous other fissures scattered across the skin. The imperial green at the opening also exhibited ice-like cracks. This left Jian Xinya feeling rather skeptical about the stone's quality, and it was clear why the seller had only opened a window and refrained from further cutting. Once she had observed thoroughly, Jian Xinya finally switched on the flashlight. Leaning in for a closer look, the exposed imperial green resembled a deep pool, and when illuminated, it radiated a vibrant green, strikingly translucent and beautiful. In a single glance, Jian Xinya felt as though she beheld a piece of green crystal, were it not for the icy fissures. The base price of this glass-like gem would surely exceed 200 million. After observing through the window, she turned her attention to the large crack, which still emanated a verdant glow, encircled by a lustrous halo, undeniably exquisite. Zhou Wenji immediately proclaimed it to be a piece of fully green material, likely having previously examined it under the light. The more Jian Xinya gazed, the more astonished she became. Under the illumination, the skin of the material appeared rather thin. Yet, after a comprehensive inspection, Jian Xinya found herself perplexed. If what she perceived were indeed true, why would the seller refrain from further bidding? Even if it were a piece riddled with icy cracks, such a substantial chunk would fetch astronomical sums. The demand for imperial green jade is insatiable. Even if it cannot be fashioned into a grand piece, a small jade pendant could still command tens of millions. Jian Xinya's confusion was palpable. Yet those accompanying her mirrored similar expressions, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. This was indeed Zhou Wenji's second encounter with this material. The results of his inspection bore no difference from the last. With confidence radiating from him, he eagerly inquired, "What do you think?" It's time to reach a conclusion. Jian Xinya switched off her flashlight, her expression taut as she faced Zhou Wenji. "What is your wager?" Zhou Wenji raised his chin, responding, "Simple. When it comes to stone betting, we must assess the potential gains and losses of this material, its quality, color, base, and value." Jian Xinya pressed her lips together, uncertain. Yet considering that it was a best 2 out of 3, she reminded herself that even if she lost the first round, there remained an opportunity for a comeback, allowing her to regain her composure. "All right, you go first." Zhou Wenji, smiling, feigned gallantry. "Of course, ladies first." Jian Xinya, quick to adapt, replied, "You should go first. I'm concerned you might steal my answers." Zhou Wenji was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor turning serious as he remarked, "Very well, I shall go first. I do maintain a certain gentlemanly decorum in the presence of a lady." Li Mubai observed keenly from the side, noting that Zhou Wenji's gaze frequently darted towards Qi Tianfang. He scoffed, "What gentlemanly decorum? Merely a coward afraid of the strong." To articulate cowardice so grandiloquently is a testament to the privilege of being Zhou's heir. Educated to articulate with such flair. "You." Zhou Wenji seethed with fury. Just then, Qi Tianfang took a step forward, seemingly ready to confront him directly, which left Zhou Wenji feeling unprecedentedly humiliated. He regretted not bringing along his sister Zhou Wuro. In her presence, these 2 profound martial artists were of no consequence. Zhou Wenji's actions confirmed Li Mubai's words, leaving Jian Xinya unable to feel any sense of tension. Chapter 86. Inspecting the queen's purple material, Zhou Wenji noticed that many were watching his misfortune. His countenance darkened as he hastily recited the results previously disclosed by the experts. The material is largely composed of icy imperial green, with an estimated value of around 800 million. Jian Xinya absorbed not a single word. The heat of Li Mubai's presence made her ears tingle, while his deep, magnetic voice sent shivers through her. The material yielded merely 1/5 of imperial green jade, roughly the size of a soccer ball, with the rest being icy oil green. Aside from that portion, everything else was deemed worthless. Even 200 million would be a stretch given the numerous fissures that had formed. If cut and sold, it would undoubtedly fail to reach such valuations. Jian Xinya opened her mouth, wishing to interject, only to hear Li Mubai add, "Let us not forget. You agreed to follow my lead today." Her mouth snapped shut at his words. She tightened her grip on the flashlight, inhaled deeply, and reiterated Li Mubai's statement. Upon doing so, the 30 or so interested parties present gasped collectively. This girl, despite her youth, certainly possessed a bold tongue. Indeed, how audacious she was. This industry hardly favored women. What discernment could a woman possibly possess? Her appearance, however, was more suited for live streaming sales. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, a few composed business owners displayed contemplative expressions. Zhou Wenji trusted his chosen expert thoroughly upon hearing Jian Xinya's pronouncement. He recalled how she had previously unveiled a piece of jade that resembled a brick, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Are you certain?" Jian Xinya feigned composure, though beads of sweat began to form on her brow. "Absolutely." Zhou Wenji observed the moisture on her forehead, his smile widening. "You want to change your mind?" Jian Xinya, growing impatient, retorted, "No. If you have the skill, bid on it, and let us see." "Ah, this girl is quite audacious." Some in the crowd cheered. "Indeed. If you have the ability, place your bid, and let us witness it. We shall all be witnesses. If it appreciates, be sure to share the bounty with us." Zhou Wenji, unperturbed by the raucous spectators, stood tall with determination. "What is the problem? Bid away. But let us remember, this is a best 2 out of 3. This is merely the first round. Let us proceed to the next." He waved his hand grandly. "Miss Jian, why not select another piece of windowed material for our continued contest? This will prevent you from seeking excuses later should you lose." Jian Xinya nodded. "I will choose." Scanning the area, her eyes landed on a piece of purple material. She pointed decisively. "Aside from this one, there is only that one with considerable controversy. Let us go with this." Zhou Wenji's eyes sparkled. He too had a keen interest in that piece, having previously focused on it. "Excellent. Let us proceed with that one, Miss Jian." Jian Xinya, disinterested in his theatrics, strode towards it first, ensuring no one would later claim otherwise. Of course, this record would only be brought forth should Zhou Wenji suffer defeat. Upon reaching the queen's purple stone, the crowd halted once more. Jian Xinya and Zhou Wenji lined up again to examine it. Li Mubai appeared as if he were merely a spectator, and Zhou Wenji, perhaps wary of the two profound martial artists, refrained from provoking him. When it was their turn, Jian Xinya scrutinized the stone once more. Li Mubai also cast an inquisitive glance, poking and prodding, his visage embodying that of an eager child. Observing his lack of professionalism, those nearby dismissed him as merely a curious onlooker, disregarding him entirely. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as Li Mubai's hand brushed against the stone, a hint of true energy seeped within. This sensation stirred something within him. The stone resonated with a familiarity akin to the piece Qi Tianfang had once fiercely coveted. Though the energy within was scant and feeble, it was still worthy of being classified among rare treasures. How peculiar. What could such a thing be doing in a venue of this caliber? Li Mubai pondered, attempting to connect with the faint energy response, only to find it tightly sealed, rendering it utterly inaccessible. This was intriguing. He soon deduced that the energy within the stone was so tightly bound that even a practitioner of his level would struggle to discern it. Li Mubai's eyes glimmered as he continued to sense the stone, withdrawing his hand in tandem with Jian Xinya's. As before, Zhou Wenji commenced his verbose exposition. This material is half a piece of icy purple jade, deep-colored queen's purple, exceedingly rare, yet similar fissures exist. If we can extract 20 pounds, it would be a success. And substantial pieces are out of the question. To set a base price of 300 million is predicated on the scarcity of such deep-colored jade. It is valuable yet lacks a market. I estimate it could fetch 500 million. Jian Xinya, once more distracted by Li Mubai, failed to catch Zhou Wenji's words. As Li Mubai concluded his statement, Jian Xinya couldn't help but rub her tingling ears, expressionless as she reiterated his words. This material, the ice-type royal purple interspersed with imperial green, should yield approximately half a ton of exquisite jade, with agate within, valued at 1.5 billion. It would undoubtedly be a worthy acquisition. Zhou Wenji's expression darkened instantly. Are you purposely opposing me? Jian Xinya feigned innocence. Did you not say your luck is abysmal today? Going against you will surely lead to substantial profits. The onlookers, initially captivated by Jian Xinya's bold claims, soon found themselves stifling laughter. Had she lost her sanity? Just moments ago, they had witnessed the two youngsters gambling over the imperial green material. This girl seemed to be speaking nonsense. Agate, ice-type royal purple intermingled with imperial green? Who had ever seen such material? It was utterly preposterous. Most of the crowd leaned towards disbelief, as her estimations were simply too far-fetched. The imperial green piece was clearly full green under the light. How could she claim it was half material? In this piece, claiming two exquisite types could emerge from a single stone? Did she think this stone was a celestial gem? It was laughable. Nowadays, outsiders love to pose as insiders, boasting without a hint of preparation. A woman mentioning both royal purple and imperial green was already impressive. Must we demand more? Listening to the buzzing around her, Jian Xinya felt her tension rise, on the verge of tears. Chapter 87. Choose an exquisite stone to crush him. Unable to contain herself, Jian Xinya turned to Li Mubai, who appeared confident, hesitating momentarily before softly asking, "What should we do?" Li Mubai offered her a reassuring glance. "Fear not. You must believe Shou's luck is woeful. Even if we blindly guess, we shall prevail." As he spoke, his voice carried, inciting Zhou Wenji's fury. The surrounding crowd, following Jian Xinya's gaze, began to scrutinize Zhou Wenji. Is that young man's claim genuine? Perhaps if there truly is a jinx, we might benefit? Laughter erupted as disbelief spread. Zhou Wenji felt the scrutinizing eyes around him, wishing fervently for them to believe that he was indeed cursed with bad luck. Little white face, we shall see. Li Mubai grinned. What use is rage without capability? There is still the third round. Do not waste time. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Wenji surveyed the area, his eyes landing on a small stone with a hint of beautiful green at the window. His eyes brightened, ready to point at that piece. Yet, Li Mubai interjected. Betting on open stones is rather tedious, isn't it? Zhou, you wouldn't have come here to cheat, would you? Zhou Wenji felt a pang of guilt, especially under Jian Xinya's scrutinizing gaze. He realized he must not appear overly conspicuous. Then let us forego betting on open stones, he conceded. Li Mubai nodded. That is more agreeable. Zhou Wenji gestured towards the depths of the venue. There are numerous quality concealed stones available in the upcoming auction. Let us each rely on our skills and wager against the finest pieces we acquire. Let us see who can unveil the exquisite. Jian Xinya glanced at Li Mubai once more. Are the auction stones currently on site? Li Mubai inquired. The prized possessions? Does that mean they guarantee quality? Zhou Wenji arrogantly lifted his chin. Of course. It's evident you, little white face, have not seen much of the world. Today shall be your eye-opener. Witness what constitutes the elite circles. It is not a mere pretty face like yours that can infiltrate. Zhou Wenji's repeated references to Li Mubai as a kept man drew disdainful looks from many. Unfazed, Li Mubai retorted, Zhou, you have exemplified what it means to be narrow-minded. Qi Tianfang heartily laughed in agreement. Indeed, short-sighted and provincial fellows often mistake everyone for a mere pretty face. Qi Jining curiously turned to her brother. Why does that Zhou appear so much like a nouveau riche? The laughter from the Black Tiger gang and the skilled individuals, including Xiaoyan, echoed in agreement. Initially, the crowd expected Li Mubai to shrink in embarrassment, but his poise and unyielding demeanor exuded an aura of mystery, suggesting he was far from ordinary. Observers, swayed by the Qi siblings' remarks, began to perceive Zhou Wenji as a brash upstart, swollen with pride from a little fortune, believing himself to be significant in a small locale. Suddenly, Jian Xinya could no longer suppress her laughter, pulling Qi Jining into a joyful embrace, leaving the latter gasping for breath amidst the exuberance. Li Mubai watched enviously, swallowing hard. Why was it not him in her embrace? Noticing his unabashed gaze, Jian Xinya's amusement began to fade. She flashed her cute little tiger teeth. What are you staring at? Pervert. Let us go. With a light-hearted stride. She seemed to have forgotten the earlier moment of worry. Li Mubai shook his head helplessly and followed. As the crowd settled, the host stepped onto the stage, warmly greeting everyone with an opening address. After a round of introductions praising the Jade Kings, the main event finally commenced. To warm up the crowd, let us invite Boss Ya to kick things off. A striking female boss took the stage, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, each carrying a tray draped in red cloth, obscuring the stones within. Boss Ya adjusted her long hair, smiling as she greeted the audience. Greetings, everyone. I am honored to be the first to present at this exhibition and introduce the treasures of the Xia family. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. So many treasures? Boss Ya's confident smile widened. Indeed, these few exquisite pieces are the result of a century of accumulation by the Xia family. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Let us get started. Jian Xinya noticed Li Mubai's eyes nearly glazing over. Are they beautiful? Li Mubai nodded honestly. They possess an enduring charm. She must have borne children. How can you tell? Jian Xinya queried. Li Mubai merely stated, her countenance suggests she has endured hardship. Jian Xinya was at a loss for words. Li Mubai, puzzled, asked what is wrong. Jian Xinya shook her head. Nothing, just don't focus solely on people. Pay attention to the stones. The first stone was set on the display, its close-up showcased on a large screen. It was a concealed material. As Boss Ya slowly rotated the tray and illuminated the stone, revealing the color variations. Through the thin skin, the jade appeared to be fully green. Many were captivated. Such imperial green at this exhibition? Unbelievable. Perhaps it's just duck excrement green once opened, some murmured. The color seems less transparent than expected. It might not even be ice type. Amidst the chatter, the starting bid was announced. The ostrich egg-sized raw material has a starting price of 50 million. With a minimum bid of 100,000. The auction begins. 51 million. Zhou Wenji's bodyguard raised the paddle, and Jian Xinya felt a pang of anxiety. Instinctively turning to Li Mubai. Leaning closer to her ear, Li Mubai whispered, this piece is average. No need to rush. We'll wait and choose an exquisite one to outshine him. Chapter 88. Jian Xinya's thoughts. Jian Xinya found her current state peculiar. As if she had been enchanted by Li Mubai. Regardless of what he said, she inexplicably believed him, convinced it would come to fruition. This was indeed strange. Yet, she recalled the saying that fortune favors the bold. What if Li Mubai was an expert in gambling on stones? What if Zhou Wenji was truly experiencing a streak of bad luck today? Jian Xinya believed she could manage the balance. However, she could not ignore the clammy sweat forming in her palms. Jian Xinya nodded. All right, I promise to follow your lead today. But if you intentionally deceive me, Li Mubai chuckled. How could I? I would never deceive you. Jian Xinya huffed, remaining silent, her heart racing with both tension and excitement. If her instincts were correct, she composed herself. After all, until the outcome was revealed, it was unwise to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Li Mubai, sensing her nervousness, chose not to say more. His mentor had taught him that sweet words were no substitute for action. His gaze turned focused on the stage. The first stone was ultimately sold for 81 million. Purchased by Zhou Wenji. The second stone, under the light, revealed a thick skin, obscuring its true condition. Yet, when the stone was flipped, a section of its skin was remarkably thin, allowing light to penetrate brilliantly. The high-definition display on the big screen left everyone breathless. Could this be iced jade? So transparent? The size remained uncertain. At that moment, someone loudly inquired, "Can we take a closer look at this piece?" Boss Xiao introduced. This is a semi-mountainous, old material from the upstream of the Yulu River. We all understand how rare high-quality jade is from mountain materials. This piece is a treasured heirloom left by my great-grandfather. Those interested should not miss out. You can come up to the stage now for a close inspection. Jian Xinya felt a surge of eagerness, prompting Li Mubai to accompany her up to the stage. Li Mubai refrained from illuminating the stone, as it was already under the scrutiny of several strong flashlights. He observed the jade first, raising an eyebrow. Isn't this the treasured jade? The texture of the yellow sand skin was distinctly granular, and the overall feel was undeniably smooth, confirming its authenticity as old material. After examining the skin, Li Mubai reached out to touch it. Mountain materials often have uneven skin thickness, explaining the presence of a natural window. The outer skin was as thin as paper, while the inner glow was dazzlingly crystal clear. However, the uneven thickness of the skin limited everyone's visibility. Yet, this posed no issue for Li Mubai. As his true energy permeated the stone, he could sense even the slightest internal variations. Jian Xinya's gaze was fixed on the sparkling natural window, her expression adorably captivated. Perhaps the sky blue hue peeking through the skin appealed to her taste? Jian Xinya lowered her voice, seemingly concerned about being overheard. What if someone snatched it from her? She even took out her phone, signaling Li Mubai to type a message. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Li Mubai smiled and complied, producing his phone. Soon, a message arrived on Jian Xinya's device. Half material, blue jade high ice, estimated to weigh over 20 pounds. You can gauge the price. Don't bid if it exceeds your range. Upon reading the message, Jian Xinya's heart raced. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated on the piece, estimating it to be 3 times the size of the previous one, starting at 20 million. Zhou Wenji lost interest upon realizing it lacked green. The seller claimed it was blue jade, yet he noticed that while the outer skin appeared yellow, the interior bore a hint of blue. Who knew if it might be a yellow jade, too pale to show its true color? Yellow jade held little value, with the certainty of no green. Zhou Wenji was too disinterested to take another look. His lack of bidding invigorated Jian Xinya. Whether motivated by her disdain for Zhou Wenji or her belief in Li Mubai's intuition, she was determined to acquire this piece today. 21 million, a gentleman bid. 23 million. Excellent taste. Is there a higher offer? 25 million? Very well, 25 million is noted. Jian Xinya boldly raised the price, declaring 35 million. Boss Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This beautiful lady bids 35 million, valid. The moment Jian Xinya's bid of 35 million left her lips, the other paddles fell silent. They deemed it unworthy. According to their estimates, 30 million was the ceiling. Any higher would incur losses. The additional 5 million was surprising, especially coming from a woman. Everyone understood. Long hair, short knowledge, seeking validation through extravagance. Indeed, women were often creatures of vanity, oblivious to the market and recklessly participating. Would she weep when realizing this was not worth the price later? The buzzing whispers were lost on Jian Xinya, but Li Mubai heard them distinctly. His expression darkened, and his sharp gaze scanned the room, causing many to fall silent. Boss Xia was radiantly beaming, her eyes brimming with exhilaration. The prices of the first 2 pieces had exceeded her expectations. Unlike the wealthy tycoons who might dismiss such a modest sum, her family's long-standing stone gambling shop had been struggling due to the impact of emerging industries. She wouldn't have showcased her prized heirloom at the most bustling exhibition otherwise to attract business. The 3rd and 4th stones, both from the rear river, saw Zhou Wenji immediately bid upon noticing green. Li Mubai remained still, always accompanying Jian Xinya when the opportunity arose to inspect the pieces. Both stones had thick skins, only vaguely revealing the extent of the green within. The specifics required first-hand examination. Upon handling them, Li Mubai, through the feedback of his true energy, dissuaded Jian Xinya from placing a bid. He simply stated, "It's not high-quality green, it has cracks. Bidding would be a waste of money. There are more significant pieces to come, no need to rush." Jian Xinya pondered her limited liquid funds, gazing longingly at the stones, yet absorbed his advice and refrained from bidding. Chapter 89. One of the 4 major players? When the final piece was presented, Boss Xiao unveiled a goose egg-sized piece of black sandskin. The color of this material was somewhat pale, a grayish-brown. Encircling its surface was a beautiful jade belt, appearing white with glimmering specks. The texture of the skin was distinctly granular, marked with noticeable blemishes. Upon seeing the blemishes, Jianxinya felt a twinge of apprehension. She had faced numerous setbacks with blemished materials today. However, she hesitated. Even when Li Mubai urged her to bid, she was reluctant. When Boss Xia announced that such a small piece would command 1 million, an unusual silence fell over the room. Li Mubai raised his paddle, adding 100,000. Boss Xia, feeling awkward, announced 1,010,000. Is there any further bidding? After several attempts, no one else was willing to raise their bid. Boss Xia felt a tinge of regret as she sold the last piece of material at a price that left her unsatisfied. Upon acquiring the stone, Li Mubai examined it meticulously in his hands. He confirmed that the layer of fluorescence he observed was not an illusion, channeling a thread of true energy. He sensed the essence within, and a satisfied smile spread across his face as he clutched the small stone tightly. Jianxinya, curious, inquired, "Is this piece of material truly remarkable?" Li Mubai shook his head, responding, "The material has deteriorated. There is no jade within." Jianxinya was taken aback. "No jade? If you knew it was flawed, why did you purchase it?" Her astonishment caused her voice to rise, drawing the attention of those around them. Zhou Wenji turned to them. A smirk of schadenfreude plastered on his face. "Ah, Xinya, I warned you. Why bring along someone so naive to a place like this? Look at that. Spending 10 million just to buy a pebble. If it were your sister." His unspoken words left much to the imagination. Jianxinya rolled her eyes in response. "He spent his own money, not yours. Why are you so distressed?" Her comment elicited laughter from several onlookers. Zhou Wenji's expression darkened as he contemplated his next words. Meanwhile, Qi Tianfang respectfully handed Li Mubai a card. "Young Master Li, if you do not mind, please use this card for any future purchases." Qi Tianfang refrained from claiming it as his own, understanding that whether it was the god of wealth hall or the god of killing hall, both belonged to the young master. His card was for official business, and to refer to it as mine in front of the young master would be overstepping. However, others were unaware of this. Jianxinya regarded Qi Tianfang with admiration, perceiving him as a savvy veteran in the workplace, possessing high emotional intelligence. Li Mubai smiled slightly and did not decline. Qi Tianfang was elated to present the card, akin to a jubilant heavyweight. This scene publicly humiliated Zhou Wenji, prompting him to huff in anger and turn away. The spectators now regarded Li Mubai with curiosity and scrutiny. Qi Tianfang had gained some reputation in this area, and those of certain status recognized him as a formidable figure, one who dared to challenge Shaker. It was unlikely that the person he revered so highly was merely a young master sent out for training by a prominent family. Some who had witnessed Zhou Wenji's previous antagonism toward Li Mubai now regarded him with a knowing glance. Their information networks were often quite astute. Almost before the auction began, they had uncovered Zhou Wenji's background. As a young master of one of the 4 great families of Baiyun City, how could he dare to call himself a prince outside of Baiyun City? He was merely waiting to be taught a lesson. His position was nothing more than occupying a mining quota in the new area of Hojiang. He should not overestimate his importance. Zhou Wenji felt the weight of disdainful gazes upon him, as if sitting on pins and needles. What a misfortune. After Boss Xia departed, a bald-headed man took the stage with his stones. Zhou Wenji successfully bid on 2, while Li Mubai found nothing appealing. After 3 consecutive individuals, a piece weighing over 100 jin caught Li Mubai's eye. Upon inspecting it closely, he determined that although it appeared unremarkable, it had potential. This time, he did not ask Jianxinya to raise a paddle but chose to bid himself. Jianxinya was puzzled by the difference in their bidding methods. Initially, she had planned to use the card, but it was Li Mubai who had handled the purchases each time. She wondered how he could afford such expenditures. Eventually, she realized that Qi Tianfang had likely assisted in the transactions. To her surprise, this seemingly brutish man had a surprisingly amiable nature. As the auction progressed into the main event, a renowned jade boss took the stage. The host introduced him with great enthusiasm. The next individual is one of the 4 kings of the jade world. Every piece he has personally examined has never been a failure. Please welcome Boss Xia. Li Mubai's brows furrowed slightly, intrigued. Boss Xia? What relation does he have to Shaker? Qi Tianfang's expression shifted as he turned to Li Mubai and whispered, "I have not seen this man before, but he bears a resemblance to Shaker. They must be blood relatives." Li Mubai nodded, understanding. He repeated, "The 4 kings of the jade world?" Qi Tianfang scoffed. "They are all self-proclaimed, much like the 4 great families of Baiyun City. Let them try their luck in Jiacheng." Li Mubai noted Qi Tianfang's disdain and thought, even the Gu family, which has faced numerous issues in recent years, is superior. The mention of the Gu family stirred Li Mubai's interest. He surmised the cause behind their affliction. Genetic illness, akin to a curse, had confined the Gu family. However, the elder Gu had received his remedy and would soon recover, breaking the curse of wealth not lasting beyond 3 generations. As Boss Xia took the stage, his face adorned with a wild beard and an arrogant gaze, he wasted no time, stating, "I prefer straightforward individuals. The starting price for these stones is 20 million. Those who understand will know the quality varies. Choose at your discretion. The first piece for inspection must be presented on stage within 5 minutes. I deal in billions an hour. I have no time to waste." Li Mubai raised an eyebrow. No wonder he is one of the 4 local tyrants. His words are far more imposing than Zhou Wenji. The pampered prince. His tone dripped with sarcasm, simultaneously insulting two formidable figures. Zhou Wenji's bodyguard perked up and glanced at Li Mubai, but upon approaching Zhou Wenji, it was clear he was reporting back. Zhou Wenji, aware of Qi Tianfang's vigilant gaze, dared not turn his head, fully aware of his own cowardice. Li Mubai intended to personally inspect this so-called infallible boss Xia. He was eager to ascertain his true capabilities. Chapter 90. A familiar encounter. Zhou Wenji also took the stage. But Qi Tianfang was nowhere to be seen. He shot Li Mubai a venomous glare, threatening in a low voice, "You will be alone someday. We shall see." Li Mubai nonchalantly replied, "Let's discuss that after your impending calamity has passed. Stop talking nonsense. I am blessed with longevity." Zhou Wenji retorted. Li Mubai smirked. "Why don't you wish to outlive the heavens?" Zhou Wenji, realizing he was being mocked, attempted to sidle closer to Li Mubai. But Li Mubai disdainfully shot him a glance. "Your misfortune is palpable. Stay away from me." Li Mubai seemed to have etched the sentiment of distancing himself from misfortune into the very fabric of his being. Many nearby business owners were sensitive to such matters and instinctively distanced themselves from Zhou Wenji upon hearing Li Mubai's words. Boss Xia clearly overheard as well, waving his hand dismissively. "What nonsense are you bringing to my stones? Don't let your misfortune taint my goods. Get lost." Upon Boss Xia's command, his bodyguards promptly approached to escort Zhou Wenji away. The onlookers could hardly contain their amusement. Businessmen, especially those of significant means, were particularly concerned with feng shui and fortune. The mere mention of Zhou Wenji's misfortune unsettled many. Yet, some recalled Li Mubai's earlier assertion that encountering such overwhelming bad luck could turn lucrative, and they began to contemplate the possibilities. The previous material Zhou Wenji desired to inspect had escaped his grasp. Perhaps they could seize the opportunity to examine it themselves? Several owners sent their skilled associates to the stage. Due to this incident, the price of Boss Xia's first stone soared, and the bidding became intensely competitive. Li Mubai raised his paddle a few times but ultimately deemed the escalating prices unjustifiable and withdrew. Jian Xinya, eager to continue, found the competition too fierce and reluctantly decided to hold back. The owner who successfully acquired the stone, impatient and eager, immediately sought to cut it. Clearly uninterested in bidding on anything else, someone noticed that this individual intended to quietly amass wealth without attracting too much attention, and with a swift glance, discreetly followed. The subsequent auction held by Mr. Xia proceeded with a haste reminiscent of a desperate soul yearning for rebirth. 10 pieces of material were rapidly auctioned off. It must be said that Mr. Xia's intervention in Qi Tianfang's acquisition of the Qin family jade mine, coupled with his reputation as one of the 4 local tyrants, left Li Mubai with a rather unfavorable impression of the Xia family. However, it cannot be denied that this Mr. Xia possesses considerable skill. He personally inspected all 10 pieces of material, and even the least promising one could guarantee a return of 20 million. Li Mubai could not resist, and ended up bidding on 2 pieces. With Mr. Xia's grand finale, the subsequent items were merely a spectacle. Truly a test of vision and experience, relying on genuine expertise. Li Mubai had essentially made his way to the stage. He soon realized that even among the auction materials, there were those of inferior quality and worthless debris. Yet, there were also commendable pieces, albeit in alarmingly scarce numbers. The quality was such that purchasing directly would be reasonable, but auctioning them was merely a means to deceive. As the grand finale approached, Li Mubai was astonished to see a breathtakingly beautiful woman take the stage. His gaze flickered. Had it not been for the engagement, the enchanting figure on stage could have nearly been his bride. A hint of guilt washed over Li Mubai. The stunning beauty, with a teasing smile, fixed her gaze on him while introducing her material, betraying no hint of unusualness. The materials from the Du family surpass those of the Xia family. Quality speaks for itself. What are the experts waiting for? Come and inspect. From the crowd, someone called out, "Boss Du is so generous." Another added, "Boss Du is even more beautiful. Can the starting price be equally attractive?" Hearing this, Du Riyun smiled suddenly. "Of course, our starting price is also 20 million. How much you secure depends on your sincerity." As the first piece was displayed, someone had already taken to the stage. Jian Xinya felt a sense of urgency. She believed the previous items had been merely mediocre and might not surpass Zhou Wenji. In a best-of-3 format, especially in the round concerning the Queen's Purple, she felt utterly uncertain. If she did not secure this last round, she genuinely feared losing the 20 billion investment for the future of her group. That was her future, as well as that of Yi Company. She could not afford to lose to Zhou Wenji. Jian Xinya was eager to take the stage, lacking confidence in her own abilities. She wished for Li Mubai to accompany her as before. However, Li Mubai hesitated, seemingly reluctant to leave his seat, which piqued her curiosity. What's wrong? Li Mubai realized his behavior was quite odd. Initially, he had merely spoken without thinking. Nothing had transpired between them, so why should he feel guilty? Rising, he smiled. "It's nothing, just that it's been a while and I'm a bit hungry." Jian Xinya laughed understandingly. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. Once the competition concludes, I'll treat you to a feast." At that moment, Jian Xinya paused, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. Li Mubai responded with a smile. "All right, let us hurry up. We've already delayed quite a bit." Recalling the matter at hand, Jian Xinya hurried to the stage. Li Mubai followed suit. just in time to meet Du Ruyun's gaze. The playful smile she wore transformed into an enigmatic expression. After calmly meeting her eyes, Li Mubai redirected his attention to the stone. Du Ruyun said nothing, yet something flickered in her eyes. She noticed that Li Mubai had come to the stage with Jian Xinya. Their intimate demeanor compelled her to glance at Jian Xinya several times. Unaware, Jian Xinya occasionally looked up, catching the alluring boss's gaze, who smiled warmly before returning to focus on the stone. Li Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. Though Du Ruyun appeared unperturbed, an invisible energy wound around his arm, coiling and entwining. Li Mubai gently waved his arm, dispersing that trace of energy. Feigning that nothing had occurred, Du Ruyun's alluring smile faltered, her gaze dimming. After stepping down from the stage, Li Mubai exhaled deeply. Jian Xinya, still in a playful mood, teased him. What's wrong? Is being near the beauty making you nervous? Li Mubai shot her a resigned glance. Aren't you afraid someone might steal me away? Do you truly think you're that desirable? Jian Xinya scoffed, rolling her eyes. Following her jest at Li Mubai, she inquired about the stone. What do you think of this piece? Li Mubai candidly replied, stronger than those from Mr. Shah. Really? Jian Xinya's eyes sparkled. Li Mubai nodded. Eagerly, Jian Xinya joined the bidding frenzy. The price had already reached 27 million. Without hesitation, she raised her paddle. 28 million. Chapter 91. Toying with Zhou Wenji. 29 million. 30 million. 32 million. 35 million. The competition intensified, and the price quickly soared to 40 million. Jian Xinya bit her lip. This price was already exorbitant. Observing this, Li Mubai raised his paddle. 48 million. His voice was steady, as if he were not bidding 48 million, but merely 48. Du Ruyun's eyes flickered as she repeated, that handsome gentleman bids 48 million. Valid. Is there a higher offer? The fervor in the room slightly cooled. This bid was nearing its limit. Any further increase would yield little profit. As the crowd quieted, a voice suddenly rang out. 48,500,000. Du Ruyun turned to see the source, smiling. This gentleman bids 48,500,000. Valid. Is there a higher bid? Realizing it was Zhou Wenji, Li Mubai leaned closer to Jian Xinya, saying, that fool is rich but naive. Let us deceive him. That piece isn't worth his price. It'll likely crumble once cut. Zhou Wenji's bodyguard, a martial artist, perked up his ears, immediately reporting back. Jian Xinya, believing Li Mubai's words, responded excitedly, great. Let us trick him. Li Mubai raised his paddle again. 48,600,000. He cast a challenging glance at Zhou Wenji, who turned his head to mouth, fool. Enjoy yourself. He did not raise his paddle again. Seeing the captivating beauty on stage, who was now smiling enchantingly, Du Ruyun announced, 48,600,000. Is there any higher bid? Going once. Going twice. 48,600,000. Jian Xinya began to panic. She looked at Li Mubai. What if Zhou Wenji doesn't fall for it? Li Mubai remained silent, waiting for the final hammer to fall, before breaking into a smile. Who said he was falling for it? If Zhou Wenji continued to raise the price, the finest material would be his. What? Jian Xinya was momentarily taken aback. The fool fell for it. Upon realizing, Jian Xinya's smile radiated beautifully. Had the circumstances been different, Li Mubai would have genuinely wished to tease her. Jian Xinya, feeling her cheeks warm, asked, what are you staring at? The next piece is ready for inspection. Let us go. Li Mubai obediently followed, surprisingly compliant to her every word. Zhou Wenji, realizing he had been tricked, nearly choked on his anger. He had no desire to take the stage again, as being forced off in front of everyone was far too humiliating. However, due to their agreement to prevent cheating, he could not summon his own experts to the stage, leaving him to fixate on the large screen. As for Li Mubai, Zhou Wenji had not regarded him as a threat at all, just a braggart seeking attention. A country bumpkin raised in impoverished surroundings. He, the illustrious heir of the Zhou family, had received elite education. How could he be compared to an uneducated rustic? In comparison to his wealth, such a comparison was an insult. Once on stage, Li Mubai felt the familiar grip of that energy around his arm again. As that energy approached, he shattered it effortlessly. Du Ruyun's complexion turned pale, disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Li Mubai. Yet, Li Mubai remained unfazed, engrossed in meticulously examining the material before him, as though this stone were a rare treasure worthy of his utmost diligence. However, Du Ruyun was not oblivious to the truth. Li Mubai's presence here was merely a humble endeavor to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman. Regrettably, that beauty was not her. Du Ruyun's eyes fixated on Jian Xinya, her gaze finally betraying a mix of reluctance and jealousy. At that moment, Li Mubai abruptly lifted his head, his aura shifting dramatically, effectively intimidating Du Ruyun. She quickly masked her exposed emotions, biting her lip, defiantly holding Li Mubai's gaze, unwilling to divert her eyes. After delivering a warning look, Li Mubai took Jian Xinya by the hand and descended the stage, not casting a glance back at Du Ruyun. Her eyes nearly brimmed with tears. Striving to maintain her composure, she instead forced a more enchanting smile, engaging playfully with other patrons, completely disregarding Du Ruyun's presence or whom she chose to amuse. Du Ruyun suddenly found the atmosphere utterly dull as the time arrived for another round of bidding. Since her arrival, the atmosphere had been charged with excitement. Yet, Du Ruoyun's smile grew increasingly strained. 47 million. As he spoke, Zhou Wenji immediately joined the bidding. 48 million. 48,100,000. Li Mubai continued to raise his bid. Zhou Wenji suddenly sensed a familiar tactic at play, his resolve wavering. At that moment, Li Mubai winked at Jian Xinya. But his peripheral vision caught Du Ruoyun placing her hand on the jade stone for the second time, causing a fleeting tremor within him. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Du Ruoyun, sending a jolt of apprehension through her. He had noticed. Du Ruoyun bit her lip. Her third attempt at bidding slightly delayed. At that very moment, Li Mubai provocatively glanced at Zhou Wenji, a smirk gracing his lips. Zhou Wenji, immediately raising his paddle, cursed. Damn, you think you can outsmart me? This piece is mine. Reluctantly, Du Ruoyun repeated, 49 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 49 million once. 49 million twice. Is there no higher bid? 49 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman on securing his wish. This only reinforced Zhou Wenji's belief that this stone was exceptionally coveted. Now snatched from under his nose, Zhou Wenji beamed with satisfaction, placing the stone on his lap and patting it. However, the unbelievable soon transpired. With a resounding crack, the very stone that Li Mubai had deemed valuable shattered into a pile of debris beneath Zhou Wenji's hand, though the stone lay in ruins. The vibrant green within was unmistakably visible. The dust from the shattered jade reflected a dazzling, dreamlike brilliance under the lights. Shattered? Huh? Did this person possess such strength? A voice lamented, bringing an abrupt hush over the crowd. Chapter 92. Establishing his reputation for misfortune. Li Mubai's remark regarding Zhou Wenji's misfortune struck a chord with everyone present. Was it truly so uncanny? Was it not evident enough? How could an ordinary person shatter such a large piece of jade? Typically, jade serves as a talisman against evil. Could it be that? Some, already superstitious, hesitated to voice their thoughts. Those seated closest to Zhou Wenji quickly rose and changed their positions. Some even spat at him, cursing in a manner reminiscent of folk remedies for bad luck. Zhou Wenji appeared paralyzed, staring blankly at the jade dust accumulating on his lap. How could this be? This could not possibly be my doing. No, the stone must have been flawed all along. Zhou Wenji glared at Du Ruoyun in anger. This stone was defective from the start. You sold me this faulty piece? In his agitation, his rationality plummeted. Du Ruoyun had initially intended to trap Li Mubai, hoping the stone would shatter in his possession, leaving him without a means to woo other women with her belongings. But Li Mubai had seen through her scheme. She could hardly fathom his level of martial prowess, capable of noticing even her most subtle movements. However, she dared not interfere with the stone any further. This single piece could easily tarnish the Du family's reputation. With a sardonic smile, Du Ruoyun declared, Sir, our stones were made available for inspection prior to bidding. Many patrons handled it personally and can attest that this stone was flawless before coming into your possession. Can anyone fabricate such jade dust by hand? Who among you could shatter a raw stone like that? As she spoke, the crowd nodded in agreement, convinced. Indeed. How could that be? I examined it myself, touched it, shone a flashlight on it, and waited. I handled it as well, and there was no issue. When the stone was presented to Zhou Wenji, it remained intact. Yet, in his moment of hubris, he struck it down with the force of a watermelon, and this time, the audience witnessed firsthand how the jade crumbled. As the stone shattered, not only did it produce a cloud of jade dust, but also revealed small, translucent fragments of jade. Unmistakably of high quality. A piece the size of a wash basin, almost reaching the level of glass jade. The crowd lamented the loss of such a remarkable piece while unanimously concluding that Zhou Wenji was indeed plagued by misfortune. Li Mubai's dismal mood lightened, as Zhou Wenji's calamity confirmed his notorious reputation for bad luck. Serves him right. Ignorance begets misfortune. He had explicitly warned Zhou Wenji of his ill fate today. Yet the latter had chosen to ignore it. One cannot save a fool from themselves. Thus, he wished him well on his journey. Li Mubai remained as composed as ever, his demeanor unchanged. Jian Xinya, however, was taken aback, her lips parted in surprise, her eyes wide, mirroring Qi Jianning's astonishment. Could it be true? Was he truly that unfortunate? Li Mubai merely acknowledged with a hum, but before he could elaborate, Qi Jianning chimed in excitedly. Well, our handsome brother is remarkably astute. Can our handsome brother foresee fortune? Or perhaps he can divine and discern that villain's dark fate. Qi Tianfang chuckled, attempting to restrain his overly enthusiastic sister. Neither, my dear. Li Xiao is simply blessed with good fortune. Naturally, whatever he says will resonate. Qi Jianning's eyes sparkled as she insisted, no. I believe he must possess the ability to perceive aura, right? Isn't that so? Qi Tianfang, less eloquent than his sister, feigned agreement. Yes, Li Xiao is omnipotent. Is that satisfactory? Qi Jianning clasped her hands in admiration, gazing at her brother as if in prayer. Can that handsome brother also perceive the aura of the stone? Can he recognize jade at a glance? Her words piqued the interest of those around, their eyes now fixated on Li Mubai. Amused, he quipped, indeed. I am the reincarnation of the Monkey King, blessed with fiery golden eyes. Qi Jianning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I just got a little too excited. Hee. The crowd, hearing these two statements, felt a mix of disappointment and reassurance. However, they were all a bit too early in their sense of security. Subsequently, Li Mubai, as if disregarding the value of money, purchased 3 pieces of material in succession, totaling nearly 200 million. This elicited gasps from the crowd. Their gazes toward Li Mubai filled with curiosity, but even more so with trepidation. Such financial capability indicated that he was indeed the scion of a prominent family indulging in this pastime. Yet, that was not the end of it. The appearance of a massive piece of queen purple material astonished Li Mubai. It turned out to belong to the Du family. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Only one of the 4 major underworld figures could possess such a resource. The base price for the queen purple material was 300 million. Li Mubai's bid was an astounding 500 million. With that single declaration, he silenced 90% of the bosses present. They felt their hands, much like their hearts, laden with gravity. After all, that was 500 million. To start the auction at such a high price? Who could possibly afford to play with such sums? This was the moment true capital entered the fray. The venue fell silent for a moment, but soon someone ventured another bid, 510 million. For such exquisite material in a high-stakes environment, any increment below 10 million was deemed an affront. Zhou Wenji had initially appraised the value at 500 million, believing anything above that would result in a loss. He had not anticipated that Li Mubai would raise the price to 500 million just to outbid him. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Jian Xinya's bid was 1,500 million. Would anyone truly bid at such an inflated price, 5 times the base amount? As long as the price remained below 700 million, he was assured victory. Just as Zhou Wenji pondered this, the bidding crept towards 600 million. Suddenly, Li Mubai nonchalantly declared, 800 million. He made an unexpected leap in the bidding. Clearly, Zhou Wenji could only concede this round. Yet, he felt at ease in his concession. Even if he lost this round, Jian Xinya and that pretty boy might not emerge victorious either. Once the stones were cut and revealed, he awaited the demise of Yu Yuan Company. At that time, wouldn't Jian Xinya come pleading with him in tears? In Chapter 93, Zhou Wenji was left to ponder as Li Mubai successfully acquired the Queen Purple Stone for a staggering 1 billion. Zhou Wenji, composed, awaited the next stone to be presented. Regrettably, this piece was not the imperial green he had coveted, yet it was still a sought-after material. Suddenly, Zhou Wenji recognized the uniqueness of this exhibition. He had attended before, but had never witnessed the Du family take the stage. Even when there were Du family stones, the auctions had always been subdued. This time, however, the Du family had orchestrated such a spectacle. Why? Having secured the Queen Purple Stone, Li Mubai promptly instructed Qi Tianfang to transport the stone to the cutting site. He planned to wait until Zhou Wenji won the imperial green before cutting them together. Li Mubai also ensured that Qi Tianfang had ample manpower to transport the other stones. At this moment, Xiaoyan and others began to feel restless. The majority of the stones of interest had been acquired by Jian Xinya and Li Mubai. Although these stones could not be cut immediately, they would still provide a feast for the eyes. Qi Tianfang left Qi Jinning behind, instructing her to safeguard young Master Li and Miss Jian. Remember, the priority is to protect Miss Jian. Ensure she remains unharmed, understood? Qi Jinning, with her straightforward nature, nodded at her brother's simple command. Brother, rest assured, I will protect Sister Jian. Qi Tianfang nodded, rising to signal his companions lurking in the shadows. Together, they escorted the valuable stones purchased by Li Mubai to the cutting site. Zhou Wenji observed this scene, his gaze flickering with malice. Foolish man, having dismissed his bodyguards. You should not blame me now. However, amidst the ongoing auction, Zhou Wenji did not act immediately. Countless pieces of material were presented on stage for appraisal and bidding. Aside from the Queen Purple, Li Mubai had also set his sights on 2 additional pieces, one weighing half a ton and the other 1 ton, which cost him another 300 million. The crowd was nearly desensitized, and Jian Xinya appeared worried, quietly inquiring of Li Mubai, "You've spent so much money. Is it truly all right?" Li Mubai, bemused, replied, "What issue could arise? We came here to procure high-end materials, did we not? There are plenty of inferior materials back home. Why venture abroad for them?" Jian Xinya's concern intensified. While that may be true, money doesn't grow on trees. You've already spent nearly 2 billion. If those stones turn out poorly, you might find yourself on the rooftop. Li Mubai dismissed her worries. Don't fret. They won't collapse. I know what I'm doing. Jian Xinya sighed, unsure how to persuade him further. Just moments ago, she had been captivated by the beauty of the jade, only to realize Li Mubai's reckless spending. After all, he had emerged from the mountains, seemingly oblivious to the true value of money. Did he genuinely believe that bidding in billions was merely a string of numbers? Remembering their first encounter when Li Mubai had been miserly with 300, she now watched him casually spend billions as if they were mere trifles. Jian Xinya felt a pang in her chest. All she could do now was hope that the materials appreciated in value. If that were the case, even with the raw stones as collateral, they could still turn a profit, sparing themselves the fate of being pushed to the rooftop to settle debts with their lives. Qi Jinning overheard Jian Xinya's words and thought how naive this beautiful sister was, even more so than herself. With a serious expression, she educated her, "Sister Jian, if it were as you said, the debt collectors wouldn't even give you the chance to reach the rooftop." Jian Xinya turned her attention. "What can we do then?" Qi Jinning earnestly explained, "We are not in our homeland. If you find yourself in such a situation, you must be extremely cautious. Those debt collectors, when driven to madness, may send you to northern Myanmar. Jian Xinya's eyes widened in shock, her face turning pale. Qi Jianing, oblivious to the fear she had instilled, wondered how her words had been misconstrued. Meanwhile, Li Mubai was focused on the bidding, needing to guard against any tricks from Du Ryun and Zhou Wenji. His attention momentarily diverted, he did not notice the gossip between the two women. However, Zhou Wenji had overheard everything clearly from his bodyguard, and his expression brightened. The loss of that jade seemed trivial in comparison at that moment, when the stones were finally cut. He might just witness Jian Xinya and that pretty boy meet their downfall. At that time, he could swoop in to rescue Jian Xinya. As for that pretty boy, sending him to northern Myanmar would be a fitting punishment. He could even arrange for the local authorities to dismantle and sell him off. How satisfying. Zhou Wenji revitalized, his gaze fixed on the pieces being presented on stage. Finally, the last piece he had longed for, the imperial green, made its appearance. Upon seeing this piece, Zhou Wenji immediately perked up. Du Ruoyan regarded the material with a complex expression. This piece is one we have all been eagerly anticipating. Without further ado, the base price is 200 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. The auction commenced. 210 million, 230 million, 280 million, 510 million, 600 million. At this moment, Li Mubai suddenly spoke up, causing Zhou Wenji to turn and glare at him. You think you're clever, don't you? With the price reaching 500 million, Zhou Wenji was convinced that Jian Xinya had lost this round. He firmly believed this. Thus his opening bid was 500 million. He had learned this tactic from Jian Xinya's side, yet to know he would lose. And that pretty boy would dare to ask him to spend more? Zhou Wenji was furious. Li Mubai remained unfazed, for he was wealthy and indifferent to the stone that could potentially harm him. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Wenji assumed that even if he were to lose, he would still covet that piece of imperial green. Ridiculous. There was no way he would concede such a splendid opportunity to someone else. This Jade King was destined to be his. Unwilling to be overshadowed by Li Mubai, Zhou Wenji bellowed, 700 million. A hush fell over the venue, only to be followed by a sudden eruption, akin to water splashing into boiling oil. Was this young man mad? Who raises the stakes so dramatically? Dread filled the air. Zhou's exclamation triggered an unsettling premonition. What if the stone were to falter? Let us observe a little longer. Perhaps this imperial green could still astonish him. If it were to shatter again, it would signify grave trouble ahead. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet no one dared to raise their bids any further, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle. Chapter 94. Unappreciatively, Mubai raised his paddle once more, an additional million. Zhou Wenji glared fiercely at him. 710 million. 710 million is valid. Is there a higher bid? The onlookers were captivated by the unfolding drama. Li Mubai, undeterred, remained leisurely as he heard Zhou Wenji grit his teeth and add another 10 million, prompting him to raise his paddle again, an additional million. Each time, he cast a light glance at Zhou Wenji, seemingly urging him to relent. Yet, provoked by those taunting glances, Zhou Wenji became increasingly obstinate. In his mind, as long as the price did not exceed 800 million, it was worth it. Thus, he continued to raise the stakes by 10 million without any inclination to yield. As he reached 790 million, Li Mubai, still nonchalant, lifted his paddle, an additional million. Zhou Wenji, now seething, stood up and shouted, 800 million. Don't push your luck, you pretty boy. Li Mubai appeared genuinely taken aback, shrugging and adopting a casual posture, retracting his paddle. All right then, let us give young Master Zhou the opportunity. It's time to head to the stone-cutting area. Let us wrap this up. I'm quite hungry. Arrogance. His demeanor was utterly haughty. Zhou Wenji's gaze burned into the retreating figures of the three. He had successfully acquired the stone he desired, yet felt no joy. If looks could kill, he would have skinned Li Mubai alive. Unperturbed by the intense scrutiny, Li Mubai turned his head to discuss with Jian Xinya what they might eat later. Jian Xinya felt a surge of anxiety akin to preparing for an exam. But the light-hearted conversation dissipated her worries entirely. She pondered over her calmness, as if she were assured of victory in this gamble. Perhaps it was the knowledge that the outcome had been decided? Regardless of her regrets, her sole chance of salvation rested on hoping Li Mubai's words rang true. May Zhou Wenji's misfortune be profound. However, before they reached the stone-cutting area, Jian Xinya's expression suddenly changed. I need to use the restroom. Li Mubai paused. Shall I accompany you? No matter how tranquil she felt within, her body betrayed her. She had realized how tense she had become. Her face flushed as she hurried towards the restroom. Qi Jianing, remembering her promise to her brother, followed suit. Only Li Mubai remained, along with the two martial protectors discreetly watching over him. Li Mubai chose not to advance further, waiting in place. The restroom was not far, and he indeed did not need to keep a close watch. Upon entering the restroom, Jian Xinya swiftly attended to her needs. As she emerged to wash her hands, she caught sight of Zhou Wenji's female bodyguard in the mirror. The moment the bodyguard noticed her, she approached without hesitation and subdued her. Jian Xinya felt a pressure on her throat, rendering her voiceless. What? Jian Xinya's fear began to surface, but it was too late for any vigorous resistance. The bodyguard's gaze was filled with a blend of rage and complexity. Do not be alarmed. I am merely delivering a message from my master. Jian Xinya regarded her warily, her hostility unmasked. The bodyguard, suppressing her irritation, conveyed Zhou Wenji's words. Young Master Zhou stated that if you are willing to humble yourself, he can assist you at any moment, even if your 20 billion is lost and your company faces collapse. Jian Xinya remained silent. Her entire body immobilized save for her eyelids. She rolled her eyes dramatically, expressing her disdain. The bodyguard, incensed by her attitude, retorted, "Do not be so ungrateful. Consider your own standing. It would be effortless for young Master Zhou to bring down your little company. Even the Jian family is merely a slightly larger ant. I advise you to be wise." After her warning, the bodyguard intended to leave, showing no signs of releasing Jian Xinya. "You can remain right here. When it comes time for the stone cutting, your absence will signify an automatic concession. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance." The bodyguard chuckled gleefully. But just as she turned to depart, she was met with a flurry of small projectiles that sent her into a panic. "Ah, my face." Qi Jianing held a small box, her smile utterly charming. "I knew it. How could Sister Jian possibly take so long in the restroom? It turns out a hideous caterpillar was the culprit." Jian Xinya's eyes lit up upon seeing Qi Jianing in the mirror. She blinked fervently, hoping Qi Jianing would summon help. To her dismay, Qi Jianing not only stayed but approached closer. Panic surged within Jian Xinya. She blinked desperately, attempting to convey the danger. However, Qi Jianing, lacking the insight to interpret such complex signals, advanced further and swiftly knocked the screaming bodyguard aside. Then, with a youthful exuberance, she leaped into Jian Xinya's embrace. Jian Xinya felt the girl wrap her arms around her waist, her heart a mix of urgency and helplessness. But in the next moment, her eyes widened as she realized Qi Jianing had lifted her off the ground. How could this girl possess such strength? Flushed with embarrassment, Jian Xinya found herself carried to the restroom entrance by Qi Jianing. As her feet touched the ground, her body instinctively leaned back due to momentum. This was disastrous. If she were to fall here and be unable to rise, she would lose all dignity. In that moment of impending doom, a low chuckle resonated from behind her. Jian Xinya recognized the familiar scent and felt herself enveloped in a comforting embrace. "Darling, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you?" Jian Xinya could not utter a word, and even if she could, she would prefer to remain silent. How humiliating. The thought of a long life ahead only deepened her despair. In her desperation, she wondered if she had unwittingly tapped into some primordial strength. Li Mubai, observing the bewildered expression on the woman in his arms, wore a smile that never left his face. The moment the bodyguard seized Jian Xinya, Li Mubai had received a signal from Qi Jianing. He promptly arrived at the restroom entrance, halting Qi Jianing's intent to rush inside. Only when he discerned the bodyguard's intent did he release her, allowing Qi Jianing to rescue Jian Xinya. Contemplating the bodyguard's words, Li Mubai's smile gradually turned cold. Even at death's door, she dared to covet my wife? How delightful. Chapter 95, The Stone Unveiling. In the stone cutting yard, Zhou Wenji stood proudly by the cutting machine, casting furtive glances at the formidable Qi Tianfang beside him. Although Qi Tianfang had yet to fully recover from his injuries, he was acutely aware of the attention surrounding him and had already sensed Zhou Wenji's unusual demeanor. Frowning, his rugged beard accentuated his fierce appearance, his glare more fearsome than that of a seasoned fisherman after decades at sea. Zhou Wenji felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively toned down his bravado. However, the thought of heroically rescuing the damsel in distress soon replaced his trepidation with excitement. The sight of Jian Xinya and Li Mubai walking closely together stung his eyes, intensifying his resentment toward Li Mubai. Li Mubai met Zhou Wenji's gaze with equal intensity, a cold smirk playing on his lips as if to say, "You're doomed." Zhou Wenji shot back a provocative glare but couldn't resist stealing another glance at Qi Tianfang. The man exuded an aura of menace, and Zhou Wenji was certain that many had met their demise at his hands. Yet, he dared not wager whether Qi Tianfang would act in this setting. He shifted the crowd's attention to Jian Xinya. "Why the delay? I thought you were too frightened to show up," he taunted. Jian Xinya responded with a cold laugh. "Why? Are you truly unaware?" At that moment, Li Mubai interjected, offering no respect to Zhou Wenji. "If your lackey hadn't obstructed our path, we wouldn't have arrived so late." Zhou Wenji was taken aback, and his expression darkened with realization. "Let us cut to the chase. Let us begin with my prized imperial green," he emphasized, casting a meaningful look at Jian Xinya. Though Jian Xinya was still apprehensive, she maintained a stoic expression, concealing her emotions as she declared, "Let us begin. Commence the cutting. Imperial green, vertical cut," Zhou Wenji announced loudly. His skilled associate took the knife in hand, and as the cutting machine roared to life, the sound reverberated through the air like the blade that would determine the fate of those present. The sizable imperial green required considerable time for cutting. Just as the crowd's patience was waning, the machine finally came to a halt. Covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, Zhou Wenji instructed his bodyguard to lift the lid. Greasy oil dripped from the lid as dust clouded the air upon its opening. Li Mubai pulled Jian Xinya back to avoid the ensuing mess. The lid was swiftly tossed aside, revealing that the stone was too large to be easily removed for cleaning. One bodyguard poured water over it while another used cleaning tools to scrub away the dust and grime. Soon, the true nature of the stone was laid bare before the audience. Jian Xinya's eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate curves trembling slightly as she leaned weakly against Li Mubai. I can't believe it," she exclaimed, turning to Li Mubai. How did you discern that this jade was merely ostentatious? A guess, Li Mubai replied nonchalantly, tossing out the words without a change in expression. Seeing Qi Jianing about to speak, Qi Tianfang covered her mouth, shooting her a warning glare. Confused, Qi Jianing wondered why her brother was scolding her. She realized that his objections must pertain to something that would not bode well for her, but she could not grasp the complexities of adult interactions. Meanwhile, Jian Xinya had her own suspicions but, noticing Li Mubai's reluctance to elaborate, chose not to press further. Zhou Wenji, witnessing the worthless stone he had purchased for 800 million, nearly choked in disbelief. How is this possible? What lay before them was a vertically split stone, revealing only a fragment of a regular, football-sized imperial green marred by cracks. The rest of the upper section was filled with dark, oily green material that resembled plastic, rendering the 800 million investment a laughingstock of the exhibition. Many of the onlookers, who had rushed to witness the stone cutting, were expressions of very disbelief. What a pity! Such a large stone, and only a smidgen of imperial green. What a loss! Indeed, he has cursed. Nothing good can come of what he chooses. A mere slice has already revealed its worthlessness. Having claimed victory, Jian Xinya felt an inexplicable surge of trust toward Li Mubai. Next, it's time for our Queen Purple, she declared. Qi Tianfang looked to Li Mubai, seemingly asking how to proceed. This stone was said to be as miraculous as the stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens. Who would dare to cut it carelessly? Even Xiaoyan hesitated. Li Mubai waved his hand dismissively. Cut what? This stone can only be polished. If we peel off the skin and ruin the jadeite within, it will lose its value. Upon hearing Li Mubai maintain that jadeite lay within, the crowd's interest was piqued. If this were indeed a fusion of two premium jade types, possessing jadeite within was not outside the realm of possibility. Eager anticipation filled the air as Li Mubai gave Xiaoyan a few instructions. Xiaoyan's eyes brightened with interest in the stone. All right, young Master Li, leave it to me. Xiaoyan personally took the knife and began to carefully peel away the exterior of the Queen Purple stone from the opening. The process was lengthy. Li Mubai, unwilling to waste time, turned to Zhou Wenji. We will be waiting for quite a while here. Let us proceed to another machine for the third round. Since you're eager to meet your end, I shall grant your wish. Zhou Wenji sneered. With a wave of his hand, he presented his most prized stone. Li Mubai, pulling Jian Xinya along, showcased his most promising stone as well, having his bodyguard bring it forth. Li Mubai had no intention of unveiling any more stones here. Their ostentatious display of competition was already a breach of decorum. Although he was unafraid of trouble, he had not forgotten that Jian Xinya was accompanying him. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Zhou Wenji gestured. Let us start with mine. Let us make the first cut. The expert who had just cut the stone stood trembling, terrified to approach. His cowardice only fueled Zhou Wenji's fury, and he pointed to another expert. The man gulped nervously and stepped forward, following Zhou Wenji's instructions. He activated the cutting machine and sliced through the stone. As the lid was opened and the substantial stone was cleaned, the onlookers gasped collectively. Chapter 96. A complete defeat. Upon seeing the result of the first cut, Zhou Wenji's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? What greeted their sight was a plasticky, oily green. Within the oil green were uneven patches of black impurities. Upon closer inspection, these were not impurities but green granules resembling ice shards. It was a failure. There was no need to continue cutting. The first cut alone was enough to confirm the stone's utter worthlessness. Zhou Wenji's expression was more grim than ever. He glared ferociously at the cutting expert. Useless wretch. The expert trembled, unable to utter a word before Zhou Wenji's bodyguards dragged him aside and rendered his right hand useless. A piercing scream echoed, leaving Jian Xinya pale and feeling ill. The experts around Qi Tianfang shared a somber silence, reminiscent of the sorrow one feels for a fallen prey. Li Mubai handed the stone he had selected to Xiaoyan. Smiling, rest assured, just wait for the red envelope. Xiaoyan understood the implication, took a deep breath, and solemnly accepted the stone. He cut along the line that Li Mubai had discreetly traced. As the noise of the cutting machine ceased, he couldn't help but feel tense. However, his actions of opening the lid and cleaning did not reveal any signs of unease. Once the surface of the stone was cleaned, a brilliant azure hue came into view. Within the skin lay a luscious interior, reminiscent of a starry sky. The gradient from light blue to deep blue, adorned with sparkling fragments like stars, was simply breathtaking. It was ice jade, high-grade ice blue jade. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. Hey, young brother, is this piece for sale? The price is negotiable. Xiaoyan's excitement was interrupted by the inquiries of others. He too desired this stone, yet he knew that the esteemed Li would not part with it. Having accompanied him around the exhibition for most of the day, he had gleaned Li's intentions. At that moment, Jian Xinya was also captivated by the stone's beauty. It was too stunning. Li Mubai smirked. A set of blue jade jewelry would suit you perfectly. However, Jian Xinya thought that this color would be more fitting for her sister. Her expression momentarily became somewhat awkward. Unfortunately, Li Mubai had already turned to Zhou Wenji. Oblivious to her change in demeanor, young Shou said it's best 2 out of 3, even though the Queen Purple has been revealed yet. You've already lost both rounds. There is no need to check the third piece's result, is there? Zhou Wenji was so devastated that he had lost his voice. Unable to utter a word, after a moment of silence, he suddenly exclaimed, You cheated. You must have cheated. Before Li Mubai could respond, the onlookers began to rally in his defense. Hey, you, looking all prim and proper, why can't you speak like a normal person? Bad luck can be alleviated by frequenting temples. Perhaps you should reflect on whether you've done something shameful to deserve this retribution. Who are you putting on a show for? Li Mubai chuckled in response. I'm not your father, so why would I indulge you? The crowd erupted in laughter, approvingly applauding Li Mubai. Each thumb raised left Zhou Wenji feeling dizzy, struggling to maintain his footing. He abruptly pushed away his bodyguard, planning to make a hasty retreat. Qi Tianfang exchanged glances with his associates, signaling them to restrain him. Is young Zhou unable to accept defeat? Does he intend to deny it? Zhou Wenji's forehead was drenched in sweat, his expression frantic as he vehemently denied. What denial? I don't know what you're talking about. At this moment, Li Mubai leisurely took out his phone, located a video, and played it. The screen revealed Zhou Wenji's infuriating face as he aggressively set the stakes, challenging Jian Xinya to a bet. The sound was on speaker, and though the crowd couldn't see the visuals clearly, they could hear Zhou Wenji's words distinctly. The bet will be placed with my jade mine. Compared to the current Zhou Wenji, this was like a resounding slap, leaving him disoriented. Zhou Wenji was nearly driven mad by his own words. Jade mine? No, don't even think about it. Gone was the princely demeanor of the Zhou family heir. Zhou Wenji now resembled a rabid dog in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Li Mubai remained composed, shielding Jian Xinya behind him, signaling to Qi Tianfang. Qi Tianfang understood, grinning as he waved his hand, and Zhou Wenji was surrounded by a group of martial artists. In his current predicament, Zhou Wenji was in utter disarray, shaking his head repeatedly. He had wagered 1.5 billion this time, and if he lost the jade mine too, he would lose the prestige he had painstakingly built over the years in a single day. Not only would he lose the position as the head of the Zhou family, but he might also completely forfeit the operational control of his own family's business. Unable to accept such a painful fate, Zhou Wenji frantically lunged at Li Mubai. Yet, with such a slow, turtle-like pace, how could he even brush against Li Mubai's sleeve? Furthermore, the martial artists brought by Qi Tianfang were not to be trifled with. Zhou Wenji was abruptly kicked away, crashing into his bodyguard. His forehead collided with a piece of plastic-like material, causing him to tilt and lose consciousness. Li Mubai covered Jian Xinya's eyes, while Qi Tianfang stepped forward to revive Zhou Wenji, producing a pre-drafted agreement, awaiting Zhou Wenji's signature. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhou Wenji found his vision blurred. In a daze, he trembled and signed, only to faint once more. Holding the freshly signed agreement, Qi Tianfang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Completing 2 tasks in one go saved him another trip. Li Mubai concurred with the logic. With the outcome already determined, he instructed Xiao Yin to cease operations. The stone had only been stripped of a piece about the size of the opening. Yet, the vibrant green revealed within was astonishing. The color was as rich as life at its peak, radiating vitality and capturing one's attention. There was no need to examine further. The deep purple and imperial green colors emerging confirmed that Li Mubai's assertions were not unfounded. Xiao Yin illuminated the stone, observing the rippling reflections, further validating the presence of jade. Young Master Li, please allow me to personally unveil this stone. I can waive any fees. I can take the liberty to cut it once for the rights to this stone, may I? Many in the vicinity recognized Xiao Yin, the renowned gambling master. Isn't that Master Xiao? If he believes in this stone, it must be extraordinary. Who doesn't he know that when Master Xiao takes action, it's like acquiring a top-tier imperial green piece for free? What a windfall. However, Li Mubai did not give an immediate affirmative. Instead, he entrusted the decision to Jian Xinya. You decide. Chapter 97. The annoying waiter Jian Xinya hesitated not, promptly agreeing. All right, Master Xiao, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Xiao Yin, trembling with excitement, replied, Thank you, General Jian, a fruitful collaboration. Qi Tianfang reported upwards, requesting personnel deployment. The mission was dispatched to the Tianlang gang. And upon receiving the news, 2 Tianlang and 2 Jiaoju began counting personnel and preparing for international travel. At this moment, Li Mubai, accompanied by Jian Xinya, ventured to the finest restaurant on Qi Tianfang's recommendation. As they entered, Li Mubai noticed several gazes directed at them. The scrutinizing stares were rather displeasing, particularly one that was sticky and repulsive, landing squarely on Jian Xinya. Li Mubai discreetly shielded that gaze, wishing to prevent Jian Xinya from recalling any unpleasant memories that might spoil her appetite. Once inside, Jian Xinya inquired of the waiter, Do you have private rooms? The waiter apologetically replied, Unfortunately, all the private rooms are full. If you're not in a hurry to dine, you may wait. Jian Xinya, having lost her appetite at noon due to Zhou Wenji's repulsiveness, was genuinely hungry now. Waiting for a table was excessive, so she waved her hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourselves. Surveying the surroundings, she selected a booth by the window. After settling down, Jian Xinya ordered a few familiar dishes that had not let her down before and pushed the menu toward Li Mubai. After glancing at it, he casually selected a few more items to enhance the variety and quantity. He wasn't as hungry as he had claimed. He merely wanted to treat Jian Xinya to something nice, seeing her lack of appetite. Jian Xinya stole several glances at Li Mubai, each time caught red-handed, causing her cheeks to flush. Is this real? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Should I pinch you to check? Li Mubai looked helplessly at the overly excited Jian Xinya. Why not let me pinch you instead? Jian Xinya retorted. Do you think a strong man like you wouldn't hurt? Li Mubai chuckled. But if you pinch me, you wouldn't know if it hurt, would you? If you can't feel pain, how can you trust that this isn't a dream? Jian Xinya pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. Oh, right. What are you doing? Just confirming whether this is a daydream. Li Mubai feigned innocence. Considering they were in a restaurant with many patrons, Jian Xinya refrained from lashing out and instead coughed lightly, rubbing her pinched arm and casting a glare at Li Mubai. At that moment, the dishes they had ordered began to arrive. Jian Xinya eagerly picked up her knife and fork, her pace of eating noticeably quicker than usual, revealing her buoyant mood and hearty appetite. As they reached the midpoint of their meal, the pace slowed. Suddenly, a waiter approached, carrying a small card on his tray. Jian Xinya barely noticed, assuming he was offering a membership card. However, Li Mubai sensed an intense gaze directed at them, far more fervent than before, as if anticipating something. The waiter picked up the card and placed it on the table beside Jian Xinya's dish. Miss, young Master Wu holds you in high regard and wishes to spend a wonderful evening with you. This is his business card, and your meal is on him. You are truly fortunate. Jian Xinya suppressed her urge to roll her eyes, striving to maintain an air of grace and dignity. Dressed in a pristine white professional outfit for the exhibition, she exuded confidence. The white ensemble, often daunting for many, only accentuated her slender waist and long legs, making her appear as radiant as a blooming lily, pure and flawless. Her large, expressive eyes added to her allure, drawing even the accustomed gaze of Li Mubai, who couldn't help but steal glances at her exquisite features and captivating figure. Unbeknownst to Jian Xinya, she exuded an aura of a high-powered executive with her long, straight legs crossed elegantly. The waiter furrowed his brow, displaying his displeasure. Miss, since you seem unfamiliar with our young Master Wu's esteemed status, allow me to enlighten you. He is young, accomplished, and quite handsome, the grandson of the prominent Xia family, one of the 4 great Jade Kings. Countless men and women aspire to gain his attention, yet he often disregards them. For him to extend such an invitation to you is a rare honor that you should graciously accept. Engaging in a game of coyness with young Master Wu is not advisable. Don't you agree? Li Mubai was taken aback by the audacity of a mere waiter to speak so brazenly in front of patrons. Was the profession of pimping now so blatant? His voice carried, loud enough for everyone present to hear. The onlookers, witnessing the boldness of the beauty's male companion, showed a mix of schadenfreude and excitement. Aware that disrespecting young Master Wu on his home turf rarely ended well. Even if one were to disappear, the Northern Myanmar gang would handle the aftermath. Yet, they couldn't help but hope for a fleeting chance to see the arrogant young Master Wu humbled, a prospect that delighted them. Li Mubai's comment elicited a laugh from Jian Xinya, softening her previously stern demeanor. However, when addressing the waiter, her expression grew even colder. What does it matter if he has taken an interest in me? His looks or wealth have no bearing on me. Is this restaurant merely a dining establishment? Or does it partake in some dubious enterprises? Are your meals even legitimate? Jian Xinya was known as a feisty character in Bayan City, and her fiery spirit was evident in her words, leaving the waiter flustered. The crowd observing her now regarded her with newfound respect, realizing that beneath her beautiful, innocent exterior lay a thorny white rose. The waiter, now flustered and losing composure, retorted, "Please mind your words. You are slandering. While one may indulge in food, one must be careful with their speech. I only sought to introduce you to young Master Wu's exceptional qualities." Jian Xinya, visibly irritated, frowned. "No need for that. Take the business card away. You have severely interrupted our meal." The waiter, displaying contempt, replied, "I've already told you, this approach won't work. I am looking out for your best interests. Who wouldn't want to aspire to be with such a quality bachelor as young Master Wu? I advise you to cherish this opportunity. He seldom provides chances for others to get close. If you miss this, you may regret it." Exasperated, Jian Xinya slammed her cutlery onto her plate. "Leave." The waiter, startled by the noise, hardened his expression. "What are you pretending for? No need to act like a virtuous maiden who hasn't slept with someone. Getting into young Master Wu's bed offers ample benefits. After all, isn't this place known for its jade mines? Just a hint, don't overdo it, or you may find yourself begging for his attention when he no longer has any interest." Jian Xinya stood resolutely. "Call your manager. I wish to file a complaint." In that moment, the waiter was inexplicably flung out of sight. Only then did the surrounding patrons seem to notice Li Mubai, who had been quietly observing. Though they had long been aware of his presence, his casual attire, regardless of its brand, rendered him unremarkable and easily forgettable. Li Mubai had encountered familiar faces, but he preferred to avoid drawing attention. To his surprise, despite his inconspicuousness, he was still overlooked by many. Having entered with Jian Xinya, he was treated as if he were invisible. While the waiter's abrupt exit startled the crowd and caught the manager's attention, the manager rushed over, visibly anxious. "What happened here?" The waiter lay on the floor, groaning and pointing at Jian Xinya. In truth, he had not seen who had struck him, but Jian Xinya's commanding presence when she stood up suggested her involvement. The waiter was well aware of the martial prowess surrounding young Master Wu, having witnessed how his guards dealt with those who resisted him. Those women who initially defied him soon found themselves submissive after a lesson from his enforcers. After all, as he had stated, who hadn't he succumbed to someone? Submitting to young Master Wu would quickly lead to boredom for him, but it also offered a plethora of benefits. Those who resisted often ended up meeting a grim fate. Why choose that path? The server, having witnessed much, arrogantly fancied himself a savior, believing himself to be noble. This woman, with a modicum of skill, thought she could escape unscathed? He grinned coldly, eagerly anticipating her downfall. The manager cast a glance at Jian Xinya, and upon noticing the familiar business card on her table, he immediately grasped the unfolding situation. A wave of bitterness washed over him as he sighed. Miss, this is a dining establishment. I kindly ask that you refrain from causing a disturbance. As for the incident involving our server. Before he could finish, Jian Xinya couldn't help but scoff derisively. A dining establishment? I see it as a den of iniquity, coercing patrons into illicit acts. The manager's face blanched as he glanced around, noting that aside from young Master Wu, the other members of the three prominent families were absent. A sigh of relief escaped him, though his expression darkened. Before he could utter another word, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor drew attention. Young Master Wu, glass in hand, sauntered over with an air of nonchalance. Jian Xinya exhibited no fear, even displaying a hint of anger. Such pretentious second-generation elites were not unfamiliar to her in Baiyun City. They all believed themselves to be exceptionally charming and remarkable, treating the pursuit of romance as a competitive pastime. Accompanying young Master Wu were several bodyguards and a gaggle of sycophantic friends. This woman truly lacks appreciation. For young Master Wu to take notice of her is a fortune she has accrued over several lifetimes. One of his friends exclaimed. Indeed. Any woman who captures young Master Wu's eye soon finds herself utterly devoted, practically begging for his attention after a mere encounter. Just wait. Once young Master Wu unleashes his wrath, several million will surely bring her to her knees. Their laughter echoed, completely disregarding Li Mubai. It was evident that young Master Wu had made a habit of brazenly snatching attention, and the crowd had grown accustomed to it. As young Master Wu approached, the manager swallowed his words, realizing that if this woman suddenly decided to comply and accompany Wu, he would be left to endure the consequences. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he forced a subservient smile and approached. Young Master Wu, have you enjoyed your meal today? Is there anything else you require? Perhaps another drink? Wu Yiming smiled slightly. It has been satisfactory. Your presence is no longer necessary. The manager, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly excused himself. Young Master Wu's pursuits were always grand in scale, and he wished to remain uninvolved, for it would be challenging to explain his presence to his superiors. After dismissing the manager, Wu Yiming donned a self-assured grin, one he believed could enchant countless gold diggers. Greetings, beautiful miss, I am Wu Yiming. To encounter you amidst the throng of passers-by is indeed a fortuitous event. Jian Xinya was unimpressed and retorted, Oh, is that so? A master once told me I bring misfortune to men. Wu Yiming's smile faltered, taken aback that this woman would be so unyielding, even resorting to self-deprecation to evade his advances. Dear miss, do not jest in such a manner. You are far too lovely for the heavens to treat you so harshly. Jian Xinya noticed Li Mubai's dark expression, which briefly seemed to soften at her words, but she could not discern if it was merely her imagination. She had no desire to cause trouble on someone else's turf, hence she kept her grip on Li Mubai, fearing he might act impulsively. As for the fallen server, she had seen no one strike him and had concluded that he was merely staging a scene to elicit sympathy. Li Mubai, held back by Jian Xinya, understood her intent. He refrained from acting, curious about the nature of young Master Wu and how he had become so brazen. The server had only offered vague information about the Sha family's young master, leaving much to be desired in clarity. Jian Xinya wished to handle the situation herself. While Li Mubai did not fully comprehend her approach, he respected her resolve and wished to observe her strategy. Should she find herself in a predicament beyond her control, he would intervene. Feeling reassured by Li Mubai's restraint, Jian Xinya was genuinely concerned he might act rashly, disregarding the consequences. This was not her homeland, and there was no influential figure like Chairman Ka to back him up. The innocent musings of Qi Jining lingered in her mind. Wu Yiming, noticing Jian Xinya's silence, continued unabated. As the old saying goes, it takes a century of cultivation to share a boat, and a millennium to share a bed. Our meeting is a rare blessing. Might I have the honor of dining with you, sharing fine wine, and forming a friendship? His demeanor radiated the confidence typical of a wealthy heir. His smile practiced to perfection. Despite Jian Xinya holding on to another man's arm, he chose to ignore Li Mubai entirely, viewing him as beneath his notice. In his eyes, Li Mubai's attire was unimpressive, unworthy of his attention. Jian Xinya, weary of Wu Yiming's ostentation, found such displays tiresome, merely rolling her eyes. With a frosty demeanor, she turned to Li Mubai and asked, Have you finished? If so, let us depart. She was aware that it was prudent not to divulge too much information at this juncture, hence she refrained from mentioning Li Mubai's name. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor appeared to Li Mubai as familiar and intimate. His mood lifted slightly, though the underlying ruthlessness in his gaze deepened. He had sensed Wu Yiming's lingering stare upon Jian Xinya, recognizing him as a martial artist, albeit a lowly one. By the rules of the martial world, he could not harm an ordinary person, but those who dared to offend him were fair game. Realizing that Wu Yiming was merely an insignificant insect he could easily dispose of, Li Mubai did not rush into action. Jian Xinya acknowledged Li Mubai's implication that many wealthy suitors would not stoop to openly pursue a married woman. They might express interest but would not press the matter if rebuffed. However, she underestimated Wu Yiming's audacity. Hearing their exchange, Wu Yiming not only refused to concede, but also blocked Jian Xinya's path to leave. At that moment, the smile on his face had faded. The server, previously groaning on the ground, had risen without anyone noticing. His frustration boiled over as he confronted Jian Xinya angrily. Are you out of your mind? How can you be so oblivious? For young Master Wu to notice you is a blessing you could only dream of. Don't be so ungrateful. Apologize to him immediately. Or you want TC tomorrow as sunrise. The server sneered, growing increasingly contemptuous of Jian Xinya, convinced that her beauty belied a lack of intelligence. Jian Xinya, already vexed by the server's repeated provocations, was prepared to teach him a lesson. If not for Wu Yiming's intimidating presence, she would have dealt with him already. Wu Yiming's companions, relishing the spectacle, egged on Jian Xinya with their taunts. Miss, though his words may be crude, they carry a grain of truth. Think carefully. Aligning with young Master Wu is far more advantageous than being with that pretty boy at your side. Are you here to procure jade? If so, you must cling tightly to young Master Wu's coattails. You clearly don't know him, which implies you lack connections. Mark my words, if you offend young Master Wu here, even if you find exquisite jade at the fair, without his approval, your dreams will remain just that. Thus, whatever you desire. As long as you are sensible and manage to amuse our young Master Wu, your wishes shall be granted. A few dubious companions, with malicious glints in their eyes, engaged in a cacophony of chatter. They now stood up to defend young Master Wu, anticipating that once he grew weary of this girl, they would line up for their share of the spoils. Amidst their clamor, Jian Xinya's countenance darkened considerably. Her pallid face reflected her uncertainty. She genuinely did not know how to proceed. If she were to leave without courtesy, even if these people did not obstruct her, what awaited her afterward? The inquiry into her identity would surely lead to the discovery of the goods taken from the exhibition. Jian Xinya was unaware of the formidable power behind Qi Tianfang. Yet even if he were a fierce dragon, could he truly dominate the local snakes once he crossed the river? Wu Yiming, observing Jian Xinya's pale visage, felt a surge of satisfaction and cast an appreciative glance at the speakers. That look was understood by his companions as a signal that there was something to gain. A share in the bounty. When Wu Yiming turned back, he donned a facade of affectionate indulgence towards Jian Xinya. Such a beautiful lady, you must not be so rude. Frightening her would indeed be my fault. His voice suddenly softened, dripping with insincerity. However, the moment he glanced at Li Mubai, his expression shifted dramatically, filled with disdain as he raised his chin haughtily. As for you, I care not what connection you have with her. Consider this meal a farewell feast. And after you eat, be swift to depart. She is not someone of your ilk to covet. Wu Yiming's contemptuous words implied that Li Mubai was no more than an ant unworthy of his attention. While speaking, he deliberately produced the keys to his luxurious car, the gesture unmistakably flaunting his wealth. The crowd erupted in accompanying laughter. The waiter glared at him menacingly, seemingly urging Li Mubai to recognize the gravity of the situation and leave promptly. Meanwhile, the indifferent onlookers shifted their focus to Li Mubai, eager to witness his next move. Would he flee like a coward, abandoning his companion? Or would he stand up for her and potentially meet a tragic fate at young Master Wu's hands? This seemed to be the climactic spectacle they all anticipated. Slowly, Li Mubai freed himself from Jian Xinya's grasp. Under her worried gaze, he leisurely picked up the glass of red wine that had barely been sipped. Everyone assumed he was about to toast young Master Wu in apology. Even Wu Yiming believed this, smirking with a sense of assured triumph. As Jian Xinya saw Li Mubai lift the wine glass, her eyelids fluttered anxiously. Yet, before she could intervene, he had already made his move. Half a glass of red wine splashed in a fan-like arc, drenching those nearest to him with his sincerity. As for those who refused to partake in the toast, he simply invited their faces to join him in his punishment. The few dubious companions and the waiter were mere commoners, and thus, he could only afford to teach them a lesson by cleansing their foul mouths, likely long untouched by a toothbrush. Among the wine that splattered on Wu Yiming, there was a droplet that had been specially attended to by Li Mubai. Even if Wu Yiming reacted swiftly, he could not evade that single drop. A chorus of startled screams erupted as the crowd realized Wu Yiming, in his panic to dodge the wine, lost his balance. In any case, he merely ended up drenched in red wine, while young Master Wu found himself sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Speculation arose that he must have knocked his head in the fall. Those standing behind Wu Yiming, besides his dubious friends, were merely bodyguards. No one dared to confess to having tripped Wu Yiming. To demonstrate their innocence, everyone stepped back over a meter, creating a vacuum around him. Wu Yiming felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He sensed that someone had taken the opportunity to strike while the wine was splattering on him. Distracted by the wine, he had not wished to appear foolish in front of his object of desire. A searing pain pierced through his dantian, as if it had been punctured like a balloon, leaving him devoid of energy. How could this happen? Who dared to play tricks on me? Wu Yiming bellowed, a cry that reverberated painfully through his core, eliciting another agonizing scream. Wu Yiming writhed on the ground in torment, dragging down the few companions who had rushed to assist him, resulting in a chaotic scene. Li Mubai observed this initial farce with amusement, even pulling the visibly startled Jian Xinya closer to him. His movement suddenly drew the astonished gazes of the crowd, focusing on one particular figure. "It was you. You did this," shouted a disgraced lackey sprawled on the ground. All gazes shifted from suspicion to shock. How could they not be astonished? Who among them had not heard of young Master Wu's infamous reputation? Many powerful individuals had to swallow their pride to curry favor with this local tyrant just to leave with their goods. Yet today, two oblivious fools had appeared. It was one thing for the woman to be ignorant, but how could this pretty boy lack sense as well? The waiter, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "I told you to be sensible. You've landed yourselves in deep trouble." Li Mubai paid him no mind. This individual was not inherently malevolent. He merely sought to avoid trouble and wished everyone to be as submissive as he was. Witnessing someone resist seemed to turn his compliance into a grand joke, threatening to shatter his fragile psyche. Li Mubai saw through this man's thoughts but remained indifferent. The only condition was that he not tread upon his limits in front of him. Jian Xinya, hearing the uproar and noticing Wu Yiming's bodyguards glaring menacingly at Li Mubai, sensed that they had already concluded he was the culprit. Even if he were innocent, they would pin the blame on him to avoid accountability. At that moment, Jian Xinya felt a flicker of fear. She tugged at Li Mubai's sleeve. "Let us leave. There are too many. We are no match for them." Li Mubai offered her a reassuring smile. "Stay calm. Do not fear. Have you forgotten? We have our own people." Jian Xinya paused, understanding his implication. She quickly hid behind him and took out her phone to message Qi Jiani. Today, besides Xiao Yan, Jian Xinya had only added Qi Jiani's contact. The adorable girl was quite amiable and shared her temperament. She believed that if she reached out to Qi Jiani, she would undoubtedly inform her brother to come to their aid. As Jian Xinya sent the message, Li Mubai strategically shielded her petite frame. When the burly bodyguards charged towards him, he stood his ground, and not a single one could grasp him. Each punch aimed at him inadvertently struck their own comrades. Before long, they were all left battered and breathless, stumbling as they pulled each other down in a heap. On the ground, Wu Yiming had lost the strength to shout, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Yet no one dared to approach him, fearing the repercussions of being implicated. Li Mubai's peripheral vision caught this scene, and he smiled mockingly. Ironically, Wu Yiming's companions continued to shout in his name. "You dare offend young Master Wu. You are finished. You scoundrel. How dare you provoke the Sha family? Believe it or not, while it is easy to come here, leaving will not be as simple as shedding a layer of skin. What are you? How dare you lay a hand on young Master Wu? You are challenging the Sha family." A cacophony of voices echoed as several individuals postured, speaking as if they were members of the Sha family. The waiter, seemingly unwilling to be outdone, bellowed defiantly, "How dare you harm young Master Wu? In this territory, no one has dared to provoke him and live to tell the tale. You are finished. Not only have you offended young Master Wu, but you have also injured him severely. You are doomed." The crowd regarded Li Mubai with expressions of dismay, as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression. However, Li Mubai stood resolute, unperturbed, as if their accusations held no weight against him. With an innocent demeanor, he spread his hands and said, "If you claim that I splashed him with wine and disrespected young Master Wu, then I will accept that. But if you wish to fabricate a story about me gravely injuring him, I must ask, do you have any surveillance footage? I demand to review it. We were separated by a table, a distance of at least 2 meters. How could I have possibly caused him such harm while not even touching him? Are you not attempting to extort me?" The name of young Master Wu, a local figure, was met with incredulity from those present. Indeed, everyone had witnessed that Li Mubai had merely spilled a glass of red wine, and that the wine had splattered on more than just young Master Wu. If they dared to claim the wine was problematic, how could they explain that no one else was affected? It became apparent that young Master Wu had likely made enemies in the past, and someone might have taken this opportunity for revenge. Chapter 101 Such audacity. The unspoken threat hung in the air, as those in the shadows contemplated whether their reckless chatter might unveil secrets leading to dire consequences. Thus, it seemed prudent to lay the blame on this seemingly easy target, the ordinary man. Clearly, those friends who pointed fingers at Li Mubai had already considered this angle. Even though Li Mubai's arguments were reasonable, the crowd feigned deafness, ignoring his words. Growing weary of their obstinacy, Li Mubai decided to leave with Jian Xinya. Just then, the door to a private room swung open, and the sultry laughter of a woman filled the air. I wondered why the hall was so lively. It turns out young Master Li is here. Li Mubai's brow furrowed at the sound of that voice. The owner of the voice appeared to be far more formidable than this gaggle of lesser individuals, igniting a sense of aversion within him. As for how to exit the situation, Jian Xinya was not inclined to ponder deeply. Even if the Sha family were local tyrants, Wu Yiming was merely a distant relative. Could he truly wield absolute power? Jian Xinya had her doubts. In Baiyun City, even Zhou Wenji, dubbed the young prince, conducted himself with more decorum. The more powerful and prestigious one became, the more they were concerned with their reputation. Such shameless individuals, parading around in search of flattery, were nothing more than paper tigers wielding false authority. Jian Xinya had seen enough to remain unfazed by titles like the Fourth Jade King or the Sha family's young master. However, upon hearing the familiar voice, Jian Xinya felt a sudden jolt in her heart. This was unmistakably Boss Du, the one presiding over today's prestigious auction. It was said that she was also one of the 4 Jade Kings, a member of the Du family. To oversee such a valuable collection being auctioned suggested she must be a direct descendant. This individual was far more precious than young Master Wu. Confusion clouded Jian Xinya's mind as she wondered about the relationship between the Du and Sha families and whether Boss Du had any ties to young Master Wu. One could only assume there were none. Even if they were acquainted, given Wu Yiming's reckless nature, it was likely that Boss Du, with her striking beauty, would disdain such a person. While Jian Xinya was lost in thought, Du Riyun approached with a radiant smile, her gaze fixated on Li Mubai, seemingly oblivious to Jian Xinya's presence. Young Master Li, you came to dine without notifying me? I would have loved to extend my hospitality. Li Mubai had no intention of getting entangled with Du Riyun again. However, she approached him with an enthusiasm that was almost disorienting. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he replied, I am honored, but I did not inform Boss Du of my presence, which has led to this delightful spectacle. Has it not? I was unaware that this was your establishment. I suppose, apart from myself, the other patrons must have assumed it was the Sha family's territory. How else could a mere waiter act so brazenly without leveraging the Du family's influence, becoming instead a lapdog for young Master Wu? Gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the hall. Did this young man truly dare to speak to Boss Du in such a manner? Hush. Did you not hear Boss Du refer to him as young Master Li? That indicates familiarity. Let us observe how this unfolds. Whispers circulated among the crowd, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of gossip. Everyone was eager to see the fate of the young man who had offended young Master Wu and now dared to provoke Boss Du. Du Ruoyun's expression soured as she summoned the manager, inquiring about the recent events in the hall. Upon learning the details, her countenance darkened further. Her elongated, alluring eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze upon the waiter, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. She instructed the manager. I do not wish to see such individuals in my restaurant ever again. This establishment is for dining, not a refuge for those who would tarnish my reputation. The manager, terrified, dared not utter a word. He was grateful he had not involved himself in the chaos, narrowly avoiding disaster. His gaze swept over the waiter with a hint of pity. The latter's actions had leaned too heavily in favor of young Master Wu, crossing a line with the owner. It seemed this individual would soon fade into obscurity in this area. The waiter, in a state of shock, pleaded for mercy. No, please spare me. I understand my mistake. I beg you for forgiveness, just this once. I will never dare again. Du Ruoyun exchanged glances with those around her, and soon, the waiter was unceremoniously dragged away. His cries echoing as if he were facing not mere dismissal but a dire fate. Li Mubai paid little mind to the spectacle, merely offering a sardonic smile. His expression remaining cold. With his earlier apprehension dissipated, he felt no need to hide anything from Jian Xinya. Between him and Du Ruoyun, he had nothing to owe her. Clearly, she understood this as well, and as their previous entanglement ended before it began, she regarded Li Mubai's handsome features with a mix of regret and nostalgia. Regret for her past schemes, and for not recognizing her feelings sooner, ultimately missing her chance. Now, the man she dreamed of had inadvertently arrived at her restaurant only to encounter such distasteful events. He would likely misunderstand her intentions even further. Du Riyun bit her lip and sincerely apologized. I am truly sorry that you had to experience such a distressing situation, young Master Li. I assure you that I will take significant measures to rectify the atmosphere of this restaurant moving forward. This meal is on me. Please, bring out 2 bottles of my prize candy to make amends. The manager's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Mubai attempted to interject, but his words faltered as he realized the gravity of the situation. No need for that. I seek no reward for my actions, but rather, it is this extortionist that concerns me. Du Ruoyun's expression dimmed momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Of course, I will handle this matter. I apologize for any oversight regarding young Master Li. Li Mubai chose not to elaborate further, taking Jian Xinya by the hand as they prepared to leave. At that moment, Du Ruoyun suddenly stepped forward, discreetly slipping a business card into Li Mubai's left chest pocket, lightly tapping it twice. This is my current contact information. I hope young Master Li will not hold past grievances against me. Her actions were decidedly ambiguous, and though she said little more, she withdrew after delivering the card. However, Jian Xinya, witnessing this exchange, furrowed her brows, feeling an unsettling discomfort. Why did this woman appear so familiar with Li Mubai? It evoked a sense of exclusion, as if their connection was intimate, leaving her feeling like an outsider. This inexplicable sensation faded as soon as the enigmatic Du boss departed, yet Jian Xinya's discontent lingered. Li Mubai said little, taking Jian Xinya by the hand and leading her away. At the entrance of the restaurant, Qi Tianfang arrived in a flurry, accompanied by dozens of followers. Their aggressive demeanor suggested a readiness to dismantle the establishment, instilling a chill in onlookers. Many followed Li Mubai's retreating figure, and some recognized Qi Tianfang, their pupils contracting in realization. It was no surprise that someone who could command such respect from Qi Tianfang and elicit warmth from Du Ruoyun was a person of significance. The recent conflict between Qi Tianfang and Shaku had made headlines, with Shaku still nursing his injuries and vowing to settle the score with the second-in-command of the Black Tiger gang. The enmity they had forged was not easily resolved. Even if it were merely a minor young master, inflicting harm upon him would only exacerbate the rivalry. Once a knot is tied, who would concern themselves with adding another? As the saying goes, the more lice, the less it itches. Moreover, it seemed young Master Li had become acquainted with the Du family. The crowd watched as Li Mubai departed, surrounded by admirers, all reflecting on the spectacle. They reveled in the drama, believing that the woman was the main attraction of the day, the source of their amusement. Little did they know, while some lamented, others regretted. Such a splendid opportunity for networking had slipped through their fingers. The sycophants surrounding young Master Wu suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Each feeling as though struck by lightning, their limbs growing weak. They exchanged glances, cleared their throats, and sought excuses to make their exit. Some pretended to check their phones. Others claimed family emergencies, while one ludicrously asserted that his child had fallen into a mine shaft and he needed to rush to the rescue. As this group of hangers-on scattered, Du Ruoyun merely squinted, committing their faces to memory without making any attempt to stop them. Left behind were young Master Wu, his bodyguards, and two female companions who looked pitifully at her, as if seeking her aid. Du Ruoyun smiled knowingly. Do you think this is a charity house? Or that the Du family has a kind disposition? She commanded coldly, send them all to Myanmar to be dealt with, make it clean. The phrase make it clean struck the listeners like a thunderclap, sending shivers down their spines. Such cleanliness implied that the remnants of these individuals would be compressed into diamonds for sale. There was no room for waste. At that moment, they wished to shrink into the ground, hoping they had not overheard such a conversation. In this lawless territory, none could be certain of seeing the sun rise again. Thus, they embraced the belief of entertaining themselves to death, willing to be spectators of others' misfortunes. Yet, Du Ruoyun's words transformed them into the next potential targets. They understood the rules well. Even if questioned, they would remain tight-lipped. The Du family was not one to provoke. Moreover, Du Ruoyun bore a moniker that resonated even more profoundly than her own name, Medusa. When Chi Tianfang arrived at the entrance, he witnessed Du Ruoyun's intimate proximity to Li Mubai. He did not delve into any insinuations of ambiguity. Rather, he cautiously informed his young master about the notorious Medusa. This venomous woman. He had heard many rumors about her since his arrival, and he was concerned that his young master might be oblivious to the danger and fall prey to her deceitful charms. Li Mubai, intrigued, inquired, Medusa? Quite fitting. For that woman indeed resembles a cold-blooded creature. As he spoke, a chilling smile crossed his lips, hinting at some unspoken thought. Jian Xinya was oblivious to their exchange on their phones, yet she caught Li Mubai's sudden remark and the complex emotions behind his sardonic laughter, which stirred a tumult of feelings within her. Recognizing Jian Xinya's reluctance, Li Mubai shook his head. Chi Tianfang stepped back, suggesting, allow me to arrange for a few bodyguards to watch the entrance. This time, Li Mubai did not refuse. Immediately, Chi Tianfang assigned 2 martial artists to stay behind. These 2 were equivalent to dozens of martial artists, giving Chi Tianfang a sense of reassurance. Jian Xinya initially wanted to decline the offer, but recalling the trouble she had inadvertently attracted today, she found herself unable to voice her refusal. She understood Chi Tianfang meant well, although his fierce appearance made her instinctively wary. Nonetheless, a mere guard at the door posed no threat, and she soon felt at ease. After Jian Xinya bathed and retired for the night, Li Mubai also freshened up, donning a black training outfit before exiting his room. Upon seeing him, the 2 martial artists respectfully bowed and were about to speak when Li Mubai silenced them with a gesture. In a hushed tone, he instructed, I am going to see your master. I leave her in your care. Keep a close watch. The 2 nodded, watching as Li Mubai departed. Li Mubai went to check on Qi Zongxian. He brought along a canvas bag. How are the medicines for you and your father prepared? Qi Tianfang sighed. They said it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, and it might take even longer. Li Mubai suspected that the delay could extend further. He rummaged through his bag, producing a vial of medicine and handing it to Qi Tianfang. Take this first. Qi Tianfang, astonished, accepted the vial, opened it, and inhaled the scent, instantly feeling rejuvenated. He quickly realized this was an extraordinary remedy. He knelt on one knee, expressing, thank you, young master, for the gift of medicine. Li Mubai waved his hand. Rise. This medicine will hasten your recovery, but you still need to soak in the medicinal spring for proper nourishment. Qi Tianfang, excited, gripped the vial tightly, repeatedly affirming his gratitude. He understood that ordinary healing remedies for martial artists often stimulated self-healing, draining their inner reserves. Over time, this could lead to hidden injuries that would impede future progress. The medicine given by the young master was remarkable, and he suspected it would not cause any hidden injuries, but subsequent nourishment was still imperative. In front of Li Mubai, both Qi Tianfang and Qi Zongxian ingested a dose as a testament to their unwavering loyalty. Li Mubai paid little attention to this small gesture of loyalty. Instead, he took out golden needles to perform acupuncture on the 2. Qi Zongxian's condition visibly improved, while Qi Tianfang's internal injuries were not outwardly evident. Both father and son tensed as the needles pierced their skin, experiencing alternating sensations of heat and cold, akin to being immersed in boiling water and then in ice. They understood that this was an exceptional opportunity, and both focused their efforts to harmonize their internal energies, striving to achieve a balance of yin and yang within their bodies. However, Qi Tianfang was a step ahead of Qi Zongxian, with wisps of white mist beginning to rise from the top of his head. Before long, Qi Zongxian also entered a state of focus, and smoke billowed upwards as though he were burning incense in a cauldron. After a while, both men's exposed skin began to gleam with a reddish sheen, resembling 2 boiled prawns. When the trembling of the needle came to a halt, Li Mubai withdrew it, and the expressions of the father and son changed dramatically. As Li Mubai evaded, he narrowly avoided the black blood they expelled. Qi Tianfang was the first to open his eyes, clearly in a better condition than his father. He felt an unparalleled sense of relief. The residual black blood trapped in his chest was expelled, and the oppressive pain vanished entirely. Upon careful inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the hidden injuries he had accumulated over the years had all miraculously healed, aside from a slight feeling of weakness. As if he could consume an entire ox, he experienced no further discomfort. Soon, Qi Zongxian also opened his eyes. The black blood he expelled was not merely clotted and toxic like his elder sons. It was thick and foul-smelling, indicative of the corruption inflicted by the poison. Yet, he too felt invigorated. That sense of impending demise had completely dissipated. His hidden injuries had also vanished. Eager to express his gratitude, he was momentarily taken aback by the foul odor wafting before him. Once the main chamber was restored to cleanliness, Qi Zongxian knelt solemnly at Li Mubai's feet. Acknowledging his failure in judgment that nearly led to the downfall of the Black Tiger gang, he humbly requested severe punishment. Qi Tianfang, upon hearing this, also knelt beside his father, admitting his oversight in fostering the ambitions of the mother and son duo, which nearly cost his father his life. They implored Li Mubai for retribution. Li Mubai accepted their homage. Logically, Qi Zongxian's reckless nurturing of a threat warranted punishment, and Qi Tianfang's reckless venture to save his father almost jeopardized their mission. However, considering the current need for capable individuals, their transgressions were somewhat understandable. Li Mubai was not one to disregard the nuances of human emotion solely based on outcomes. Furthermore, it was apparent that someone was scheming against the power entrusted to him by his master. It was not unfathomable for this father and son duo to stumble. "You may rise," he commanded. Recognizing one's mistakes is the first step towards redemption. Your immediate priority is to fulfill your tasks diligently. The events of today will not be overlooked by the Shah family. Proceed with caution. Before Li Mubai could finish, the father and son had already steeled their resolve, promising in unison not to betray his trust. Li Mubai nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, I shall await your performance." The father and son reiterated their loyalty, with Qi Tianfang reporting the latest developments received that evening to Li Mubai. Li Mubai's eyes brightened. "The two Tianlang siblings are coming?" Qi Tianfang nodded. "They should arrive by tomorrow." Li Mubai mused. "With sufficient manpower, we shall act accordingly. You must be quite famished. Let us fill our bellies before discussing further." Qi Tianfang obediently called for a feast to be prepared. The Black Tiger gang was merely an external force, and their numbers were limited. Even combined with the Tianlang gang's personnel, they could not compete with the entrenched power of the Shah family. However, there remained room for maneuver. The primary concern was that the Black Tiger gang had yet to ascertain the number and level of the Shah family's high-tier martial artists. If they were all below the heavenly level, it would be manageable. However, if there were too many above that tier, the situation would become precarious. Combined, the two gangs had only Qi Zongxian, who had recently ascended to the heavenly level. Qi Tianfang had only learned of this tonight. Qi Zongxian, with a complex expression, confessed to Li Mubai. "At that time, I was in turmoil, sensing the opportunity for a breakthrough. In that moment, I was vulnerable to that wretched woman." Yet, Li Mubai sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. One person, Xiao Hame, could not orchestrate such a significant scheme alone. The difficulty in secretly incapacitating a heavenly-level martial artist, even during a breakthrough, was not trivial. Moreover, the origin of the poison was a pressing concern. Was the Xiao family backing the mother and son duo? Or was there another party involved? This required thorough investigation. Currently, it was uncertain whether Xiao Hanmei had merely encountered a Gu master or whether the Gu master sought to leverage an opportune moment for a resurgence. Qi Tianfang informed the Killing God Hall that this matter must be taken seriously. Qi Tianfang's eyes widened, his heart racing at the implications of Li Mubai's words. If someone was indeed plotting against the Killing God Hall and manipulating its various factions, the consequences would be dire. Who would be audacious enough to target the Killing God Hall? Qi Tianfang couldn't help but ponder that the true target might be. Chapter 104. Night Raid. Qi Tianfang gasped in disbelief, staring at Li Mubai. This speculation was too audacious, something he had never dared to dream of. The Killing God Hall was such a colossal force, and the manner in which the adversary operated indicated a significant disparity in power, akin to the notion of many ants overwhelming an elephant. Qi Tianfang's mind was racing, but he could not conjure any further thoughts. The mere recollection of the near collapse of the Black Tiger gang sent chills down his spine. Qi Zongxian was equally astounded. He had not anticipated that the circumstances surrounding his near death from poisoning concealed such a terrifying conspiracy. His expression turned grave. Unlike his elder sons, he contemplated deeper, drawing upon his years of experience and knowledge of secrets. Yet, some matters were best left buried, taken to the grave for peace. Speaking further could incite turbulence he could not withstand. For the sake of his descendants, he dared not speak carelessly. Li Mubai, unaware of Qi Zongxian's turmoil, decided it was time to depart. However, fortune had it that at precisely 2 a.m, the sounds of shouting and clashing echoed from outside. Qi Zongxian exclaimed, "Someone is attacking." Qi Tianfang pondered briefly. It must be the Shah family. Li Mubai halted his departure, suddenly realizing the significance of Du Riyun's earlier gestures. It seemed the Shah family favored this hour for their assaults, a rather peculiar penchant. Li Mubai snorted coldly. If the Shah family seeks death, then let us oblige. With Li Mubai's presence, the Qi family, despite their uncertainty about his capabilities, felt emboldened. One healer could equal 10 warriors. As long as the young master was present, they had no fear of injury, even if faced with formidable heavenly-level adversaries, with the young master's golden needles to seal their acupoints. Their combat prowess could be temporarily enhanced, making escape feasible. As they ventured out, they encountered Qi Jianing, who had been roused from her slumber. The young girl, her brows furrowed, was already dressed and wielding a red soft whip, ready to rush out and assess the situation. Li Mubai's gaze lingered on the girl's whip, silently admiring its suitability for her. Previously, she must have chosen a dagger lacking distinct features to conceal her identity. Qi Zongxian surprised Li Mubai even more. He recalled their last encounter when Qi Zongxian had wielded a steel rod. This time, he was equipped with a pair of gauntlets. The boxing gloves exuded a cyberpunk aesthetic, adorned with spikes reminiscent of a mace. To be struck by even a mere gust from a punch would likely strip away a layer of skin. The scene was ablaze with light, as the two factions clashed in a chaotic melee. Li Mubai surveyed the surroundings and found no particularly formidable opponents among them. It seemed the adversaries had scouted Qi Tianfang's strengths and weaknesses earlier, underestimating the situation by treating it as a mere engagement with a gaggle of minor players. The incoming force was considerable, featuring numerous experts at the Huang and Xian ranks, along with 4 at the Earth level. Had this contingent arrived before Li Mubai intervened to assist the Qi family, they may well have annihilated the Black Tiger Gang's forces. Yet, his exceptional presence instilled in the Black Tiger Gang's celestial-level expert and the Earth-level Qi Tianfang a burgeoning sense of breakthrough potential, coupled with Qi Jianing, a half-hearted Earth-level fighter. Securing victory in this deadly confrontation seemed assured. Li Mubai refrained from mingling in the fray, his thoughts drifting to another matter. With the Sand family's capabilities, uncovering his and Jian Xinya's identities would not pose a challenge. What was the situation at the hotel now, he pondered. His movements became a mere flicker, nearly imperceptible. The Qi father and son, upon noticing the absence of any celestial-level fighters from their foes, felt the sting of being underestimated by the Black Tiger Gang, igniting their fury. Departing, they too contemplated the uncertain circumstances unfolding elsewhere, their anxiety palpable. Amidst the intertwining emotions of dread and wrath, the father and son unleashed their full combat prowess. Plunging into the enemy ranks, the explosive sounds of battle intensified as the conflict escalated further. Warriors bore an innate pride. Amidst this clash, neither side resorted to firearms, relying solely on their skills to vanquish their adversaries. Noticing that a considerable number had surrounded the hotel, Li Mubai's gaze darkened. He navigated through the throng with audacious ease, ascending the safe passage directly to the floor where he and Jian Xinya resided. Below, the assailants felt a chilling breeze sweep past, instinctively rubbing their arms, unaware of Li Mubai's ascent. Some, with keen eyes, caught a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow flash by, causing them to shudder in fear, dismissing it as mere hallucination, convincing themselves they had seen nothing. Upon reaching his floor, Li Mubai found the 2 Xian-level warriors stationed at Jian Xinya's door still intact, albeit their auras were clearly disordered, indicative of having sustained injuries. He turned to face Du Ruoyan, her alluring, elongated fox-like eyes narrowing in discontent. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Du Ruoyan, stung by Li Mubai's demeanor, huffed and turned away, refusing to speak. The 2 Xian-level warriors exchanged awkward glances and recounted the recent events. Only then did Li Mubai learn that the Sand family had dispatched an Earth-level warrior, 2 Xian-level experts, and a cadre of Huang-level fighters, intending to capture him and Jian Xinya and drag them to the mines for public execution, a lesson to deter others. One Xian-level warrior, clutching his chest, struggled to articulate. "Had it not been for Boss Du arriving with her men, we would have been utterly powerless against them. Those 2 Xian-level fighters were exceptionally formidable. They didn't even require the assistance of the Earth-level warrior." Li Mubai rummaged through his canvas bag, producing 2 pills, which he tossed to the warriors. "What about her? Is she frightened?" The 2 Xian-level warriors nodded awkwardly, gesturing toward the room. "She's inside." With a wave of his hand, Li Mubai instructed them to take the medicine first, then turned his attention back to Du Ruoyan. "Today, I owe you a favor. Allow me to assist your Du family in claiming a share of the Sand family's fortunes as a token of thanks." This gesture of gratitude was indeed substantial. Du Ruoyan could scarcely believe her ears. He so nonchalantly spoke of determining the fate of the Sand family. "Do you have any idea how many celestial-level warriors the Sand family possesses? There is even an ancestral figure among them. Are you truly confident in this?"